Chapter 1154, All for the Sake of His Vengeance. As William approached the sacred grove, so did the dark clouds that covered the entirety of the Silvermoon continent. Sephirin landed a few hundred meters away from the World Tree as per William's order. The half-elf then flew towards his destination alongside the three pseudo-gods, and the Valkyries that were led by Charmaine. So, this is the World Tree, William thought as he gazed at the gigantic tree that was thousands of meters tall. As the half-elf neared his destination, he saw a white crane hovering in front of him, blocking his path. The black-haired teenager smiled as he ordered for everyone to stop, before flying alone towards the crane that was eyeing him calmly. "Sister Skyla, it has been a while." "Crew." William reached out to give the crane a hug and patted her head. Skyla had always visited him in the southern continent, and even went as far as to go against the elves in order to save the half-elf in his time of need. The black-haired teenager only had love for the white crane who served as his mother's best friend and protector, as well as the messenger who brought their letters to Anne from the southern and Silvermoon continents. "Have you been well?" William inquired. "Crew," Skyla replied, "can you take us to Mother?" The white crane then flapped its wings and flew away, leading William and his entourage towards the Saintess who was already waiting for his arrival. A few minutes later, Skyla descended from the sky and landed beside a beautiful elf, whose green eyes had locked onto the black-haired teenager, whom she was seeing for the first time. As soon as William landed a few meters away from his mother, Arwen wasn't able to control her overflowing emotions and ran towards him. A moment later, the black-haired teenager found himself being held in a tight embrace, as the saint's warm tears fell on his shoulder now that she was finally able to see her son. William closed his eyes because even though the fragrance was different, the feeling was the same. He had been held like this a few times in the past by his adoptive mother, Ella, whenever the two of them were together. The half-elf could feel the same warmth and love coming from his birth mother, that he had received from his adoptive mother, as he was being embraced by the woman whom he was seeing for the first time. In the end, William also hugged Arwen back as he savored the feeling that he had almost forgotten, due to Ella's passing in the battle that happened in the demon realm. Everyone present in the sacred grove watched this scene with varying emotions, but none dared to interrupt in the reunion of mother and son. After several minutes had passed, Arwen reluctantly took a step back as she took a better look at her son. "Just as expected, you have all of my good genes," Arwen muttered. "Your no-good father only gave you his hair color, but aside from that, everything else was inherited from me." William smiled after hearing Arwen's comment. Although Skyla had already told him what his mother was like during her visits, hearing her voice and seeing her for the first time still made an impact on him. "You've suffered a lot," Arwen said softly as she lightly brushed William's hair with her hand. "Come, let me introduce you to your no-good father first. The rest can wait until then." William nodded as he allowed Arwen to pull him towards the World Tree. He had already noticed several personages that were standing in the distance and recognized a few of them, like Princess Eowyn and Pearl. The half-elf paid them no mind because he didn't come to the sacred grove to talk to them. He had more important matters to attend to, and their talks could wait until he was done with his business. "Maxwell, your son is here," Arwen said as soon as she stood before the trunk of the World Tree. She then turned her head towards William and looked at him apologetically. "He has been dormant for quite some time, and no longer responds to my calls. I think he is in deep sleep after upgrading the Guardians to demigods, in addition to turning Drowum and Myrandor to pseudo-gods." William nodded his head in understanding as he pressed his right hand on the trunk of the World Tree and closed his eyes. Immediately, he found himself in a radiant place that was brimming with life force. "So, you have come." A voice filled with happiness, as well as confidence, reached his ears. A few seconds later, a man in his early 30s appeared in front of William with a smug smile on his face. "I knew that this moment would arrive, but I never expected that you would come before me in this form." Maxwell frowned as he eyed his son from head to foot. "Care to tell me what happened? Time flows differently here, so you don't have to worry about sharing your story. Perhaps, after you've told me everything, only a minute or two would have passed in the outside world." The black-haired teenager smiled and nodded his head. When he saw Maxwell the first time, it was when he was passing on the power of the Dungeon Conqueror job class to William. Back then, his father looked so awesome, and so domineering as he stood on the shoulders of mighty beasts whose might and ferocity were second to none. With their help, he was able to stop the advance of the demons and ensure that the Silvermoon continent wasn't overrun by their wish of conquest. Maxwell remained silent as William narrated his tale. He listened to the battle between his son and the son of his enemy, Lucille, as well as the interference of the god of darkness and chaos in their duel. He frowned when William told him that several of his wives died at the hands of the god of darkness as they did their best to rush to his side. The more Maxwell listened, the more his frown deepened. When he heard what happened to his niece, Eve, the former Dungeon Conqueror's eyes were already bloodshot. It was as if he was ready to immediately leave the sanctuary of the World Tree and raise an army to destroy those who bullied William and his family. When William finished, Maxwell heaved a long and deep sigh as he patted his son's shoulders. "You suffered a lot," Maxwell said as he looked at his son's golden eyes, brimming with the thoughts of revenge. "Now, tell me, what can I do for you? I know that I haven't been a good father because I wasn't there when you needed me the most. However, if there is something I can do for you, just say the word. As long as it is within my ability, I will make it happen." William knew that Maxwell wasn't just saying these words to make him feel better. He could tell that his father was serious, and wanted to make up for the years that he hadn't been by his side. "Actually, there is a favor that I'd like to ask you, Father," William said. "But, doing this might not make Mother happy." Maxwell crossed his arms over his chest. He could tell that whatever William was planning to do wasn't good if he was telling him that his wife, Arwen, wouldn't like it. "I'll hear you out first," Maxwell said with his arms crossed. "Even if Arwen doesn't like it, as long as I think that it will be useful to you, I will make it happen." After hearing his father's words, William told him about his plans for the elves and the Silvermoon continent without leaving anything out. Maxwell didn't say anything, but after his son finished his explanation, he sighed internally. William was right when he said that Arwen wouldn't like it. What the black-haired teenager was trying to do was to force the entire elven race to make a decision. A decision whose answer would only work in his son's favor. "You're right," Maxwell said in a helpless voice. "Arwen wouldn't like this." William nodded in agreement, but he had no intention of turning back. Even if Maxwell didn't support him, he would still make it happen. All for the sake of his vengeance. Chapter 1155, Have you not slept enough? Are you sure about this? Maxwell asked. "Very well, I need to prepare on my end. Give me an hour." "Understood. Thank you, Father." "Don't thank me. What I need you to do is prevent your mother from going ballistic and blaming me for listening to your request." William chuckled because a part of him wanted to see how his mother would go ballistic after his plan came to fruition. Although he felt sorry for his mother, he had already made a decision, and would not change his mind even if it was her. A moment later, William opened his eyes as he pulled his hand back from the trunk of the World Tree. Arwen looked at him with a smile because she could tell that William was able to communicate with his father, even if only for a brief period of time. "Mother, can you show me the way to the springs of life?" William asked. "There is someone I need to see there." Arwen's smile widened and gave William a playful wink after hearing his request. "I'd be happy to," Arwen replied with a glint in her eye. She looked like someone who was about to matchmake her son to her neighbor's daughter. "You know, I've always wanted to have a grandchild. I think it is about time you give me one." "No. It just so happens that I have one good candidate for you." "Don't worry, you'll be meeting her soon enough." Arwen excitedly grabbed hold of William's hand as she dragged him towards the entrance that led to the underground pathway that would lead them to the springs of life that nourished the roots of the World Tree. The corner of William's lips twitched after hearing Arwen's request. He made a mental note to not let his grandpa, James, and his mother meet because the two would definitely get along and join forces to ensure that William would start making babies for their sake. "Arwen, can we have a chat with your son?" The Elven King, Rydell, said in a respectful tone as he called out to the Saintess who was currently dragging her son away. "It will not take long, I assure you." Arwen stopped walking and glanced at the Elven King before shifting her gaze to her son. William gave the Elven King a sidelong glance before giving his reply. "We can talk later," William replied. "Don't worry, I don't plan on leaving the Silvermoon continent anytime soon. We have all the time in the world to talk, Your Majesty." William said these words in a teasing tone, mixed with sarcasm. Clearly, he didn't think too highly of the Elven King, especially after what happened in the southern continent. The only reason why he bothered to reply was because he could tell that Arwen and the Elven King were not in conflict with each other. Since that was the case, he wouldn't antagonize him too much, so that his mother wouldn't feel conflicted. "I see," Rydell replied as he decided to take a step back. Thank you for hearing me out. The Elven King could tell from William's stance that he didn't want to be distracted from whatever he was going to do. Right now, he didn't want to offend the young man, so he decided to just wait for him until he returned. Arwen didn't talk again until they had entered the path that led them underground. Just as William had guessed, she and the Elven King had an amicable relationship with each other. This was also why she had accepted Princess Éowyn to become her disciple. After walking for several minutes, they finally arrived at their destination. Well then, I guess I will leave you two young ones to talk, Arwen said in a playful tone. Don't be shy, okay? That girl is my disciple, and she's just a year older than you. I don't mind if you give me 5 or 6 grandkids. I promise to take good care of them for you. After saying those mischievous parting words, the beautiful elf patted her son's shoulders and gave him a thumbs up before going back to the surface. William could only shake his head helplessly as he stepped into the spring. He had already seen the person he wanted to meet, but the latter was submerged under the water. Her long blonde hair was scattered around her, and no matter how careful William was to not step on it, he found this quite a difficult task. In the end, he decided to just float on the water's surface, so he wouldn't step on her hair. Back when he was still in Midgard, the blonde elf didn't like it when others did something with her hair without her permission. She could be quite petty at times and would always hang William upside down whenever he did something she didn't like. All you do is sleep, William stated as he looked at the beautiful elf that was submerged underwater. Have you not slept enough? As if in reply to his words, the delicate body that was under the water started to float towards the surface of the spring. The water droplets slid down the sides of her face, until none were left. Her white and wet dress hung to her skin tightly, revealing the curves of her body, which reminded William of the stubborn beauty whom he held in his loving arms a lifetime ago. The black-haired teenager reached out to caress the side of the elf's face, and gave it a light pinch. It has been a while, Acedia, William said softly. I missed you. The blonde beauty slowly opened her eyes and gave William a reproachful look before closing them again, which made the half-elf chuckle. William slowly descended in the water until his feet hit the ground. The water reached up to his chest, and drenched his clothes completely, but he didn't mind. The half-elf then hugged the beautiful elf and closed his eyes. The memories of his past life flooded inside his mind. Truth be told, he felt very guilty because he wasn't able to keep his promise to her due to his untimely death in the war that happened in Midgard. The blonde beauty didn't move, and simply allowed William to hug her. Since the half-elf's eyes were closed, he didn't notice the single tear that slid from the corner of her eye. After thousands of years, the two of them had finally reunited and, perhaps this time around, they would never be parted ever again. Chapter 1156, LL back soon. Acedia's head rested on William's legs, as the latter lightly patted her head. They were still in the spring of life, and William was not in a hurry to return to the surface and deal with the Elven King, or any of the other members of the Elven race who had come to negotiate with him. For the black-haired teenager, what the Elven race thought, or wanted, was of no concern to him. The only things he cared about were the people that were important to him. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to keep my promise, William said as he placed his left hand on top of Acedia's hands, which were resting on her abdomen. I died before I could return to your side. After that, I gradually forgot about you when I started to live my life as an Aenarion. The blonde beauty didn't reply and simply continued to sleep, while William lightly brushed her hair with his hands. Although his touch was a bit cold, she could feel the warmth in his voice as he talked to her about the past. Also, during my last moments, I'm glad that I was able to see you again, William stated. Dying in your arms as Asgard burned around us was something I will never forget. Thank you for coming to see me one last time. If you didn't do that, you might not have died with me back then. Acedia didn't reply, but her hair moved to form a hand, which lightly patted William's head, as if telling him that she was fine with dying by his side. Sometimes, I wonder, William muttered. If Truck-kun didn't hit me back then when I was about to choose a world to reincarnate to, would I still have met all of you again? On the way to the Silvermoon continent, William had a few days to think about random thoughts, and the one thing that particularly caught his attention was when he was born in Hestia. If Truck-kun didn't appear, he would have definitely stepped into the silver portal, which would have taken him to a different world. If he had reincarnated in that place, the chances of meeting Wendy, Ash, Chiffon, Princess Aila, and Acedia would have not been possible. Everything started at that point in time. Perhaps, Fate played a crucial role in making him meet his past wives, and lovers in a world that was quite different from the one he expected it to be. Acedia didn't know who Truck Kun was, or what William was mumbling about. All she knew was that the black-haired teenager had come to find her, and it made her feel warm inside. William stopped talking, and simply pampered the blonde beauty that was sleeping peacefully by his side. After a while, he felt like teasing her, so he lightly tickled her elven ears, trying to get a reaction from her. As if annoyed by what he was doing, Acedia opened her eyes and glared at the half-elf, which forced William to stop teasing her. "Fine," William said as he placed his right hand on the back of Acedia's head before he stopped floating on top of the water. A few seconds later, William was once again standing on the ground as he held the blonde beauty in his arms. William then lowered his head and kissed Acedia's lips, which made the latter close her eyes once more. The half-elf kissed her softly. It wasn't the strong and passionate kiss in which he intertwined his tongue with hers. It was just a kiss on the lips, which conveyed his pent-up feelings for her. Acedia gladly accepted William's kiss, and kissed him back, albeit it was a bit clumsy. Peck after peck, the two kissed until William reluctantly pulled back. However, Acedia still hadn't had enough and used her hair to hold the back of the black-haired teenager's head and pulled him down to kiss her again. "You're hopeless," William said helplessly as he kissed the sleeping beauty who refused to let him go. 5 minutes later, the half-elf pulled back and kissed Acedia's forehead one last time before holding her in place. "Acedia, I have a favor to ask," William stated. "Did you know that Ash, Sidoni, and Chiffon died?" Acedia opened her eyes and lightly shook her head. After sacrificing the homunculus vessel that Arwen had made for her in the demon realm, she had fallen into a deep sleep, and only woken up a day ago. "Ahriman killed them," William said. "In order to preserve their bodies, Ella encased them in blocks of ice. However, that will not be enough. The wounds they received from the god of darkness and chaos contain his vile powers, which will slowly corrupt their bodies, turning them into shadow warriors. In order to prevent that, I will need the power of the spring of life to cleanse the corruption, as well as nourish their bodies. Will you watch over them in the springs of life, while I handle some matters on the surface?" Acedia didn't hesitate and nodded her head. She knew how much William loved his wives, so she would look after their bodies while he was away. As soon as he received Acedia's permission, William summoned the 3 blocks of ice from his thousand-beast domain. He then pressed his hands on the block of ice that imprisoned his wife, Ash, and broke it apart with his powers. Soon, Ash's body, which still had a gaping wound in her chest, fell into William's embrace. The half-elf then gently placed her on the surface of the spring of life and kissed her lips, before letting her submerge fully into the water. The corruption of her wound, that was tainted with a black color, slowly dissipated in the spring waters, until it disappeared completely. The wound in Ash's chest also recovered at an incredible rate, proving how strong the regeneration ability of the spring of life was. After 2 minutes, Ash's body laid at the bottom of the spring, as if she was just sleeping. A faint light shone in the black obsidian gem on William's chest, and the black-haired teenager then felt a sadness that he thought that he had completely forgotten. The next one he placed on the spring's waters was Chiffon. His pink-haired wife, who liked to be cuddled every night, lay stiffly in his arms. The sadness that William felt made his heart ache as he kissed her adorable lips, which were now colder than his own. He watched as her small and delicate body was submerged into the water. The wounds on her chest also regenerated, as her body was nourished by the spring. Last, but not the least, William held his wife Princess Sidoni. The most beautiful lady in the southern continent, who had asked him to give her his babies, had a pained look on her face. Clearly, before she died, she was subjected to intense pain, which made her have this kind of expression. William kissed her lips and lightly caressed the side of his face as he slowly submerged her in the spring waters. A moment later, the pained expression disappeared, and was replaced by a calmness that he rarely saw on the beautiful princess's face. "I'll protect them." The black-haired teenager raised his head to look at Acedia, who had stood up from the water. She gazed down on the 3 ladies that William had married with a tender gaze. "Thank you," William replied. He knew that Acedia would truly protect his wives' bodies with her life. William then walked towards Acedia and hugged her. "I have to go," William whispered as he hugged her tighter. "I will come back later." "Okay," Acedia replied as she rose on tiptoes to kiss William's lips. The kiss did not last more than 5 seconds, but it was enough for the blonde beauty to assure William that everything would be fine. "Smile," Acedia smiled as he cupped William's face. The world is not ending just yet. William smiled faintly as he nodded his head. Good night, Acedia. William kissed her lips one last time before he gently placed her in the water to sleep beside his wives. A minute later, William stared at the 4 beautiful ladies that were lying in the spring of life. Each one of them loved him, and he loved them just as much. I'll be back soon, William said as he turned to walk back towards the entrance. He didn't look back, because he was afraid that if he did, he might not be able to bear parting with his wives. The part of his soul that was still free from corruption was making him feel a great sadness that he was unable to brush away, even if he was now the Prince of Darkness. Soon, the glow in the obsidian gem on William's chest faded. The pain also slowly disappeared, and was replaced by a coldness that permeated William's entire body. Now that the bodies of his wives were in safe hands, he could now focus on his revenge against the heir of darkness, who had started his invasion of the Central Continent. Chapter 1157. Defy me, and L will make you regret LT for eternity. The moment William returned to the surface, Arwen took him to a small clearing within the sacred grove where the important people of the Silvermoon continent gathered. You see that no good, middle-aged elf over there? Arwen asked as she pointed to the elf that was seated closest to them at the round table. That is your grandfather, Aenarion. He was the head of the Elven Council till an hour ago before he resigned from his position. Don't mind him too much, he's not too important, and is just about good enough to be a side character. Aenarion, who heard his own daughter disparage him, didn't know if he should laugh or cry at Arwen's audacity. For the time being, he just smiled and waved at William, which the latter acknowledged with a nod. Mother, even side characters have roles to play, William replied. Don't belittle grandfather, even if he is just a side character. Relax, even if he is a side character, he is still family. I won't treat him any less even though he is a no-good grandfather. As expected of my son, you really inherited all my good genes. The Elven King, as well as the other important elves in the Silvermoon continent glanced at Aenarion, who was doing his best to keep the smile on his face. The mother and son pair had made sure to say that he was just a side character thrice, which made his heart weep bitter tears. William scanned the faces of everyone in the clearing before making a gesture for Charmaine to come to his side. The pretty elf who also served as William's personal maid obediently followed her master's orders and stood beside him. Charmaine, if you wish to speak to your sister, you can do it. I don't mind, William whispered. There is also a chance that she might accompany us in our journey, so it would be best to patch up your relationship with her. In the end, Pearl is still your sister. Just like me, she is still part of your family. Understood, Master, Charmaine replied as she bowed her head respectfully to William. I will talk to my sister, and do my best to brainwash her to become Master's concubine as well. William blinked in confusion because Charmaine's response wasn't the one he was expecting. That is not what I am asking you to do, William said. However, before William could even continue his words, Charmaine cut him off and immediately told him about her plans. Don't worry, Master, Charmaine replied with words filled with assurance. I will be discreet and apply aphrodisiac to her food and drinks before tying her up with a red ribbon and tossing her in the Master's room to be enjoyed at a later time. Arwen, who was listening to the side, reached out to hold Charmaine's arm as she looked at her with a serious expression on her face. Young lady, my son is not a vicious wolf who will eat any young lady he sees, Arwen said with a look of disapproval. But, seeing how pretty your sister is, I will make an exception. Make sure to strip your sister butt naked before tossing her into my son's bed. Men are weak to beautiful, naked, ladies. I know because my husband is the same. He was unable to take his eyes off me when he peeked at me while I was taking a bath. Charmaine held Arwen's hand firmly as she looked at the Saintess with respect and admiration. Mother-in-law, allow me to introduce myself again to you. My name is Charmaine, and I am now Lord Williams's concubine, Charmaine said with a blush. I will do my best to give birth to your grandchildren. How many do you want to have? Arwen lightly squeezed Charmaine's hand as she looked at the pretty elf with a fervent gaze. Girl, you are good. I expect you to give me 2 to 3 healthy grandkids after a few years. Don't let me down, okay? Why yes, I will do my best, mother-in-law. Now, go get your sister. The more the merrier. As you wish, my lady. William pretended that he didn't hear the two ladies' conversation as he walked towards the seat of honor, which was on a raised platform, overlooking the other officials of the Silvermoon continent. Truth be told, the seat of honor was where his mother would sit during conferences. Within the sacred grove, her authority was higher than the elven kings, as well as the head of the councils. This proved how important the Saintess was to the elves, and through her, they would be able to communicate with the world tree that granted its blessings to their entire race. The moment William appeared in the clearing, all the elves that were seated stood up. They watched as he walked with steady steps towards Arwen's chair that held the seat of authority within the sacred grove. Even after the black-haired teenager sat on the chair, all of them remained standing. William was radiating an authority that was no less than the Elven King, which made the high-ranking officials feel anxious. "Everyone, please sit," William ordered after looking at the elves who were looking at him with grim faces. "Relax, I don't bite. I just kill people when I'm annoyed." William smiled as he crossed his right leg over his left leg, and rested the side of his face on his closed fist. The elves sat one by one as they stared at the Prince of Darkness, who was said to be the one to cover the entire world in darkness. "So, why are all of you here?" William asked in a teasing tone. "Surely, all of you didn't come here to just look at my handsome face, right?" Aenarion smiled because his grandson's dominating presence reminded him of the Dungeon Conqueror who had asked for his daughter's hand in marriage almost 2 decades ago. Rydell, the king of the elves, stood up and stared at William with a calm gaze. "On behalf of my people, I have come to ask what His Excellency wished to do in the Silvermoon continent," Rydell said. "If it is something that we can do, then we are willing to offer you our assistance." William smirked as he gazed at the Elven King, who was looking at him with a calm expression on his face. "The heir of darkness and I cannot coexist under the same sky," William replied. "What I want from all of you is to fight him with all of your hearts. Can you do that?" Rydell nodded his head. "Actually, before His Excellency even came to our lands, we were already planning to do just that. We even sent over 1,000 elite elven warriors to the Amberfang fortress to resist the demon's invasion." "I know," William replied. "But your response is pretty lukewarm. Only over 1,000 elite warriors. The other kingdoms and empires have sent hundreds of thousands of soldiers to support the Amberfang fortress, as well as the Alliance's main army in the central continent." Well, not that it really mattered, since Felix had used a backdoor to appear in the southwestern regions of the central continent anyway. The Alliance is now moving their forces to stop his advance, even as we speak. Rydell wasn't able to refute William's words because what he said was correct. In order to show that the Silvermoon continent was on the same page as the Alliance, he had sent around 2,000 troops to help defend the Amberfang fortress from the demon invasion. Most of the elven elites were still in the Silvermoon continent and manning their borders. Their goal was to fight against the heir and the Prince of Darkness and prevent them from advancing deep into the elven lands. However, for some reason, William was able to sneak past their defenses without their notice, which led to the current situation, making the king, as well as the Elven Council, feel helpless. "We will put more effort in assisting His Excellency to win against the heir of darkness," Rydell said as he slightly bowed his head. "This time, we will give it our best and not hold back." William chuckled after hearing Rydell's response. He knew that the king only meant half of what he said. The black-haired teenager knew what the king and the Elven Council were thinking. They would watch as he and Felix fought against each other until their forces had diminished, giving them the opportunity to go for the kill. Unfortunately for them, William wasn't stupid, and had already formed a plan in order to make all of the elves submit to his will. "As it should be," William said in a teasing tone. "All of you will do your best and fight for me, right?" "Of course, Your Excellency. As long as we all fight side by side, that heir of darkness is not a match against us. He is just a pig waiting to be slaughtered." "Agreed. This war is as good as won." One by one, all the elven elders showed their support to William's cause, which made the half-elf chuckle internally. "I am very happy to see that all of you are very enthusiastic," William commented. "By the way, all of you look good in black." Rydell and the rest of the elves frowned because they didn't understand what the half-elf was saying. A moment later, a loud scream broke everyone out of their daze. All the elves looked in the direction of one of the elf women who was part of the Elven Council. "No, don't look at me," the woman cried out in fear as she tried to cover her face with her hands. Rydell, Aenarion, as well as the rest of the Elven Council shuddered when they saw that the elf woman's skin color had turned completely black. But it was not just her. It took a few more seconds for everyone to realize that every one of their skin's color had turned completely black, and their hair had changed to a silver color. Drows, Rydell gasped as he looked at his hands, which were now as black as coal. Why, Your Excellency, what is the meaning of this? William, who was watching the scene in front of him with a devilish smile on his face, only chuckled after hearing Rydell's question. Don't worry, those who seriously fight for my cause will have their skin color reverted to what it once was, William said casually. The half-elf knew that elves prided themselves for their bloodline and the superiority of their race. They hated the drows because they thought of them as their complete opposite. Cruel, sadistic, and treacherous, these were the qualities that the elves hated the most. For them to become the very existence that they hated, had given a great blow to their pride, which made them feel fearful. It was at that moment when William's voice spread across the entire Silvermoon continent as he made an announcement. Those who will fight for me will return to their original appearances, and those who don't will remain drows for eternity, William declared. Don't worry, I am not that evil and spared the young from this fate. However, that can still change depending on my mood. So, if you don't want your children, the next generation of Silvermoon elves, to become drows, you better fight with everything you have. William had left a brand of darkness on the world tree so that he could communicate directly to Maxwell. His father had told him that his preparation was complete and was only waiting for the black-haired teenager to give him the signal to start. After the half-elf gave the go-ahead, the transformation of all the elves in the Silvermoon continent had begun. Of course, there were a few exceptions. Acedia, Arwen, Aenarion, Princess Eowyn, Pearl, the children, as well as William's family in the Silvermoon continent were unaffected by the change. They had retained their essences as elves, while the rest of the population slowly transformed into drows. Screams of panic and fear reverberated in many places across the Silvermoon continent as the elves looked at the changes that were happening to their bodies. You only have one chance at salvation. William's words spread across the entire land as if he was offering them an olive branch to turn the entire situation around. Fight for me, and I will give you salvation. Defy me, and I will make you regret it for eternity. I have given all of you a choice. If you don't like it, then all of you can just stay drows forever. The black-haired teenager then raised his hand, compelling all the newly transformed drows in the sacred grove to stand. He then placed his hand down, and everyone knelt in front of him without even uttering a word of complaint. Rydell and the elders of the council knew that William was dead serious. With such an overbearing method to compel them to fight for this side, they didn't have any leeway to take the matter lightly. Either way, all of them were doomed to follow his orders, or suffer damnation for eternity. In the end, they had no other choice but to swear their allegiance to him. All the elves knew that once William gave the order to march to war, there would be no turning back for any of them. Surprisingly, Arwen's expression remained calm even after he saw the transformation of the elves around her. She had recognized the 3 drows that escorted William to the sacred grove, and knew that they were once part of the Elven Council. The Saintess already understood that her son didn't come to the Silvermoon continent just to see her. Arwen knew that no elf could escape the curse that William had unleashed upon them until this war between him and the heir of darkness was over. And so it begins, Arwen muttered as she sighed in her heart. In the end, people will not be judged by the darkness they lived in, but by the light they rejected. Chapter 1158, Sister, we meet again. The entire Silvermoon continent was in upheaval as everyone, with the exception of those who were below the age of 18, all turned into drows. William didn't even spare the members of the royal family, with the exception of Princess Eowyn and her protector, Pearl. Only those that were important to him, like his family on his mother's side, Acedia, his Valkyries, and the elves who were stationed in the Amberfang fortress were spared of the curse that William had placed on the elven race. As William sat in the seat of honor, a smirk appeared on his face as he gazed at the panicked expressions of the high-ranking elves in front of him. He knew that this was something that they would want to reverse at all costs, so they had no choice but to submit to him, or risk eternal damnation. Your Majesty, make sure to send your messengers to every corner of the Silvermoon continent to pass on my message, William ordered. I will give all of you exactly 1 month to make preparations for war. Those who choose not to participate in this fight can forget about reverting back to their true forms. They will stay as drows forever. Everyone? Rydell asked in surprise. Even the non-combatants? Yes, William replied with a smile. Even the non-combatants have their uses. For example, they can help carry the army's supplies or help the wounded. They can also be in charge of kitchen duties, as well as other miscellaneous chores that the army needs done. In short, I want all able-bodied men and women to prepare for war. There will be no exceptions. Of course, they can remain here if they want. I will not force them, but you already know what that means, right? William's cold and domineering voice reverberated in the surroundings, making some of the elven patriarchs shudder. Then, what about the children? Rydell asked. Who will care for them while everyone is away? William sneered. What about them? When the southern continent was invaded, and all the adults were turned into crystal statues, what do you think happened to the children they left behind? Actually, you guys are lucky. When the war started in my homeland, it happened suddenly without any warnings. No one was able to prepare for the calamity that followed. Many children died of starvation, in addition to being subjected to the merciless killing of the elven race. Don't you think I am being very merciful enough, Your Majesty? I even gave you a month to ensure that your children will be able to survive even while their parents are away. The half-elf then shifted his attention to Princess Éowyn, whose face had turned pale the moment William made eye contact with her. How about you delegate Princess Éowyn to be the person in charge to take care of the elf children? William smiled mischievously. I'm sure that she gained plenty of experience while in the southern continent. She will be able to do it just fine. In truth, this was also part of William's plan. Even without the king's orders, he would assign Princess Éowyn as the leader of the young generation and have her take care of the elves that were left behind. He couldn't be too cruel with the treatment of the young elves because his mother, and Acedia, were still elves. For their sake, he was willing to compromise, and not damn the entire race to oblivion. The king as well as the elders stared hatefully at William, but none of them dared to berate him out loud. Seeing their reactions, the half-elf couldn't help but chuckle because these were the just desserts that they deserved for turning a blind eye on what happened in the southern continent. Arwen kept silent the entire time. Although she didn't like what William did to her race, this was not the right time and place to confront him about it. She would definitely talk to him, and complain in private. Something she would never do in front of the other elves, in case they thought that they could use her to oppose the black-haired teenager who was hell-bent on getting his revenge. I am a busy person, so if you will excuse me, I will take my leave, William said as he stood up from his chair. Also, feel free to collude with Felix and overthrow me. The moment you do, I will burn the world tree to the ground, and make all of you understand what it means to taste true despair. The black-haired teenager walked away without giving the king, or his entourage, a backward glance. Arwen followed behind him, while Charmaine stayed behind. She still planned to talk to Pearl because her master had told her that Pearl might be joining them soon. Since that was the case, she would make sure that her sister had a smooth transition in her allegiance. Just like her master said, Pearl was still her sister. What William didn't know was that Charmaine and Pearl no longer had parents, and had to rely on each other to survive. However, after meeting William, Charmaine no longer felt like she lacked anything in her life. She had food, shelter, friends, as well as a master who treated her kindly. If possible, she wanted her sister to understand this. But, knowing Pearl, it would still take some time for her to accept that William was the ideal person to serve under the heavens. Sister, we meet again, Charmaine said as she walked towards her sister who was beside Princess Éowyn. William's personal maid didn't even bow to the Elven King, and completely ignored his existence. In her mind, even Rydell had no choice but to bow to her master. Since that was the case, she didn't find any reason to go out of her way to show respect to the Elven King, whose current status was lower than hers. Charmaine. Pearl looked at her sister with a complicated gaze. What do you want? I just want to talk in private. Do you have time? Is it important? Charmaine crossed her hands over her chest as she looked at her older sister with amusement. Is talking to your sister not important? Charmaine asked back with a smile. Or, do you not think of me as a sister anymore? Of course I still think of you as a sister, even though you've been brainwashed by that bastard. Oh, that's true, I have indeed been brainwashed by him. Charmaine nodded in acknowledgement, which made Pearl look at her in shock. Why, you know that you've been brainwashed? Pearl asked with a serious expression on her face. Yes, Charmaine answered, I've recovered all of my memories. Perhaps out of guilt, William had told Charmaine, along with the other elves, that they had been brainwashed several months ago. The half-elf even showed them the memories that had been sealed away by the arcane spectral lich in order to make them submit to the half-elf whom they hated. When Charmaine and the other elves regained their true memories, in addition to their feelings, they felt angry. Although they held a grudge against William, it wasn't as intense as the hate they felt towards the arcane spectral lich that had taken their precious memories away from them. In the end, William had given them the option to return to their homelands. Since all of them were still chaste maidens, they could start anew and live their lives without being looked down upon by their race as William's used goods. Surprisingly, all of them decided to stay with William in the Thousand Beast domain. They still remembered how William cared for them and treated them with respect. Aside from drinking their blood, the half-elf hadn't done anything else. Also, they had already gotten used to their current lifestyle. After serving William for a few years, they finally understood the kind of person that had been able to defeat them back in the southern continent. "Here is a communication crystal," Charmaine said as she handed Pearl a red gem that William had given her. "You can talk to me directly using this artifact. Just remember that I may or may not reply if I am busy doing my duties. Also, it was nice to see you again, big sister." Charmaine smiled before turning around to follow her master. She knew that Pearl would contact her sooner or later. "Sister, I am doing this for your sake," Charmaine said as a portal opened in front of her. "I just hope that you think twice before it is too late." Chapter 1159. You want me to get that lazy bum pregnant? Don't you think you went too far? Arwen asked as she sat in front of William. "No," William replied, "I can always do something worse." Arwen sighed as she sipped the tea that Charmaine had prepared for her. They were currently inside Arwen's personal villa within the sacred grove. This was where she stayed whenever she wasn't doing her duties as the Saintess of the World Tree. "Did you already have this idea in mind when you talked to your father earlier?" "No, actually, this was father's idea. I even tried to convince him that this wasn't the best course of action, but he insisted on doing it. It's not my fault. That damn bastard." Arwen angrily slapped the armrest of her chair. "I'm going to give him a good nagging later." "Yes, please, give him a good nagging. He actually dared to think of such a diabolical scheme. I couldn't even think of something this vile. Mother, it's all father's fault." "Don't worry, I will seek justice for your sake." William nodded as if to agree with his mother's words. If not for the fact that Maxwell was currently in a deep sleep after lending his aid to his son, the ex-Dungeon Conqueror would have definitely used one of the roots of the World Tree to slap his son for being a big, fat, liar. The half-elf chuckled in his heart as he imagined how his father would receive a tongue lashing from his mother without even getting the opportunity to explain his side of the story. "Mother, Princess Éowyn will not be able to handle the task of taking care of the children on her own," William said. "As the Saintess, you should also lend your hand in calming them. Quote. Is this your payback for me not having wiped your bum when you were young?" Arwen inquired as she looked at William with a face filled with injustice. "You're leaving me to clean up this mess for you?" "Yes," William answered with a smile. "Please, do your best, mother. I plan to leave a lot of messes." Arwen snorted. "The only mess that I will accept you leaving are my grandchildren. Acedia is always sleeping. She's so lazy that even making her talk is a Herculean task. However, I'm sure that even in her laziness, she would be an ideal candidate to conceive your child. No. Her body is also being nourished by the World Tree, and is always fertile. You just need to do it once, and I'll take care of the rest." William sipped his tea before placing it on top of the table. "You want me to get that lazy bum pregnant?" "Yes, even if she's asleep, my grandchild would still grow in her belly. She didn't even need to eat because the spring of life provides her body with the nutrients she needs. Between the two of us, I'm sure that the child that would grow in her belly would have a very powerful life force. Perhaps, he or she will even become a prominent figure like a priest or an oracle when they grow up. I'll think about it." For some reason, Arwen's words sounded quite convincing. Since all Acedia did was sleep all day long, letting her give birth to his child might be a good idea. "Well, I'll just ask her later," William thought as he finished drinking his tea. "If she doesn't reject the idea, then I guess we can have mother perform our wedding." Arwen was the Saintess of the World Tree, and had enough authority to conduct weddings. However, she didn't do it for everyone, and only those whom she deemed worthy of her blessings would be given the opportunity to have her as the master of ceremony. "Let's put aside the talk about my grandchildren for the time being," Arwen said as she changed the topic of their discussion. "Tell me about your plans here in the Silvermoon continent." William nodded as he placed his cup on top of the table. "Mother, do you know about me being the Dungeon Conqueror?" William inquired. Arwen didn't answer right away, as if she was organizing her thoughts before giving William an answer. I had a hunch that Maxwell would pass the profession to you one way or the other, Arwen said after a few minutes had passed. However, I didn't have the evidence to back it up. The power of the Dungeon Conqueror was something that many coveted. It is a power that could potentially overthrow any ruling faction, not only in the Silvermoon continent, but in the entire world. The Saintess then looked at her son with a complicated gaze because she now understood how the black-haired teenager was able to have pseudo-gods serving by his side. Her husband, Maxwell, had once told her that his greatest wish was to capture the dungeons that were found inside the Forbidden Grounds. No dungeon conquerors had been able to conquer these forbidden domains, even though they already had armies of monsters that were more than enough to conquer any empire they wanted. It was every conqueror's dream to conquer the unconquerable. Maxwell, as well as the former dungeon conquerors, had set the Forbidden Grounds as their final conquest during their lifetime. Will, are you planning to go to Hyperborea? Arwen asked. Her gaze never left her son's face, as if looking for any traces of hesitation in his eyes. He had no intention of lying to his mother because he needed her help to take care of the matters in the Silvermoon continent while he was busy conquering the forbidden domain of Hyperborea. When are you going to leave? 2 days from now. Arwen nodded as she stood up to give William a hug. Be careful. I will, Mother, William replied. Also, while I am away, please look after the bodies of my wives. I left them in Acedia's care in the spring of life. Arwen immediately pulled back as she looked at William in surprise. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Arwen immediately walked towards the door as if she was in a hurry. I have to see my daughter-in-laws at all costs. Acedia may be lazy, but this is the first time that she's had company. Who knows what she might have done to those poor girls? I hope she didn't tie them up to one of the roots of the world tree. William stared at his hurrying mother with a frown. Acedia wouldn't do something as childish as that, right? William muttered as he lifted the cup of tea on the table, but paused midway. On second thought, she might just do that. William stood up as he also left the villa in order to check on the bodies of his wives. Although she trusted Acedia, the sleepy elf had a bad habit of playing pranks whenever she had the chance, when they were still together in the lands of Alfheim. Charmaine watched her master go with a smile. Although William had a calm expression on his face, she had seen the faint trace of worry in his eyes, which made the pretty elf feel warmth inside her heart. Master, your heart is still alive, Charmaine mused as the door closed in front of her. William might act cold and aloof in front of others, but behind closed doors, he would do his best to make them happy, despite the coldness that permeated from his entire body. During those times, Charmaine felt how deeply he cared about the woman that loved him, and found herself blessed that she was now one of those women whom William cherished with his darkness-stained heart. Chapter 1160. I'll come back as soon as I'll conquer Hyperborea. When William and Arwen arrived at the Springs of Life, they saw the lazy bum hugging a pink-haired girl in her arms, using her as a hug pillow. Arwen pressed her hand over her forehead while muttering, I knew it, while the half-elf looked at this scene with a calm expression on her face. Seeing the peaceful sleeping Acedia, with his wife, Chiffon in her arms, reminded him of the time when his wives were still alive. Princess Sidonie and Ash would usually do the same because Chiffon's body was so soft and small, which makes her the ideal hug pillow. The pink-haired girl didn't mind being treated this way because she liked to be hugged and cuddled. It was as if she longed for this kind of skinship with girls her age, and treated William's wives, and lovers, as her sisters. William was also guilty of doing the same on several occasions. Chiffon was simply too adorable, and too hard to resist, so every night she would always be hugged by either him or one of his wives. Acedia, let go of my daughter-in-law, Arwen pleaded as she walked into the waist-deep water to approach the girl that was sleeping underwater. Don't you know that I am also doing my best to make you my daughter-in-law? William might not like you if you treat his wives as your hug pillow. I don't particularly mind, William commented. But I do. Arwen looked at the adorable pink-haired girl and felt her heart breaking due to the fact that she had died saving William. Oh, I wish I had met you sooner. I would have loved to hold you in my arms. William smirked when he saw that even his own mother wasn't able to resist Chiffon's cuteness. He watched as the Saintess tried to gently peel Acedia's hold off her daughter-in-law, but the latter refused to budge. In the end, the half-elf had no choice to assure his mother that this was a normal thing in his household, so she shouldn't worry about Acedia's treatment of his wife. I'm sure that if Chiffon was alive, she wouldn't mind being held by Acedia as well, William said. It's fine, Mother. Let her hold her for a bit. I'm sure that she's just feeling lonely. After seeing that her son was really fine with how Acedia was treating his wife, Arwen no longer made a fuss and walked towards her other daughter-in-laws to take a closer look at them. I have to give it to you, Will, you have great taste in women. Arwen nodded her head in satisfaction as she looked at the two beautiful ladies who were submerged at the bottom of the spring. The Saintess then glanced at the lazy bum who was still hugging Chiffon before shifting her gaze to her son, who was calmly looking at Acedia. Well, Acedia is asleep most of the time, so she won't notice if you make babies with her, Arwen said with a smile. Well then, I'll leave the two of you alone for now, so make sure to let me see my grandchildren a year from now, okay? The Saintess then winked at her son before leaving the spring of life with a light chuckle. She didn't notice that the face of the blonde beauty, who was submerged underwater, had turned red after Arwen declared that William should make babies with her. Clearly, Arwen did that on purpose to tell Acedia that she got her seal of approval. William could only shake his head as he watched his mother leave the spring in a good mood. A few minutes later, when he was sure that Arwen was no longer around, he walked towards Acedia. A while later, William crouched down and submerged himself in the water. Breathing underwater was not a problem with him, and he didn't mind getting his clothes wet. The black-haired teenager was a firm believer that handsome men were not afraid to get wet. You heard her, William said as he laid beside Acedia and hugged her from behind. Mother has been telling me since a while ago that since you are a good-for-nothing that only knows how to sleep, should I just embrace you so that you can raise my child in your tummy, while I am away? What do you think? Acedia's long hair moved and wrapped itself around William's body before throwing him out of the spring of life. The half-elf gracefully landed on the ground and smiled at the blonde beauty's reaction to baby-making. I will leave in 2 days, William stated as he placed both of his hands behind his back. I don't know when I'll be back, but it should be in around a week or so. I'll come back as soon as I conquer Hyperborea. Until then, keep yourself and everyone safe. William then turned around to leave, but before he could even take 3 steps, a band of long, blonde hair wrapped itself around his waist and gently pulled. The half-elf didn't resist and allowed Acedia to pull him back to the water. When the half-elf was submerged on the water, Acedia opened his eyes slightly as she turned her head to look at William. The black-haired teenager lowered his head and kissed Acedia's lips because he was sure that this was why she had pulled him back into the water. Finally, after 10 minutes, the hair that wrapped itself around William's body brought him back to the shore. The half-elf glanced at the blushing beauty under the water before waving his hand to bid her goodbye. He knew that Acedia would protect his wives' bodies, so he could leave the spring of life without any worries. Well then, I guess I should have a long talk with the guardians of the Silvermoon continent before I leave this place, William muttered as he walked towards the surface. The guardians might have been intimidated by him, so they decided not to fight him. However, they were still tied to the Silvermoon continent, so they wouldn't turn a blind eye to what William had done to the elves. The black-haired teenager knew that he needed to sort things out with them, so that they could be added to his legion. Having a few demigods, and 2 pseudo-gods added to his roster would certainly create a deterrence that would make Felix, as well as the armies of the Central Continent, think twice before dealing with him. Chapter 1161, Ephemera's Suspicions. What? The Prince of Darkness is in the Silvermoon continent. Why do you look so happy, Lyra? The virtuous Lady of Temperance immediately removed the smile on her face, and replaced it with a serious one. You got it wrong, Lyra replied. I've been dying to get revenge on that bastard, but no one knew where he was. Now that I know his location, I'm going there to give him a piece of my mind. Oi, calm down, the virtuous Lady of Charity, Cherry, said as she held Lyra's hand and looked up at her with upturned eyes. Since she was just a little girl, she treated every one of the 7 virtues as her big sister, and everyone treated her like their little sister as well, including Celeste, who usually didn't mingle with the other virtues. You're right, I need to calm down, Lyra breathed deeply as she tried to calm her senses. I need to go to the Silvermoon continent in order to calm down. Knowing that the bastard is there doesn't put me at ease. The virtuous Lady of Faith, Melody, heaved a long and deep sigh as she looked at Lyra, who was seriously planning to go to the Silvermoon continent in order to meet the one that had captured her. Lyra, did you forget? We have a non-aggression pact treaty with him, Melody said. If you break the rules, we will become his slaves. I don't want to be that filthy man's slave. Lyra glared at Melody, which made the latter winced. For some reason, hearing her sister call William filthy ruffled her feathers. "See, calm down, okay. How about I go with you so we can beat him up together?" Melody stuttered after being subjected to Lyra's hate-filled glare. Wow, that's one scary glare. She must really hate that half-elf so much for her to stare at me as if she wanted to kill me. Ephemera, who was watching this scene from the side, could only shake her head helplessly. She knew that the reason why Lyra was glaring at Melody was because the latter had unknowingly touched her reverse scale, which made her look at her with killing intent. "Okay, everyone calm down." Ephemera decided to break up the tension in the air before Lyra did something stupid and blow her cover. "Melody is right, we signed a non-aggression pact with the Dark Prince, so we shouldn't antagonize him, or we might just end up becoming his slaves. Lyra, if you really wish to go to the Silvermoon continent, I'm coming with you. But, only if you promise to not make a scene." Lyra nodded. "Okay, I agree with your proposal." Just as the two were about to head out, they heard a strict voice, which almost made all the ladies jump up in fright. "And, who said the two of you could go?" The four virtuous ladies turned to their heads, to look at the Pope of the Holy Order walk in their direction with a solemn expression on her face. "The heir of darkness has already taken control of the kingdom of Zabia, and is moving to conquer the nearby territories," the Pope stated. "The Alliance has asked that we send our forces to the southwestern region of the continent in order to contain their advance. It would be unwise to have the two of you leave when the heir of darkness is still at large." Lyra understood what the Pope was trying to say, but she still wanted to see William. Because of this, she decided to try her luck and ask the Pope a question. "Then what about the Silvermoon continent?" Lyra asked. "The kingdom of Zabia is only a small kingdom. If you compare that to the entirety of the Silvermoon continent, then it is just like a drop in a bucket. Aren't we going to make any moves towards the Prince of Darkness?" The Pope frowned after hearing Lyra's words. However, she still stood her ground and gave her an answer. "The territory of the Alliance is in the central continent," the Pope replied. "None of them have the spare manpower to deal with the Prince of Darkness, who is a continent away. Aside from having a non-aggression treaty with that half-elf, we also know that he hates the heir of darkness more than anyone in the world. For now, the best plan is to let the two of them duke it out with each other. It will not be too late to deal with whoever remains between the two of them." Lyra nodded her head in understanding, but deep inside, she was cursing the Pope for even thinking of trying to take advantage of her prince. Fortunately, William didn't shoot his seed inside her ears, so her brain was still working properly. The virtuous Lady of Temperance knew what she should and should not do in regards to dealing with the matters of the Alliance. Naturally, she was on William's side, and would be more than happy to fight the heir of darkness for his sake. "So, when will we make our move?" Lyra asked as she clenched her fist. She was itching to decimate as many demons as she could to ensure that William would have the upper hand when he fought against Felix. The Pope gave the brown-haired beauty a knowing glance before giving her reply. "Soon. So, none of you are allowed to leave the Palace of Light." The four virtuous ladies watched the Pope walk away with various emotions swirling inside their heads. Ephemera, who was the most observant among all of the virtues, felt a nagging feeling at the back of her mind. "It can't be possible, right?" Ephemera thought as she looked at the back of the Pope that was moving farther away. If the Pope really wished to end the war sooner, she would have definitely mobilized all the forces of the Holy Order of Light, including the four pseudo-gods that had arrived from the heavens. Ephemera hoped that she was just overthinking things as she tossed the idea to the back of her mind. For some reason, she felt that the Pope wasn't that serious when it came to blocking Felix's advance in the central continent. It was as if she was planning to let the heir of darkness conquer more lands before they made a move. That way, their order could easily replace the various royal families that Felix killed during his conquest, and put one of their men in to act as their new ruler. By doing this, the influence of the Holy Order would expand, and they would obtain a bigger territory that would not be possible if the heir of darkness hadn't started his invasion on the lands in the central continent. Chapter 1162, Meeting with the Guardians of the Silvermoon Continent. On the outskirts of the sacred grove, William sat on a black throne with three beautiful ladies by his side. A flaming black bird was perched on top of the throne's backboard, and it eyed the guardians with a complicated expression in its eyes. Sephirin was once the strongest guardian of the Silvermoon continent. But now, it was just the black-haired teenager's subordinate, and it was fine with that. After knowing that there was a heaven above the heavens, it finally understood how laughable it was for thinking that it was the strongest existence in the world of Hestia. Now that it now had the power that exceeded its previous strength, it decided to swear its allegiance to William, who was treated as a special existence by its mistress. "Where is Drowham?" William asked as he looked at the guardians that he had summoned to meet with him. Myrandor sighed as he stared at the half-elf who was determined to make his comrades suffer. "Drowham doesn't want to meet with you currently," Myrandor replied. "But I will make sure that he knows about whatever happens in this meeting of ours." William smiled and nodded his head. Although his plan to make things difficult for the ancient golem was put on hold for the time being, he was still satisfied with having all the guardians assembled before him. "As you may already know, I am now the supreme overlord of the Silvermoon continent," William replied. "I'm sure that all of you have an idea why I gathered you here today, but in order to make things clear, I will tell you why so that there will be no misunderstandings in the future." The half-elf paused in order to give the guardians a breather before he continued his proposal. "Help me fight against Felix," William stated. "If you do that, I will drop my petty grudge, and no longer bother with any of you again. Also, after we win the war, I will remove the curse I placed on all the elves, and we can all call it quits." Myrandor rubbed its chin as it gazed at the black-haired teenager who sat confidently on his black throne. Although it knew that going against William was a bad idea, it still thought that the half-elf's proposal was too one-sided. "You admitted that your grudge is petty, and yet you expect us to fight for you just because you said so," Myrandor said. "Don't you think that's a bit too much?" William eyed the Ent King with a smile. He already expected that they would reject his proposal, so he wasn't surprised by Myrandor's reaction. "Okay, then tell me, what is it that you want in return for your servitude?" William asked. Myrandor quieted down after hearing William's reply. It didn't expect that the half-elf would take a step back in their discussion. He had expected that the black-haired teenager would not take no for an answer, and force them to become his subordinates by using threats or other methods to make them submit to him. "What's wrong?" William asked after 5 minutes had passed after he asked his question. "I am asking what you want in order to serve me faithfully." Myrandor glanced at his comrades before looking back at the half-elf who was waiting for his answer. "You already know that we don't want to submit to you," Myrandor replied. "Even if you ask us what we want, we have no answer to give you at the moment." William nodded before shifting his gaze to the other guardians who were eyeing him with a critical gaze. "Does he speak for all of you?" William asked. "Is there really nothing that you guys want to have in exchange for serving me faithfully?" None of the guardians answered because just like Myrandor, they couldn't think of anything that they wanted on the spot. Seeing all of their reactions, William decided to proceed with the plan B he had in mind as a compromise. He knew that Myrandor would rather die than serve under him, although he could kill the Ent King and corrupt its corpse afterwards to become his subordinate. He decided not to do that. He was looking at a bigger picture, and the Silvermoon continent was just a part of the goal he had in mind. "Okay, then let's compromise," William said. 2 days from now, I will be heading to the Forbidden Realm of Hyperborea. While I am away, all of you can think of what you want in return for serving me. I'm sure that all of you are aware that I can forcefully corrupt all of you to become my loyal slaves, but I have no intention of doing that. My mother is still the Saintess of the World Tree, and I'm sure that all of you have protected her in some form over the past few years. I admire that, so I've decided to respect your wishes and not forcefully turn you into mindless pawns. So, here is what we're going to do. While I am away, use that time to think of what you want to obtain. Although I am certain that Felix won't sneak attack the Silvermoon continent, while I am away, there is still a possibility, so I ask you to continue to carry out your duties to protect your domain. Lastly, you will prevent any members from the Holy Order of Light from entering the Sacred Grove, as well as the capital city of Mornenthias. That is all I will ask of you for now." Myrandor and the rest of the guardians all looked at William with surprise after hearing what he had to say. They could understand why they should protect their domain from the heir of darkness, but they didn't understand why he specifically asked them to stop the entrance of the members of the Holy Order into the Sacred Grove, as well as the capital city of the elves. Why should we stop the members of the Holy Order from coming to the Sacred Grove, as well as the capital city? Myrandor asked. They are our allies in the fight against the heir of darkness. William smirked as he lightly tapped the armrest of his throne. Myrandor, you are already so ancient, and yet, you still don't understand the hearts of people, William replied. The heir of darkness, and me, may be the greatest threats right now, but this also makes us the perfect camouflage for anything bad that happens at this period of time. I don't understand. Myrandor shook his head. What do you mean by that? It means that Felix and I are convenient pawns to be used when a certain organization causes trouble from the shadows, William answered. Since Felix and I are painted as black and evil, it will be very easy to frame us for everything. Tell me, Myrandor, do you really believe that the Holy Order is so righteous? I'm sure that for them, the current war is an ideal way to destabilize the current status quo of the central continent. William stood up from his throne and sneered at the Ent King, who was now starting to understand what he was trying to say. The world is a dangerous place to live, not because of the people who are evil, but because of the people who don't do anything about it, William commented as Astrape and Bronte held his arms. Myrandor, make sure that none of those hypocrites step foot in the Silvermoon continent while I am away, or the deal is off. I will no longer hold back and make sure that all of you understand what it means to fight against the Prince of Darkness. All of you don't want that to happen, right? The four pseudo-gods on William's side finally unleashed their auras in full, which made the Guardians, aside from Myrandor, feel great discomfort. Very well, I will agree to your condition, Myrandor replied. Before you return, the members of the Holy Order will be barred from entering the Silvermoon continent. William snorted before walking away. He had already said everything that needed to be said. The half-elf had compromised enough, and allowed the Guardians to keep their free will. But that didn't mean that he would not change his mind if they did something funny behind his back. The moment he returned from the lands of Hyperborea, the sooner he would start the final phase of his plan. There was one more dungeon that he needed to conquer before he fought against the Heir of Darkness, in addition to preparing an insurance for fighting against the Holy Order of Light. Atlantis, William thought as he stood on top of the black phoenix which flew in the direction of the sacred grove. He had long wanted to conquer this dungeon, but didn't have the necessary strength to do it. The final battlefield for the pseudo-god that could be found on its last floor was under the deepest parts of the ocean. Even with the four demigods by his side, he was still not confident that he could beat it. Sephirin was useless underwater, and although water would be a great conductor to lightning, the half-elf had a feeling that it wouldn't amount to much when facing against the final boss of the dungeon. Titania could probably assist everyone to fight to a stalemate, but a stalemate wasn't what William wanted. The black-haired teenager needed a power that would tilt the battle in his favor, and to do that, he needed to go to Hyperborea, the mythical land located beyond the North Wind. Chapter 1163. It's quite unfortunate that my bride escaped. A week after Felix had conquered the capital city of the Zabia kingdom. This is the life, Felix said as he sat on the throne of the king of Zabia. He had a very relaxed expression on his face, while his hands rested on top of the heads of the two beautiful princesses who were busy servicing him. They were the previous king's daughters, who had been captured by his subordinates. The princes had all been killed because Felix had no need for them. The princesses were spared because they were suitable bed warmers, while his forces continued to spread outwards. The two girls had already been soiled by Felix's darkness, and were already on the path of corruption. William could have easily done the same to Lyra and Ephemera, but he chose not to and allowed both the virtuous ladies to return to the Palace of Light in order to fight against Felix's forces that were currently expanding his foothold in the central continent. A moment later, Felix grunted, and the two princesses were showered with his seed. They looked at the green-haired demon in a daze as his essence covered their faces. A moment later, they lowered their heads and started to clean his shaft, in preparation for what was next to come. However, before Felix could proceed to embrace the two princesses, who had just finished cleaning his member, the doors of the throne room opened. Your Excellency, the last resistance of the Zabia kingdom has fallen. This kingdom now belongs to you, Felix's right-hand man reported. He kept his head bowed and didn't even spare a glance to the two ladies who were currently licking each other's face to clean the green-haired demon's mark from their faces. Very good, Felix replied. Where are the Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan? The two of them headed to the nearby Slovel kingdom in order to kill the reigning king, as well as the male members of the royal family. Perfect, I am in need of new bed warmers. Felix smirked as one of the princesses hugged his neck and straddled him, while the other princess took his right hand and used it to play with herself. Soon, the sound of depravity echoed within the throne room, while Felix's right-hand man remained kneeling with his head bowed. After seeing this scene over the past few days, he had already gotten used to it and no longer paid any mind to his master's new hobby. Where is the high priestess now? Is she still in the demon realm? Felix asked. Ahriman had prevented Eve from participating in the bloody conquest of the Zabia kingdom, and allowed her to remain in the demon continent, just a few miles away from the Amberfang fortress. The six-eared macaque, as well as the two demigods, El-Sibin and Mapangari, guarded her. With such a lineup, Joash, the Black Dragon, didn't dare to sneak attack the part of the demon army that chose to remain to protect their high priestess. The high priestess is still in the demon realm, the right-hand man reported. The main temple in this city is being cleaned up in preparation for her arrival. Felix snorted, but he didn't say anything else. Ahriman doted on Eve and allowed her to do as she pleased, on the condition that she didn't leave the demon army. Although he didn't want to admit it, the heir of darkness was quite jealous of the treatment that was being given to Eve. Still, he made no move to make things difficult for her because he knew that he would only be antagonizing not just one god, but two gods who had made the red-haired girl their priestess. Any movement from the alliance? Felix asked. Although he was confident that his current forces could overcome the disparity of numbers because of the pseudo-gods, he knew that he might still get pushed back if the full might of the central continent were to be pitted against him. Felix's right-hand man nodded his head. Their forces are now headed in our direction in an attempt to contain our expansion. However, because of the distance, it will take them at least a month before their main force reaches this kingdom. A sneer appeared on Felix's face after hearing his subordinate's report. A month was still a very long time, and if his forces continued to expand till that time, then it was possible to annex 3 more kingdoms, and possibly an empire as well. Have our spies said anything about the Holy Order? Felix inquired. They should have made their move by now. Felix's subordinate didn't answer right away because he was still organizing his thoughts on how to properly answer his master. The heir of darkness didn't mind waiting as he used his right hand to squeeze the breast of the princess that was using his hand to make herself feel good, until her face winced in pain. Eventually, Felix eased his hold on the tender breast that had now reddened due to his touch. Master, we still don't have any leads on where the Palace of Light is located, Felix's right-hand man answered after a few minutes. There have also been no sightings of any movements from the Templars of Light or their flying ships. We simply can't track their movements because their forces are covered in mystery. I see, Felix replied as he used his palm to slap the backside of the princess riding his lap, and pulled her closer to him. Tell the spies to be alert and report to me immediately if there are any changes in the Alliance's movements. Also, tell them to pay extra attention to any sightings of the flying ships of the Holy Order. If they see even one of them, make sure to report to me as quickly as possible. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. You may go and pass my orders to everyone. Felix's right-hand man nodded his head as he left the throne room. He had been given complete authority when it came to the management of the lands that they had captured, while his superior enjoyed the spoils of war that were presented to him. Not long after the doors closed, the princess that was straddling Felix's body shuddered as the green-haired demon's darkness shot inside her. A moment later, she fainted, and was immediately dragged away by the second princess, who was waiting patiently for her turn. Soon, a lovely sigh escaped her lips, as she felt Felix's member push deep inside her. To think that you were just a chaste maiden 2 days ago, and now you're nothing more than a slut, Felix chuckled as he indulged himself in the pleasures of the flesh. The princess didn't reply as she moved her hips desperately in order to sat the heat that was burning her from inside out. Felix smirked as he allowed the beautiful girl to have her way with him, while he fantasized about the new batch of beauties that would soon be soiled in his depraved quest for power. It's quite unfortunate that my bride escaped, Felix mused as he held the princess's waist and started to move his hips faster, making her cry out loud in pain and pleasure. If only she was here, I would definitely have plenty of fun with her. The green-haired demon regretted not being able to embrace his prophesied bride, because Celine was truly a beauty. No matter, Felix thought as he felt the heat from his loins rising up to the surface, while fantasizing about the beautiful elf, whose body he hadn't been able to taste. Her sister is still here, and holds the virtue of chastity. I'll make sure to capture her alive, and enjoy stripping her virtue away from her. Isn't she William's prophesied bride? I'd love to see the look on his face after I make Celeste my woman. Felix grunted as the woman in his arms shuddered non-stop as his seeds of corruption seeped deep inside her body. A few seconds later, the princess slumped limply in Felix's arms, as the latter immersed himself in the pleasure that had yet to subside. More than anything else, Felix wanted to make William suffer, and one of the ways to do that was to corrupt the women that were important to the half-elf and mark them as his own. Felix still had no idea that William had over the Silvermoon continent. Only Byron, as well as the Pope of the Holy Order, knew that the Dark Prince had already taken hold of the ancestral lands of the elves. If the Heir of Darkness only knew that his rival had already captured territories that far surpassed the lands that he had conquered, he would definitely order his army to hasten their pace in order to conquer more lands. Fortunately, he didn't know, so he just focused on succumbing to the pleasures of the flesh, while he waited with great anticipation for the next batch of beautiful ladies that would soon come his way. Chapter 1164, I'll play along with this little farce of yours. While Felix's expansion was happening in the central continent, William had already left the elven capital and headed to the forbidden ground of Hyperborea. He knew that time wouldn't wait for anyone, so after tying up some loose ends, he set off without another word. The journey towards his destination wasn't that troublesome. At least, that was what he originally thought. However, before he could enter the forbidden grounds, he would need to cross the Riparian Mountains, where the guardian of Hyperborea, Boreas, was located. Only by getting past his trials would someone be able to enter the land beyond the North Wind, which was also called the Eternal Garden of Apollon, where an eternal spring could be found. This was the resting place, and the last hurdle before they finally reached the forbidden ground of Hyperborea. The lands of Hyperborea were considered a myth by the elves because only one of the hundreds of thousands of elves that had tried to find the mysterious domain had returned. After the survivor told of his hardships in finding the forbidden ground, the most that he had managed to reach was the Gardens of Apollon, which was the last sanctuary before entering the lands of Hyperborea. Out of grief and fear, the last survivor decided to return to the elven lands, never again to step foot in the realm that had harvested countless lives. Even though many elves tried to encourage him, and even assured him that he would be well protected if he served as their guide, he didn't budge and lived a life similar to a hermit, away from elven society. Arwen had told William about this tale before he left the sacred grove. Although his mother tried to persuade him, the half-elf had already made his decision, and had left Soleil in his mother's hands for safekeeping, so he could return to her side the moment he had finished his task. In truth, Hyperborea was similar to Atlantis. Finding the dungeon under the vast ocean was like finding a specific grain of sand on a beach. The famed underwater city had never been found in the past, and William had only stepped foot in it due to the power of the Ring of Conquest, which had randomly sent him to the legendary city, whose whereabouts was a complete mystery. "We're finally here," William muttered as he stared at the barren lands filled with snow and ice. In the distance, a lone mountain could be seen. No matter how much the half-elf tried to look, he was unable to see the peak because some kind of divinity protected its secrets, and prevented anyone from scrying through the mists that blocked their vision. "Master, why don't you just stay here?" Astrape inquired. "I'm sure that the four of us can easily pass Boreas' trial. There's no need for you to endanger yourself in this expedition." "My sister is right, Master," Bronte replied. "It will be better if you leave this matter to us." Sephirin and Titania both nodded their heads in approval because they had a feeling that this forbidden ground wasn't as simple as it looked. They were already pseudo-gods, and they could feel something dangerous lurking within the mists that made them feel wary. "It's fine," William replied. "I will also take Boreas' test. I'm quite curious why no one has ever managed to step foot inside Hyperborea. Maybe this discovery would help me in one way or the other." After seeing that William didn't want to budge, the four pseudo-gods had no choice but to stay close to him to ensure his safety as they passed through the white mists that hovered near the peak, and the base, of the Riparian Mountains. As soon as William and his entourage stepped inside the mists, visibility had dropped to zero. They were unable to see, even their own bodies. But, none of them felt anxious or afraid of what was happening around them. They simply walked forward in order to get away from the white mists as soon as possible, so that they could make the long trek towards the peak of the mountain to see Boreas. As William walked steadily, he soon found out that the mists around him were no longer as thick as they used to be, and he could faintly see a light in the distance. He had already been walking for what seemed to be an hour, and he could now see the light at the end of the tunnel. As the black-haired Tianger stepped out of the white mists, he found himself on a cliff overlooking a town in the distance. William frowned because although he hadn't seen this place for thousands of years, he was certain that he knew what he was looking at. Although he had lost his memories when he had become an Aenarion, those same memories returned after he had stepped out of the fog that blocked his way. Camelot. William's frown deepened as he looked at the place where he was born in Midgard. This is probably just an illusion. William wasn't stupid. There was simply no way for this place to exist, since Asgard had fallen thousands of years ago. Also, how could he possibly reach the City of Kings just by trying to pass the mists that would allow him to arrive at the base of the Riparian Mountains? It was simply impossible, and the half-elf was aware of this too. In the end, he just thought that his test had started, and stared hatefully at the castle in the distance. Is this Boreas trial? William clicked his tongue. Quite a tasteless bastard he is. Sure, I'll play along with this little farce of yours. A faint trace of killing intent flashed through the half-elf's eyes as he walked towards the city in which he had many painful memories. It had been thousands of years, but the feeling towards the city had remained, which made William want to summon his legion and turn the place inside out. Growing up, he had suffered a lot because he was the bastard son of the king that sat on the throne at that time, but he was never recognized as one of his sons. Instead, he was sent away to Tintagel Castle when he was 14, and banned from returning to Camelot in any manner or form. I don't know if I can trust my memories, William thought as he neared the gates of the city. But, if I were to base the looks of this place from the one in my head, nothing has changed much since I've left. The current William wished nothing more than to burn the legendary castle and its city from the face of the world, but since he is in some kind of trial, he decided to endure it all until he found out why he was brought to this place by Boreas, who was sometimes referred to as the North Wind. Just as he was walking towards the gate as if he owned the place, a guard that had his sword drawn blocked his path. "Why have you returned, boy?" the guard asked. "The king had already decreed that you will never step inside Camelot again. So, you better go back to the countryside and spend your life rearing goats and sheep like a shepherd." The guard smirked, and the rest of the guards manning the gates laughed and cheered at their comrade who was making fun of the black-haired teenager, who had planned to walk through their city gates right under their noses. Suddenly, the guard that blocked William's path smashed through the closed steel gate, before falling down on the ground like a puppet that had its strings cut. The guards stopped laughing and had all drawn their weapons at the same time. They all looked at William in disbelief because their comrade was only following the order of their king. "Why are you planning to rebel?" one of the guards shouted in anger. "You are no longer welcome here in Camelot." William chuckled evilly as he looked at the pitiful guards that dared to block his path. "I originally planned to just go sightseeing, but since all of you are dumb enough to try to stop me, I guess I'll just have to force my way in." William flashed the guards a devilish smile that made them feel a cold tingling sensation pass through their spines. Black flames erupted around William's body making the temperature soar. The guards who were all full of themselves a while ago were now screaming in panic as the black flames slowly made their way towards their direction. "Since all of you wish to die, then I'll be more than happy to send you all off to the afterlife." The black-haired teenager was already annoyed that he was brought to a place that he hated. But, the guards further annoyed him, which brought another painful memory inside his head to the surface. Chapter 1165, You and What Army? Just as the black flames were about to devour the guards and burn them to a crisp, the gates opened and a powerful gust of wind blew the flames back to where it came from. William casually waved his hand and made the black flames disappear as he eyed the familiar face that had appeared before him. "So, you have returned, William," an old man holding a staff said as he looked at the black-haired teenager in front of him. "Why have you returned? You already know you are not welcomed here. What makes you think that I want to return here?" William asked back with contempt. The old man arched an eyebrow. "Then what are you doing here? Maybe the gods wanted your city to be destroyed." William replied, "I'm not gonna lie, I am very tempted to make it happen." "Very funny. After not seeing you for a few years, you already know how to bluff," the old man commented. "You plan to destroy Camelot. You and what army?" William laughed. This was the first time he ever laughed since he became the Prince of Darkness. It seemed that the question, "You and what army?" tickled even his black-stained heart, and the half-elf was very tempted to show the old man in front of him just what kind of army he was able to command. Just as William was about to show the old man whether he was bluffing or not, he sensed something in the distance. William turned his head to look behind him and saw a procession of knights headed in his direction. At the very front of the formation was a handsome, middle-aged man flanked by several high-ranking knights that the half-elf used to look up to. But now, they no longer amounted to anything in his eyes. That young bastard that was sent away, because he would tarnish the king's family name, died long ago. Whatever wishes he had in the past to make his father recognize him as one of his sons, was irrelevant to the current William. Seeing a suspicious person at the gate, the knights spread out and encircled the half-elf who was looking at his father with an amused expression on his face. "Why are you here?" The king asked. Didn't I banish you from this place? That's the third time I've been asked that question, William replied. And it doesn't get less annoying every time someone does. How about I ask you a question instead? Are you ready to die? He has come to assassinate the king. Men, to arms. Protect his majesty. Kill him. Several magical barriers surrounded the king of Camelot, while William simply crossed his arms over his chest. Black flames erupted around him and spread out towards the knights. This time, he didn't hold back and truly unleashed the power that would kill everyone in the surroundings. I will not let you have your way, you fiend. Golden radiance met William's dark flames and the two collided in blazing glory. A minute later, both attacks were cancelled, but the half-elf was still standing at ease, while the person who blocked his attack was panting heavily as he kneeled on the ground. As expected of you, Gawain, William commented as he looked up at the sun that was currently at its zenith. The knight that is said to be invincible under the sun. I seem to have formed some kind of karma with people belonging to the sun faction. The half-elf chuckled as he remembered the sun god, Luff, whom he had fought in the celestial realm in the past. That was when he discovered that the people who had been blessed by the sun god were like cockroaches. They were very hard to kill. Everyone step aside, the king ordered. None of you are a match against him. Gawain sighed as he backed away while glaring at William. The sword, gelatin, trembled in his hands as if it no longer wanted to clash with the black-haired teenager a second time. I'll ask again. Why? If you continue your question, I will guarantee that you, as well as your knights, will die here today. Do not annoy me any further. I will be the one asking questions, and you will answer them. Do I make myself clear? The king gazed at the young man before shifting his gaze at the old man in the distance. The old man shook his head as if telling the king to not provoke the black-haired teenager whose power he could not fathom. Fine, the king answered. Ask your questions. The half-elf stared at the king for a full minute before asking his question. How many years have I been exiled from this city? William asked. 6 years, the king replied. The last time I heard about you is when you joined the warriors of Tintagel Castle to drive out the invaders that had stepped into the mainland. No survivors from the castle returned, and your corpse was found among the dead. Are you back to haunt us for not giving you a proper burial? You didn't give my corpse a proper burial. All those who died were given a proper burial because they died as heroes protecting the realm. As for your corpse, the Lady of the Lake asked for it. I do not know why she did that, but since I didn't feel any ill intention coming from her, I allowed her to take your corpse back with her into the lake. William pinched the bridge of his nose as he thought of Ash's past life. Back then, he didn't know that the lady whom everyone revered in Camelot was smitten with him. During his teenage years, he only had eyes for Acedia after making a vow that he would spend his life caring for her after he returned to Alfheim. Okay, then, has anything unusual happened as of late? William inquired. He was very tempted to go to the lake and see what Ash had done with his corpse. However, his instincts were telling him that he shouldn't do that. The black-haired teenager felt that if he went to see Ash right now, he might discover something that would make things awkward when he finally found a way to revive her. So, in order to keep the future peace in his family, he decided to let bygones be bygones, and let the Lady of the Lake do whatever she wanted with his corpse. The king was looking at the black-haired teenager with a serious expression on his face. He could feel that the boy that was in front of him was no longer the teary-eyed boy whom he had banished from his city 6 years ago. 3 demons appeared, and are wreaking havoc in the northwest regions of the kingdom, the king replied. All 3 are beautiful women, but their magic far surpasses the magic that we knew. One could control the power of lightning, while her twin screams thunderous roars that could shatter the eardrums of those who were close enough to hear her screams. The last one was a fairy-like being with long red hair. She had golden butterfly wings behind her back. Although she wasn't as aggressive as the other 2 demons, she was still capable of charming people, making them fight against each other. We just came back from our crusade against them. Unfortunately, they were simply too strong, so we decided to retreat. With such vivid descriptions, William could easily guess the identity of the 3 demons that the king was talking about. So, they're also here, William thought with great interest. I thought that all of us would have individual trials, so I guess I was wrong. The half-elf then looked at the northern regions as his entire body was shrouded with lightning. A second later, a crisp, cased sound reached everyone's ears before the black-haired teenager vanished from where he stood. Now that he knew where his comrades were, William decided to reunite with his subordinates first. Something had been bothering him since the king answered his questions. 6 years since I left Camelot, William mused as he made calculations inside his head. Isn't that the same time when Asgard fell? Could this just be a coincidence? The half-elf didn't know the answer to his questions. All he knew was that he needed to find a way to clear the trial before he snapped, and return to Camelot to start killing people. Chapter 1166, A world that repeats a continuous cycle of death and rebirth. Master, Astrape exclaimed as soon as she felt William's presence headed in their direction. She and Bronte had been blaming themselves for losing sight of him inside the fog. Titania, on the other hand, still had a calm expression on her face, but she felt more relaxed now after sensing William's presence as well. A few seconds later, a lightning bolt descended a few meters away from the 3 pseudo-gods that had sent Camelot's king packing. As soon as William appeared in front of them, Astrape immediately gave him a hug and squeezed him tight. Bronte did the same, and soon the half-elf was sandwiched between the 2 beautiful deities, while Titania watched from the side with contemplation. Part of her wanted to join the fun, while the latter half just wanted to observe how her master would react to the 2 overeager ladies, who were treating him like a burger patty. After a few minutes, the 2 deities finally had their fill, and allowed the black-haired teenager to get a breather. Master, we've been looking for you for almost a month, Bronte reported. Although I tried to assure my sister that you might be in a different domain doing your trial, she still wouldn't listen and almost started a one-sided genocide with the mortals of this plane. Astrape pretended that she didn't hear her sister's words and busied herself looking at the clouds in the sky as if they held the answers to the mysteries of life. William was shocked by this discovery. He had only been in this world for nearly an hour, while his subordinates had already been there for almost a month already, which was insane. It was also at that moment when the half-elf noticed that the Black Phoenix was nowhere to be found. Where is Sephirin? William asked after looking around. Is he not with the 3 of you? This time, it was Titania's turn to reply. We originally thought that Sephirin was with you, so we weren't too worried about him. Besides, he is already a pseudo-god. No one on this plane of existence can threaten his life. William arched an eyebrow as he listened to the Fairy Queen's report. What do you mean by plane of existence? William inquired. Bronte and Titania had both used the word plane as well, so he wanted to confirm whether his hunch was correct. Master, this world is half real and half illusion, Astrape answered before the Fairy Queen could even reply. It is true in a sense because it is following a certain timeline, and half illusion because we all know that this isn't real. Although it might sound contradictory, this world is trying to portray something that had already happened. But it is stuck in an infinite loop. Titania then interjected on Astrape's explanation as she told William the conclusion that she had formed. Master, in short, this world repeats a continuous cycle of death and rebirth, Titania replied. I'm guessing that our trial is about letting the time of this world continue to move forward, instead of rewinding itself. William was still trying to comprehend their situation, but he was starting to understand the gist of it. So, in short, we just need to find a way to let time flow forward again, right? William asked. That way, the infinite time loop will be broken. Astrape, Bronte, and Titania all nodded their heads in unison. Although they didn't know what was causing the world to always revert back to a fixed moment in time, they believed that as long as they all worked together to solve the mystery, all of them would be able to pass Boreas' trial with flying colors. But it is strange. Bronte frowned. I don't think we are in Hestia. At least, I don't feel any connection with Hestia at the moment. Could that fog have some kind of trick to it? Astrape inquired. I've stayed inside the dungeon all my life. This is something very new to me. Indeed. Titania nodded her head in agreement. As the Fairy Queen, I would sometimes venture out of Tir na Nog when I was bored. Although I'm not 100% certain, every forbidden domain had its quirks. Anyone who enters Tir na Nog stops aging, but the moment they leave its boundaries, their age catches up to them. Several mortals who pursued eternal life would often try their luck in my domain. However, they could only get what they wanted if they survived long enough to enjoy their long lives. Titania chuckled with amusement because he had seen countless humans die in Tir na Nog due to their wish for eternal life. However, instead of longevity, what they found in Tir na Nog was a long and painful way to die. When I was in the 7th sanctum, I fell into the river of samsara and was sent into a world that wanders in the void, William said after a few minutes of silence. It was the place where those who had temporarily escaped the cycle of death and rebirth gathered. Maybe, Titania is right. This may indeed be one of the unique features of this domain that bars people from reaching Hyperborea. The three ladies looked at their master with serious expressions on their faces. They didn't want to get stuck in an infinite loop, so they decided to tell William everything that they had experienced so far. So 3 days ago, you found yourselves standing in the same location after you stepped out of the fog, William muttered as he rubbed his chin. During the time that you were here, all of you explored in different directions in order to try and find me, but your search didn't come up with any results. You also didn't find Sephirin, so all of you thought that he was with me. The three ladies nodded in confirmation. So, did you find anything interesting when all of you were frantically trying to find me? William inquired. The three ladies exchanged a glance at each other before nodding their heads. There were a few places of interest, Titania replied. However, we all deemed that these places would take us to a different planes of existence, so we didn't dare to enter them casually. Getting stuck in an infinite loop may be bad, but getting stuck somewhere permanently is something I don't want to happen, Astrape commented from the side. This was why we decided to just continue searching for you, Master, before we made any decisions about whether we should try these places or not. William closed his eyes as he pondered their next course of action. For some weird reason, he had a nagging feeling that those places of interests that the three ladies were talking about were similar to the great oak tree that led to Alfheim, where Acedia and the elves resided. After some internal struggle, the half-elf finally decided that nothing would change if he didn't take a chance, so he gazed at his subordinates with a serious expression on his face before giving his reply. Take me to those places, William ordered. We will decide what to do after I have seen them for myself. By your wish, Master. Chapter 1167. LT has been a while, Auntie. Here is one of those places, Master, Astrape said as she stood beside her master. William sighed in his heart because he already had a hunch that Astrape would take him to this place. It was none other than the old oak tree that connected Midgard to Alfheim, the lands of the elves. Back then, there was a specific condition that needed to be met in order to cross between the two worlds, but now the half-elf knew that, if he wished for it, he could open the portal and step into the elven lands anytime. Are we going to enter it, Master? Titania asked. I can feel the strong power of nature on the other side of this doorway to another realm. William shook his head. No, take me to the other places that are similar to this. I will decide once I have inspected all of them. Understood, Astrape said as she held onto William's right hand. If you'll excuse me. A moment later, all four of them were enveloped with a lightning bolt and streaked towards the sky, and headed to another location. A few seconds later, they arrived on a cliff overlooking a deep ravine, whose bottom couldn't be seen. This is the second place, Master, Astrape reported. William narrowed his gaze because he could feel a strong attraction coming from the bottomless pit in front of him. This feeling is similar to the oak tree that led to Alfheim, William mused. This probably leads to a different plane, but I have no idea where it is. After carefully observing the ravine for a while, he once again ordered Astrape to take him to the places where they had felt the same kind of uniqueness within Midgard. All in all, they found 8 locations that signified that they could visit 8 different places. William didn't know if this was just a coincidence, but something was telling him that he already had an idea of where those places would lead him. According to Astrape, the time loop would happen every 3 weeks. This infinite loop would continue until they found a way to allow the stuck time to move forward. This is quite troublesome, William thought as he pondered his next course of action. If my hunch is right, these pathways lead to the other 8 realms. In order for time to push forward, I need to find the reason why the time loop happens in the first place. Only by understanding the cause, will I be able to find a solution to this problem. The black-haired teenager then discussed his plan to his subordinates, and the 3 ladies had no objection to it. They were also thinking of the same thing. So, where should we go first, Master? Titania asked. Should we stay here on this plane and wait out the 3 weeks before we move to the next location? William frowned. He knew that by staying in Midgard for 3 weeks, they would be spending a lot of time trying to look for the reason for the time loop. However, if all of them separated, it would be difficult for one person to traverse the entire realm, searching for clues if they were alone. Also, the people on the other planes of existence would not ignore their presence. The half-elf was quite worried that if Astrape, Bronte, and Titania were to appear in places like Asgard, Vanaheim, Jotunheim, and Muspelheim, they would be attacked by the powerful beings whose strength may even surpass their own. After pondering for a few minutes, William decided to play it safe and have everyone stick together for the time being. That way, they would be able to cover more ground, and report their findings to each other. It would also allow them to spot the probable causes of the time loop if they all brainstormed together. "We'll stay here on this plane for now," William ordered. "The three of you spread out in different directions and look for clues. You can report to me in this city." The black-haired teenager placed his fingertip at the three ladies' forehead to make them know Camelot's location. Although he didn't like the city where he was raised until his early teens, he knew more about its surroundings compared to the three deities, who were still unfamiliar with this world. "Meet up with me 3 days before the time loop happens," William ordered. "Now, go." "Yes, master." 3 streaks of light flew in different directions as they obeyed William's command. The half-elf then sighed before using his lighting strider skill to return to Camelot, in order to solve the mystery of the infinite loop that plagued this plane of existence. At the gates of Camelot, the guards stared anxiously the moment the black-haired teenager appeared in front of them. He walked through the gate unhindered because none of the guards had the courage to block his way. They had seen how William had dealt with the Knight Gawain, and knew that ordinary people like them were not a match for his dark magic. "This place is still as lively as ever," William muttered as he walked towards the city's center. Many people were strolling the streets with smiles on their faces. They called out to each other as they had known each other for years, which was a very common thing within the walls of Camelot. As the black-haired teenager wandered aimlessly along the streets, several people looked at him with curious gazes. However, none of them called out to him and simply saw him as one of those foreigners that came from distant lands. William was aware that he was being followed, but he paid no attention to the people that were sent by either his father or the wizard who served as the country's court magician. Just as the half-elf was walking past his past haunts, that he used to go to when he was still a gullible child who only wanted to get his father's recognition, a cloaked figure appeared several meters away from him. They were inside an alley, so no one else was there aside from them. Although the cloak blocked the person's face, it didn't hide the long strands of silver hair that peeked through it. "Welcome back, Will," the cloaked figure said with tenderness and affection. "I missed you." William didn't answer and simply stared at the person who had secretly treated him with love and care when he was still in Camelot. Back then, she introduced herself as his godmother when he was young, but after growing up, he found out her real identity, which she had kept hidden for reasons only she knew. "It has been a while, Auntie," William replied. "Surprisingly, I don't feel the same way as you do." "Don't say hurtful things, Will. Have you forgotten how I cared for you when you were still a child? How much I loved you? If you really loved me, then you should have told who you really are." "It's too late to play the mother role, Auntie." A sigh escaped the lady's lips before she took off the hood that was covering her face. A moment later, a beautiful lady, whose blue eyes and silver hair could easily charm men whose will was weaker than hers, was laid bare in front of his eyes. She was none other than the enchanting fairy and sorceress, Morgan Le Fay, who was also William's birth mother, who had given birth to him in Midgard. Chapter 1168, Have you heard about the 9 realms? William sat facing the silver-haired fairy in front of him in one of the most famous inns in the city of Camelot. Right now, he needed to gather information, and there was no better individual to ask than the person in front of him right now. In the past, the beautiful enchantress had played a big role in his life. She was there when he was lonely, she was there when he felt sad. But, she wasn't there when his father exiled him from Camelot and sent him to Tintagel Castle to live out the remainder of his life. "Do you still hold a grudge about what happened back then?" Morgane asked. "There was simply nothing I could do about it, Will. I'm sorry, but my hands were tied back then." In order to prevent any confusion between characters in the story, Morgan Le Fay will be called Morgane for dialogue segments in this arc. "It no longer matters," William replied. "The person you cared for died long ago. His corpse is with the Lady of the Lake. The person standing in front of you today is a different person. I would appreciate it if you don't call my name so fondly." Morgane shook her head in disappointment before looking at the black-haired teenager, whose golden eyes radiated with power. "What you say is true," Morgane replied. "My son has already died in battle, but even if you have taken that form, there is no mistake that you were the one that I gave birth to. Am I right? Our connection was cut the moment your son died. I now have a different mother, in a different space and time. You say some very interesting things. Very well, since you don't want me to call you fondly, I will just refer to you as William. Will that be fine? The half-elf nodded. If he was still the William that hadn't been corrupted by darkness, he might have still been polite to Morgaine, who had raised him as a godmother, instead of a mother. But now, these things were now in the past, and he no longer wished to dwell on the painful memories that he had forgotten when Wendy had taken his soul to Asgard. I have a question, William said. Are you aware of the time loop that is happening in this plane? What time loop are you talking about? Morgaine frowned. Looking at her expression, William was sure that she really didn't know about the infinite time loop that was happening in the world. I guess she really isn't the real Morgaine, William thought. Everyone in this world are simply avatars that play their role according to the rules of this world. They are unaware that they are stuck in a time loop and just live their lives in the same vicious cycle. For some reason, William felt pity for the woman who was once his birth mother, and was considered to be one of the most powerful beings in Midgard. Seeing the pitiful gaze that the black-haired teenager was giving her, the frown on Morgaine's face deepened, as she tried to figure out what the half-elf was trying to say. However, before she could delve deeper in his earlier words, William asked her another question that made her put aside the matter of the time loop for the time being. Has there been anything out of place lately? William inquired. Something that you've never noticed in this realm before? Morgaine nodded. There is. This time, it was William's turn to frown. It then made him realize that he had phrased the question wrongly, so he decided to give it another try. Aside from me and the 3 demons that appeared recently, is there anything else that is different? William inquired. Any kind of abnormalities that looked wrong to you? Morgaine tapped the top of the table with her fingertip as she gazed at William with great curiosity. She no longer gazed at him with tenderness and affection, but as a sorceress who was looking at some rare artifact or ingredient that she had come across accidentally. There are several places where I sensed a different kind of power, Morgaine replied. I went to one of them a day ago and discovered something interesting. The silver-haired enchantress stared at William's face as if waiting for any changes to appear in his expression. I found the entrances to different worlds, Morgaine stated after seeing William's indifference, hoping that it would trigger some kind of reaction in him. Have you heard about the 9 realms? William nodded. I know it. Well, those pathways lead to those very same realms, Morgaine explained. I had visited Alfheim in the past, as well as Vanaheim, but looking at you, it seems that you have already been there as well, haven't you? Morgaine's expression suddenly became serious as she looked at the direction of the castle of Camelot. William also turned in the direction of the castle at the same time she did. Both of them were powerful individuals, and could easily sense any magical fluctuations in their surroundings. Currently, inside the castle, a great magical formation was starting to go out of control. If it wasn't stopped or controlled soon, it could lead to the complete and utter destruction of the castle of Camelot. What is the old fool, Merlin, doing at this time? Morgaine frowned as she stood up in haste. Let's talk later, William. I better check things out before this place is turned to ashes. A moment later, the enchantress turned into an owl and flew straight towards the castle in the distance. After a brief internal struggle, William decided to follow her as well. Right now, he was looking for clues that would allow him to stop the recurring time loop, and any abnormality could be a clue that would give him the answers he was looking for. Just as both the owl and the half-elf were about to reach the castle, the two were blown away by a powerful shockwave that erupted from the sky above the castle. At the very last minute, Merlin had sent the out-of-control formation towards the heavens in order to spare the people, and the city, from complete and utter destruction. Chapter 1169. You just did Lieutenant to scratch an Eltec. After the incident with Merlin, Morgaine invited William to come with her to the villa that was located in the eastern side of the city. Since the half-elf had nothing better to do, he decided to accept her invitation. Right now my priority should be to gather information, William thought as he flew behind the owl that was slowly descending towards the ground. Might as well see what this enchantress is planning. Morgaine returned to her original form after she landed near the gate of a residence. The black-haired teenager looked at the villa with a curious gaze. He was confident that he hadn't been to this place before, but, since he didn't feel any evil intentions from the beautiful sorceress who had once been his mother, he decided to trust her once and accept her invitation. As soon as they entered the gates, the sound of a determined shout reached both of their ears. In the distance, a young boy with blonde hair was swinging a wooden sword, while an old knight stood beside him. It was fairly easy to tell that the knight was teaching the young boy on how to properly use his sword. Morgaine smiled and grabbed William's hand before leading him towards the young boy, who was still focused on his practice swings. The knight had already noticed Morgaine and gave her a brief nod before taking a few steps back. The black-haired teenager watched as the young boy practiced with a determined look on his young face. The boy's face was already flushed, and sweat trickled down on his forehead as swung, and shouted at the same time. "Isn't he good?" Morgaine asked in a volume that only William could hear. "He will definitely be a great knight someday." "Perhaps," William replied in a casual manner. "Or maybe he will die before he becomes one." Morgaine pouted as he lightly pushed William to show her displeasure, but the half-elf didn't even budge after being pushed by the enchanting fairy, who could ensnare any man to devote his life to her. Perhaps hearing William's words, the boy turned his head to the side. His flushed expression immediately beamed up when he saw Morgaine and hurriedly ran in her direction. "Mother!" the young boy shouted as he spread his arms wide. Morgaine smiled as she picked up the young boy and held him firmly in his embrace. It was at that moment when he saw that the boy had gray eyes, similar to the color of his eyes when he was still in Midgard. Although the hair color of the boy was blonde, and his was silver, he had no doubt that the young boy in Morgaine's arms was his never-before-seen little brother. "How old is he?" William asked. Morgaine smiled. 9. The boy looked at his mother before shifting his attention to the black-haired teenager that he had seen for the first time. "Mother, who is he?" the boy asked. "Him. He is none other than your big bro." Morgaine stopped herself in time before correcting herself. "His name is William. If you like, you can call him Big Brother." "William, this is Modred. My son." In order to not create any problems in the names, I decided to just call Modred instead of Mordred. "Big Brother," Modred called out to William with a smile. However, the half-elf ignored the boy and stared at Morgaine, as if demanding an explanation. The smile on Morgaine's face stiffened when she saw William's penetrating gaze. "You go back to training, little one," Morgaine said as she kissed Modred's cheeks. "William and I have a few things to talk about." Modred kissed his mother back before running towards his mentor to continue his sword training. Morgaine looked at her son with affectionate eyes before making a gesture for William to follow her. The two walked silently in the hallways of the villa until they reached the second floor. "Modred is also his son," Morgaine said softly as if to change the current atmosphere between her and William. "Since the queen was still unable to give him an heir, I seduced him a second time, and Modred was born. However, unlike you, the king decided to recognize him as his adopted son. That was done to let the queen keep her dignity." "Some kind of dignity," William snorted. "Just be honest, you just want to rub salt in the queen's face that she can't give birth to a child." "How rude. That was never my intention." "So, what was your intention?" "You just did it to scratch an itch." Morgaine sighed because William didn't hold back his words as he made his opinion known. "Even if you don't admit it, you still carry a grudge," Morgaine stated. "Is it because I lied and didn't tell you that I was your mother? Or was it because your father kept you at arm's length? That is also why you clashed with him at the gates." "No." William shook his head. "The past me didn't carry a grudge against you or him. The me back then was stupid and believed in happy endings. He thought that if he worked hard enough and gained enough merits, the man sitting on the throne would praise him and recognize him as his son. Thinking back on it now, I felt disgusted with myself on how stupid I was. No, my past self didn't carry a grudge against you, or my father. The one who carries a grudge is the current me." Morgaine didn't say anything and simply raised her hands to cup William's handsome face. "You are deeply hurt," Morgaine said. "I know that it may be too late to say anything, but I am sorry. I should have told you who I really am. I should have cared for you more. I am sorry for hurting you." William closed his eyes. 2 minutes later, he gently pried the soft and delicate hands that were touching his face away. "Fine, I will accept your apology," William replied. "But, our relationship ends here. You will no longer think of me as your son, and I will no longer think of you as my mother. Like I said earlier, the William you knew is already dead." Morgaine sighed before nodding her head in understanding. "Understood. Now, let's talk about your reason for coming here. Are you planning to get revenge on your father for banishing you from Camelot?" William shrugged. "That will depend on my mood." Morgaine frowned as she and William arrived at the balcony of her residence. "Earlier, you said something about a time loop," Morgaine said. "Can you elaborate?" The corner of William's lips curled up into a smile. He was half tempted to tell the beautiful enchantress that this world that she was living in was not real, but only a fragment of a world that belonged to a distant past. Why not? William said in a teasing manner as he sat without any invitation on the chair that was overlooking the garden of the villa. I will also need your opinion on this topic, so you might as well sit down. William's teasing words made Morgaine feel that the black-haired teenager was making fun of her. Even so, her curiosity had won her over, so she decided to listen to what he had to say. She was a powerful sorceress and anything related to magical phenomena was a topic that she couldn't resist. The half-elf watched with amusement as the fairy enchantress sat across from him to listen to what he had to say. In his heart, he wondered how the real Morgaine would react once she discovered that she, as well as the people in her world, only existed to become part of William's trial to reach the forbidden domain of Hyperborea. Chapter 1170. Settling Old Scores. Let me get this straight, your friends are trapped in some kind of domain and they need to find the key that will prevent the world from returning to a specific point in time, Morgaine stated. Hence the time loop. William nodded. Right, then what are you doing here? Because the key to fix that time loop is on this plane of existence. The frown on Morgaine's brows deepened as he listened to William's answer. After a few minutes of silence, the fairy enchantress shook her head and leaned back in her chair. I find your story hard to believe, Morgaine stated. How can the key be here in Midgard? Maybe you should go to Asgard or Vanaheim. The gods may hold the answer to your problem. Ah, I plan to do that at a later time, William replied. For now, I've decided to stay here in Midgard and investigate. Can I use your home as my base for the time being? I don't mind, but, on one condition. Morgaine smiled mischievously. I want you to play with Modred once a day. No thanks. Then the deal is off. William smirked before standing up. He just said that he planned to stay in Morgaine's residence on a whim, but that didn't mean that he didn't have other options. Seeing that the black-haired teenager was planning to leave, Morgaine hurriedly stopped him by holding onto his arm. Please, just play with him for 3 days, Morgaine replied. After 3 days, the night tournament will be held in the castle, and Modred will be taken to the castle to be raised by Queen Guinevere. Oh, she doesn't mind raising a child that wasn't raised in her womb. William arched an eyebrow. The queen sure is benevolent. Morgaine shook his head. This is just a compromise between both parties. Since she is childless, the king thought that it would be a good idea if Modred were to be raised by her since I am not always in Camelot. You already know that I can't stay in the human realm for long periods of time. I didn't know, William replied. You never told me that. Yes, it's my fault. I am sorry for being a no-good mother. At least you know your mistakes. William turned to look at the fairy enchantress with a serious expression on his face. You said that the night tournament will happen 3 days from now. Morgaine nodded. This tournament is held every 3 years, and the champion will become one of the Knights of the Round Table. It just so happens that this is the 3rd year since the last tournament was held. The enchanting fairy's face then suddenly had a realization as she looked at William with a devilish smile. I can still remember that, back then, you were training hard in order to enter the night tournament to become its champion. Right, if I can go back to the past, I would have kicked my old self and told him to stop being stupid and live his life for himself, and not for the man that sits on that stupid throne, who thinks that he is the center of the world. Morgaine chuckled. But, he is the center of the world. At least, in this country, his words are law. Everyone's livelihood will rise and fall depending on his whim. The sorceress, laughter immediately stopped when she saw the smirk that was plastered on William's face. Wait, don't tell me that you are planning to join the tournament. Morgaine asked with a shocked look on her face. Why not? William replied. Just think of it as allowing my past self to realize his stupid dream. Also, the champion will gain the privilege of challenging one of the knights in a one-on-one duel, right? A chill ran down Morgaine's spine as he looked at William's golden eyes that glowed maliciously. Clearly, the half-elf planned to gatecrash in the tournament to create trouble for everyone. Unfortunately for her, there was nothing she could do to stop him. Big brother, mother said that you are good at handling a sword, Modred said as he looked up to the black-haired teenager who was watching him from a distance. Can you teach me? No, William replied. You already have a mentor. You should ask him to teach you. But, today is his day off. Not my problem. Modred pouted as he swung his wooden sword a few times to change his mood. Say, big brother, are you married? Modred asked. William arched an eyebrow because he didn't expect that the little brat would ask him this kind of question. Yes. William replied. Why, it's because you are good-looking like my father, Modred stated. I'm sure that your daughters will be exceptionally beautiful as well. I have a great idea. How about I marry your daughters when I grow up, big brother? The memories of Razel, as well as his adorable daughters, Maple and Cinnamon, flashed in front of William's eyes. The mere thought of the blonde brat in front of him marrying his daughters made him want to give Modred a good spanking. A moment later, a devilish smile appeared on William's face as he summoned his wooden staff that he hadn't used for a very long time, appeared on his hand. I changed my mind, William said. I am going to teach you how to become a knight. Really? Modred asked as he looked at William with anticipation. William nodded like a good big brother, whose hands were itching to beat up a certain someone who was thinking of marrying his precious and adorable daughters. Of course, William answered. But, a knight only learns about actual combat. If you want to learn, you must fight and learn from experience. Modred nodded his head in understanding. Actually, I already told my mentor that I have grown bored of practice swings. I wanted to experience a real battle, but he said that I was still too young for it. What a bunch of utter nonsense. True men learn from the battlefield. Those who swing their wooden swords in sheltered villas are considered garbage. Big brother, you understand me. William flashed a smile that would put toothpaste models to shame. Of course. Now, let's start your lesson. Modred took a stance before charging at the half-elf whose hands were itching to beat the crap out of the underage little playboy who dared to target his daughters. A minute later, pained cries similar to a pig being slaughtered resounded inside the residence. The half-elf repeatedly whacked the blonde brat's bum until it became swollen. That night, Morgaine cursed the black-haired teenager as she applied some healing potions to her son's swollen backside. She never thought that William would stoop so low as to bully a child. The half-elf's defense for himself was that he was just teaching Modred the reality of battles, so that he wouldn't be stupid enough to challenge someone that was leagues above his current strength. Naturally, Morgaine didn't buy William's bullshit and kicked him out of the villa. The half-elf only chuckled as he walked away from the residence. He never thought that he would interact with his past life's little brother in such a way. Well then, I guess I'll kill some time while waiting for the night tournament to start, William thought with a smile. His past self had once wanted to be the last man standing in the tournament and earn the recognition of his father. Now that a perfect opportunity had arisen, William thought that it would not be a bad idea to join the fun. There was someone that he had wanted to challenge for a very long time, and this was the perfect opportunity to do it. Don't worry, past self of mine, William said as he disappeared in the darkness of the night. I will settle our old scores, not only for your sake, but for mine as well. Chapter 1171. Wash your neck, else payback time. 2 days just outside the city of Camelot. In a vast open field, thousands of people gathered to watch the knight competition that was held every 3 years. This had been one of the most anticipated events within Camelot because, among the hundreds of aspiring knights, one of them would become one of the king's personal knights who served directly under him. The Knights of the Round Table. That was what they were called, and anyone who bore that title was respected all across the land, not only because of their skill, but because of the symbol they represented. They were the king's knights and through them the peace of the realm was ensured. Since there were too many participants, everyone was divided into 8 groups. Each group had 100 participants, and only one of those 100 would proceed to the semi-finals. Morgaine and Modred watched the qualifiers from one of the best seats among the king's retinue. Although they were quite far away from the king, the place where they sat was within the VIP area that was allocated for the high-ranking nobles, as well as officials, of Camelot. Mother, there are so many knights. Modred said with excitement. I can't wait to participate in the next knight's competition. Silly child, you're still too young for that, Morgaine replied. Just wait 6 to 9 more years before you join the tournament. By then, your skills with the sword will be unmatched, and no one would be able to defeat you in battle. I can't wait that long. Modred pouted. I'll join the next competition. Morgaine sighed, and decided to talk to her son again when the competition was over. Right now, Modred's excitement was through the roof, and it would be counterproductive to talk him out of joining the next night's competition with his current mood. Suddenly, the crowds cheered when a black knight disarmed one of the aspiring knights in battle. The black knight then placed the tip of the blade on his opponent's neck, forcing the latter to concede and admit defeat. Wow, Modred raised his fist. So cool, isn't he amazing, mother? Morgaine nodded as she eyed the Black Knight in the distance. She, and the Knights of the Round Table, had deemed the mysterious knight as the dark horse of the tournament. Although he didn't show all of his strength, his ability to wield the sword was almost that of a master. Mother, how about we hire that Black Knight to be my tutor if he becomes the champion? Modred asked. Can we, please? That might be a bit difficult, but it's not impossible, Morgaine replied. I will need to ask your father about it, but only if he wins this tournament. Okay, I'm sure that he will win this tournament. Really, how do you know? I just know. Morgaine chuckled as she lightly patted her son's head, who was looking at the Black Knight as if he had found his idol. Several hours passed, and the number of participants dwindled at a rapid rate. Finally, after sunset, only 400 of the original 800 remained. The qualifiers would continue the next day until only one participant remained in each division. The moment that the tournament was over for the day, the Black Knight casually left the field to return to his lodgings. Several people stalked him from the shadows because they were all curious about his true identity. Even the subordinates of the Knights of the Round Table were asked to find out where the Black Knight was staying. When the Black Knight turned into an alley, his pursuers followed. However, after peeking into the alley, they discovered that their target was no longer there. It was as if the Black Knight had vanished into thin air, and it forced the pursuers to spread out in order to find his whereabouts. As expected, they were unable to keep their curiosity in check. William shook his head helplessly before taking off the helmet that covered his face. The half-elf had entered the tournament and used the alias, Bruce Dwayne, and called himself the Dark Knight. Usually, knights had several titles like Knight of the Lion, Knight of the Wolves, and the most popular of all, Knight of the Round Table. It was simply impossible for a normal mortal to defeat William in swordsmanship even if it wasn't his specialty. Even in his past life, William's favored weapon was the spear. Of course, he also knew the basics of swordsmanship, and was a decent swordsman in his past life. Even so, his basic swordsmanship looked like it belonged to an expert due to how strong he currently was. The half-elf also made sure to match his strength with that of a normal warrior, so no one would know his identity. To think I would be joining the tournament in this matter, William chuckled as the armor on his body disappeared and was replaced by casual clothes. The night tournament was held over the course of 5 days, and he still had 4 more days remaining before he gained the right to challenge the person he wanted to fight. Just to be on the safe side, I'll ask Astrake to return to me tomorrow night, so I can drink her blood, William thought. I don't want to drink the blood of anyone here in the city because it may raise suspicions. The half-elf knew that things would get complicated if he was caught drinking the blood of others. Since that was the case, he needed to drink blood discreetly without alerting anyone else. Earlier in the tournament, William felt several inquiring eyes upon his body, and among them were Morgaine and Merlin. Both were powerful sorcerers, so he played it safe and acted within the reasonable bounds of the tournament. In order for his plan to succeed, he needed to act like an ordinary mortal for the next few days until he became the champion. After that, he could drop all pretenses and go all out. Since his subordinates were already looking for clues on how to stop the time loop from recurring in Midgard, he had all the time in the world to enjoy this perfect opportunity to get his revenge upon those that were responsible for getting him exiled from Camelot, as well as the person that had given the decree to make that happen. Wash your neck, William thought as he stared at the castle in the distance. It's payback time. Chapter 1172. You're missing out on a great opportunity. While William was inside Boreas' trial, the drows in the Silvermoon continent had started to prepare for the war that they had no choice but to participate in. Princess Éowyn had been tasked to become the leader of the younger generation and care for the children that would be left behind by their parents. Although she had some experience in this matter when he was still in the southern continent, she was still overwhelmed by the sheer number of elves that would have to fend for themselves when their parents left for battle. Did the human children also feel this helpless back then? Princess Éowyn thought as she watched the elf children enter the makeshift shelters that the royal family and the Elven Council had prepared for them. No, Princess Éowyn shook her head. They had it worse. When the adults had been turned into crystals, the children were left to fend for themselves. This was very different from the situation of the elves where William had given them 1 month to prepare. 1 week had passed since the half-elf had given his decree, and all the drows worked hand in hand in order to safeguard the well-being of their next generation. Unlike humans, elves couldn't reproduce rapidly. This was why the king, the Elven Council, and the rest of the adults went to great lengths to ensure their survival. Well, this is better than I thought. An amused voice sounded from behind Princess Éowyn. The elf princess's guards and maidservants all glared at the newcomer, who walked in their direction in a carefree manner. "Good morning, Charmaine," Princess Éowyn greeted the pretty elf who also served as William's personal maid. "Good morning, Your Highness," Charmaine replied. "Are those circles under your eyes that I see? That's no good. You should take better care of yourself. If you become sick, what would become of these children?" Pearl, who was standing beside Princess Éowyn, couldn't take it anymore and glared at her sister. Although Charmaine was the only remaining member of her family, she still couldn't get used to the change in character that her sister had undergone since she had been captured in the southern continent. "Sister, why are you glaring at me?" Charmaine asked with a pout. "I'm just worried about the princess, you know. Sir William gave her an important duty, and if she becomes sick no one will be able to take her place." Just as Pearl was about to answer back to her sister's nonchalant statements, Princess Éowyn placed her right hand over Pearl's shoulder in order to calm her down. She then looked back at the pretty elf who was looking at the elf children with an amused expression on her face. "Thank you for the concern, Charmaine," Princess Éowyn stated. "I will take heed of your words and take better care of myself." Charmaine smiled as she nodded her head in satisfaction. "That is for the best, Your Highness," Charmaine commented. "Sometimes, we only see things clearly when we are subjected to the same scenario. Back then, we treated the human children as slaves, livestock, and toys. Just like everyone, I am also guilty for doing such atrocious crimes. This was why I wanted to atone for my wrongdoings." Charmaine then paused before glancing at the elf princess who had been given a great responsibility by the black-haired teenager who was currently not in the elven capital at the moment. "You see things in a different light when the same slave collar you placed on others suddenly find itself on your own neck," Charmaine stated. She was no longer looking at the elf princess, but at the children who were being herded to the grand shelters that the elves had built for emergencies. "Now I understand why Lord William always wore the slave collar on his neck back then." Charmaine's words trailed off as if she was reminiscing a wonderful memory. Perhaps, it was to remind himself that enslaving others is not the right thing to do. It is quite unfortunate that he is now a changed man. Even so, I still love him the way he is. Charmaine smiled sweetly before giving her sister, Pearl, a glance. "Sister, have you thought about the proposal that I gave you after our talk a few days ago?" Charmaine asked. "Yes," Pearl replied. "The answer is no." "Really? Such a shame. You're missing out on a great opportunity." "Opportunity to become what? A slave? No thank you." Charmaine chuckled after hearing her sister's words as if they were the most laughable things she had heard in her life. "Sister, you may not be wearing a collar right now, but I know that you can feel it," Charmaine said as he walked towards her older sister with a smile. "Even without a collar binding your will, you already know that you can't defy Lord William. The only reason why you're still not a drow is because of his mercy." Charmaine smirked before patting Princess Éowyn's shoulder as if they were the best of friends. "Just to make sure that you don't get the wrong idea, Lord William is not interested in you, Your Highness," Charmaine stated before looking at her sister, Pearl, with a thoughtful gaze. "He is only interested in my sister, for reasons that I don't know about. One thing that I know is that he had no intention of making her his concubine or lover. He just wants her to be by his side, like a part of a collection, perhaps." Pearl glared at her sister because she had no interest in becoming part of William's collection. Seeing her hateful glare, Charmaine could only shake her head before walking away. However, after taking a few steps, the pretty elf stopped and turned her head to look at Pearl, who was still glaring at her. "Sister, let me tell you just one thing," Charmaine said as the smile on her face disappeared and was replaced with a serious expression. "Even in his corrupted state, Lord William is a good person. I don't want to see the day when his patience ends, and he turns you into a mindless puppet. I am only telling you this because I still care for you as my remaining family member. I am willing to do anything for him, but I will never do anything to harm you. So, take my advice with a grain of salt if you will, but know that this possibility exists." Charmaine no longer said anything and left her sister, and the rest of the elves that were guarding Princess Éowyn, behind. She still had important duties to do, like taking care of William's mother and keeping an eye on the sleeping beauty in the spring of life. Charmaine was also tasked to observe if the black-haired teenager's orders were being carried out, and everyone in the elf capital treated her like a plague that they didn't want knocking on their doors. Even the elf king wasn't comfortable being around Charmaine, which made the pretty elf laugh with amusement in her heart. "Master, everything is proceeding as you planned," Charmaine thought as she looked in the direction of the northern side of the Silvermoon continent. "Please, be safe, and return victorious in your conquest of the lands of Hyperborea." Chapter 1173, There's No Fool, Like an Old Fool. The next day of the tournament, the Dark Knight's prestige grew by leaps and bounds. Each battle he fought was watched by many, and garnered a lot of attention from even the high-ranking nobles of Camelot. Suddenly, the cheer of the crowd erupted as the Dark Knight's opponent surrendered after getting pinned down on the ground by a foot, and a sword tip placed on his chest. "I think he is going to be the representative of his division," Gawain said as he rubbed his chin. "Although his swordsmanship isn't that refined, I have to admit that he is still better than the rest of the aspiring knights who want to join our rank. What do you think, Lancelot?" A handsome, yet sharp-eyed looking man gave the Dark Knight a sidelong glance before shifting his attention on the other candidates. "He will only be worthy of my notice once he arrives in the semi-finals," Lancelot replied. "That is the true proof of his strength." The other knights agreed and nodded their heads. Only Gawain felt that his friend's standards were too high. For him, the Dark Knight's performance was already worthy of being noticed. "I guess I'll just have to wait until the qualifiers end today," Gawain thought. "But I don't see anyone giving him any trouble in this competition, maybe except for the 3 apprentice knights that have been trained by my colleagues for this very day." Several of the knights of the Round Table had apprentices that served as their squires. Naturally, they mentored these young saplings in the hope that they would be recognized as future knights through the Knight Tournament of Camelot. A few hours later, the final 8 combatants from each division were announced. Just as Gawain, and a few others expected, the Dark Knight emerged victorious and represented the 7th Division to fight in the last leg of the tourney. Anyone who won their next match would reach the semi-finals, and that was where everything would get interesting. Just like always, the Dark Knight left the venue in a casual manner. Even when the number of those stalking him had increased, he wasn't too worried. After all, how could they possibly hope to catch the Prince of Darkness? Half an hour later, William managed to shake off his pursuers as he entered the new inn that he had rented. He decided to switch accommodations every day to prevent others from finding his lodgings. He had only taken off his helmet when he noticed a person standing at the corner of his room. After giving the unexpected visitor a glance, he removed his armor as if the person that had snuck inside his room was of no importance. "What do you hope to achieve by joining the tournament?" "That's none of your business, old man. Just go back to conducting your experiments in the castle." Merlin, the Grand Archmage who served the king, frowned as he glanced at the black-haired teenager who didn't hide his dislike for him. "The Knight Tournament is an important occasion for the aspiring knights. Are you planning to do something during the competition?" Merlin asked. "Yes, I do," William answered. "I plan to win, so, if you have nothing else to say then go away. I'm tired and I want to sleep early." "You got tired from fighting mere mortals? Is that supposed to be a joke?" "Yes. Why aren't you laughing? Is it not funny enough?" Magic power crackled on the tip of Merlin's staff as he pointed it at William. He knew how dangerous the black-haired teenager was, so he had no intention of letting his guard down. "I will ask again, what is your purpose for joining the tournament?" Merlin asked. "Depending on your answer, I might have no choice but to take things into my own hands." William chuckled as he walked towards the bed and laid down. "You are the wisest mage in this world, and you still ask me why I joined?" William asked back in a teasing manner. "Can't you figure it out on your own, old man?" Merlin didn't reply and simply stared at the teenager whose carefree manner made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. "You're here for revenge, am I right?" Merlin inquired after several minutes of silence. "Is it because you were banished from Camelot and were forced to die on the battlefield?" William snorted. "You can think of whatever convenient reason you can think of to answer your question. However, I advise you to not get in my way. Do you still not understand, Merlin? I am no longer the brat that you people kicked out of Camelot just because you could. This time, I am the one kicking people. So, if you don't want me to kick you out, make sure to leave peacefully while I'm still being nice. Old man, believe me when I say that you won't like it when I get angry." Merlin ignored William's words as the magic power on the tip of his staff glowed brighter. "Just tell me one thing, are you planning to kill the king?" Merlin inquired. You think too much, Merlin, William replied. If and when he dies, you can rest assured that it will not be by my hands. Somewhere out there will carry out that deed, it just will not be me. Now go, I want to rest, and your presence annoys me. Merlin stared at the black-haired teenager for a full minute before vanishing in a brilliant light. A moment later, the room descended into darkness. William closed his eyes and rested. He didn't lie when he said that the king's death had nothing to do with him. That was not his role. Right now, there was only one thing he wanted to do, and that was to right the wrongs that had been done to him in the past. The first one I'll get revenge on is Lancelot, William mused as he allowed himself to be embraced by Lady Sleep. After that, it will be your turn, Arthur Pendragon. You sorry excuse for a father. In the past, the silver-haired William had no power to defy his fate. He couldn't fight the flow of the river and was forced to be carried away by the raging waters, until he met his death. Upon stepping into this plane of existence, William had regained the memories he lost when he became an Aenarion in Asgard. He remembered the unwillingness he felt as he drew his last breath. Until the moment his heart stopped beating, his only regret was not being able to be recognized by his own father, which made the black-haired teenager feel disgusted by how pathetic his past self was. This was why he also wanted to get back to those people that had ridiculed him in the past and show them what it was like to grovel under one's feet. Castle of Camelot. Merlin reappeared inside his room with a sigh. He already suspected that the Dark Knight was William and he had come to find him in order to ask him if he planned to kill King Arthur. Although the black-haired teenager denied his allegations, the Grand Archmage couldn't sit still and informed the king about his discovery. In the end, the king only thanked Merlin and told the Archmage that he would be careful. After the old mage left the king's quarters, an owl flew through the window and landed on the king's bed. A moment later, a beautiful enchantress appeared with a serious expression on her face. Merlin beat me to it, but I guess this is only natural, Morgaine said. You better be careful. William will definitely challenge you tomorrow. I know, King Arthur replied. But, I am not worried. He will not be able to beat me. Morgaine snorted as she once again took the form of the owl and flew out the window. However, she left a trail of words that made the king of Camelot frown. There's no fool, like an old fool. Morgaine knew that even though the king was protected by the holy sword, Excalibur, the one he would be fighting against was no pushover. In the end, she decided to leave because she understood that the king would not listen to any of the words that she was going to say. William, beat the crap of that fool for me, Morgaine cursed under her breath. That will teach him that he is only human, and not a perfect being who thinks that the world revolves around him. Chapter 1174, Checkmate. The third day of the tournament started and the final 8 participants appeared in the venue, decked with their armor. All of them were hopeful that they would become the champion and serve the king, except for one particular knight, who stood straight with his arms crossed over his chest. Merlin and Morgaine stared at the Dark Knight with serious faces, while Modred looked at him with a flushed look on his face. Mother, I told you that the Dark Knight is strong. Modred said exactly. He will definitely be the champion of this tournament. Indeed, he is strong, Morgaine replied. The enchantress no longer said anything and simply waited for the final matches to start. William was paired off with the knight that was called the Knight of the Sparrow. The young knight served as an apprentice knight for Sir Geraint, and was personally being taught by him. As the two faced off with each other, the young knight raised his visor and looked at his opponent with admiration and respect. I am Miles Aldis, the Knight of the Sparrow. It is an honor to do battle with you, Miles stated. May I know your exalted name? The Dark Knight briefly nodded his head before his charming voice reached everyone's ears. I am the Dark Knight, William replied. Bruce Dwayne. Miles nodded as he lowered his visor. May the best knight win. Likewise. After the referee deemed that both fighters were ready, he raised his hand and declared the start of the battle. Immediately, Miles charged at his opponent and unleashed a sword thrust that was as swift as a sparrow, and as deadly as the talons of a hawk. The Dark Knight casually deflected the sword thrust to the side, and counterattacked with a sword thrust of his own. However, Miles had already anticipated this move, so he hurriedly used the cross guard of his sword to deflect the sword thrust that was aimed at his chest. Succeeding in his attempt, Miles took a step forward in order to forcefully push his opponent away, and pin him down to the ground. His plan was perfect, and he had also practiced this move so many times in the past, that he was confident that he would be able to neutralize his opponent in 3 moves. However, just as he was about to carry out his plan, the Dark Knight's knee rose and collided with the side of his waist, breaking Miles' momentum. Due to his armor, the kick didn't hurt that much, but it was still enough to break Miles' concentration, allowing his opponent to counterattack. The Dark Knight twisted his body to the side and used his arm to ram Miles' chest, which sent him skidding backwards. The blow was strong enough, and Miles felt as if he had been kicked by a horse. He found it hard to breathe, as if all the air in his lungs were expelled by his opponent's blow. The young knight desperately tried to raise his guard and recover his bearings, but his opponent didn't give him that opportunity. Two strong hands grabbed his shoulders and held him in place. The next thing Miles knew, the opponent's helmet was closing in on his face. A moment later, a resounding clanging sound spread in the surroundings as the Dark Knight headbutted his opponent, which sent the latter taking a step back before falling under one knee. "You did well, but you faced the wrong opponent," the Dark Knight said as he took the sword that he had stabbed on the ground beside him and placed the blade on Miles' neck. "Checkmate." Miles could only smile bitterly behind the visor of his helmet as he raised both hands in surrender. The crowd cheered for the victor and for showing them an amazing battle that was quite different from the one they were expecting. In the end, the Dark Knight extended his hand to help Miles stand up as a sign of sportsmanship, which earned him applause and well wishes from the spectators. Even Sir Geraint stood up from his seat and clapped both of his hands together to applaud the two knights that had just finished their duel. The winner, the Dark Knight, Bruce Dwayne. The referee shouted. Since William had already declared his alias, the referee decided that it was safe to call him by his name. The people chatted as they asked each other if they knew anyone by that name. Only 3 people, namely the King, Merlin, and Morgaine, knew of William's true identity, but they kept their silence and only watched from the stands. The other 3 matches also proceeded as normal, and finally the last 4 semifinalists were declared. Since all the semifinalists didn't receive any serious injuries, the Knights decided to hold the semifinal on that same day, leaving the championship match the next day. The 4 Knights agreed to the change in schedule, and once again faced each other. This time, William was faced with another knight apprentice. However, just like before, he performed well during the battle, and even gave the knight enough airtime, so he wouldn't lose too badly in front of the people. William even went out of his way to show that he was being pushed back, and only managed to reverse the situation due to a lucky opportunity that was presented to him. Morgaine, who was watching from the stands, rubbed her face with both hands because she felt embarrassed by William's acting, that could get him nominated for the Oscars. Modred, who was seated beside her, cheered loudly as he supported his new idol, who just happened to be his big brother who had died in battle a few years ago. The enchanting fairy felt conflicted about this turn of events, but she couldn't do anything about it except smile and clap her hands like everyone around her. In the end, the last 2 fighters were announced for the championship battle that would be held the next day. The Dark Knight, Bruce Dwayne, and Isaac Bracot, the Relentless Knight. They were the 2 champions that would fight for the chance to become the next Knight of the Round Table, and become one of the honored warriors of the realm. From under his visor, William looked at the strongest Knight of the Round Table, Lancelot, who was also looking at him like a hawk. A sneer appeared on the half-elf's face as he gazed at the person that teased him for being a loser when he was still in Camelot. The strongest knight of the realm, Lancelot, who was known for his skill with the sword and the untold number of ladies he wooed. He was someone that the old William aspired to be, and yet, that same person kicked him when he was down. The knight even mocked him as he was being taken away by the king's servants when the decree of his exile had been passed down. If there was someone that William hated aside from his father, it was none other than Lancelot, the Knight of the Cart. The person that secretly had a crush on Queen Guinevere, and was hoping to make her his woman. William found out about this, and even told his father his discovery, but instead of praise, the only thing he got was exile, and Lancelot's ridicule-filled words as he was dragged away. Now that his target was in front of him, William endured the itch that was spreading across the palm of his hand. He couldn't wait for the next day to come, so that he could have his revenge on the righteous knight, who turned his happy and peaceful life upside down. Chapter 1175. Since you want to play, let's play. That night, William didn't return to the inn. He went to a mountain overlooking Camelot, and looked at the setting sun, while seated on his black throne. Looking at this familiar world, the half-elf was feeling a sense of nostalgia. Back then, he had died at a very young age before he could even realize his dreams, and keep the promises he made. As the darkness slowly crept across the land, and the last embers of sunlight illuminated the western skies, a streak of lightning descended from the sky and landed a few meters away from William. Astrape, the deity of lightning, appeared kneeling in front of her new master, who seemed to be deep in thought. She didn't disturb the black-haired teenager and continued kneeling, like a knight waiting for her king's permission to rise. Fortunately, only a minute passed before William turned his head and made a gesture for Astrape to come to him. He then lightly patted his lap, making Astrape blush in understanding. A moment later, the beautiful deity sat on William's lap and rested her head on the half-elf's shoulder. William in turn held her waist, and secured her in place. "Did you discover anything?" William asked. "No, master," Astrape replied. "Aside from warring kingdoms on the other side of the sea, I didn't see anything unusual during my journey." William nodded his head in understanding. It was truly difficult to look for something unusual, if you didn't really know what you were looking for. Right now, they were still trying to understand why the time loop that Astrape, Bronte, and Titania experienced had happened in the first place. "Did you sense anything that was similar to the doorways to the other worlds during your journey?" "No, it seems that the pathways to the other planes are exclusive in this particular land, master. I found no such doorways during my exploration." "How peculiar," William muttered. The portals that led to the different worlds were discovered within the domains ruled by King Arthur. The half-elf didn't know if this was just a coincidence or not, but he would have to wait for Bronte's and Titania's reports before he came to a conclusion. There were still so many things that they didn't understand about the world they were in right now. Coming to a conclusion without doing any investigation would lead them to nowhere. "Astrape, I called you here because I need your help," William said after a few minutes. "I can't open my thousand-beast domain here, so I am unable to summon the elves to drink their blood. Although I can randomly capture any of the ladies in the city to drink their blood, I don't know if that is a good idea or not. In order to play it safe, I decided to drink your blood instead. Of course, I will not force you to do it. I give you permission to reject my request if you don't feel like doing it." Astrape looked at William with a smile. "Master, I will do anything if it will be of help to you. I will gladly fight your enemies for you, let alone letting you drink my blood. Please, drink until you are satisfied." "Thank you," William smiled back as he lightly caressed Astrape's right cheek before kissing her lips for a brief moment. The deity of lightning then parted her hair, and moved it to the side, to show her slender and captivating neck to her master who wanted her blood. A moment later, a prickling pain assaulted her senses, which lasted for only a few seconds. Soon, Astrape felt her body tingling due to the feeling of pleasure that was washing over her for the first time in her life. William, who was drinking Astrape's blood, immediately felt a difference between drinking her blood and drinking the blood of his wives, lovers, and the elves. The beautiful lady sitting on his lap was a pseudo-god. Her blood was very rich in magical powers, and it immediately sated the black-haired teenager's bloodthirst after only drinking around a mouthful of blood. Originally, William thought that he would need to call Bronte and Titania as well because Astrape's blood might not be enough for him. To his surprise, his bloodthirst was quenched so easily, which had never happened before. "I think I will need to drink Bronte's and Titania's blood to conclude whether this is merely a coincidence or not," William thought as he kissed the wound of Astrape's neck to heal it completely. Astrape, who was still basking in the afterglow of pleasure, didn't know what was happening around her. The black-haired teenager simply pulled her close to him and rested the beautiful lady's head on his shoulder. Only after 10 minutes had passed did Astrape snap out of her daze and realize that she had returned to her previous position before her master drank her blood. "Thank you, Astrape," William said softly. "You're welcome, master," Astrape replied. Part of her wanted to tell William that if he needed to drink more of her blood, he should just call for her any time. However, the other half of herself was feeling embarrassed to say those things to the black-haired teenager because he might think that she was overstepping her bounds. When the darkness deepened, and the countless stars shone above the heavens, William finally told Astrape that he would be returning to Camelot, and she should return to her investigations. The lightning deity nodded her head in understanding before reluctantly standing up from William's lap. She bowed to her master one last time before turning into a lightning bolt that flew into the heavens. The half-elf watched her disappear in the night sky before flying towards the city. However, halfway in his journey, he decided to just spend the night outside. He had a feeling that the moment he stepped inside the city, Merlin, and probably Morgaine, would confront him and ask him a multitude of questions that he didn't want to be bothered with. The bell at the center of the city rang, telling everyone that the championship match of the night tournament would begin in an hour. William had arrived at the venue already wearing his black armor, and was just waiting for the battle to start. What he didn't know was that his opponent had been called into the castle of Camelot, while William was spending some quality time with Astrape. Knowing who he really was, Merlin, as well as Arthur, decided to even things out and loaned the relentless knight, Isaac Bracot, some equipment that would allow him to increase his performance against his opponent. At first, Isaac felt that the king and Merlin were asking him to break the rules. However, after the Grand Archmage insisted that William was someone who had come to threaten Camelot, the young knight finally agreed to receive some items that would boost his strength during the final battle. Just as the two men faced each other, Isaac reached out to shake William's hand, which the latter accepted. "I was told that you came here to endanger the lives of His Majesty and his entourage, is that true?" Isaac asked. "It's true," William admitted. "I will not lose to you, Bruce Wayne." "That's what losers say, Isaac. Make sure to not repeat the same mistake again in the future." The two teenagers ended their handshake and moved to their respective places. When Isaac drew his blade, William noticed that this was not the blade that the young knight used in his previous battles. The half-elf then gave Merlin a sidelong glance before returning his attention to his opponent. "Since you want to play, let's play." The corner of William's lips curled up into a smirk. Suddenly out of nowhere, a weapon descended from the heavens and landed beside the half-elf. Since he couldn't magically pull out a weapon out of thin air, he decided to play a little trick to make it look like the heavens were on his side as he summoned the first weapon that he had bought from the god shop to assist him in battle. It was none other than the lance that shines at the end of the world, Rongomyniad. The moment William held the handle of the spear and pointed its tip at the heavens, King Arthur's, Merlin's, and Morgaine's expressions, as well as the expressions of the Knights of the Round Table, changed completely. How could they possibly not recognize the spear that the Dark Knight was wielding at the moment? It was the spear that once belonged to Arthur Pendragon's father, Uther Pendragon, who was the supreme king before Arthur took over his position as the new king of Camelot. William wanted to laugh out loud after seeing the King Arthur's, Merlin's, and the knights' faces. All of them seemed to have eaten a fly, which made the half-elf nod in satisfaction because he chose the right weapon to get back at them for their dirty tricks. Who was William? He was someone who literally threw shit at people. He was not afraid of playing dirty. Chapter 1176. Are you prepared for the consequences? Lane challenging me. Boy, the people that were in the venue all gasped in shock when the shining spear descended from the sky. It was as if the heavens had taken the Dark Knight's side and presented him with a weapon that would allow him to win the tournament. The moment William raised the weapon and pointed its tip towards the sky, the people cheered because they thought that the Dark Knight was paying his tribute to the gods that had bestowed upon him a majestic spear that they were seeing for the first time. "Referee, I think it is about time to start the battle," William said as he pointed his spear towards Isaac, who stood rooted on the ground. "The gods are watching over this duel. Please, don't keep them waiting." The referee as well as the people of that era were quite superstitious. They didn't doubt William's words, and the referee raised his hand to declare the start of the match, without even asking for the king's permission. Duel start. As soon as the signal for the battle started, Isaac broke out of his daze and firmly held Clarent in his hands. This was King Arthur's other sword, that were on par with Excal. Merlin and Morgaine chanted and a blue dome surrounded the battlegrounds, keeping the two combatants inside. Both sorcerers knew that this wouldn't be an ordinary battle, and they needed to ensure that the people that were watching the tournament would be safe from the attacks of the two young knights, who were both wielding magical weapons. His Excellency was right, Isaac said with gritted teeth. "You threaten the peace of this kingdom. You believe that old fool?" William asked in a teasing tone. "He can't even spell his own name right, and you think he is right?" "Very funny." Morgaine and the other knights all glanced at Merlin, as if asking him if what the Dark Knight was saying was the truth. "Don't believe his hubris," Merlin roared. "Who's stupid enough to not know how to spell their own name?" The Knights of the Round Table averted their gazes. Although they were all intellectual individuals, some of them weren't good when it came to writing things, especially writing their names. However, none of them would admit it, especially in front of their king. A gust of wind blew across the battleground as the sword in Isaac's hands hummed. Clarent, which was a sword that King Arthur used, glowed blood red as magical powers were gathered into its blade. William smiled as the tip of Rongomyniad radiated in a golden light. he was prepared to meet Isaac's strongest attack head-on. The half-elf was constantly observing Clarent's power, so he could match it with the same strength. He was afraid that he might accidentally kill Isaac in their duel, which was something he didn't plan on doing because it would lead to complications later on. "Enact justice upon the guilty," Isaac shouted. "Lay waste to my enemies, Clarent." At the same time the magical sword unleashed several crimson wind blades in William's direction. "Illuminate the world," William roared. Rongomyniad. Two powerful attacks collided with each other, which ended up in a powerful explosion sending dirt and rubble flying in every direction. The crowds gasped in shock because this was the first time they were seeing such an incredible display of abilities. Fortunately, the barrier that protected them from William's and Isaac's combined attacks held firm, and kept them safe from harm. A moment later, the sound of weapons clashing rang within the dust cloud that blocked everyone's sight. With each blow, Isaac could feel his body getting stronger due to the power that was being supplied to him by Clarent. Even so, his opponent was casually dodging, blocking, deflecting his attacks even though he was currently in a trance-like state that allowed him to surpass his limits. "Why are my attacks not landing?" Isaac felt anxious because something was telling him that no matter how strong he became in this battle, he would still not be able to even graze his opponent's armor due to the difference in strength. When the dust cloud receded, everyone gasped in shock when they saw that Isaac was already kneeling on the ground, unable to raise his sword. The young knight's hands were numb after unleashing a barrage of powerful blows that didn't even land on his opponent. William, on the other hand, just stood a few meters away from Isaac, with his weapon lowered to the ground. It was as if he was letting his opponent catch his breath, so that the two of them could fight again. "Have you rested enough?" William asked after 5 minutes had passed. "You can surrender now if you don't want to continue." Isaac didn't answer. Instead, he forced himself to stand by using Clarent to support his body. "I'm not done yet," Isaac said in a hoarse voice. "I will protect His Majesty. I will protect this kingdom." "Okay," William replied as he walked towards Isaac in a carefree manner. "You can sleep now." Without another word, William tapped the side of Isaac's head with his spear, making the young knight lose consciousness. The referee ran towards the collapsed knight and checked if he was in any mortal danger. After seeing that the teenager just lost consciousness, the referee announced William's victory, making the crowd cheer in unison. Modred, who was right beside his mother, shouted in joy as his favorite knight won the tournament. When the shouting and cheering receded, William then walked towards the VIP stands, and pointed his hand at a knight who was seated just below the king's throne. "I want to challenge the strongest knight of the kingdom," William declared. "Sir Lancelot, do you dare to fight me?" The faint trace of ridicule didn't escape the knight's ears, and it made Lancelot smile at the young knight who dared to challenge him. The strongest knight of the realm emptied his wine cup before standing up from his seat. "Are you prepared for the consequences in challenging me, boy?" Lancelot asked. "Yes," William replied in a teasing tone. "Come, I have prepared a special wooden stick just for you." William smiled and walked towards the audience who was watching him fight. After the Dark Knight left the barrier, a boy with freckles on his face handed him a wooden staff with a fawning look. "Sir Bruce, I made sure to keep this wooden staff safe," the boy replied. "My friends tried to take it from me, but I made sure that they didn't even get to touch it." "Good." William patted the boy's shoulder, which made the latter become ecstatic. "You are bound to become a great person someday. Someone who doesn't shy away from duties has the makings of a knight." The children who saw this scene became jealous as William lightly patted the boy's head before he walked back to the battleground, carrying his wooden staff. "This staff is very effective against idiots," William declared. "Let me test it on you, Sir Lancelot. I just want to know if you are an idiot or not." Lancelot's smile remained on his face, but in his eyes, a trace of killing intent was oozing out. No one in Camelot dared to challenge his name and authority, and because of this, he planned to teach the young knight a painful lesson that he would not forget in his lifetime. Chapter 1177, The Secret of William's Wooden Staff. "I just want to know if you are an idiot or not." This sentence, that was spoken in a teasing manner, spread across the venue, making all the spectators wonder if they heard the young knight's words properly. Lancelot was the strongest knight of the Round Table, and was even said to be on par with King Arthur himself. However, the Dark Knight had chosen to challenge him, and his weapon of choice was a wooden staff. This made the people scratch their heads in confusion. But, since the young knight was already the champion of the tournament, they thought that this was just a simple exhibition match done for everyone's entertainment. William stood in a carefree manner while the wooden staff rested on his shoulder. He had already challenged Lancelot, and if the latter were to reject his challenge, that would make him a killjoy. No one liked killjoys, not even during medieval times. Lancelot didn't even bother to don his armor and only carried his sword, Aurondite, to the battleground. Merlin and Morgaine exchanged a glance before nodding at the same time. They once again cast a barrier spell in order to reinforce the protective array that they had placed earlier. Now that Lancelot had accepted William's duel, this battle could no longer be considered child's play. "Protect the people," King Arthur ordered. "Make sure none of my subjects get hurt." The knights of the Round Table stood up from their seats and hurried to where the spectators were watching. All of them were carrying their magical artifacts, and would not hesitate to use them to ensure the safety of the innocent. William and Lancelot stood facing each other, but neither of them moved. They allowed the knights to position themselves just outside the barrier to prepare for any incidents. "Are both knights ready?" King Arthur asked as he raised his hand to signal that the battle would start after his command. William and Lancelot nodded their heads. Both fighters then took a fighting stance at the same time, waiting for King Arthur's prompt to start. Seeing that both fighters were ready, he no longer wasted any time and shouted, "Duel start." A second later, a crisp, cracking sound reverberated in the arena as Lancelot drew his blade. It was as if the very air was cut in half the moment when Aurondite was unsheathed from its scabbard. Aurondite, the sword which was said to be indestructible when attacked by any mortal weapon, was only given to the strongest of knights in the current era. The fact that Lancelot held this sword in his hands meant that the sword had recognized him as the one true knight that was capable of wielding him. William also knew Aurondite's power, so he didn't use Rongomyniad to fight against it. Since it was a sword that couldn't be defeated by a weapon forged by mortals, then a wooden staff that belonged to a god was the perfect counter for it. The moment Lancelot took his first step, it was as if the entire world flickered for a brief moment. The next second, the fairy blade was only a few inches away from William's neck, and was only kept at bay by the wooden staff in his hands. "Not bad," William said. "You didn't even hesitate to go for the kill on your first strike." "Shut up," Lancelot replied. "Words are not needed during duels. I didn't come here to chat with you." William smirked. "Well said." He no longer said anything and instead unleashed a kick towards Lancelot's groin. To his surprise, Lancelot moved his body to the side, allowing Lux's kick to pass harmlessly to his side. Using the moment of his turn, Lancelot used his elbow to attack William's face that was covered by his visor without holding back. The half-elf took a step back and deftly used his wooden staff to block Lancelot's strike, while raising his left knee to counter-attack. Just like what he did earlier, Lancelot moved his body once again to evade the Dark Knight's attack, as if he was dancing. These exchanges only happened in the span of a few seconds, and yet, all the spectators could see was a blur. Both fighters were moving too fast for their eyes to follow. Only the king, Merlin, Morgaine, and the knights of the Round Table could see the incredible scene that was happening in front of their eyes. Suddenly, the ground shook and a meter-deep fissure appeared on the arena. But it didn't end there. With every strike Lancelot unleashed, more fissures appeared on the ground. However, no matter how much he tried to land a hit on William, none of his attacks landed. This was very similar to what happened when he was fighting against Isaac. For William, unless Lancelot used the full power of Aurondite, his ordinary attacks didn't pose a threat to him. After a minute of evading, William no longer stayed passive and moved in for a strike. He had lowered his strength to match Lancelot's because fighting the knight as a demigod would be too boring for him. The moment William crossed the gap between them, Lancelot knew that his opponent had finally decided to fight seriously. However, just as he was about to unleash a sword strike at his opponent, he felt that something was amiss the moment William pointed the tip of his wooden staff in his direction at close range. "Quick shot war art second form," William's words reached Lancelot's ear, which made the knight raise his weapon in a defensive position. Immediately Lancelot's body skid on the ground after receiving William's unexpected blow. However, the half-elf wasn't done with his attack just yet. "Quick shot war art fourth form," William declared. Grand bazooka. The attack was shot at almost point-blank range. A second later, Lancelot's body flew several meters in the air as if he was hit by a speeding truck. William then moved his hand on the handle of his wooden staff as if he was reloading a shotgun. As Lancelot propped himself up the ground, his body jerked several times as invisible bullets smashed on his body, making him take a few steps back every 2 seconds. After using Arondite to block the invisible bullets from hitting his body, the strongest knight was finally able to take a breather. Lancelot's mouth was filled with the salty taste of his own blood, and knew that he could no longer take his opponent lightly. "Can you still fight?" William asked as he twirled the wooden staff in his hands. "You can concede anytime you want, you know." Lancelot ignored William's taunt and wiped away the blood that flowed out from the corner of his lips with the back of his hand. "Cut through the firmament," Lancelot declared as dark clouds covered the heavens. "Raise the world, Arondite." The sword in Lancelot's hand turned purplish in color as the power of the world revolved around it. Clearly, he finally decided to stop holding back and just wanted to kill the person in front of him. Seeing that the worst-case scenario had happened, Merlin threw a ball made of crystal at the arena. The moment the ball hit the ground, William and Lancelot were sent to a domain where they could not kill any innocent during their no-holds-barred battle. William smiled after seeing the full power of the fairy sword, Arondite. Even in his demigod form, Lancelot's sword could still kill him if it landed cleanly on his body. "Say, we've been together for a very long time," William said as he held onto the wooden staff firmly in his hand. "I know that the current me doesn't have the qualifications to order you around, but just this once, lend me the power that I need so I can put an end to this chapter of my past life." The wooden staff in William's hand vibrated as if agreeing to his request. William had carried the wooden staff since he was a baby, and it had protected him when he was about to be killed by a goblin. Although he hadn't used it for quite some time, this was a weapon that had been entrusted to him by the god of shepherds himself. A moment later, a steady and determined voice echoed within Merlin's domain where the two combatants were facing each other. "I am a marvel to see and know, for no one has ever been able to see and grip me, and never will, no matter how large his hand, except one man alone. And this man will surpass in skill all those who have come before him, and all who will follow afterward." A thunderous clap resounded in the heavens as the voice continued to utter the words that made the very fiber of the world tremble. "The man who will carry me must be more valiant, and confident than any other if he is to carry me as purely as he should. I cannot be taken to any vile, or sinful, place. He who would put me in such a place will be the first to regret it, but if he takes proper care of me, he can go everywhere safely." The wooden staff in William's hand glowed like the sun, and he watched with amazement as the wood on the staff was stripped away, similar to an apple being peeled in a circular motion. "In your current state, you are unable to wield me. However, just this once, I will lend you my aid." The weapon in William's hand hummed as the weapon that had never been seen before appeared in the closed-off domain. It was the sword that belonged to a king. It was a sword that belonged to a god. "Strike with all the power of the virtues of the world," William ordered as he raised the sword towards the sky. "Cut through time and space, sword of blah 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 blah." On the first day, God said, "Let there be light," and by his words, the world that belonged to Merlin was covered in light. Before it was split in half. Chapter 1178, that was the most amazing feeling ever. In the venue where the tournament was held, Merlin cried out in pain before collapsing on the ground unconscious. Just before King Arthur could come to his aid, a loud cracking sound was heard in the arena. The crystal ball that the Grand Archmage had thrown earlier split in half, and the light that shot towards the heavens from the crystal ball made everyone who witnessed it kneel on the ground. Even King Arthur wasn't spared from this effect, and even though he tried hard to resist the overwhelming pressure that was coming from the light, it was futile. For the first time since he became the King of Camelot, Arthur Pendragon knelt on the ground. No matter how much he resisted it, in front of that holy light that illuminated the entire world, no one had the strength, nor ability, to remain standing. The people who saw it didn't feel any overwhelming pressure to make them go down on their knees, like Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table did. The common folk simply felt that it was a sacred light and, out of habit, they began to worship it as they had done with many supernatural things that happened in their world. To their credit, the light didn't harm them. In fact, everyone who was suffering from disease or illness and who saw the light felt their ailments and pains melting out of their bodies. Such was the effect when the power of the 8 virtues of the world was unleashed in full. "Mother, what is that light?" Modred asked as he kneeled beside his mother and looked at the dazzling light that parted the dark clouds that hung in the sky. "It is divine light," Morgaine replied subconsciously. "This is the first time I've seen it with this much intensity, but I am certain that what we're seeing is divine light." When the light finally receded after a full minute, the clear blue sky once again appeared above their heads. The sunlight shone down on everyone. It wasn't hot, but warm and, to a certain extent, very gentle. The wind blew past everyone, giving them a refreshing feeling as if taking their remaining ailments and woes away. When the pressure forcing King Arthur and all his knights to kneel disappeared, all of them stood up at once. The first thing the king did was check to see if Merlin was fine, but thanks to the divine light that had shot towards the heavens, the injuries that the Grand Archmage received had healed completely. He was just feeling so refreshed that he felt that lying on the floor didn't seem that bad. It had been a while since he had taken a proper rest, and he was very tempted to just sleep on the ground and wake up a few hours later. Just 5 more minutes, okay, Merlin said as Arthur shook his body. No, make that 10 minutes. I deserve the extra 5 minutes due to working overtime yesterday. King Arthur was very tempted to slap the old man because he had completely forgotten what had transpired earlier. However, before he could even do that, Merlin's eyes opened wide after he remembered what happened to his precious portable domain. That damn brat, Merlin stood up enraged. He destroyed my domain. As if calling the devil's name, 2 figures reappeared in the battleground. On the ground, Lancelot lay with several wounds on his body. His sword arm was bent at a weird angle, which signified that his arm was broken. The strongest knight's clothes were in tatters, and were similar to a shredded rag. The proud knight was nowhere to be seen. In his place, a person who was writhing in pain could be seen. William walked towards the fallen knight and looked down on him. A second later, he casually kicked him until Lancelot's body turned over, with his face facing the ground. William crouched down and raised his hand. A resounding clap echoed in the venue, followed by Lancelot's pained howl. William spanked the strongest knight on the bum a second time, as if he was disciplining a child that had done bad things. Stop this at once, King Arthur shouted, as William was about to slap Lancelot's bum for a third time. The Dark Knight gave the king a sidelong glance before slapping the proud knight's backside for the third time. The people, including the knights of the Round Table, couldn't believe what they saw. Someone actually defied the order of their king. This had never happened in the past, and it made King Arthur feel that his face had been slapped as well. After slapping Lancelot's bum 13 times, William finally stood up and faced the King of Camelot. When everyone's eyes were on him, the Dark Knight snuck in a kick to the knight lying beside his feet, turning his body over so that it faced the sky. A gasp escaped everyone's lips because they never thought that William would be so shameless as to openly sneak attack the fallen knight under their gazes. Why you? King Arthur was doing his best to not make a scene in front of his subjects, but William's repeated acts of violence were challenging his authority. You're not worthy of being a knight. William's reply was to take off the helmet that covered his face. Long silver hair that reached his shoulders appeared in front of everyone. William's gray eyes stared at the king with a mischievous glint in them as if he was looking at something very funny. I know, right, William replied in a carefree manner. I was never meant to be a knight, nor I was meant to be your son. The only thing that was meant to happen to me in this world was to die. So, fuck you, father. You're nothing but a fucking piece of shit. William then laughed after hurling insults at the king whose face had gone livid out of anger. The half-elf ignored him as he looked towards the clear blue sky. Although it was a lifetime ago, he felt as if all the frustrations and the grudges he kept in his heart melted away like snow on a sunny day. For the first time since he was tainted by darkness, William felt so peaceful. He then closed his eyes and allowed the wonderful feeling to wash over his body. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing in a peaceful and beautiful world, where the sea under his feet reflected the clear blue sky on the heavens. Standing in front of him was the silver-haired William, who had a smile on his face. Thank you, the silver-haired William said. You're welcome, William replied. But, this is just the first step, right? The silver-haired William nodded with a smile on his face. I have so many regrets in my lifetime, the silver-haired William stated. Promises that I was not able to keep. What you did to Lancelot, and to our father, felt great. That was the most amazing feeling ever, well, aside from making love to our wives. William gave his other half a knowing smile. How could slapping Lancelot's backside even come close to slapping Lilith's bubble bum? Remembering the Amazon princess that was waiting for him on the floor of Asgard made William's cold heart feel warm. There are still grudges that we need to settle, the silver-haired William said as he patted William's shoulder. And promises that we need to keep, William replied as he patted the silver-haired William's shoulder. "Don't worry, I got this. I'll make sure to do it right this time." The silver-haired William smirked before turning into particles of light and merging with William's body. He now understood how to break the time loop that plagued the world. It was not the world whose time had stopped, but it was his time that had stopped. After defeating Lancelot, and giving an invisible slap to his father's face, William understood that the key to this world was himself. Now that his grudges against Lancelot and his father were settled, it was now time to move to the next place, and keep the promise he made to the pitiful lady that held him until he drew his last breath. "Although it is several lifetimes late, it is time for me to keep the promise I made," William said softly before turning his back to the king who once played an important role in his life. The color of William's hair changed from silver to black, and his gray eyes turned golden in color. The armor he was wearing disappeared and was replaced by a princely robe that enhanced his handsome features. Soon he disappeared from the venue and reappeared on the mountain where he had drunk Astrope's blood several hours ago. "Astrape, Bronte, Titania, return to me," William ordered. "There's no need to look for clues anymore. I know where we should go next." "As you command, Master." William summoned his throne and sat on it. He then rested the side of his face on his closed fist before closing his eyes. Memories that he had once lost in Asgard flooded his mind. Memories that he had managed to regain in his current lifetime. Chapter 1179, Reunion in Alfheim. William stared at the fantasy-like scenery as he stood on top of a mountain. After the three beautiful deities returned to his side, the half-elf left Midgard with them and went to his next destination, Alfheim. "The three of you, take a tour of this realm and see if there are any interesting things in it," William ordered. "Do not come to find me. I will call for you when the time comes. At most, we will stay in this plane for 4 to 5 days before we move to the next place." "As you wish, Master." The three ladies bowed in unison before taking off towards the skies. Although William's order was basically telling them to go sightseeing, they didn't find anything wrong with it because his orders were absolute. As the three disappeared into the horizon, William's body turned into a lightning bolt and flew towards the place where someone had been waiting for him for the past thousands of years. It didn't take long for the black-haired teenager to arrive at his destination. He hovered in the sky as he used his ability to gaze at the scenery that had played an important role in his life when he was still William Pendragon. "It's still the same as I remember," William thought as he looked at the garden which housed the lazy elf whom he had escorted from the forest where she had been staying previously. After looking at the nostalgic scenery, William used his abilities to zoom in on a wooden cottage in the distance. Bypassing its walls, he saw a lady with long blonde hair, curled up in a fetal position. She was holding onto a robe, and treated it like a hug pillow. Tear stains could be seen on her beautiful face, as she wept for the person that she hadn't seen for a long time. After seeing this scene, William felt a pang of ache in his heart because he knew full well the reason for her tears. Taking a step forward, the half-elf traversed the great distance and appeared several meters from the door of the cottage. Suddenly, a commotion sounded inside the wooden cottage before the door burst open. The blonde elf, who usually spent her time sleeping, cried out as she ran towards William with outstretched arms. Her long blonde hair that was dozens of meters long, fluttered behind her as if it was weightless. Out of reflex, William spread his arms wide and caught the crying beauty in his arms. Acedia, the elf who carried the sin of sloth, wailed in William's arms, while the latter held her tight. He didn't expect their reunion to happen like this, and the black-haired teenager could feel the sadness that the beautiful elf had endured for the several years that he was gone. "It's fine, I am here," William said softly as he lightly patted the head of the crying elf who was holding him so tightly. "I'm back, Acedia." Acedia didn't reply because she was crying like a child. It was as if she had forgotten how to talk, and was only using her raw instincts to tell William how sad she was. The two stayed in each other's arms for a long period of time. The half-elf knew that Acedia was pouring out all of the sadness and loneliness that she had bottled up inside her over the past few years, and William allowed her to do that. Finally, the beautiful elf looked up at William and cupped his face. "Well, come, be back," Acedia said hoarsely. Clearly, she hadn't talked for a very long time, and she was having trouble saying the words she wanted to say. A moment later, the beautiful elf's body slackened, as if she had lost her strength on her legs. Her eyes were slowly drooping, and yet, she was fighting it with everything she had. Acedia was afraid that she was just dreaming, and her beloved would disappear the moment she woke up. Because of this, she bit her lips until blood gushed out of them, alarming the black-haired teenager that was holding onto her. "Don't hurt yourself," William said sternly. "I'm not going away. I'll still be here when you wake up." Acedia stubbornly shook her head. It took William a full minute to calm her down, so he could use healing magic to cure the injury she had inflicted on herself. In the end, Acedia grabbed onto William's clothes, and held it in a vice grip before she fell asleep, while being held by the man she had waited for a very long time. The half-elf looked at the beauty in his arms and wiped away the tears that were still spilling from her eyes. One of the greatest regrets in his life was not being able to keep his promise to Acedia. Now that he was given a chance to do so, he would make sure that the pitiful and lonely girl, who was exiled by her own race, would once again feel the warmth of someone being by her side. In the distance, Astrape, Bronte, and Titania looked at this scene with great interest. They didn't know who the lady in their master's arms was, but they were very curious to know who she was. However, before they could continue watching, they saw William turn into their direction, and gave them the "Have you watched enough?" glare, which scared the three deities silly. Astrape, Bronte, and Titania were like wild ducks that flew in different directions after hearing a gunshot. They knew that they had seen something they shouldn't have, and William caught them red-handed. Since none of them wanted to face William's anger, they decided to make themselves scarce, and leave the half-elf and his beautiful lover alone till their master called for them to return to him. William snorted before carrying the sleeping elf back inside their cottage. The main reason he had ordered the three deities to go sightseeing was to prevent them from sticking around him, while he reunited with Acedia. Although the lazy elf had a carefree personality, she could be quite impish at times, especially when William did something that she didn't like. In order to prevent Acedia from feeling jealous, he wanted the three deities to be as far away from him as possible. That was the only way to ensure that the lady in his arms wouldn't have an excuse to wrap William in her hair, and hang him upside down due to lack of delicacy. Chapter 1180, Acedia's Wish. Several hours passed before the beauty in William's arms stirred. When Acedia opened her eyes, she looked sleepily at William for a few seconds, which the half-elf found amusing. This was not the first time that he had seen her in this manner, which made him remember of the times they spent together in the past. Since the half-elf was in the mood to tease her, William kissed her on the lips, making the beautiful elf's eyes open wide like saucers. The kiss didn't last long, and when William pulled back he smiled at the blonde beauty whose eyes were still staring at him in disbelief. "Good afternoon," William said. "Did you have a nice nap?" "Will," Acedia muttered as she stared at William's golden eyes that were very different from the ones she remembered. "Sorry, should I revert back to my old appearance?" William asked. Acedia then shook her head. Before hugging her beloved, "Will Acedia replied. "Nothing will change." William just smiled. He didn't want to refute Acedia's words, because that would not do any good. Instead of replying, he just kissed her again. This time, Acedia returned his kiss. Soft pecks slowly grew in intensity as they transformed into passionate kisses that lit a fire in their hearts. After 5 minutes, William was the first to pull back from Acedia's advances. It seemed that being separated for a very long time had made the lazy elf more bold when it came to exchanging kisses with him. "I missed you, Acedia," William said softly. "I'm sorry that I arrived late." Acedia shook her head before hugging William. No words were needed because she was already feeling very happy that he had returned to her side. A few hours later, the two left the wooden cottage and wandered around the Violet Ever garden like they had done in the past. In order to not tire Acedia, William decided to carry her like a princess as he took a stroll around the familiar paths that they had both taken when he was still with her. The two of them chatted as they did, making the stroll a lively one. Soon, Acedia was talking better. Her usual cheekiness returned and she even made sure to complain to William because he had made her wait for a long time. "Sorry, I should have come sooner, but things got out of hand in Midgard," William apologized. "In return for making you wait, you can ask me for anything. Whatever it is that you ask, I will do it without fail." "Are you sure?" Acedia asked back. "You're not allowed to take back your words later, you know." William chuckled. "Don't worry, I won't take back my words. Just tell me what you want, and I'll make it happen." Acedia closed her eyes as if she was seriously pondering what to ask the black-haired teenager who was carrying her around like a princess. The half-elf didn't disturb her and allowed her to think. In truth, William was very curious about what Acedia wanted. When they were together, aside from returning to her side, the Sleeping Beauty didn't ask him for anything. Now that she was given the chance, Acedia took the matter seriously and didn't hurry to give William an answer. Finally, after a good amount of time had passed, the Sleeping Beauty opened her eyes and told William what she really wanted. Ljusalfheimer, Acedia said, I want to see the capital city of the elves, Ljusalfheimer. Okay, William nodded. Do you know where it is located? Acedia nodded before shaking her head. I haven't been there before, Acedia explained. But, I was told that the elven capital is near where the sun rises in the east. I see, William commented. Then, we'll go there tomorrow. Will you really take me there? Didn't I just say that we will go there tomorrow? You should have more faith in me. Acedia stared at William with a doubtful look on her face. Clearly, she didn't believe that William could take her to the capital city of the elves, which she had never seen before. Seeing her reaction, William decided to punish the lazy bum who had no faith in him. A few moments later, Acedia found herself squirming and laughing at the same time as she was tickled relentlessly by the black-haired teenager until she begged him to stop. Naturally, William didn't make things difficult for her and stopped his naughty hands from punishing the elven beauty further. As William carried his lover towards their wooden cottage, he ordered Astrape to head east and see if she could find the elven capital before morning came. His loyal servant answered his call and did his bidding. Among the 3 deities serving under him, Astrape was the fastest of them all since she wielded the power of lightning. He believed that it wouldn't take long for Astrape to find the elven capital that was hidden within the eastern regions of Alfheim. Just like Acedia, the black-haired teenager didn't have the opportunity to visit other places in the elven world, aside from the Violet Ever Garden. He was also very curious as to why Acedia was exiled by her people. That night, William embraced his eager lover, who didn't resist his advances. Acedia's sighs filled with pleasure echoed within the walls of the cottage. It had been too long since she and William had made love with each other. The passion that they had been holding back lasted until midnight. After their lovemaking ended, both held each other tightly as they closed their eyes to sleep. When morning came, they would leave their small home for a short period of time and travel towards the elven capital. For some reason, William felt that this time around, the one that needed to get closure in their life was Acedia and not him. However, he didn't mind it. As long as he could make the Sleeping Beauty happy, he didn't mind taking her to the ends of the world and back. William covered his lover's delicate body with a blanket and kissed her forehead, just like he did before he left her back then. Words couldn't convey how guilty he felt after he had died in Midgard, and was spirited away to Asgard. He had repeatedly tried to return to Midgard, in order to be with her again, but it was simply impossible. In time, his memories of her slowly disappeared from his head, until he had forgotten about her completely. This time, I won't forget, William said softly as he gently pulled the sleeping elf to his side. This time, I will keep my promise to you. As if hearing his words, Acedia made a humming sound before snuggling up against his chest. William smiled before closing his eyes to rest a little longer as well, using the beautiful elf as a hug pillow. This was his payback for what Acedia was doing to his wife, Chiffon, back in the springs of life. For some reason, he found her body quite comfortable to hug, and decided to do the same when he returned to the sacred grove, once his expedition to conquer Hyperborea was done. Chapter 1181, Thank you for keeping your promise to me. Ljusalfheimer, the capital city of the elves, which was hailed to be one of the most beautiful cities within the 9 realms of Yggdrasil. William and Acedia looked at it from a distance. Even the half-elf had to admit that those words weren't enough to give the majestic elven city justice. However, when he looked at the beautiful elf beside him, all he could see was a sadness that permeated her entire being. What's wrong? William asked. Are you not happy to be here? Acedia shook her head before lightly squeezing William's hand. I was exiled from Ljusalfheimer when I was 12, Acedia said softly. They said that if I stayed in the city, I would only endanger everyone because of the curse in my body. Since I was an orphan, no one really cared whether I was sent away or not. I do not know who my parents were, because the orphanage didn't find any written letter on my body. They only found a name embroidered on the cloth that covered me inside the basket. Acedia paused before looking at William with a bitter smile. It was a beautiful smile, and yet, the pain she felt could be seen in her eyes. Acedia stated, that was the name that was embroidered on that piece of cloth, and thus, it became my name. William frowned when he heard this, and wondered how a 12-year-old was able to survive alone in that place where he had found her. As if reading his mind, Acedia leaned on his body as she looked at the elven capital with longing. She stayed like this for a few minutes as William held her in his embrace. For some reason, I don't need to eat or drink, Acedia stated. This uniqueness of mine allowed me to live alone in that cold and lonely place. The wild animals didn't come near me, and even if they did, I was not afraid of them. All I did was sleep, sleep, and sleep more. This routine continued until the day you came into my world. A sigh then escaped her lips as she looked up at the black-haired teenager, whose eyes had locked onto hers. Acedia could see how much the half-elf cared for her, and it allowed her to say the things that came from her heart. Thank you for coming to my world, Acedia said. I was very lonely. I thought that I was going to die alone in that place, but when you came and I thought that, maybe, a different fate was waiting for me. William wanted to say something, but he held it back. In actual history, Acedia had lived alone in Violet Ever Garden, still waiting for his return. However, since he had died in Midgard, his promise to return was never completed. He spent his life in Asgard, while protecting the 9 realms from the threats that came from the giants of Jotunheim and Muspelheim. When the Great War, Ragnarok, threatened everyone in existence, he, alongside the gods, fought with everything they had. Unfortunately, their best wasn't good enough as they fell one by one. As he was about to take his last breath, after failing to stop the army of destruction led by Surtur, Acedia appeared in front of him and held him close. She was there when the fires of Surtur descended upon the world, until both of their bodies turned into ashes. Only in his last moments did he remember her face, and his unkept promise to her. As the black-haired teenager looked into her eyes, these distant memories resurfaced inside his head. His hand then wrapped around her body and pulled her close to him until their faces were only inches apart. I'm sorry, William said with tenderness. I returned late. He was feeling really guilty about leaving her alone in that lonely place, with only his clothes to remind her of him. William knew with every fiber of his being that Acedia had held on to his belongings, as she slept through the years, waiting for his return. It's fine, Acedia replied. You're now with me, and that is the most important thing. Thank you, Will. Thank you for keeping your promise to me. Acedia placed her hands over William's shoulders and rose on her tiptoes to kiss him on the lips. The kiss lasted for a few seconds before Acedia pulled back with a smile. Suddenly, her body started to glow. It's time for you to continue your journey, Acedia said as she cupped William's face with her delicate hands. I will wait for you in the roots of the world tree. After saying her parting words, Acedia smiled before her body turned into particles of light and flew towards the sky. Their reunion, and parting, was like the fleeting breeze that came suddenly, and disappeared just as fast. Even though William knew that she had now been reincarnated and was currently waiting for him back in the sacred grove, the feelings that she had kept in her heart finally reached him. The time that had stopped in Alfheim now moved, and William knew that his time in the elven world had also come to an end. However, before he left, he summoned Astrape, Bronte, and Titania to his side. Together with the 3 deities, he raised Ljusalfheimer to the ground, until it too disappeared from the face of the world. Although he knew that doing this would accomplish nothing, his heart demanded that he make the elves pay their dues, for abandoning a 12-year-old girl, alone in that cold and lonely place that was far away from her home. Only, when the last embers died down, did William turn around to leave the destroyed city behind him. The 3 ladies accompanying him didn't even give the elven capital a second glance as they followed behind the black-haired teenager, whose bad mood had finally settled. After a few minutes had passed, Titania gathered her courage to ask William, who was flying in front of them, the question that hovered on her lips. Since he hadn't asked Astrape to transform all of them into a lightning bolt to head to their next destination, Titania decided that William was still reminiscing about the beautiful elf, who was no longer by his side. Master, where are we going? Titania asked. Vanaheim, William replied as he stopped mid-flight to turn around and face the deities who were currently serving under him. Tell me, have any of you fought gods before? Astrape, Bronte, and Titania shook their heads. They had stayed inside the Forbidden Grounds for a very long time, and never had the opportunity to meet a god during their long lifetime. Well, you girls are in for a treat, William stated in a voice that had a trace of killing intent. You'll be fighting a few of them soon. Chapter 1182, Felix's Plan. Somewhere in the central continent, A month had passed ever since Felix led the demons to conquer the southwestern regions of the central continent. In that span of time the demon army under the Bull Demon King, as well as Princess Iron Fan, managed to conquer 2 additional kingdoms and an empire, and place them under the banner of the Heir of Darkness, before their advance was stopped by the united army of the Alliance. The Holy Order of Light had sent 3 of their 4 pseudo-gods, as well as 4 demigods to stop the demon army's rampage. Knowing that they could no longer push forward, the Bull Demon King ordered his army to hold on to the territories that they had acquired, as they waited for Ahriman's next orders. Felix, who had indulged himself in ravaging the princesses and the noble ladies of the vanquished lands, finally decided to make his appearance. His powers had grown through his use of the demon realm's unique method of dual cultivation. This method allowed him to harness the magical powers of the ladies that he had bedded, until their powers had almost disappeared completely. The terror of this ability was that it allowed him to use the different powers that he had taken from those same ladies, who had been turned into his slaves. With this, Felix had gained the power to wield all the elements of the world, in addition to other unique abilities that were considered to be bloodline legacies, exclusive to those influential families that belonged to the lands that he had conquered. Even Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan had to admit that the green-haired demon was starting to become the prophesied prince that would bring the world to ruin. "What is the Alliance doing right now?" Felix asked. "Have they started to reclaim the territories that we conquered?" The Bull Demon King shook his head. "I don't know what the Holy Order of Light is playing at, but the pseudo-gods under their command are only preventing us from spreading outwards. Without them, the generals of the Alliance didn't dare to send their armies forward to become cannon fodder, which has resulted in the current stalemate." "I see." Felix nodded as he looked at the big map in front of him. Several chess-like pieces stood over the map, which represented their armies, and the armies of the Alliance. When the Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan attacked the nearby kingdoms and empire, they did as little damage as they could to the defending armies. Their only goal was to kill the reigning king, as well as capture the members of the royal families in order to use them as hostages. This prevented the generals of the various kingdoms and empire from doing something reckless, in the fear that the lives of the heirs would be endangered. In truth, Felix had ordered that all the male members of the royal families be killed in secrecy, leaving only the ladies behind. This was to ensure that none of them would be able to gather the army to rebel against him. In the end, through Ahriman's powers, the Bull Demon King was able to forcefully enslave the armies of the lands that were now under their banner. This was why the Alliance was reluctant to send their troops to battle, because Felix's army had grown by leaps and bounds since he had stepped into the central continent. "I guess we are stuck," Felix said with a smile. "At least, that is what they are thinking." The Bull Demon King, as well as Princess Iron Fan, smirked because this was exactly what they wanted the Alliance to believe. Ahriman had built many hidden teleportation gates across the central continent during the era of the gods. He knew that the gods would unite to bring him down, so he decided to secretly build these teleportation gates to escape their pursuit. Unfortunately, he had been outwitted by them, and sealed away in the northern regions of the demon continent. Even so, the teleportation gates that he had left were still very much active. All Ahriman needed to do was use his power to open these gates to allow Felix's army to bypass the blockade that the Alliance had made. "Any news of William?" Felix asked. "You should have heard of something by now, right?" The Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan shook their heads. "Although we have captured several high-ranking members of the Alliance, as well as some of their generals, no one knows where he is," the Bull Demon King reported. "Even the members of the Holy Order that we tortured were clueless when it came to his whereabouts." "Strange," Felix rubbed his chin. "I'm sure that he would have made his move by now. Any word from our spies in the Silvermoon continent?" "Our spies said that nothing has changed in the Silvermoon continent. They are still preparing for the arrival of the heir, the Prince of Darkness." "Really? Now this is odd. Just where did that half-elf go? Did he perhaps hide himself under a rock because he knows that he is unable to defeat me?" Felix chuckled because he sincerely felt that this was the case. Although William had exceeded his expectations, and nearly killed him back in the demon continent, the green-haired demon treated this as something that was no longer important. He was not the same demon whom William had fought back then. He believed that with the powers that he had acquired, from the ladies whom he had slept with, the half-elf didn't even stand a chance, even if he had 100 lives. "For now, tell our demon army to retreat to the Zabia kingdom," Felix ordered. "Make the armies of the vanquished nations protect the border. We will use them as cannon fodder and as a diversion to hide our next move." The Bull Demon King nodded because he very much agreed with this plan. Since they could no longer advance, it was time to change locations and terrorize the undefended areas of the central continent. They would repeat this process in order to help Felix's power grow, until he reached the stage where no one under the realm of demigod would be his match. Ahriman secretly told the Bull Demon King that in order for Felix to step into the rank of pseudo-god, he must first establish himself as someone worthy of being worshipped in Hestia. Only through the power of faith would one manage to break free from the demigod realm and become a pseudo-god. Also, there was one last requirement for Felix's ascension, and that was to kill William and eat his heart. Demons could also grow by eating the hearts of powerful opponents, and William's heart was the most important ingredient for Felix to solidify his rule. "After we gather our forces in the kingdom of Zabia, where are we going next?" the Bull Demon King asked. Felix smiled as he pointed at the southeastern region of the central continent where a city was located. "Our next target is the trade city of Alabaster," Felix declared. "That will also be our gateway to the Silvermoon continent. After we conquer the nearby territories, we will then set sail towards the Elven continent, and temporarily leave the central continent behind. I'm sure that after we're done with that city, and its nearby territories, I will be tired of human girls. It's time to change the menu, and dine on elf beauties next." Felix looked at the distant Elven continent with anticipation. Since the Silvermoon continent was prophesied to fall into darkness, he wanted to be the one to make that happen. "I guess you're not a big deal after all, William Von Ainsworth," Felix chuckled internally as he remembered the black-haired teenager that declared that he would have his vengeance when he was still in the demon continent. Felix was already looking forward to burning the tree of life that the elves hailed as sacred. By doing so, not only would he fulfill the prophecy, but he would also accomplish the one thing that his father, Lucille, had failed to do in his lifetime. "Don't worry, father," Felix mused as he thought of his father, who was currently locked up in the prisons of the Zabia kingdom. "I will let you witness the fall of the elven nation that you failed to conquer. By then, you will realize that you were not only a failure as a father, but a failure as the demon lord as well." Felix had once aspired to become his father, but after he had gained the power to make Lucille kneel in front of him, his desire to make his father suffer for life had become his second goal in his life. His first goal of course was to capture William and make him suffer by forcing him to watch while everything he held dear was destroyed right in front of his eyes. Chapter 1183. Don't worry, Elle will not bully you in the future. Somewhere in Vanaheim, William, and the three ladies beside him watched from a distance as a silver-haired Aenarion and a purple-haired beauty made love on a sea of flowers, under the light of moonlight. The black-haired teenager as well as his entourage arrived at this spot, and it just so happened that the two lovebirds were busy enjoying each other's warmth after they reunited. The three ladies beside William didn't say anything and simply watched the scene in front of them, all the while giving side glances to their master, who had a calm expression on his face. Astria, Bronte, and Titania recognized the girl as the angelic-looking princess that they often saw inside William's villa in the Thousand Beast domain. They were aware of how many women there were in William's life, but the half-elf had never made his move on Princess Aila, and only called for her whenever he needed his soul to be stabilized. The three ladies knew that there was a time and place for everything, so they decided to not ask any questions as they continued to simply watch the sensuous scene in front of them. The black-haired teenager's memories were recovering at a fast rate as he looked at his past self and past lover. Aila had erased all of William's memories of her when he was caught by her elders and subjected to torture. Since she didn't want him to suffer, she chose to just let their relationship end, so that he could return to Asgard safely. As the memories of the time he spent in Vanaheim was compiled inside his head, he realized that this particular scene was the prelude to William's suffering. The day after Aila and him made love, the elders captured him and brought him to the Silver City of Verdar, where he was imprisoned and tortured. The half-elf sighed internally as he thought of how miserable he had been in the past. Tortured by the Veneers, and his memory erased by his lover so she could save him. He was so pitiful back then that it wasn't even funny. If not for the fact that he was a captain of the Aenarion, and the Veneer didn't want to have conflicts with the Asgardians over him, they would have long killed him in order to end the problem once and for all. Truth be told, he no longer held any attachments to this distant memory. Since everything about his time in Vanaheim had been erased from his memories by Aila, his feelings for her weren't as strong as the ones he had for his other lovers like Wendy, Ash, Chiffon, and Acedia. "Let's go," William said when the love-making session had ended. "I hope that the three of you were well entertained at my expense." The three ladies didn't say anything and just followed William with their heads lowered. When they came to this particular world, their master had told them that they should be ready to fight against gods. This was something that confused them, but after seeing the purple-haired lady, they felt a strong divinity inside her body, which made them understand what their master was trying to tell them. The next day, William watched as his past self was dragged away by the elders of the Vanir, despite Isla's pleading to let him go. The one that ratted William to the law enforcers of Vanaheim was none other than her best friend, Nos. The lady with long blonde hair and purple eyes was holding Aila back as the authorities took William away so he could be imprisoned in the Silver City of Verdar. The black-haired teenager had no intention of interfering at this point in time. For some reason, he wanted to see his past self suffering, in order to fuel the rage that had been lit inside his chest. A few days passed, and the scene that ended everything finally arrived. William was brought to the altar of the city, where Aila and Nos waited for him. Just before she was about to erase William's memories, a hand gripped her wrist and raised it away from the silver-haired William's forehead. "Why you? Who are you?" Nos shouted as she hastily pulled Aila away. "Arrest him." The law enforcers, as well as the elders of the Vanir, encircled the black-haired trespasser who had barged into their ceremony and pointed their weapons at him. "Things will be different this time," William said as a devilish smile appeared on his face. "Kill them now." As soon as William gave out his order, the law enforcers around him found themselves wrapped in thorny green vines. The thorns pierced through their bodies as the vines squeezed them until the only thing they could do was scream in pain. A moment later, fountains of blood erupted around the altar as the law enforcers were crushed, with their blood dripping from the gaps in the vines that held them in place. "You know, I never liked you in the past," William said as he moved towards Nos, who was holding Aila from behind. She was using Aila as a shield against him, which made the smile on the half-elf's face widen. "You are like an annoying fly who hovers around good food and spoils it," William commented as he raised his hand. "It's time to put you into your place." A powerful force blew Nos and Aila apart, leaving the blonde beauty alone to fend for herself. No, stay back," Nos shouted. "I am the daughter of an elder. You can't hurt me," William sneered. "Watch me." The next time the half-elf took a step forward, he instantly appeared in front of the stricken lady. His right hand moved to hold her neck into a vice grip, preventing her from moving. "Any last words, bitch?" No, don't kill me. I don't want to die." William chuckled as he used the power of darkness to corrupt her divinity. The blonde beauty screamed a blood-curdling scream that made Aila, who was watching from a distance, hastily retreat towards the silver-haired William's side. The Vanirs tried to rescue Nos, but they were met by staunch resistance from the three pseudo-gods who had started a killing spree. In time, Nos's skin started to wrinkle as her divinity was forcefully absorbed by William, whose eyes never left her fear-stricken face. The arrogant and prideful Vanir was gone, and was replaced by a lady whose face was stained by tears and snot. Forgive me, I don't want to die," Nos pleaded. "I don't want to die." "I forgive you," William replied. "Now, die," Nos screamed as her entire body turned pitch black before crumbling into ashes. Before his memories were erased by Aila, his past self wished that he could kill Nos and skin her alive. This was one of the ways he could fulfill that goal and, to his surprise, William truly enjoyed killing the Vanir, who had caused his relationship with Aila to fall apart. After Nos's death, the Vanirs were enraged and immediately went all out to kill them. William welcomed them all and joined his subordinates in killing as many as they could, while Aila and the silver-haired William watched in horror as the vain deities of Vanaheim died one by one. A shout that held a powerful divinity forced William and the three ladies to stop their rampage immediately. "So, you were also there," William muttered as he looked at a majestic chariot pushed by two giant cats. "Freya." The goddess Freya looked down at William with a complicated face, while a legion of Valkyries hovered beside her. Among them was Wendy, who was looking at the bruised and chained, silver-haired William, who was being held by Aina. "Stop this at once," Freya ordered as she raised her hand to stop the Vanirs from attacking William and his entourage. "If I knew that things would end up like this, I would have personally made my move." The beautiful goddess sighed. Her voice was filled with regret as she looked at the hundreds of Vanirs that had died on the altar. Well, this is what you get for abandoning your Aenarion, William replied in a voice filled with contempt. Were you entertained? Freya glared down at William, but the latter stared back at her with a fearless gaze. Even though he knew that he wasn't a match against the beautiful goddess, he would not step back and fight her head-on. Leave, Freya ordered. Much blood has already been spilled. This conflict ends today. William chuckled as he made a gesture for the three ladies to follow him. However, before he left, he glanced at Aila who was holding onto the chained William with a smirk. Don't worry, I will not bully you in the future, William stated. The grudge I have with you ends here today. The purple-haired beauty looked at the black-haired teenager in confusion, but the latter only chuckled before turning into a lightning bolt that flew towards the sky. William heard the distinctive breaking sound within his sea of consciousness that proved that the shackles, grudge, and helplessness that bound him in Vanaheim had finally been broken. Chapter 1184. The three of you will make great Valkyries. Master. What is happening here? Where are we? Titania, who was the most level-headed among the deities that served under William, couldn't believe what she was seeing in front of her eyes. Her body shuddered as she looked at the millions of giants that walked the land, and the gods that led them to battle. Astrape and Bronte weren't doing well either. Both of them had grim expressions on their faces as they looked at the countless monsters in front of them that could easily trample any empire in existence. We're in Asgard, William replied as he looked at the monsters in the distance with a calm expression on his face. What you are looking at is the prelude to the end of a world. Take a good look at it. Hopefully, you don't see the same scenery in Hestia. Astrape, Bronte, and Titania couldn't help but shudder at the mere thought of such a vast army appearing on their homeworld. There was simply no escaping or resisting against such forces even if all the races in the world worked together to stop it. Sensing their anxiety, William didn't say anything and simply ordered them to watch. He had already personally witnessed this scene, so this wasn't new to him. However, for the three deities, seeing such formidable opponents made them realize that the power they had was nothing compared to the power of true gods. As the battle unfolded, the three deities saw how the All-Father, Odin, was eaten whole by the world wolf, Fenrir. How Thor died after killing the giant serpent, Jormungandr. How the gatekeeper of the Bifrost Bridge, Heimdall, died together with the god of tricks, Loki, in the one-on-one duel that they had. They watched until a single warrior stood at the forefront of the battlefield, resisting the unstoppable wave that threatened to drown him without mercy. Master, Titania muttered as she gazed at the black-haired teenager by his side. Are we not going to help? William snorted. Will helping make a difference? Deep inside, you don't want to fight against those behemoths, right? Titania lowered her head because she couldn't look William in the eye. She only said these words, but in truth, she didn't really want to help. The mere thought of fighting against a god of destruction made her heart tremble. The three of you don't have to do anything, William stated. Just watch. The last remaining Aenarion lifted Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, and tried to stop the god of destruction, Surtur, but all of his efforts were futile. In the end, he crashed on the ground, and watched helplessly as the fire giant raised his sword of destruction and slashed it towards Yggdrasil. However, before the blazing blade could even touch the world tree, dark flames collided with it, blocking its advance. William stood in front of Yggdrasil, holding his wooden staff and unleashing the full might of his demigod powers. Puny insect, Surtur stated. Die along with this world. The flames on the sword intensified, as it slowly pushed William towards the tree of Yggdrasil. David's wooden staff was indestructible, so it was able to hold off that flaming sword, but the difference in strength was quite obvious. A pseudo-god was weaker than a god. Right now, William's rank was only that of a demigod, so there was no possible way for him to win against a god that even pseudo-gods couldn't defeat. Suddenly, a black lightning bolt hit Surtur's chest, making him take a step back. Astrape came to William's aid and unleashed a barrage of lightning bolts in order to help her master. Surtur roared and slashed his blade towards Yggdrasil, unleashing a hellish inferno that threatened to burn everything in its path. Bronte appeared in front of the blaze and unleashed a thunderous roar that pushed away the flames that threatened her sisters' and master's lives. A moment later, a gigantic thorny vine slapped Surtur's face, causing the giant to take another step back from the attack that came out of nowhere. Titania stood in front of William with her butterfly wings spread wide. Her green eyes that had been filled with fear a while ago, were now burning with determination. The three of you are going to die, you know, William stated as he stood centered behind the three girls who were standing in front of him. I don't mind dying on a grand stage like this, Master, Astrape replied. For some reason, fighting, knowing that the world will end after I fail, makes my heart skip a beat. It is as if I am the last hope that stands between destruction and survival. It's an amazing feeling. I feel the same, Bronte replied. If this was Hestia, I'm sure that I would do the same. Even though there is no chance of winning, dying in this manner isn't half bad at all. Titania didn't reply and simply held the green whip in her hand tightly. Although she wasn't really fond of battles, if push came to shove, she would put her life on the line in order to protect the world she lived in. The three of you would make great Valkyries, William said with sarcasm as he moved to stand in front of the three ladies. I'm sure that all of you will be welcomed in Valhalla. Even though his words were filled with ridicule, if one looked closely, the corner of his lips was raised a little, forming a light smile. Let's go, William said as he summoned Stormbringer to fight by his side. He then pointed his wooden staff at the god of destruction and his minions, who had started to charge in their direction. With unyielding determination, he charged right at them with the three ladies following not far behind him. Shouting the words that he had not spoken for a very long time. For Asgard, William roared as black flames covered his body. The flames of destruction and the flames of darkness clashed against each other. A moment later, a loud explosion shook the entire world, which was headed down the path of destruction. Chapter 1185. Good luck, Dark Prince, don't make us wait too long. William looked at the clear blue skies, as he laid down on the grass with tears blurring his vision. These were not tears of frustration, but instead, tears of acceptance. He and his three beautiful subordinates had fought valiantly, knowing that there was no chance of winning. The enemy was simply too strong, and the four of them couldn't change the fate of the world that was engulfed by the flames of destruction. The black-haired teenager allowed his tears to fall because it was part of the healing process. Boreas' trial was about settling the regrets that a person had faced in his lifetime. If he was unable to realize what they were and face them head-on, they would be trapped in an infinite loop until they drew their last breath. Now he understood why only a single person was able to return to the Elven lands after passing Boreas' trial. That person didn't even dare to challenge Hyperborea because what could a single person possibly do by himself? After several minutes had passed, William finally wiped the tears from his eyes, as he propped himself from the ground. Astrape, Bronte, and Titania stood a few meters away from him. They had recovered faster than William, and they allowed him to take his time to shake away his lingering attachments to the world of Asgard that had long been brought to ruin. William scanned his surroundings and found himself on a riverbank surrounded by amber-colored, weeping poplar trees. Several white swans could be seen on the river's surface, as they enjoyed the eternal spring that this place had. In the distance, he saw a tall, snow-covered mountain. At its center, one could see a giant, golden temple, which was very eye-catching. Master, is that Hyperborea? Astrape asked as she pointed at the golden temple in the distance. William nodded. Yes, that is the reason why we came to this place. After the half-elf answered Astrape's question, a loud screech was heard above their heads. Sephirin, the Black Phoenix, made his appearance and descended from the heavens. He landed several meters away from William and bowed to his master, asking him to ride on his back. The black-haired teenager had wondered where Sephirin had been after he and the three deities were taken into that dreamlike world, which was filled with William's past regrets and grudges. Have you been here since the beginning? William asked as he rested his hand on Sephirin's forehead. The Black Phoenix nodded in reply. So, it was only us who entered the trial, William muttered before mounting the Black Phoenix's back. Astrape, Bronte, and Titania did the same. Only when all four of them were firmly mounted on his back did Sephirin spread his wings and fly towards the sky before turning to head to Hyperborea, where the Dungeon of Apollon was found. When they arrived at the entrance, they were met with three ladies, whose beauty didn't lose to the deities in William's entourage. We greet you, Dark Prince, one of the ladies said before giving William a brief nod. We welcome you to Hyperborea. My name is Opsis, and these are my sisters, Loxos and Hekergos. We are the nymphs that guard the temple of Hyperborea. We are also the final trial you will face in the Dungeon of Apollon. Your arrival was written in the stars, so we already know your reason for coming, and have come to welcome you. You have come to welcome me? William asked with an amused smile on his face. You said that you already know my reason for coming. Does that mean that I can take the Dungeon of Apollon with me? No, Loxos, the other maiden beside Opsis replied. We came here to tell you that when you reach the last floor of the dungeon, you will be facing the three of us in battle. Do you still wish to continue? William glanced at the three ladies before realizing what they were trying to say. At first, he didn't sense it immediately because they were suppressing it. But now, he realized that the three beauties in front of him were pseudo-gods. Right now, he had 4 pseudo-gods by his side, so he had the advantage in numbers. However, as if reading his thoughts, the last of the 3 nymphs, Hekergos, spoke. The Black Phoenix will not be allowed to enter the dungeon, Hekergos said. We will not allow those that have been tainted by darkness to set foot in our domain. William frowned because he didn't expect the 3 nymphs to impose a rule on them. Is that also the reason behind why Sephirin didn't receive Boreas' trial? William inquired. The 3 nymphs nodded their heads in unison. He is not qualified to take the trial or step foot inside the dungeon, Loxos stated. The only reason why we even allowed him to step foot in this temple was because he didn't break any rules. As such, we tolerated his existence. Sephirin, who was clearly hated by the 3 nymphs, pretended that he didn't understand what they were talking about and just stared in the distance. Although his strength would significantly decrease without the Black Phoenix helping him clear the dungeon, the half-elf still thought that the battle was fair if it was 3 vs 3. He was also curious to see what kind of abilities the 3 pseudo-gods had. He still had the capacity to make a contract with one more pseudo-equals-god. Because of this, he wanted to know who among the 3 nymphs was the best, so that he could form a contract with her after he had conquered the dungeon of Apollon. Now, please, enter the dungeon, Opsis stated. We will wait for you on the highest floor. Good luck, Dark Prince, don't make us wait too long. Opsis smiled before she and the 2 nymphs by her side disappeared. Her words carried a trace of ridicule, as if she was taunting William to climb the dungeon as fast as he could in order to meet them. The half-elf took Opsis' words as a declaration of war, so he immediately ordered for Astrape, Bronte, and Titania to enter the dungeon with him. He was curious to see just how long the nymph would ridicule him after he faced her in battle. Chapter 1186. Please be gentle. LTLS my first time. Disclaimer. You guys got pranked with the title. Cheeky smiley face. I see. So, this is what they meant when they said good luck, William muttered as he looked at the first floor of the dungeon of Apollon with contempt. The half-elf then raised his head to look above him. On the highest platform of the Garden of Apollon, the 3 nymphs were looking down on him with ridiculing smiles on their faces. The 3 of you better wash your necks, William declared. When I get up there, I promise that I'll give the 3 of you a beating. That is a big if, Dark Prince, Opsis replied. Get up here first, then we'll talk. All I hear from up here is the whining of a loser. You wench, Astrape shouted. How dare you talk to my master that way? Before Astrape could say more words, William raised his hand, signaling her to back down. The lightning deity held back her words as she glared at the 3 nymphs in contempt. Let's get this over with, William said as he took a step forward. However, just as he took that one step, a beam was shot from the top of the dungeon, which bounced off its walls. The black-haired teenager was forced to take a step back just before the beam hit the place where he had stepped, creating an ice pillar. Shameless, Bronte said through gritted teeth. Very shameless, but effective, Titania commented from the side. The dungeon of Apollon was just a tall tower with several platforms that could be considered as floors. There was a wide open space at the center of it, which allowed the challengers to gaze at the highest floating platform where the nymphs were staying. From that platform, the nymphs could freely attack the challengers, while dealing with the monsters and traps that were placed all around the dungeon. The annoying part was that they couldn't fly directly to where the nymphs were, because there was an invisible layer that prevented them from doing so. There was one more problem. The attacks of the nymphs bounced off the walls and instantly reappeared where they wanted them to go, making evasion very difficult. Simply put, the nymphs could attack them anytime, anywhere, using their blind spots. However, as long as they managed to step into the safe zone, the nymphs were unable to target them, which allowed them to take a breather. Right now, William and his subordinates were in the safe zone of the first floor. They still had half a platform to cross before they could reach the next platform, which would bring them to the second floor. Master, what are we going to do? Bronte asked. I can probably take a few hits myself, but if the 3 of them were to attack me at the same time, I would find it very difficult to defend against them. William closed his eyes as he pondered their next move. Even if his subordinates were to shield him along the way, they would still be eliminated before he reached the 50th floor. When that happened, he would have to defend himself against the 3 pseudo-gods' attacks, in addition to all the monsters and other traps, without aid, which would lead to him being eliminated as well. If only we could break past the walls, we might have a way to reach the top unscathed, Titania commented. Break, William muttered as he opened his eyes. Let's give it a try. William rested his hands on the wall of the safe zone in front of him. He then channeled his flames of corruption, alongside his rule-breaker ability, to forcefully take over the first floor of the dungeon. Little by little, the flames spread throughout the surroundings of the first floor. None of the monsters were hurt because he didn't target any of them. What he was doing was slowly corrupting the dungeon, 1 square meter at a time. Impossible, one of the nymphs, Loxos, gasped in disbelief. He is trying to conquer the dungeon by corrupting it. Opsis and Hekergos also realized what William was doing. Although it was slow, his method was slowly enveloping the entirety off the first floor of the dungeon with the power of darkness. An hour later, the entire first floor was under the black-haired teenager's control, which made the 3 nymphs lose their composure. William then removed his hands from the wall and panted. That was harder than I thought, William said after he regained his composure. Bronte, come, I need your blood. Yes, master. Bronte stepped forward as she brushed her hair away from her neck to allow her master to drink her blood. William didn't hesitate to drink as much as he needed, until he recovered his strength. Bronte was a pseudo-god, and her blood allowed William to corrupt 2 more floors in a span of an hour. The 3 nymphs could only watch helplessly because their attacks failed to reach their targets because they were standing in the safe zone. The black-haired teenager was using the rules of the dungeons, which the 3 nymphs were proud of, to fight against them without even moving from where he was. After Bronte, it was now Astrope's turn to offer her blood to William. An hour later, 2 more floors were corrupted, raising the number of floors to 5. Please, be gentle, Titania said as she hugged the half-elf. It is my first time. This was the first time that William was going to drink Titania's blood because the black-haired teenager had refrained from doing so. The fairy queen, who looked like someone in her early 20s, was an otherworldly beauty, and William had, on more than one occasion, fought the urge to make love to her. However, right now, he didn't have the leeway to appreciate her beauty and charm because there was only one thing on his mind, and that was to make the 3 nymphs, who had ridiculed him, kneel and beg for mercy. Titania's legs gave way after William finished drinking his fill of her blood. The fairy queen's face was flushed after she had experienced the bittersweet euphoria that washed over her body the moment William's fangs sank on her delicate neck. Now she finally understood why Astrape and Bronte eagerly awaited their turn to have William drink their blood. Even she, a pseudo-god, whose resistance was far above that of an ordinary mortal, couldn't help but be addicted to the sensation that she had just experienced. The half-elf didn't even bother to spare her a glance as he focused on corrupting the dungeon, 1 floor at a time. 2 hours later, the number of floors that William had brought under his control were 9, making the 3 nymphs feel as if a cold, sharp blade was pressed against the back of their necks. Chapter 1187, A Man of Character. Shameless. If you are a man, challenge this dungeon fair and square. That's right, what kind of dungeon conqueror are you? You should be called the Shameless Conqueror. If you continue like this, you won't be popular with the ladies, you know. The 3 nymphs started to nag at William from the highest platform of the Dungeon of Apollon. Earlier, the 3 of them were taunting William because he and his group couldn't even take a step outside of the safe zone without receiving their attacks from their blind spots. But now, they were like crazed cats whose tails had been stepped on, as they asked William to challenge the dungeon fair and square, while they were the ones that were playing dirty tricks from the very beginning. William turned a deaf ear to the 3 nymphs that had lost their composure. After several hours, he managed to conquer 25 floors in total before he called it a day. He didn't think that conquering a dungeon in this manner was possible. However, it took a lot of effort on his part to do so. If the 3 nymphs didn't attack him or his subordinates, they might have already breezed their way up to the 50th floor by now. However, since the 3 nymphs were playing dirty, he didn't have a choice but to use a roundabout method to bypass their petty tricks. Astrape, Bronte, and Titania had pale faces due to the loss of blood, but all 3 of them had satisfied looks on their faces as they laid down on the Dragon Emperor-size bed that was capable of holding 20 people at a time. This was the bed that William had installed inside his room, because the other beds were not big enough to hold him and his wives, whenever they all decided to sleep together. The three deities had already drunk a high-quality rejuvenation potion, but the effect wasn't an instant one. It would take the potion a few hours to replenish the three deities' strength because of their rank, so William decided to let them rest for the time being. The black-haired teenager laid down in the center with Astrape and Titania hugging his arms on either side. Bronte, on the other hand, was hugging her sister, as she hugged William. He made sure he cast a soundproof barrier around them, so that the noisy nymphs couldn't disturb their sleep. An hour later, even the half-elf fell asleep due to how tired he was. Day 2 inside the Dungeon of Apollon. Bastard, I challenge you to climb this tower all by yourself. Do you dare accept my challenge? What dark prince? From now on, you are the shameless prince. If I was your mother, I would have definitely cursed myself for giving birth to such a shameless child. HMPH, what a weakling, only hiding under the skirts of girls and can't even man up. You've failed as a human being. When that day was over, William had managed to corrupt the dungeon up to the 50th floor. Day 3 inside the Dungeon of Apollon. Hey, how about you climb the tower the normal way? We promise that we won't attack you anymore. That's right, it was just a misunderstanding earlier. All of us are civil beings. We can always talk things out, you know. When I first saw you, I knew that you were a man of character. As expected, no ordinary person can be the Dark Prince. When that day was over, William had managed to corrupt the dungeon up to the 70th floor. Day 4 inside the Dungeon of Apollon. Such an amazing person, you sure have fortitude and endurance. Truly the makings of a great hero. I agree, look at how devilishly handsome he is. If I was her mother, I would have praised the gods for allowing me to give birth to such a handsome son. I've seen a lot of humans, but you are the best by far. How about you and I get to know each other a little better? When that day was over, William had managed to corrupt the dungeon up to the 80th floor. Day 5 inside the Dungeon of Apollon. When that day was over, William had managed to corrupt the dungeon up to the 90th floor. Day 6 inside the Dungeon of Apollon. The nymphs had long given up on trying to talk to William and just prepared for the upcoming battle with him. Due to Boreas' trial, no creature had managed to step foot inside the Dungeon of Apollon. Even if they did manage to arrive, they would have instantly been defeated and turned into ice sculptures by the nymphs who guarded it zealously. William had finally been able to corrupt the dungeon up to the 99th floor, which only left the final platform where the three nymphs were located. The half-elf didn't challenge them right away, but ordered his subordinates to rest. Right now, the three deities were in no condition to fight because of the loss of blood. Although William had sparingly drank after the first day, it still took a toll on their bodies, even with the help of the high-quality rejuvenation potions. William allowed the three deities to rest for a few days, to ensure that they regained the ability to fight. The half-elf knew that if Astrape, Bronte, and Titania weren't in peak condition, their progress in the dungeon would all be for naught. This was why he allowed them to rest, and consume potions, while ignoring the three nymphs who had grown silent the past few days. Finally, on the 10th day since William entered the dungeon, the three deities finally recovered their full strength and were ready to fight against the three nymphs who had annoyed them from the beginning. When William and his entourage stepped onto the flying platform, they were greeted by a bombardment of spells, which heralded the final battle against the three nymphs that had guarded Hyperborea since the day of its inception. Chapter 1188, Dungeon Conqueror's Cheat Part 1. Without any warning, the three nymphs unleashed their attacks at William and his subordinates. The half-elf had already anticipated this and warned Astrape, Bronte, and Titania beforehand. Although their enemy took the initiative, they were able to block the attacks because they came prepared. However, it didn't take long for William and his subordinates to realize that the three nymphs weren't going to be easy. Opus, who was at the back of the formation of the three nymphs, unleashed several arrows without care if they hit or not. The nymph who specialized in aiming, fired 5 arrows every second without stopping. Loxos, who stood in front of her, made subtle gestures which caused the arrows that missed their targets to change their trajectories as if they were bouncing off an invisible wall, making sharp turns and curves that were normally impossible to do. The nymph, Loxos, specialized in trajectory. As long as she could sense her opponents, Opie's arrows would always find their target, even if they were able to dodge the initial attack. The last nymph, Hekergos, specialized in distance. No matter how far away the targets were, or how fast they were moving, she would be able to mark them and allow Loxos to set their trajectories without fail. William frowned because their enemy's teamwork was on a different level. There were no blind spots that he could exploit. Even Astrape and him, who could practically move at the speed of a lightning bolt, would always find themselves facing a deadly arrow that was jam-packed with the three nymphs' combined divinities. The half-elf also realized that the longer the battle progressed, the more disadvantageous it became for them. Titania had already focused on deflecting the arrows that were targeted at her and William. Although the three nymphs tried to disguise their attacks, the majority of the arrows targeted William, which forced the Fairy Queen to focus entirely on defense. Astrape and Bronte were doing their best to close the distance between them and the nymphs, but their opponent specialized in long-distance warfare. The three nymphs flew away as they continued to pummel the invaders of their domain with attacks that left no room for error. These girls are tougher than I thought they would be, William thought as he pondered a way to reverse their current situation. With Titania focused solely on protecting him and herself, the one-on-one scenario that he thought up at the beginning fell apart. Astrape and Bronte, who were tasked with the role of attacking, were unable to close the gap between them and their enemies, making the situation worse with each passing minute. In the end, William was forced to order a retreat as they descended on the safe zone of the 99th floor to rethink their strategy. "Ha ha ha, is that all?" Opus taunted. "I was expecting more from you, Dark Prince. HMPH. Just because you conquered the lower floors doesn't mean that you've won," Loxos sneered. Hekergos didn't say anything and simply stared at William with a serious expression on her face. After what had happened a few days ago, she no longer underestimated her opponent and was worried that the half-elf would be able to think of a way to defeat their strategy. William sat cross-legged on the safe zone as he and his subordinates discussed the battle that had just transpired. Astrape, Bronte, and Titania were quite frustrated because, just like William, they thought that they would be fighting the nymphs one-on-one. They never thought that their enemies' abilities perfectly complemented each other, forcing them to endure their barrage without managing to successfully pull off a counterattack even once. "I hate to admit it, but they are strong," William said via telepathy to prevent their enemies from listening to their conversation. "We need to change our strategy in how we fight against them." "I agree," Titania replied. "We can't beat them because their teamwork is out of our league. We need to compensate for the lack of coordination between our attacks." "There is also one thing I discovered during the battle," Astrape commented. "Although I am in my peak condition, I was unable to unleash my full power. It was as if the last floor had some kind of restriction that limits our strength." Bronte nodded in agreement. "I noticed this, too. Although the decrease in strength isn't that big, it still feels uncomfortable not to be able to go all out." William rubbed his chin as he took in the observation of his subordinates. He also noticed the decrease in their fighting strength, but with the help of Optimus calculation, they managed to gather enough data to prove that their strength had decreased by 10%. It wasn't much of a decrease, but that was still enough for the nymphs to gain a subtle advantage over his subordinates. After discussing with Optimus, the system gathered the information about the Dungeon Conqueror job class and found a loophole that they could exploit. Although this hadn't been tested in the past, and no records of it was found in the continent, Optimus believed that all Dungeon Conquerors had this innate ability. "My guess is that none of the Dungeon Conquerors revealed this secret to the public, which is why no one knew that this possibility existed." "Only a fool would expose this," William replied. "Although it is unfounded, it is worth a try." After letting his subordinates drink a rejuvenation potion and rest for an hour, they once again entered the 100th floor and engaged in battle against the nymphs. Just like what happened earlier, Titania focused on defending William, while Astrape and Bronte were busy trying to attack the nymphs using their long-distance attacks. William observed the battle from where he stood, but that was only a cover of what he was trying to do. With Optimus working with him, the two were busy trying to locate the key that would allow them to gain victory over the nymphs who were nearly untouchable. Chapter 1189, Dungeon Conqueror's Cheat, Part 2. Retreat. William's voice resounded on the battleground and Astrape and Bronte immediately turned back to go to the 99th floor's safe zone. Opus and Loxos continued to taunt William for their failed attempt to beat them, but Hekergos was starting to have doubts. This was the fourth time that the black-haired teenager had ordered a retreat, and she found this mildly disturbing. "Hey, don't you think that there's something wrong?" Hekergos asked. "They're using the same strategy over and over again, despite knowing that it is futile." "You worry too much," Opus replied. "What can they possibly do but use that strategy to fight against us? I mean, if you put yourself in their shoes, wouldn't you be doing the same?" That's right, Loxos agreed. How can they possibly break past our offense? It is still 100 years too early for them to defeat us. Heckergos frowned, but she couldn't refute her sister's words. Right now, there was simply no way for William's group to reach them. Even so, she still felt that something was wrong. Only crazy people would repeat the same thing over and over again, despite knowing that the end result would be the same. Every hour that passed, William's group would attempt to fight them, but the skirmish would only last for a quarter of an hour before their group retreated. This happened 12 more times, and Heckergos thought that she might just be overthinking things. However, on William's 13th attempt, something changed. The moment William's group stepped foot on the 100th floor, they immediately flew towards the eastern part of the floor, which baffled the three nymphs. "Don't let your guard down, continue to attack," Loxos shouted as she urged Opus to continue firing her arrows. Opus nodded and commenced a merciless barrage of attacks at their opponents, whose backs were turned against them. Titania was at the very rear of the formation and summoned giant roots and vines to block the three nymphs' combined attacks. When William's group stopped moving, Heckergos felt an unprecedented danger in her heart that she had never felt in her life. "Quick, stop them," Heckergos shouted as she aggressively condensed all of Op's attacks into one gigantic golden arrow that shone brightly like the sun. The wind whistled as the giant arrow shot towards William like a rocket. However, before the giant arrow could even hit their targets, William, as well as his subordinates, disappeared without a trace. A moment later, the three nymphs shuddered as they felt an ache in their chests. It was as if someone was gripping their heart and playfully squeezing it. This. But how? Opus said as he placed her right hand over her chest. "No, it can't be. This is impossible," Loxo, who was panting for breath, said through gritted teeth. Heckergos bit her lips because she finally realized what had happened. William had done the unthinkable, and it was something that they didn't guard against due to their confidence in their ability to strike them from afar. Opus collapsed on the ground, as she squirmed in pain. Loxos wasn't faring any better because they felt as if the skin on their bodies was forcefully being peeled off. "It's over," Heckergos thought as she kneeled on one knee, while enduring the painful experience. She could feel that the dungeon core of the Dungeon of Apollon was slowly being conquered by the half-elf who had managed to enter the dungeon core room by finding its exact location on the 100th floor of the dungeon. They never expected that the Dungeon Conqueror had this ability. If they did, they would have protected the entrance of the dungeon core room with their lives on the line. Every second that passed was torture. Every minute that passed felt like years. Finally, after an untold time had passed, a portal opened in front of them, and the black-haired teenager, as well as his subordinates, emerged from it. "What's wrong?" William asked with a devilish smile on his handsome face. "Does it hurt?" The three nymphs glared at him hatefully. They felt resentment because the half-elf had played a dirty trick, and didn't honor the tradition of battles for the right to reach the dungeon core's room. "We refuse to serve you, cheater," Opus said through gritted teeth. "I would rather die than serve someone as shameless as you. You don't have the qualifications to become our master," Loxo spat, hurtling spittle onto William's leg. "I refuse to yield." William nodded before looking at Heckergos, whose lips were bleeding. She had bitten her lip too hard, while enduring the pain in her body. "My sisters and I do not approve of the way you won this battle," Heckergos stated as she stared fearlessly at William. "However, I know that if we refuse, you will simply corrupt us. Regardless of our will, we will follow your orders because our memories will be wiped clean. The only reason why you're not doing it is because you are afraid that we will lose our effectiveness in battle if you use that method. Am I right?" "So, a compromise?" Heckergos inquired. William nodded. "A compromise. Serve me for 1 year, and I will set the three of you free. I will also revert the corruption of this dungeon, and return it to its former state." Titania, who heard this, glanced at William with a face filled with injustice. Her contract with him lasted for 3 years, and yet, the nymphs would only need to serve him for a year before they were free. The fairy queen sighed at the unfair treatment that she was receiving. Hearing William's compromise, the three nymphs glanced at each other. However, there was a trace of doubt and suspicion in their eyes. The half-elf's offer was too good to be true, so it was perfectly fine for them to become suspicious. William waved his hand and a contract appeared in front of him. Taking a pen, he wrote his conditions and passed it to Heckergos, who seemed to be the smartest among the three nymphs. In the contract, it stated that in return for serving him for 1 year, the nymphs must never betray him and fight for him with utmost loyalty. They would also not be forced to surrender their bodies to him, unless they wished for it. Having their blood drunk once a week was also part of the condition. After a year had passed, William would restore the dungeon of Apollon to its natural state, and free the nymphs from servitude. Heckergos passed the contract to her sisters, and allowed them to read it. After cross-checking the conditions of the contract several times, they didn't find anything that seemed detrimental to them. They had seen how often William drank the blood of his subordinates, and the nymphs thought that this was perfectly normal. Getting their blood drunk once a week was not a problem for them, so they didn't have any issues with it. "Are you really going to honor these conditions?" Laxos asked. "You are the one that made this contract. It will be very easy for you to break it, no?" "You are a pseudo-god," William replied. "Can't you feel the divinity that is present in that contract?" Laxos frowned before channeling her divinity on the contract to check what William was talking about. A few seconds later, a shriek escaped her lips as she dropped the contract on the ground as if she had touched something very hot. "God contract," Laxos stuttered. "That is a god's contract." Apis and Heckergos took turns to examine the contract and found out that it was indeed a god's contract. Since this contract was governed by a powerful god, even William wouldn't be able to go against the conditions written in it. "Fine, I will agree to these conditions," Heckergos said as she wiped away the blood on her lips with her thumb and used her blood to imprint her thumb on the contract. Opsis summoned an arrow and lightly pricked her thumb to also sign the contract with her blood. Laxos was the last one to sign. When all three nymphs had signed the contract, the document turned into particles of light and shot toward William's and the nymphs' chests, binding them to the rules of the contract. Titania, who saw this scene, sighed in her heart. Even though it was only for a year, her master had gained 3 additional pseudo-gods. With the return of Sepharin, the black-haired teenager now had 7 deities under his command, making him the strongest among the factions who were vying for dominion. "Well then, now that it's settled, the 3 of you are now my subordinates," William said. "Since that is the case, it is time to perform your duties. You, the noisy one, come here." William pointed at Laxos, who immediately stiffened due to the mischievous smile on the half-elf's lips. What do you think you're doing?" Laxos backed away while pressing her hands over her chest. "The contract stated that you can't force us to surrender ourselves to you. Have you forgotten? What are you talking about?" William asked back with a frown. "You're just a midget, and you're not as appealing as you think you are." Laxos was the youngest of the 3 sisters, and the most vocal of them all. William could still remember the taunting words that she had said over the past few days, and had long decided to punish the little girl for cursing him. Then why are you asking me to come to you? I want to drink your blood." Although she was only half a hand taller than Chiffon and Medusa, William only thought of her as a naughty, spoiled kid that needed some discipline. Although his face was calm, he was already planning to pay the noisy brat back by drinking his fill. Astrape, Bronte, and Titania, who heard William's words, only said, "Ah." As if realizing the half-elf's plan. "Master is so sly. So, this method is also possible. She will definitely regret her earlier taunting. My master seems to be a person that carries grudges." The 3 deities understood that William was about to turn Laxos' head into mush due to the pleasure of having her blood drunk. Although they were offering prayers to the little girl in their hearts, they couldn't help but feel envious of her as well. After all, for deities like them, such feelings were a luxury that they may never encounter again in their lifetime. An hour later, a drooling Laxos and Apis lay on top of the black phoenix that had just flown out of the mist that covered the forbidden ground of Hyperborea. Heckergos allowed her currently unconscious sisters to rest on her lap, as she looked at the back of the black-haired teenager that was standing in front of her. William had spared Heckergos, and only punished Laxo and Apis. He didn't resent her much because the second oldest among the nymphs hadn't continued to taunt him like her sisters did while they were battling. On that day, the nymphs understood that William's condition of letting him drink their blood was the hidden ace that the half-elf possessed. Although he couldn't force them to surrender themselves to him against their wishes, he was able to make them submit to him using other means, which was very hard to defend against because it was one of the conditions in the contract. "We've been tricked," Heckergos thought helplessly as she looked down at her 2 unconscious sisters, whose eyes had rolled up into their sockets and their tongue lolling at the side of their lips. "Our new master might be our first and last master in this world." Heckergos bit her lip as she used her hands to close her sisters' eyes and return their tongues inside their mouths. "I think we really have sold ourselves to the devil." As if hearing her thoughts, William turned around and gave her a smile that made the nymph's once proud heart shudder in both fear and anticipation of what was about to befall her and her sisters in the future. Chapter 1190. You're lucky you still have your use. After Sephirin had safely exited the boundaries of the forbidden ground of Hyperborea, William returned to the Thousand Beast domain, alongside the three nymphs. Opsis and Loxos were still unconscious, so the second eldest, Hekergos, took them to the rooms that were assigned to them to get a proper rest. Meanwhile, William called Chloe and Princess Aila to his room to talk about something important. However, when the two girls arrived at William's room, they found the half-elf almost collapsed near his bed and panting for breath. Immediately, Princess Aila went to William's side and assessed his situation. Her face became grim when she noticed that the instability in William's soul had progressed to a dangerous degree. Chloe helped the princess carry William to the bed, as the latter endured the pain that was racking his entire body. Optimus had advised him that taking the three nymphs as his subordinates at the same time was dangerous. According to the system, William could only have one more pseudo-god under him. However, the half-elf had figured out that the three nymphs worked as a set. If only one of them was taken, their effectiveness in battle would decrease drastically. After doing some computations, Optimus told William that if he was really adamant on getting the three of them to sign a contract with him, he could only have them for a month. More than that, and it would become extremely dangerous for William because, right now, he was only using a quarter of his soul. If his soul was half complete, then it would have been possible. Unfortunately, the other half was hiding inside the bell of Amalthea to prevent it from being corrupted by darkness. The black-haired teenager knew that a month was not enough. After taking out the plans he had in mind, he needed the help of the three nymphs for at least a year in order to reach the goals he had set for himself. Although he knew that he was taking a gamble, he decided to push it through, and rely on Princess Aila to stabilize his soul on a regular basis. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the stress that the three nymphs placed on his soul, which had made it incredibly unstable. Princess Aila immediately used her life magic in order to stabilize William's soul that was nearing its limit. As soon as the princess's life magic washed over the half-elf's body, the progression of his soul's instability came to a halt. However, the angelic beauty knew that what she was doing was simply a stopgap measure in order to prevent William's soul from collapsing. If she stopped supplying him with life magic, the half-elf would lose control of himself, and probably go berserk. After a few minutes passed, the black-haired teenager managed to gain a semblance of normality as she looked at the serious-looking princess, who was using her power to the fullest. "Why?" Princess Aila asked. "I already told you that you can only have one more pseudo-god as your subordinate. Why did you do something reckless?" "Because I am greedy," William replied. "Tell me, Aila, is there a way to salvage this situation?" The princess reluctantly nodded her head as she told William the two ways she knew would help stabilize his soul. "The first method is for the other half of your soul to merge with yours, and be corrupted by darkness," Princess answered. "By doing so, the burden will be less and your soul will stabilize." However, the princess couldn't say the rest of his words, because she was afraid of what would happen if the last piece of William's soul was also corrupted by darkness. Although she wasn't 100% sure, the black-haired teenager in front of him was still a caring individual despite the corruption in his soul. The reason for this was due to the half that was still not corrupted. She could almost say that the last piece of William's soul had now become his heart and conscience, preventing him from fully becoming a ruthless individual who only cared about the end result, without care for the sacrifices that needed to be paid to achieve his goal. William also understood this, so he just waited for the princess to say the second method of stabilizing his soul. "The second is for me to share my life magic with you," Princess Aila stated. "Ash gave you half of her heart in order to transfer half of her life force to you. This method I am talking about is something similar, but instead of life force, I will need to transfer more than half of my life magic to you." "What will happen to you if you do that?" William asked. "My healing ability's effectiveness will decrease, and I will be in a constant state of lethargy," Princess Aila answered with a complicated look on her face. "Also, I will feel drowsy most of the time, due to the side effect of having my life magic being drained on a regular basis." "Will your life be in any danger?" "No, but there is a chance that after a year, I will lose my magic completely. I will be lucky if it just hibernates and returns after a year or two." William sighed internally. Deep inside, He was fine with having a piece of his soul hiding inside the bell of Amalthea, but the current situation had already progressed to such a degree that he had no choice but to negotiate with his other half. Perhaps, his other half also realized this because he felt something warm spreading in the black gem on his chest. Princess Aila, who was closely observing William's condition, immediately realized what was happening and panicked. "No, stop," Princess Aila said. "The other half of your soul can't be corrupted. I don't want to lose the current you." No, we didn't want to impose on you," William replied. "This is the only way." Princess Aila shook her head. "No, you don't understand. If you do this, what will give you the confidence that you won't forcefully take my power after the other half of your soul is corrupted? I'm sure that the moment you have completely been consumed by darkness, you will just treat everyone as tools to an end. I don't want that to happen. I'd rather give you my power willingly, than have it forcefully taken from me later on." William frowned. The warmth in his chest stopped spreading, as if also understanding the logic of the princess's argument. For now, the connection he had with his other half remained strong as they both looked at the princess in front of them. "So, you're going to sacrifice yourself for us?" William asked. "You know I don't really think of you as my lover. Even if you do this, my feelings will probably not change." "I don't care," Princess Aila answered. "I'd rather do this willingly, than deal with the you who will emerge after you have been completely taken over by darkness." The primordial goddess clicked her tongue as she looked at the angelic beauty in the crystal ball in front of her. "I should have dealt with her earlier," the primordial goddess said with an annoyed look on her face. However, the reason she hadn't done that was due to the fact that the instability in William's soul was also worrying to her. Even with the power of darkness, half of the half-elf's soul was already gone. The remaining quarter, which was under her influence, was still unable to support the power of darkness, and needed time to adapt to his current state. This was why any contracts that would empower the half-elf would cause his soul to shift. Princess Aila was needed to balance this issue because even a god like her needed to abide by certain rules when it came to the natural balance of the world. She was not like Ahriman, who had broken the rules more than once. Although nothing was happening to the god of darkness and chaos in Hestia, the great powers that bound even gods like them wouldn't stay idle for long. "You're lucky you still have your use," the primordial goddess muttered. "If not, I would have already advised William to corrupt you completely." Princess Aila's life magic was one of a kind. She was similar to Eve, whose power of divinity was sought after by the gods. Even Ahriman treasured her because of her limitless potential, and kept her safe from the chaos that was happening around her. "Just this once," the primordial goddess said softly as she glared at the angelic princess inside the crystal ball. "Never again." The primordial goddess closed her eyes before waving her hand. The image on the crystal ball disappeared, and it disappeared within the darkness. What she was after was the other half of William's soul, which was being protected by the power of Amalthea. As long as that other half was corrupted, her ideal prince would appear in the world of Hestia. Chapter 1191, Sweet Surrender, Part 1. Chloe sighed as she closed the door on William's room. After seeing Isla's outburst earlier, she decided to leave and guard the door to prevent anyone from interrupting the two as they had a serious talk with each other. "Are you sure about this?" William asked. "You can still turn back. I'm tired of being the one who is being protected all the time," Princess Aila replied as she stared stubbornly at the black-haired teenager in front of her. "Now, it's my turn to protect others. It's my turn to protect you." William closed his eyes. The next moment, he found himself standing within his sea of consciousness. Half of it was shrouded in darkness, while the other half had blue skies, and a sea that was crystal clear. The two halves of William's soul stared at each other with helpless expressions on their faces. "What should we do?" the black-haired teenager asked his other half. "Are we really going to accept her proposal? You're the one that is currently in charge, so it's up to you to decide," the red-headed teenager replied. "What do you feel about Aila? Do you even need to ask? Both of us were there in the trial of Boreas. You should know by now how you feel about her." The black-haired teenager sighed as he crossed his arms over his chest. "Once we do this, there is no turning back," William said with finality. The red-headed teenager nodded his head. "I understand. So, we both agree." The black-haired teenager nodded. Tell me, if you were in my place, would you have made the same decision?" "I knew you were going to ask me this question," the red-headed teenager smirked. "Just like you, I would have done the same. However, I just want to say one thing to you. Do the right thing. The black-haired teenager snorted at his goody two-shoes half who was giving him a teasing smile. Let's do this together. No tricks. Disclaimer. Slide R18. Scenes past this point. If you are not comfortable in reading this, please skip the rest of the chapter. When William opened his eyes, he felt something soft pressing against his lips. He didn't resist it and held the soft and delicate body of the woman who had decided to sacrifice herself for his sake. After the kiss ended, the half-elf stared at the angelic beauty in front of him and pressed her hand over his chest. Let's do this properly, William stated. Come with me. Princess Aila nodded and allowed William to take her to the bathroom. Once they were inside, the half-elf kissed the princess's lips, as his hands gently took off her robe, and let it fall down at her feet. A blush crept on the angelic beauty's face, when William stared at her beautiful body, after he had removed her undergarments. If the second son of the chieftain of the Carinter Mountains could see you now, he would probably die of regret for not being able to marry you, William teased, making the redness in the princess's face turn a shade redder. In the past, Princess Aila was supposed to marry into the northern tribes in order to create an alliance between them and the dynasty that was planning to invade the Helen Kingdom. William got in their way and kept the marriage from happening. What the half-elf didn't know was that Princess Aila had long felt indebted to him, and wanted to return the favor by learning how to wield life magic effectively, in order to help him in the future. She just didn't expect that the help that the half-elf needed would require her to offer herself to him, in order to save his life. The angelic beauty shuddered when the cold water fell on her body. However, William's hands, which were hot, made sure that her every nook and cranny was washed properly. It didn't take long before the two soaked inside the bathtub, facing each other. The half-elf's hands fondled her soft curves, forcing the princess to close her lips to prevent herself from letting out a sound. William felt reinvigorated by simply touching the angelic beauty's body because she was simply a vessel for life magic. As he touched her, he could feel his body naturally absorbing the power inside her in small quantities. This was enough to stabilize his soul for the time being, as he prepared the beauty in his arms for what was about to come. The next moment, a gasp of pleasure escaped Princess Aila's lips after William's naughty hand brought her to climax. The half-elf knew that she was now fully ready to accept him. Carrying her in a princess carry, and using his magic to dry both of their bodies. The black-haired teenager took her to the bedroom. There, he laid her down on the bed and kissed her lips once again. Princess Aila liked William's kisses. She liked them so much that whenever their lips parted, she would feel a longing inside her heart, waiting for the next time he would press his cold and devilish lips over hers. She didn't know if William was doing it on purpose, but every time they kissed, she felt as if he wanted to corrupt her, but was holding himself back. The thought of being tainted by the devilishly handsome man, whose strong and lean body was holding hers, made her innocent heart tremble. The half-elf then used his hand to lightly knead her well-shaped breasts, which had never been touched by any man in the past. Her pink tips responded to his touch, and enticed the half-elf to pay attention to them as well. The angelic princess's body shuddered the moment William lightly bit her breast, drawing blood. Immediately, a euphoric sensation invaded her senses, making her mind turn completely blank for a few seconds. Princess Aila subconsciously held the back of William's head as she offered herself. Fully in sweet surrender. In return, William enjoyed her offering as his right hand moved downwards to tease the gates of her garden, which were eagerly waiting to part for his seed, love, and affection. Chapter 1192, Sweet Surrender, Part 2. Disclaimer. R18 Scenes. If you are not comfortable with this, feel free to skip this chapter. Princess Aila's sweet sighs reverberated inside the room, as William's soft caress and gentle kisses made the angelic beauty shudder under his touch. Will, I can't take it anymore, Princess Aila pleaded. Please. William licked the blood that streamed down on Aila's tender breast before kissing the mark to completely heal it. He then raised his head to look at the beautiful princess whose lips moved as if they were inviting him to kiss them. You love kissing, don't you? William asked as he kissed her forehead. I don't know if I love kissing or not, Princess Aila replied as she cupped William's face. What I do know is that I love kissing you. Isn't that the same thing? William pressed his lips over Aila's soft lips and inserted his tongue inside her mouth. To his surprise, Aila's tongue eagerly intertwined with his, as if she had been longing for his kiss. Perhaps, this is the side effect of drinking her blood, William thought. He knew that whenever he bid someone to drink their blood, they were filled with a sense of euphoria, which made their bodies hot and sensitive to his touch. This was why when he drank Opie's and Loxo's blood, he made sure to take his time and drink their blood as slowly as possible. The two nymphs, who had never been touched by a man, weren't prepared to face such a prolonged sense of pleasure, which turned their brains to mush. By the time William was done with them, the two had already lost consciousness with their tongues lolling out of their mouths. He could feel the heat coming off of Princess Isla's body, as well as her life magic that made him feel very comfortable. As he kissed her, William's right hand was busy caressing her other lips, which were now creating wet sounds due to his insistent touch. Isla's body trembled as she reached her second climax. The black-haired teenager allowed her to catch her breath, while looking at her young, angelic body, which seemed to be radiating a faint light. "Aila, I'm going to take it now," William said softly. "This is your last chance to turn back." Isla's face was flushed from the aftermath of the climax she had just experienced. However, she was still able to think clearly, and reached out to hold William's hand. "I already made my choice," Princess Aila replied. "All I ask is that you do it gently." William nodded as he lightly squeezed Isla's hand, before parting her legs. The angelic princess looked at the man who was about to make her his woman with tender eyes. She didn't know if William would lose control of himself and corrupt her after they made love. But she was not afraid. Princess Aila knew that even if she was corrupted with darkness, William wouldn't treat her as a slave. A moment later, a gasp escaped her lips as William lowered his hips to and took away her chastity. Due to how wet she was, William's member managed to reach deep inside her until it kissed the entrance of her womb. Suddenly, William felt a strong surge of power enter his body. It was none other than Princess Isla's life magic, which she had gathered in her womb. It was the place where life was born, and where the angelic beauties, life magic reserves were stored. Princess Aila was like a treasure chest that was waiting for someone to take the treasures that she kept inside her. That person was none other than William, who held the key to unlock her most precious treasure. This is so much, William thought as Princess Isla's life magic nourished every part of his body, as well as his soul. It felt so comfortable that he had almost forgotten that he was in the middle of making love with her. After taking hold of his senses, he moved his hips slowly at first, until Princess Aila got used to it before increasing his pace. Soon, Isla's sighs of pleasure, as well as the sound of their bodies joining, could be heard inside the room. In truth, the princess was slowly starting to feel weak because William was absorbing all the power inside her body. The black-haired teenager noticed this too because he could feel the magic in her body decrease at a rapid rate. Even so, that didn't stop the two from making love with each other. Slowly but surely, something strong was building up inside Princess Isla's body, which made her feel fearful. This was the first time she was feeling something like this, and the pleasure was so strong that she was afraid that she would faint the moment she reached her third climax. William could also feel that he was reaching his limit. Just as he was about to release his seed inside her, a strong urge to corrupt her took hold of his mind. At that exact moment, the gem embedded in his chest glowed faintly, erasing the dark thoughts that had taken hold of his body. The next second, the black-haired teenager's body shuddered as he released his essence directly into Princess Isla's chaste womb, which made the angelic beauty's body arched upwards. The princess's mind turned blank as her body twitched a few times before it lay motionless on the bed. Her climax was so strong, that even though she was unconscious, her body was still reacting to the aftermath. When the last drop of William's seed was released inside her, a pink crest appeared on her lower abdomen. This was the proof that the princess had been conquered by William, allowing him to take her life magic from her at any given time, even though they were far apart. Originally, the plan was to take 2/3 of her life magic in order to stabilize his soul. But after sensing how weak Princess Aila was becoming as he drained her power, William decided to take the alternative route, and simply used a method, so that he could extract life magic from her gradually, instead of taking everything from her. This method would allow the princess to replenish her magic reserve safely. Right now, William had absorbed 1/3 of the angelic beauty's life magic, stabilizing his soul, and preventing it from collapsing. When William pulled out after their union, his seed, mixed with the blood of Princess Isla's chastity, flowed into the white sheets. As the half-elf looked at the unconscious princess, whose body was glistening with sweat, his heart stirred because he understood that the angelic beauty lying in front of him was now his woman. William kissed Princess Isla's cheeks before hugging her soft and delicate body. "I will take responsibility," William whispered in Princess Isla's ear. "Thank you, Aila." Just like Chloe and Charmaine, he had already decided to make the angelic princess his concubine. After kissing Isla's lips for the last time, William also closed his eyes to sleep. Although his soul had stabilized, he needed to rest in order to adjust to his newfound strength, which was given to him by the beauty in his arms, unaware that after he returned to the Silvermoon continent, a surprise would be waiting for him. Chapter 1193, "El think El got addicted to kissing you." When Princess Aila opened her eyes, she found herself being held in a warm embrace. As she turned her head to the side, she saw the black-haired teenager sleeping peacefully beside her. Recollections of what happened a few hours ago flashed inside her head, making her face blush in embarrassment. "That's right, I surrendered myself to him," Princess Aila thought as she closed her eyes to inspect William's body. Since the half-elf was hugging her, she was able to immediately check his condition through skin contact. The princess sighed in relief after checking that William's soul had stabilized after their union. She could even feel the faint traces of her life magic, wrapping his soul in a protective shell, holding it firmly in place. For some reason, she felt a sense of pride that she was able to help the young man, who had made her a woman, just a few hours ago. It had always been William who was helping her. Now, she managed to return the favor that had accumulated over the years. "I'm glad that you're fine." Princess Aila moved her head close to the half-elf and kissed his forehead. "A world without you is a world without color." She wasn't afraid about waking up the black-haired teenager because the latter wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. Princess Aila knew that William had entered a form of hibernation, so that his soul could fully recover from the trauma that it had experienced. Although she was reluctant, she still gently pried away the hands that held her in place. After propping herself up, she looked at the aftermath of their lovemaking and once again blushed in embarrassment. William's seed had overflowed from her nether lips, and pooled on the white sheets, staining it with their combined colors. The traces of red that could be seen here and there reminded her of the unbelievable pleasure that she was subjected to. Her eyes then moved to William's lower half, and was surprised to see that it was still lively, as if waiting for the chance to do another round. Unbelievable, Princess Aila thought as she gazed at the thing that had taken her maidenhood from her. Are all boys like this after making love? The angelic beauty had no one to compare this situation to because William was her first man. After a while, she decided that she should make the half-elf as comfortable as possible. The first thing that Princess Aila did was wave her hand to clean the mess that was left after their union. A few seconds later, the sheets had returned to their pristine white, leaving no evidence of the events that happened a few hours ago. The next thing she planned was to carry William's body to the bathroom. Originally, she thought that she needed to drag him there. But, when she lifted his body, she was surprised to discover that she could carry him easily. Although he wasn't as light as a feather, his weight was just right. Not too heavy, and not too light. Princess Aila could easily clean William using her life magic, but for some reason, she wanted to experience what it was like to wash him with her own hands, just like what he did to her last night. William's body had now become warm, unlike the past where his touch was as cold as ice. The angelic beauty didn't know if this was a side effect of her life magic or not, but the changes in his body were a big check in her book. How do I wash this thing? Princess Aila thought as she stared at little William, who was standing tall and proud. It was as if he was challenging the princess to go 200 rounds with it, non-stop. In the end, the princess just used her soft and delicate hands to gently caress and clean the little guy, who twitched under her touch. When everything was over, she took William to soak in the bathtub, while she washed herself. A few minutes later, she joined him in the water and held him tight. "You know, I can't help but feel jealous of Belle," Princess Aila said. "I can tell from my memories that you treasure her so much. Even though the two of you are worlds apart, sometimes, I want to return this memory to you, so that you won't look cold and unfeeling. But, since you told me that doing so would be dangerous, I will keep these precious memories in my heart, until the day you have once again embraced the light." Princess Aila kissed William's lips for a few seconds. "I think I got addicted to kissing you," Princess Aila thought. "Just as I got addicted to taking your memories in the past. Also, I discovered something interesting. Princess Aila held the back of William's neck as she propped herself, kneeling on the bathtub. Aila moved her breast closer to William's lips, and the latter reacted by parting his lips to allow the hard and rosy tip to enter his mouth. A moment later, William started to suckle like a baby, which made the angelic beauty giggle. "Since you like milk that much, I'll give it to you," Princess Aila said softly. Her power was life magic, and anything that had the ability to nourish life was under her domain. A few seconds later, breast milk entered William's lips. "It's a pity that you're still asleep," Princess Aila mused. "If this was me a day ago, I'd probably faint from embarrassment if you were to ask me to do this for you. But now, I feel like I am able to do something that your other lovers couldn't do." After her maidenhood and a third of her life magic was taken away from her, Princess Aila felt as if she had been liberated. She was now willing to try new things, and she felt that she gained more confidence as a woman. "Okay, that's enough for now," Princess Aila said as she pulled her breast out of the mouth of the big baby that was still eager for more. Just as she was about to carry the half-elf back to the bedroom, the latter's eyes opened. "You've become bold, Aila," William said as he looked at the princess whose face had turned completely red from shock and embarrassment. Aila jumped back and turned to flee, but before she could even jump out of the bathtub to run towards the bedroom, the half-elf's strong arms wrapped around her body, holding her in place. "Well, I'm sorry," Princess Aila stuttered as she did her best to look down. "I got carried away." "Yes. You got carried away," William agreed. "But, I don't dislike this new you. You don't think it is weird?" "No, not at all, in fact." William lightly squeezed Isla's breast, allowing a few drops of breast milk to come out from her pink tips. "I'd prefer if you let me drink this from time to time," William added. "You will let me drink it, right?" "Good," William said as he stopped squeezing the angelic beauty's breast, and made her turn around to face him. "I said this when you were asleep, but I'll say it again." "Thank you, Aila." William kissed her lips for a few seconds before pulling back. "I will take responsibility," William said. "From this day onwards, you are now my woman. Do you understand?" Princess Aila teared up after hearing William's words. When she helped him, she wasn't expecting anything in return. She even thought that this was only going to be a one-time thing, and the half-elf wouldn't disturb her ever again. "Why are you crying?" William asked as he wiped the tears that were falling down from her face. "You don't want me to take responsibility." William smiled and carried the angelic beauty back to the bedroom and made love with her again. Only when the sun was at its zenith did the two finally stop, and re-emerge from the room while holding each other's hands. Chloe, who had stood on guard the entire time, gave William a look of injustice. Even so, seeing that the person she loved was now no longer in danger from going berserk made her happy. "So, is Aila now your new concubine?" Chloe asked as she gazed at the angelic princess, whose face had turned beet red. "Yes," William replied. "Please, get along with her, Chloe." "Okay, on one condition." Chloe whispered something in William's ear, which made the latter give her a gaze of, "Are you for real?" As a succubus, it was very easy for her to see such things, and she felt jealous because William still hadn't given her a similar mark, despite staining her soul with darkness. However, seeing that Chloe wasn't backing down, the half-elf agreed to her request. The succubus had noticed the change that had come over Princess Isla's body, as well as the pink crest that had turned invisible. "I'll do it with you tonight, okay?" William stated. "First, we will return to the sacred grove. We have been away from the elven capital for a long time. I just hope that nothing unexpected has happened while we are gone." Chloe nodded her head in understanding. All communications had been cut off the moment they arrived inside the Forbidden Ground, so no news about the Silvermoon continent reached them. Now that the half-elf had added 3 additional pseudo-gods in his arsenal, those who dared to underestimate him would find themselves in a world of pain. Chapter 1194, Arwen's 2 pen pals. William took one more rest day to fully stabilize his soul before instantly teleporting to the sacred grove through his weapon, Soleil. He had left Soleil in his mother's care, which allowed William to instantly travel back to the elven capital, after he finished his conquest of Hyperborea. The moment the half-elf appeared inside the sacred grove, several explosions were heard in the surroundings, which were signs of fighting. He immediately went to investigate and found that Charmaine, and the other Valkyries, were fighting against 2 ladies, in the skies away from the World Tree. "Oh, welcome back, Will." Arwen, who was watching the battle from afar, said as she hugged her son and kissed his cheek in greeting. "Mother, what is happening?" William asked. "Who are those two girls?" Arwen blinked as she looked at her son in surprise. "Superbia and Invidia. You don't know them. Should I know them? I thought that they were your wives or something, since all the sins were your lovers." This time, it was William's turn to blink as he looked at his mother with a calm expression on his face. "This is the first time I'm seeing those two," William explained. "What are they doing here?" Actually, the two of them are my pen pals," Arwen said in an awkward manner. "We've been exchanging letters for the past few years, and I would boast to them about you from time to time. Since both of them were demons, they couldn't come and visit me here in fear that they would be attacked by the elves, as well as our guardians. However, since I told the guardians and the king that two of your acquaintances were coming, they allowed them to pass the borders unchallenged." William tilted his head to the side as he looked at the two members of the deadly sins that were fighting against Charmaine and her comrades. "Superbia and Invidia," William muttered. "The two last remaining members of the 7 deadly sins. Mother, can you explain why Charmaine and the others are fighting them?" I didn't know why, but when Charmaine saw them, she yelled that they were part of Felix's group," Arwen answered. "Then her friends joined her in battle, and pushed them away from the World Tree. But, the way I see it, Superbia and Invidia are just dodging and blocking their attacks." William nodded his head in agreement. The two members of the deadly sins were surrounded on all sides, but they weren't counter-attacking and merely blocking the attacks. "Chloe, make them stop," William ordered as he opened a portal beside him. The beautiful succubus gazed at the fighters in the sky, and nodded her head with a smile. A moment later, a loud explosion sounded in the air as the succubus joined Charmaine and the others in dealing against the two sins, who were now forced to attack in order to defend themselves. "Will, I guess you should go there yourself before someone gets hurt. Although they are demons, they are still my pen pals, you know." William sighed before turning into a lightning bolt to fly in the direction of the battle. As soon as he appeared, Chloe stuck out her tongue and backed away in a hurry. She had been itching for a fight for a while now, and seeing that something interesting was happening, she wasn't able to stop herself from joining the fray. "Master, those two are our enemies," Charmaine shouted as her winged horse hovered beside William. "They were there during the battle in Ahriman's domain." "First, calm down," William ordered. "All of you stop fighting." As soon as William gave out his order, everyone immediately stopped fighting. He then gazed at the two ladies in front of him, who were also looking back at him with an appraising look. Superbia, who was said to be the strongest of all sins, aside from wrath, looked at William with a fearless smile. "Well met, William Von Ainsworth," Superbia said. "Your mother has told us many things about you. And she hasn't told me anything about the two of you," William replied. "What are you doing here in the Silvermoon continent? Did you come here to spy for Felix?" Invidia, who represented the sin of envy, scowled after hearing Felix's name. It was as if the name alone was enough to make her puke, and she hated the fact that she was being grouped with the lecherous bastard. "I'd greatly appreciate it if you don't lump us with that filthy thing," Invidia stated. "We didn't come here to spy for him, or to spy for the demon race in general. We came here to talk to you." "Talk to me? Duh." Superbia rested her hand on her friend's shoulder. She knew that Invidia was starting to vent her frustrations about being attacked by William's forces even though they came peacefully. "Forgive my friend here," Superbia said. "Our journey has been long and rough. Just as we thought that we were about to get some rest, we were suddenly attacked, and were forced to go on the defense to prevent the situation from escalating." William nodded in understanding. "For now, let's go to the sacred grove to talk. My mother asked me to take both of you there." Just as William was about to leave, Invidia called out to him in a grumpy voice. "Aren't you going to make your subordinate apologize?" Invidia asked. "They attacked us even though we meant no harm." "Apologize?" William asked. "My subordinates don't need to apologize. They are here to protect my mother and the World Tree from harm. Since they were not aware that you came with peaceful intentions, attacking you was the best course of action. Tell me, if Felix were to approach you and invite you to his bedroom with the excuse of wanting to just talk, would you agree to it?" "No way, I'd fight him to the death before that happens." "Yeah, my subordinates did just that." "What kind of logic is that? This and that are different things." William chuckled as he looked at the sin of envy who was glaring at him. From her witty comebacks, he assumed that Invidia was someone who liked to quarrel with people. "Let's go," William said as he ignored the fuming beauty and led his subordinates back to the World Tree. Superbia whispered something in Invidia's ear, making her friend grumpily follow behind William's entourage. They had fled from the war in the Central Continent with the excuse that they were going to scout the Silvermoon continent to see what preparations the elves were making for the war. In the past, the two ladies thought that supporting Felix was a good idea. They didn't like the way the demon lord Lucille did things in the demon realm, so they supported his son so he could usurp his throne. They didn't expect that the man that they had chosen to support wouldn't live up to their expectations, so they decided to leave. The two of them could tell that Felix was looking forward to having his way with them and taking their powers, just like he was doing now with the ladies in the Central Continent. If not for the fact that Superbia and Invidia had supported him before he became the Dark Heir, he would have already pinned them down and forcefully corrupted their bodies. To this day, Felix still thought that the two sins were still enamored with him, so he decided to let them carry out their scouting mission, while he enjoyed the beauties of the kingdoms he conquered. That was his greatest mistake, because it allowed Superbia and Invidia to escape, and jump ship to William's side, far away from his grasp. Chapter 1195, William's long-desired mobile fortress. You don't have to worry about the High Priestess. She is treated like a princess, Superbia said. Not even Felix dares to come near her in fear that he would suffer Ahriman's wrath. That's good to hear, William replied. He had been quite worried about Eve's condition, so this was the first thing he inquired about after the two ladies had been served some tea and desserts by a grumpy Charmaine. Still, we didn't expect to find that you had put the entirety of the Silvermoon continent under your thumb, Invidia commented after taking a sip of her tea. Color me surprised. Compared to that degenerate, you're quite promising. William ignored Invidia and continued to ask Superbia questions, treating the sin of envy like air. This in turn made the lady with short green hair resent him. Superbia could tell that William was doing this on purpose. Perhaps, the black-haired teenager found the teasing of her friend interesting, so he decided to purposely ignore her. Because of this, Superbia stopped answering the half-elf's question and only looked at him with a sweet smile. That was enough to rot someone's teeth. The black-haired teenager understood what Superbia was doing, so he gave the green-haired demon a sidelong glance before standing up and leaving the room. William understood that the two had come to seek asylum under him, so he was the one that had the advantage. For the time being, he decided to leave them hanging, and let his mother handle the rest. Although he still had more questions to ask, he needed to make the two ladies understand that the one that needed him was them, and he didn't need them. Superbia, who saw William's actions, shook her head helplessly. This person is indeed worthy of being the Dark Prince, Superbia thought. Since he has the upper hand, he's decided to make us meet him on his own terms, and not the other way around. What a troublesome fellow. Invidia, who didn't know what her friend was thinking, just focused on eating, drinking, and chatting with Arwen. Since they had been pen pals for a long time, they had plenty to talk about with each other. Lilith, I need to talk to you about something, William said as he lightly tapped his earring, whose pair was on the Amazon princess who was currently in the Tower of Babylon. Will, what's wrong? Lilith's familiar voice reached him even though the distance between them was vast. The Central Continent is in turmoil right now. Did you finish conquering Hyperborea? Even though they were far apart, William and Lilith would often talk to each other in order to exchange information. Since Lilith was in the Tower of Babylon, she was able to gather all the news from the continent through the city of Babylon that spread around the tower. I have conquered Hyperborea, and increased my forces once again, William stated. However, I called you for a different reason. Superbia and Invidia are currently here in the Silvermoon continent, and chatting with my mother. What can you tell me about them? Oh, those two. All I can say is that Invidia is like a honey badger that will attack anyone with words if they provoke her, Lilith answered. Superbia, well, surprisingly that girl is quite level-headed. She's probably the smartest among all of us, and her fighting ability is nothing to scoff at. Most of us think of her as the de facto leader of the deadly sins. What happened? Why are the two of them there? Did they come to spy on you? Will, even though they are my sisters, if the two of them are a threat to you, feel free to jam it in. William blinked because he thought that he had misheard his fiancée's words. However, in order to change the subject, he no longer wanted to continue the discussion and asked her a few more questions relating to the Central Continent. As you expected, the Holy Order seems to be holding back its forces, Lilith reported. It seems that they just focused on containment and not eradication. The excuse that they are giving is that the civilians are innocent, and the armies of the various conquered kingdoms are under enslavement magic. They don't want to needlessly spill the blood of humans, and only want to kill the demons responsible for everyone's suffering. William snorted. The Pope will regret her decision later. If things continue like this, the unity of the alliance will break, and all of them will just focus on defending their own kingdoms. When this happens, they will just be easy pickings for the demon race, who have the backing of pseudo-gods. Lilith became silent before she spoke her worries. Will, do you think the Tower of Babylon is safe? What if they decide to attack here? You have nothing to worry about. They will be making a big mistake if they poke the hornet's nest. Ahriman is not stupid. The moment his army marches towards the tower, will be the moment they will all be erased from the face of the world. Lilith didn't know why William sounded so confident, but decided to trust him for the time being. Aside from Superbia and Nvidia, has anything else happened in the Silvermoon continent? Lilith asked. William paused for a brief moment before answering her question. Aila is now my concubine, William answered. Also, I will be challenging Atlantis in a few days. After that, I will mobilize all the forces of the Silvermoon continent to head towards the central continent. Ha, I knew that Aila would become one of your lovers sooner or later, so that doesn't come as a surprise, Lilith commented. However, the dungeon of Atlantis, final floor is very dangerous. Are you now confident that you can win? I have at least a 60% chance of success, William replied. With my current forces, I am confident that I will be able to subdue the pseudo-god that guards the final floor. Lilith fell silent when he heard William's confident voice. She missed him terribly, but her patron goddess had told her to stay away from him for the time being because he might corrupt her soul. William also didn't want that to happen, so when Lilith said that she would stay on the floor of Asgard, he agreed to her request and left her behind. It's finally come to this, Lilith said after a few minutes had passed. Will, be careful, I will be waiting for your triumphant return to the central continent. Wait for me, Lilith. I will be there soon. After their talk ended, William returned to the Thousand Beast domain to make his final preparations. The dungeon of Atlantis was the first 100-floor dungeon that he had encountered. It was hidden under the ocean and was constantly on the move while being guarded by the demigod, Leviathan. However, what William didn't know was that Leviathan was also a pseudo-god. The guardian beast had just lowered its strength because its existence alone would destroy the ecosystem of the surrounding area as Atlantis traveled aimlessly in the deep and dark waters of the world. Thanks to Isla's power, I have enough strength to put one more pseudo-god under my command, William muttered. Atlantis, it's time for you to once again rise up to the surface and show the world a power that has long been forgotten. William had long wanted to have a mobile fortress like Avalon, but since it was under Molochai's command, he couldn't get it. However, Atlantis was different. It was a city that could be controlled by the person that gained the recognition of Leviathan. Although he didn't know how he was going to be able to do that, he would worry about it once he had conquered the dungeon of Atlantis first. He didn't believe that with the combined might of 8 pseudo-gods, he would be unable to wrest the city of Atlantis from Leviathan's grasp. Chapter 1196, 1198 The Dark Prince's Reverse Scale. A few hours later, just as William finished having dinner with his mother, Superbia asked him to talk in private with her and Nvidia. The half-elf agreed because he wanted to know what the leader of the 7 deadly sins wanted from him after they had chatted with his mother that afternoon. Superbia told him to meet them in a location that was 3 miles away from the sacred grove. William thought that the 2 sins asked this of him because they didn't want to feel intimidated by the ladies that were always by William's side. The 2 sins were especially wary of Astrape, Bronte, and Titania, whose strength was something that neither of them could engage. I'm here, William said as he arrived at the promised location. What do you want to talk about? Superbia smiled before reappearing in front of William to deliver a blow that contained the full power of her divinity. The half-elf only had time to move his body to the side at the unexpected surprise attack that he didn't see coming. Got you, Nvidia, who was standing not far from William, shouted as a whip-like weapon coiled itself around William's leg. This is what you get for ignoring me. The whip turned purple and William immediately felt a stinging pain on his leg. It was also at that moment when a series of notifications appeared on his status page. You have been poisoned by the divinity of envy. Your reaction time will decrease drastically. Before William could even finish reading the rest of status ailments that had been applied to him, he saw Superbia's fist out of the corner of his eye and immediately used his fist to deflect it to the side. Right now, William's strength had been temporarily degraded to that of a myriad beast, which allowed the two deadly sins to fight him on even ground. A series of powerful explosions rocked the surroundings as William exchanged blows with Superbia. Although he was able to turn his body around, he was unable to move from his spot as if was being held in place by an invisible force, which prevented him from dodging or escaping. Left with no alternative, he met Superbia's blows with his own, making the latter flash a devilish smile, as if she had met an opponent that she could go all out on. Invidia knew that something must be done in order to break the stalemate. Although she didn't hate William at first, the half-elf's attitude of ignoring her had made her quite resentful, so she decided to teach him a lesson that he would never forget. The sin of envy lunged at the half-elf with the intention of punching his face until she had vented her frustration. William sensed her sneak attack, so after blocking Superbia's attack, he twisted his body around to deliver a kick to the approaching green-haired beauty to send her flying. However, just as he turned around to deliver the blow, he saw a pink-haired girl with her arms pulled back in preparation to punch him. The momentary lapse in judgment due to seeing someone he loved appear in front of him caused William to receive Superbia's blow from behind, and Invidia's blow on the chest. The half-elf endured the pain, and unleashed a barrage of punch and kicks, which forced the two ladies to back away from him. "Hey, it seems that you really like gluttony," Envy, who had taken Chiffon's appearance, said with a smug expression on her face. "Although this appearance is a bit stuffy for my taste, I don't mind using it if it will make you suffer." Superbia didn't say anything because this was one of Invidia's ability. The sin of envy could freely change her appearance for a short period of time, and even gain the power of the people whose form he had taken, with the exception of the power of their divinities. For example, she could use Chiffon's martial arts skills, but she couldn't use the power of her gluttony, which could eat almost anything in existence. "Wait, I have a better idea," Envy said before changing her appearance to Princess Sidoni, who was the most beautiful among all of the deadly sins. "This suits me better, right?" By default, Envy could copy the appearance of the 7 deadly sins without any problems. In order for her to copy someone's appearance, she should have seen them personally first and imprint their image in her mind using her divinity. She could use the faces, as well as the powers, of those whom she had copied with her divinity for an hour every day. One could even say that she was the most flexible fighter among the 7 deadly sins because of this specialty of hers. This was why Felix was the most interested in her, because if he managed to gain Invidia's power, he could practically infiltrate the alliance and wreak havoc within their ranks. Superbia knew about this, so she decided to take her away from Felix, and prevent her from being deprived of her powers. Using Princess Sidoni's appearance, Invidia created 2 giant fireballs and hurled them at William. She wasn't afraid about burning the half-elf to a crisp because she believed that if he couldn't even handle this attack then he was no better than Felix, whom they had betrayed. "You shouldn't have done that," William said in a voice that was colder than a block of ice. "You went too far." The half-elf felt angered when Invidia took the form of his wives, and used their appearance to attack him. Invidia's power was so real, that even if William knew that she wasn't really his wife, his body, soul, and mind still treated the sin of envy as if she was one of his wives who had died for him. This was the true power of envy's divinity. Perfect replication. Even if you know it was fake, your entire being will still recognize it as real. The half-elf summoned a dark blade and slashed at the 2 fireballs, making them explode. He then unleashed a backhand blow behind him, blocking Superbia's attack from behind. Suddenly, several shards of ice rained from the heavens, forcing William to cover himself in a dome of black flames. "All hail," Invidia said with a smile as she stood on top of a floating snowflake. Her long light blue hair fluttered in the breeze, and her gaze filled with triumph made the rage in William's heart grow by leaps and bounds. "What was this lady's name again?" Invidia said while rubbing her chin. "Ah yes, it was Ella. This body feels so light and powerful. I like it. What's wrong, Dark Prince? Ready to apologize to me now?" "Apologize?" William laughed a laugh that was filled with anger. "You are the one that should apologize." "No, I will torture you first before I accept your apology. There are some faces in this world that you shouldn't touch." Suddenly the ground shook as William decided to fight without holding back. "I didn't mind if you attacked me because I was ignoring you," William stated. "But to have the audacity to use the appearance of my wives." The ground underneath William's feet broke apart, and rock and dirt slowly rose as if they were being pulled up by an invisible force. An Ella, face. The shaking intensified as a kilometer-long crater suddenly expanded around the half-elf. This only means that you prepared yourself for what's coming next, right? Without another word, a powerful explosion erupted around William as he flew towards Nvidia, who had taken Ella's form. Everyone important to him was his reverse scale, and Nvidia had touched it not once, not twice, but thrice, making the half-elf unable to control the rage he was holding back. Die, William said as he unleashed his most powerful punch that could obliterate an entire mountain. Overwhelming strike. Everything happened so fast that Superbia wasn't able to react on time. She could only gaze in horror as William charged towards her friend, who was frozen in place due to William's bloodlust and killing intent. Just as Nvidia saw her life fly past her eyes, the deadly fist stopped only an inch away from her nose. Shit, William stated, because he really couldn't force himself to punch the face of the person who had raised him since he was a baby. However, his attack was more than enough to make Nvidia's eyes roll up into their sockets as she fainted due to fright. The snowflake supporting her body disappeared, and she was about to fall when William reached out to grab her waist to prevent her from falling. Nvidia was still holding onto Ella's appearance, so it was very hard for the half-elf to see his adopted mother suffer, even though he knew that she wasn't the real Ella. What a scary divinity, William thought as he glanced at the lady in his arms. After making sure that she had only fainted, William then shifted his gaze at Superbia, who was looking up to him from the ground. Had enough? William asked in annoyance. Yes, Superbia replied. It's time for us to discuss things. Superbia and Nvidia attacked William in order to gauge whether he was worthy of their services. Right now, the world was divided into 4 factions. The faction of the Heir of Darkness, the Alliance, the Holy Order of Light, and the faction of the Dark Prince. Superbia knew that they couldn't return to Felix's side, nor could they join the Alliance. Trying to join the Holy Order of Light was also not an option, unless they had gone batshit crazy. Since that was the case, their only option was to jump to William's ship, and help him win the war that had already started in the central continent. However, the 2 deadly sins wouldn't recognize someone that was weaker than them. Because of this, they decided to fight William head-on, while his strength had been lowered to that of a myriad beast. The 2 of them were surprised that, despite the fact that he was at a complete disadvantage, he was still able to fight the 2 of them to a standstill, that was until Nvidia used the faces of the people most important to him, causing the half-elf to go all out against them. Do you mind if you return her to me? Superbia asked as she looked at William, who was seated on his throne, and her unconscious friend, sitting on his lap, with her head resting on his shoulder. No, William replied, I am waiting for her to either wake up, or return to her normal appearance. After that, I will torture her for a bit. You know that she will only use the appearance of your other wives to prevent you from torturing her, right? You have a point, but you're forgetting something. I don't need to do it personally. A moment later, Astrape, Bronte, and Titania appeared beside William's throne. The 3 of them will torture her for me, William stated. Enough idle chatter. Let's talk business. Chapter 1197. The sooner you go the better. Nvidia groaned before opening her eyes. William's deadly punch scared her witless, and, before she knew it, she had lost consciousness. That bastard, Nvidia muttered. I'll make sure to take revenge after I. Nvidia wasn't able to finish her words because the first thing she saw was the black-haired teenager who was looking at her with an amused expression on her face. Nvidia's first thought was to back away, but then she found herself unable to move. The half-elf was firmly holding onto her waist, preventing her from moving, which made her feel anxious. Ha ha, I was just joking earlier, Nvidia said as she tried to pry William's hand from her waist. You know, Superbia and I were just testing you if you are worthy to become our leader. I wasn't really trying to kill you or anything. Right, William replied. Anything else? I was just a bit annoyed because you kept on ignoring me. So, I decided to play a little prank by copying the faces of your women. Oh, so it was just a prank? Why yes, just a prank. A prank between friends, right? I see, William replied and gave Nvidia a dazzling smile that made her heart skip a beat, not out of love, but of fear. No matter how hard she tried to pry away William's hands from her waist, his vice grip on her remained. Superbia, a little help, please. Nvidia pleaded after she saw her friend seated on a chair across from William. Why don't the 2 of you talk first, while I take a stroll? This place looks so beautiful, that it just makes me want to appreciate the surroundings. Invidia's words made the corner of Astrope's, Bronte's, and Titania's lips twitch. The surroundings had been destroyed due to William's rage, and there was nothing beautiful around them that deserved appreciation. Even so, William still held the girl who currently had Ella's appearance firmly to prevent her from escaping. Invidia had only lost consciousness for half an hour, so she still retained Ella's appearance. Our talks ended just a minute ago, but William has attached a few conditions, Superbia replied as she looked at her friend with a complicated look on her face. What conditions? Invidia asked. For some reason, she was feeling a cold chill running down on her spine, as if her life was in danger. William planned to torture you. No torture. Torture is not allowed. Superbia cleared her throat before continuing her words. I knew that you would say that, so I negotiated on your behalf. Since you have the power to take on the appearance of others, you will spend at least an hour or two with William, while wearing the faces of the people he wants to see. That's all. Well, he will also drink your blood on a regular basis. Could we skip that part? William, who was holding Invidia in place, chuckled. Of course we can skip that part. We can just go straight to torture instead. Isn't it just letting him drink some of my blood? That's no big deal. Invidia immediately backpedaled in order to prevent herself from being tortured. I am fine with this. You should have said this sooner. My blood tastes really good, you know. I'm sure you will get addicted after taking a mouthful. Although she was doing her best to promote her blood as if she was a salesman planning to sell her items in bulk, she was cursing William internally for being shameless. Her first thought was to escape the moment the black-haired teenager allowed her to go and leave the Silvermoon continent. She would look for an uninhabited island to stay on and wait until the war was over. Just you wait, Invidia vowed in her heart. Who would want to get sucked by you? Invidia smiled as best as she could, while cursing William and his mother for being shameless. But what Invidia didn't know was that the more she tried to look happy, the more William's gaze focused on her. He had only seen Ella's smile a few times in the past, and all of them were just fleeting moments. Now that Ella was gone, the half-elf realized how much he really missed her. Although they hadn't seen each other for years when he was in the central continent, knowing that she was still alive somewhere put his heart at peace. But now, things were different. Ella was dead, and she used her artifact to protect the remaining part of his soul from being corrupted by darkness. Astrape, Bronte, Titania, we will leave for Atlantis tomorrow, William informed his subordinates through telepathy as he stood from his throne. Feel free to do anything for the time being. We will challenge Atlantis tomorrow afternoon. Yes, Master. Invidia panicked because William still carried her even though the discussion was over. Where are you taking me? Invidia felt alarmed because William was taking her away from Superbia. We're just going to start the deal we made today, William replied. I'll be leaving for a while, and I don't know when I will return. You don't know how long it will be until you return. Invidia felt reinvigorated after hearing William's words. Since the half-elf was going to leave, she could make her escape without anyone's notice. Yes, William replied. Since that is the case, our first session of drinking your blood will start now. I will not be seeing you for a few days, so I'll take this opportunity to get a down payment from you. Good. Very well then, let's start this blood drinking session, shall we? Invidia nodded her head happily. The sooner you go the better. I hope I never see you again. William chuckled internally because although he couldn't read Invidia's thoughts, he could assume what she was thinking. Because of this, he decided to teach the sin of envy what it was like to mess with him. Superbia watched as William disappeared while carrying her friend in his arms. William had promised that he would not corrupt either of them in return for their services. However, for some reason, she felt as if her friend, Invidia, would experience something that would make her wish that she hadn't stepped foot on the Silvermoon continent. Chapter 1198, Experiencing a Different Kind of Torture. Master, you seem to be in a good mood, Astrape said through telepathy as she zapped a giant squid who attempted to sneak attack William from behind. No, more like, he looks very refreshed, Bronte commented. Did something good happen earlier? Titania, who was standing beside William and busy shredding the other giant squids with her thorny vines, chuckled. It must have something to do with the sin of envy, Titania stated. After Master left the room, there was a faint smile on his face. He must have tortured her silly until she fainted. But, according to their agreement, he is not allowed to torture that bitch. Maybe it was a different kind of torture. After all, Master said that he would drink her blood. As if you don't know what happens when Master drinks someone's blood. If that girl's brain didn't turn to mush, I'm afraid that her entire body is like jelly right now. The three deities chatted more about the things that William might have done to Nvidia after making him angry. They had entered the dungeon of Atlantis an hour ago and were currently bulldozing their way on the 80th floor with the assistance of the three nymphs, Opus, Loxos, and Hekergos. Sephirin was also there, but he was just hovering in the sky and doing nothing. The ladies forbade him from attacking because his attacks were mostly AoE in nature area of effect, and might accidentally cause friendly fire if not used properly. Loxos and Hekergos, let's do an experiment, William ordered. Manipulate Sephirin's attacks like you do Opie's arrows. But, Master, I don't know if I am able to do it, Loxos replied. After being subjected to William's blood-sucking, she had become more obedient, and didn't dare to offend him anymore, in fear that she would be severely punished again like last time. I'm also not confident, Hekergos interjected. I'm afraid that I might not meet Master's expectations. Hekergos was spared from being bullied by William because of the way she held back her words during her battle with the black-haired teenager. Because of this, she was also spared from having her blood drunk by the half-elf who had made her two sisters very obedient to him. Just try it, William replied with a smile. I won't punish the two of you if it doesn't work out. Everyone who saw William smile almost did a double take because they had never seen their master smile like this. Most of the time, William would just smirk, sneer, or look like an edgy villain. However, right now, his smile looked so friendly and, to a certain extent, innocent, which made the ladies look at him in a different light. Oh okay, I will do my best, Loxos replied. But, if I perform well, can I ask for a reward later? Okay, William agreed. As long as I am able to do it then I will. It's a deal. Loxos immediately focused on the task in hand because she was afraid that William might change his mind. Astrape, Bronte, and Titania felt that they had missed a good opportunity to ask for a reward from William. Clearly, the half-elf was in a very good mood since he was smiling, and even allowed Loxos to request a reward from him if she did well. Just what happened earlier. This was the collective thought of the three deities who had been serving William for quite some time. Seeing the half-elf smile so freely made his good looks even more endearing, which also piqued the interest of the three ladies. His smile, which was like a refreshing breeze that blew away the exhaustion in their bodies, made them want to see him smile like that every day. When we return, let's ask Nvidia about it, Astrape stated. Maybe she found a way to make Master happy. If we can replicate it, wouldn't that be great? I agree. Bronte agreed. I want Master to also smile at me. The two of you are hopeless, Titania commented. But, knowing it is good as well. I might be able to decrease the length of my contract with him. Do you really want to decrease the length of your contract with Master? I don't believe you. Last time, you were even telling us that you were fine extending the contract's term after Master drank your blood. Nonsense. Of course I want my contract to decrease. The nymphs will only serve him for a year, while I need to serve him for 3 years, isn't that unfair? Astrape and Bronte exchanged a glance before looking at the otherworldly beauty with smirk on their faces. None at all, William observed while Sephirin's black flames were manipulated by Loxos and guided by Hekergos. The youngest of the three nymphs, Loxos, transformed the phoenix's dark flames into dark arrows, which she was familiar with, and unleashed them the same way she did with Opie's arrows. After a while, both nymphs got the hang of it and managed to transform Opie's and Sephirin's attacks into a continuous barrage of light and dark flaming arrows that fell on their targets like rain. Excellent, William commented. He didn't hide the trace of satisfaction and praise in his voice, which made Loxos more motivated to do well. With this, they were able to clear the 80th floor in a short period of time, and proceeded to conquer the 81st floor. Meanwhile, back inside the sacred grove, what happened to you? Superbia asked in a worried tone as she lightly shook her friend who was lying on her bed with a depressed look on her face. She didn't know what had happened after William had taken her friend to his domain. All she knew was that the black-haired teenager had only returned Nvidia to her room an hour ago and, since then, her friend was like a vegetable who couldn't even lift a finger. William had given her a rejuvenation potion to recover her strength, but Nvidia only regained the ability to talk and move after an hour had passed. I don't want to talk about it, Nvidia replied as she buried her head under her blanket. Just let me sleep. I'm so tired. That bastard wrung me dry. Wrung you dry, Yes, I hate him, Superbia sighed as she patted her friend's head. Just endure it for now, Superbia said. Right now, we need his protection against Felix. If that pervert catches us, we'd probably never see the sun ever again. Invidia twitched under the blanket. Between Felix and William, she didn't know who was more of a pervert. But one thing was for sure, she was safer with the half-elf than the green-haired demon who had started to lust for the power of their divinities. Fine, I will endure, Invidia replied after some time. Just let me sleep for now, okay? I'm really exhausted. Superbia nodded her head in understanding. Although she was curious about what had happened between her friend and William, she knew that this was not the right time to ask Invidia about it. Rest well, Superbia looked at the curled-up shrimp under the blanket with a helpless gaze. Just call me if you need me. Okay. Invidia poked her head out from under the blanket and stared at her friend. Don't worry, Superbia. I will protect you from his clutches. Thank you. The sin of pride left Invidia's room with a confused look on her face. She didn't understand why Invidia said that she would protect her. She and the half-elf had discussed things properly and even signed a contract. There was no way that William could hurt her because not only would it break their contract, but it would also undermine their cooperation. Pervert, Invidia thought as she closed her eyes to rest. She could still see William's face even after she closed her eyes, which irritated her to no end. Even when I begged you to stop, you still kept on sucking. If you are not a pervert, then what are you? The sin of envy regretted the fact that she had shown her ability of perfect replication to William. Because of this, she was subjected to hours, upon hours, of bittersweet and pleasurable torture, which made her heart tremble in embarrassment and shame. Right now, she was thinking of how to return the favor to the half-elf who made her experience a different kind of torture. Even though she wasn't subjected to physical pain, her sinful heart, that only knew how to envy others, felt like it was wasted on the half-elf, who made her regret her decision to attack him using the faces of his women. Chapter 1199, Maybe you were thinking of me. After William and his entourage cleared the 85th floor, the half-elf decided to take a rest in order to allow his forces to take a breather. A day has passed since they had entered the dungeon of Atlantis, and they were practically bulldozing their way through it. This wouldn't have been possible if not for the three nymphs who could practically see their targets from great distances and attack them without any shred of mercy. According to William's estimate, it was very possible for them to conquer the dungeon of Atlantis in 3 to 4 days. Superbia had told him that Ahriman had given Felix an artifact that allowed him to teleport to hidden locations in the central continent. This allowed the demon army to attack anywhere in the central continent whenever they wished. After her talk with the Sin of Pride, William found out Felix's new target, which made him frown. After making sure that Superbia wasn't lying, he immediately sent Astrape to go to the city of Alabaster in order to talk to Haleth's superior, Whitefang, who was the commander of the army stationed in the city. Just as William had expected, the commander of the city was doubtful of Astrape's words. However, after the lightning deity passed the letter he had written for the commander, alongside Haleth's letter, Whitefang finally decided to evacuate the city as soon as possible. In order to prevent the people from doubting Whitefang's orders, Astrape hovered above the sky of the city and unleashed her pseudo-god powers, making everyone on the ground feel tremendous pressure, forcing them to either kneel or lay down completely. The lightning deity also unleashed several lightning bolts to destroy unoccupied houses and buildings, and weaved the element of lightning into something that resembled the end of the world. Whoever stays in this city will perish. I will kill anyone that still hasn't left this place when the sun rises tomorrow. You have all been warned. That was what Astrape had declared, making the inhabitants of the city fearful. After making her declaration, Astrape unleashed several lightning bolts to kill Felix's spies, who were hiding inside the city of Alabaster. William had temporarily given her the ability to detect enemies, and was ordered to kill them. Anyone that was glowing red was an enemy, so all Astrape needed to do was kill them at the same time, to prevent them from spreading the news of her arrival. Given such an ultimatum, the people had no choice but to believe that their lives were in danger and follow Whitefang's orders. All the ships that were available along the docks of the city were commissioned by the mayor himself in order to help with the evacuation. To their surprise, Astrape summoned several large wooden ships as well to allow everyone to evacuate. William had bought these ships in the god shop and had given Astrape a specialized storage ring to store them in. Half a day later, all the citizens had been evacuated and were on their way to the Silvermoon continent. Their journey would take at least a week, where they would be met halfway by the navy of the Silvermoon continent, as added protection. If not for the fact that the city of Alabaster was special to Haleth, whom he had already acknowledged as a concubine, he wouldn't have bothered to care about what happened to its inhabitants. But, in order to prevent his half-elf lover from becoming depressed, he decided to just save everyone, and even asked Whitefang to contact the Alliance and tell them about the artifact in Felix's hands, which allowed him to escape their encirclement. He had given Whitefang the permission to tell the Alliance that this information came from him in order to increase its credibility. William didn't care if the Alliance believed his warning or not. He had already done what he needed to do, and he no longer cared about what happened next. Right now, he needed to clear the dungeon of Atlantis as fast as possible in order to gain the last pseudo-god that would make his forces the strongest among the factions in the world. However, he also knew that rest was important, so he allowed his subordinates to take a break. Suddenly, the corner of William's lips curled up into a smile before he closed his eyes. He had planted a mark in Invidia's consciousness, which told him if the latter had fallen asleep or not. After gaining the power of darkness, as well as merging with Donger, his incubus job class had gained many other upgrades that allowed him to plant his mark in the consciousness of women to allow him to visit and manipulate their dreams, even though they were far away from each other. Invidia found herself on a cliff overlooking the scenic view of a lush valley below. Several waterfalls could be seen in the surroundings, and their water sprays created multiple rainbows, which made the surroundings truly magical. "Beautiful, isn't it?" A familiar voice sounded behind her, which made Invidia jump up in fright. However, after that brief moment of surprise, Invidia immediately summoned her purple-ish whip and lashed out behind her in fury. "Bastard! Even in my dreams you won't let me go!" Invidia shouted in anger as her whip headed towards the hateful half-elf who made her suffer several hours ago. "What are you talking about?" William asked innocently as he casually dodged to the side. "This is just a dream, so why are you attacking me?" "Fool, do you think I don't know that this is a dream? What are you doing here? Maybe you were thinking of me." As if, Invidia hatefully unleashed a barrage of attacks that forced the half-elf to distance himself away from her. "Calm down," William said as he raised his hand in surrender. "I am not the real William." Invidia snorted. "Do you think I am a gullible child? I'm a lucid dreamer. I am fully aware of my dream and can control it to a certain extent. I made sure that you would not appear in my dream, so the fact that you are here means that you forced your way in." "Oh, a lucid dreamer. Very interesting," William commented. "Well, I guess my cover is blown. You didn't even stand a chance from the get-go. Now, be gone." Invidia forcefully manipulated her dream to kick out the half-elf who might be planning to do something sinister to her. William smiled before he was forcefully ejected from Invidia's dream world. This was the first time that he had been expelled from someone's dreams, and noted down this possibility. The moment the half-elf opened his eyes, Titania smiled at him and asked a question. "Master, did you have a good dream?" Titania asked. "You are smiling again." "I am," William asked, but didn't bother to check if he was smiling or not. "You are. Is that a bad thing?" "It is a good thing," Titania replied. "I hope that you smile more often." William smirked after hearing Titania's words. He also noticed that he felt lighter after his session with Invidia, who was forced to listen to his demands as he drank her blood. Truth be told, a part of him was looking forward to his next session with the Sin of Envy because, only by being with her would he be able to see Ella and Celine. Also, her perfect replication played a very important role. He had tested it when Invidia had taken on Ella's appearance and, to his surprise, the latter was able to perfectly replicate even the taste of her breast milk. The nostalgic taste made William feel like a part of his darkness-stained soul had been cleansed, and it greatly improved his mood, allowing him to smile like he did back then. Although Princess Aila could do the same, the taste and effect were completely different. The angelic beauty's life magic could nourish his soul, but Ella's milk could nourish his entire being. This was why he decided to keep Invidia close to him, so he could do a few more experiments. If this method could really strengthen, and cleanse, his soul to a certain extent, he might be able to regain some of the things he had lost after his soul was corrupted by darkness. "Break's over," William said as he stood up. "Let's go." William knew that the sooner he conquered Atlantis, the sooner he would be able to punish the cheeky, green-haired beauty, who was currently celebrating her victory over William inside her dream world. Chapter 1200. Lane Brightest Day, in Blackest Night Part 1. 2 days after William entered the Atlantis dungeon, We're finally here. William looked at the vast ocean in front of him. Aside from the platform they were standing on, the entire floor was submerged underwater, and they would have no choice but to venture inside it in order to defeat their enemy. Standing beside him were the 7 pseudo-gods that had accompanied him to conquer the dungeon. He didn't want to admit it, but if he hadn't acquired the nymphs, his chances of defeating the pseudo-god that governed the last floor of Atlantis was only around 15%. Due to the quick-shot shepherd's passive skills, everyone in William's King's Legion could breathe and navigate underwater. However, even with that, it would not be enough to defeat the final boss who had an overwhelming advantage inside his domain. However, with the 3 nymphs assisting him, he could play by his own rules, and force the final guardian of the Dungeon of Atlantis to fight them on their terms. "Let's start," William said as he rose up in the air. "Yes." Astrape and Bronte held hands and created a thunderstorm above the ocean surface. The clear blue waters immediately turned murky black, as it reflected the skies where thunder roared, and lightning snaked within the darkness. Sephirin opened his wings wide and conjured several black fireballs around him. Opis knocked an arrow on her bow and drew it as far as she could. Loxos and Hekergos activated their divinities in order to guide everyone's attacks to hit their target. Titania, as always, stood beside William as his protector. The Fairy Queen always played this role during battles because she could conjure powerful defenses that would not break easily. Right now, William's chances of clearing the dungeon was around 65%. But that was only on the condition that their attacks reached their target. "Open fire," William ordered. Immediately, Astrape and Bronte unleashed hundreds of black lightning bolts towards the water surface. Sephirin also fired his fireballs without care if they would get through to their target or not. Opis unleashed a barrage of arrows in quick succession. In truth, none of them knew where their target was, except for Opis, who specialized in aim. The rest were just blindly firing their attacks, and left the rest to Loxos and Hekergos. Loxos' divinity was trajectory, and Hekergos' divinity was distance. Both of them manipulated Astrapes, Brontes, and Sephirin's attacks in order to hit the pseudo-god who had started to make his move. Immediately, loud explosions reverberated under the ocean's surface, and bubbles rose up to the top, making it seem like the ocean was boiling. The pseudo-gods didn't stop their barrage, and continued to unleash devastating attacks, allowing the 2 nymphs to manipulate them however they wanted. "Fly higher," Hekergos shouted. They listened to the nymph's order and increased their distance from the water surface. Immediately after that, several water tornadoes rose up from the ocean and headed in their direction like live snakes, attacking their prey. Titania harumphed and summoned several vine whips to break the tornadoes apart, but they kept on coming. "World end," William roared as he gathered the power of all the elements in his hand and created a giant orb of light that held all the colors of the rainbow. "Tempest." Firing the giant energy ball towards the water tornadoes instantly blasted them away because it had been coded by William's rulebreaker ability. Now that he no longer had any memories of Earth to burn, he could use this ability without holding back. Loxos gritted her teeth as she forcefully guided William's attack towards the pseudo-god who was attacking them from under the water. A moment later, a powerful explosion took place, creating a shockwave of water with waves reaching 50 meters high. "Did we get him?" William asked. "Yes," Loxos panted for breath as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. "He's coming." A gigantic tornado appeared in front of them, which forced everyone to distance themselves. When the water receded, William saw a man with long blue hair that reached his waist. The man was clad with armor that seemed to be made from the scales of aquatic animals, but the most noticeable equipment he had was a 3-tined trident which was emitting electrical currents. "You're finally here, Triton," William said softly as he gazed at the pseudo-god that guarded the final floor of the Dungeon of Atlantis. Triton. First King of Atlantis. Ruler of the Lost Empire. Pseudo-god. The first King of Atlantis, Triton, was believed to be a very wise and benevolent ruler that pursued great innovations. Because he believed that his race was the superior race, he tried to conquer the entire world and become its one true leader. Unfortunately, the gods decided that his ambition would destroy the balance of the world, so they sealed him inside a dungeon, and made his people sleep within the city of Atlantis, waiting for the day that the gods would grant them forgiveness. "I've been waiting, Dungeon Conqueror," Triton replied. "Took you a while to come here. It seems that you made ample preparations just to deal with little old me." "Little old you," William smiled. "I dare not underestimate the person that even gods feared to the point that you and your people were sealed." "Well, that's an old story," Triton sneered. So, have you come to free us from the prison of the gods in order for us to become your slaves instead? William shook his head. I came here to fight against you. I know that you won't recognize anyone weaker than you, so a battle is inevitable. At least you got that right. Still, I'm at a great disadvantage right now. There are 8 of you, and only 1 of me, Triton said casually. How about we even the odds a bit? As if waiting for his words, the sky, which was covered with thunder clouds, cracked, and a giant eye peered down on William's group as if appraising their strength. William was quite familiar with those eyes because he had seen them in the past. They were the eyes of the guardian of the outer perimeter of Atlantis, the demigod Leviathan, who had been forced to seal its power due to its ability to drive any marine creature around it into a frenzied state. We met again, boy, Leviathan said. It seems that a lot of things have happened to you. Yeah, William replied. Are you going to join this fight? Fine, so be it. William frowned as the crack opened wider. Astrape, Bronte, Titania, Sephirin, as well as the 3 nymphs couldn't help but shudder at the gigantic monster that descended from the sky, dwarfing all of them. The primordial sea monster, Leviathan, who was said to be as old as the ocean of the world, floated above the water's surface, looking at William's group with indifference. Come, boy, Leviathan said. Show me what you are capable of. William stared at the dragon-like creature who was at least 2,000 meters long with a determined expression. Leviathan's appearance was not part of his calculations. Now that an unknown variable had appeared, it threw a wrench to his strategy of dealing with Triton. William closed his eyes for a brief moment before taking a deep breath. When he opened them again, the golden glow in his eyes intensified and the entire sky suddenly became pitch black. However, within that darkness, a few stars shone brightly, forming a constellation that watched over this battle from the heavens. Chapter 1201, Lane Brightest Day, in Blackest Night, Part 2. All the pseudo-gods on William's side looked at Leviathan with grim faces. Although they were all pseudo-gods, all of them knew that the beings standing in front of them were at the peak of the pseudo-god rank. Suddenly, the sky around them turned pitch black, which made them all look at their master in surprise. All of you, deal with Triton, William ordered. I'll deal with Leviathan myself. Leviathan's eyes focused on the black-haired teenager, who had decided to face it alone. Triton thought that the half-elf had become crazy due to despair because he planned to fight the monster that was said to have the ability to drown the entire world alone. However, when he noticed the serious look on Leviathan's face, he realized that the strongest pseudo-god in the world of Hestia was taking William seriously. Is he really that strong? Triton thought as he looked at the black-haired teenager, whose strength was at the initial stages of the demigod rank. He must be joking, right? William's subordinates also had the same opinion as Triton, and hesitated to follow his orders. I said all of you deal with Triton. William repeated his order without looking back. If he's not defeated by the time I'm done with Leviathan, I will punish all of you. William then placed his finger inside his ear and pulled something out. Suddenly, a golden metallic staff appeared in the half-elf's hand which glowed so bright, that it became the primary light source within that dark world. Break all foes that stand before me. A golden light bathed William from the heavens and coated the half-elf's body with its brilliance. Let's do this, kid. Sun Wukong descended from the sky and turned into particles of light. Perfect fusion. A shockwave of light pushed William's subordinates away from their master, making them gasp in shock. In the brightest day, and blackest night, beware the prince who shunned the light. No enemies can escape this monk's sight. Tremble before Sun Wukong's overwhelming might. The black-haired teenager said in a voice that overlapped his and Sun Wukong's. A golden headband appeared on his head, and his wrists were covered with golden arm bands. A long red cape that fluttered in the breeze like a living creature had appeared behind his back. And the aura he released made Triton almost take a step back. Peak pseudo-god, Triton exclaimed. Impossible. After the battle at the north, Sun Wukong felt truly guilty that he wasn't able to save William in his time of need. Because of this, he went to the Buddha and respectfully pleaded to unseal his powers, allowing him to fight with his full might. The Buddha granted his request, for he knew that the Monkey King had made up his mind to fight against an evil that threatened the peace of the world. If William had this power back then, he wouldn't have been so helpless against Ahriman and his minions. Are you ready, Leviathan? William's and Sun Wukong's voices echoed inside the dungeon of Atlantis as they pointed the golden staff at their opponent. Do your best not to die, half-elf, Leviathan replied. For I will show you no mercy. Good. William smirked. Let's go nuts. Without another word, the half-elf somersaulted in the sky and landed on a cloud before charging towards the gigantic dragon who was the strongest being under the realm of gods in Hestia. Reject humanity. William's and Sun Wukong's voices roared as Rui Jingu Bang grew to the same size as their opponent. Return to Monk. Die. Leviathan shouted as it unleashed the strongest dragon breath in existence. The two attacks collided, blowing away the ocean around them, until only dry land was left. Astrape, Bronte, Titania, Sepeharon, Triton, and the nymphs were blown thousands of meters away from the collision that was as strong as a nuclear warhead's detonation. Devastate. William and Sun Wukong shouted as they pushed the golden staff forward. Rui Jingu Bang. The staff's size continued to grow until its size was twice as big as Leviathan's body. Even so, the powerful dragon's breath seemed unending and even increased its intensity. A few seconds later, an explosion like no other shook the dungeon of Atlantis, a kaleidoscope of cracks in the sky. The pseudo-gods had forgotten to fight against each other due to the unbelievable sight in front of them. The explosion had pushed Leviathan's body back hundreds of meters, while Williams was blown away like a ball that was hit by a baseball bat. Not yet. Williams and Sun Wukong's shout reverberated in the surroundings as they righted themselves in the air. They then aimed the gigantic golden staff at their enemy. Quick shot war art fourth form. The tip of the golden staff glowed brightly as William unleashed one of his strongest attacks. Leviathan summoned a barrier around its body to protect itself from William's follow-up attack. It hadn't fought seriously for thousands of years because of its duty, but now, it was already being forced to use an ability to protect itself from its opponent. To think that a mortal child had pushed me this far, Leviathan muttered. The times have changed. Another powerful explosion rocked the entire domain, making the cracks in the sky widen. Leviathan looked at these changes with a frown before roaring towards the heavens. Suddenly, heavy rain started to fall and the ocean's water rose at a very fast rate. It seems that Leviathan had decided to end the battle before the dungeon, and perhaps the city of Atlantis, broke apart due to William's devastating attack. Hymn of the Seven Seas, Leviathan roared. World Ender. The waves rose up towards the sky as if it was trying to drown even the heavens with its torrential might. William waved his hand and sent his subordinates back inside his thousand-beast domain to prevent them from getting fatally injured by Leviathan's all-out attack. Quick shot war art final form, William stated as he swung the giant golden staff around himself. The end. The sound of tens of thousands of crystal cups shattering resounded within the dungeon, as the cracks in the heavens widened, making some parts of the sky fall towards the ocean as both Leviathan and William unleashed their strongest attacks, making all the floors of the dungeon of Atlantis collapse on themselves, which caused the world around them to fall into ruin. Chapter 1202. New Era of Death and Rebirth. With everything collapsing around them, including the sky, the giant dragon like Leviathan and William, who had fused perfectly with Sun Wukong, stared at each other. Both knew that if they unleashed one more powerful attack against each other, the dungeon of Atlantis, and perhaps the city of Atlantis itself wouldn't survive the aftermath. Stop this. Triton, who barely managed to survive the clash of the two titans, shouted. If this continues, Atlantis will be destroyed. William and Leviathan continued to stare at each other. Even if Triton didn't say anything, they didn't dare to continue fighting because Atlantis was precious to both of them. The black-haired teenager needed to conquer the dungeon of Atlantis, in order to have the city of Atlantis become part of his strength. Leviathan, on the other hand, was bound by an oath by the god of the sea to protect Atlantis at all cost, and prevent its destruction. What now? Leviathan asked. My purpose remains the same, William replied. I came here to conquer Atlantis. But, if I can't take Atlantis, then so be it. There are other forbidden grounds in the world. William then aimed the gigantic weapon in his hand towards the current, strongest pseudo-god in the world of Hestia. Aside from Leviathan, who controlled the vast oceans and seas of the world, there was one being that controlled the land of the world. Both of them had sealed their powers to lower it to the demigod rank, in order to prevent calamities from happening in Hestia. However, the moment they unleashed their full powers, the seas would part, and the land would tremble. They were the two true powerhouses of the world, and they created the balance to counter each other's strength. However, right now, the one that held dominion over all the bodies of water in the world was at a disadvantage. William was using Atlantis as a hostage against Leviathan, and the other party was currently thinking of ways to defuse the situation. I should have killed you back then. Leviathan lamented. When you were still young and powerless. Why would you? William snorted. In your eyes, I was just a speck of dust. Would you really bother yourself with such a lowly being? Hindsight is a bad thing. To that, I can agree. Leviathan grumbled, and the half-elf smirked. It was clear who was the victor between the two of them. One couldn't afford to have Atlantis destroyed, while the other could just look for another dungeon to conquer. It was quite obvious who was on the losing end if they continued their battle. Your Excellency, since it has already come to this, I think it is best that we prioritize the safety of Atlantis, Triton said as he faced Leviathan with a pleading gaze. Our people have already suffered for thousands of years. Having them killed in their sleep, although painless, would be a terrible thing. Leviathan closed its eyes for a minute before heaving a sigh. The world around them was still in the process of deterioration, with several floors of the dungeon collapsing as they talked. Before William's attempt to conquer this dungeon, he had ordered his forces to leave the dungeon of Atlantis, and close the entrance to prevent anyone from wandering inside it. Because of this, many lives were saved as the lower floors, as well as the upper ones broke apart, killing all the monsters within. A moment later, the body of the giant dragon shrunk until it took a humanoid form. A man whose age was difficult to ascertain, due to his appearance, appeared in front of William. He had long white hair that reached down to his waist, and was dressed in a gray robe, bereft of any color and decoration. The man's eyes had draconic pupils in them that shone a golden color, similar to the color of William's eyes. The man waved his hand and a golden dungeon core appeared between him and William. Leviathan knew that if William didn't take control of the dungeon soon, the dungeon of Atlantis would collapse after an hour or two. The only one who will serve you is Triton, Leviathan declared. I will not assist you in any way. My only duty is to keep Atlantis safe. William nodded in understanding and made a gesture for the dungeon core to approach him. The golden orb flew in his direction like a puppy that had seen its master, without any form of resistance. The moment the half-elf placed his hand over the golden ball, the turmoil of the seas as well as the cracking sounds in the sky stopped completely. Slowly, but surely, the cracks slowly repaired themselves, which made Triton sigh in relief. Although he was now forced to become William's subordinate, as long as his people were safe, he could endure it. After all, he had already endured for thousands of years, enduring a little more wouldn't change anything. 5 minutes later, the dungeon core glowed briefly before turning into particles of light and flying towards the gem that was embedded in William's chest. Don't worry, William said. I will not mistreat you or your people. My people? Triton asked with a frown. What do you mean? William didn't answer and simply waved his hand. The world around them changed. They had gone from a world filled with water to a dark world, where only a few sources of light could be seen. I, William Von Ainsworth, hereby declare that Atlantis is liberated from the chains that bound it. William shouted. As if answering his call, several flickering lights lit up around him. A scene that Triton had not seen for thousands of years appeared around him as the ancient city of legends started to come to life. The dome that protected the city from the overwhelming pressure of the ocean glowed faintly. The lights started to chase away the darkness as the various magical artifacts that sustained the city started to move once again. I have taken complete control of the AI of the heart of the city. What are your orders, Will? Well, for starters, why don't we rise to the surface first? Giant glowing creatures swam around outside the glass dome of Atlantis, and looked at it with curiosity. Tears fell down Triton's face as the city that he had ruled in the past illuminated the darkness of the ocean floor. He was once its proud king, but because of his greed he decided to try and rule the world. However, the gods didn't like his ambition and sealed him, alongside his people, in the deepest parts of the world, where no man, or beast, could save them from their fate. Slowly, but surely, the city of Atlantis ascended from the depths, making its guardian close his eyes. Finally, after thousands of years, Leviathan said in his heart, Atlantis will return to the surface world. Leviathan felt relief, and sadness at the same time as Atlantis made its way to the surface. He knew that the moment the ancient city made its appearance to the world of Hestia, a new struggle would begin. A struggle that would usher in a new era to a world that was on the brink of destruction. Chapter 1203. Are you mofos ready to rumble? Superbia, let's leave this place, Nvidia said with a serious expression on her face as she looked at her friend who was seated beside her. Where should we go? Superbia asked with a smile. Anywhere but here. Let's just wait until the war is over. Do you really think that it's even possible for us to hide? Nvidia sighed because she understood what her friend was telling her. Due to the power of their divinities, they were quite sensitive to the changes of the world. Even if they left the Silvermoon continent, sooner or later, they would be forced to participate in the war because it was their destiny. Just like a rope that was slowly tightening around their neck, both girls knew that there was nowhere for them to escape. Their only choice was to choose what side they would be standing on. "Tell me, what happened with you and William?" Superbia asked. "You've been restless these last few days." "That pervert will definitely punish me when he returns," Nvidia replied with annoyance. "Just because I didn't let him drink my milk, just because I don't want to fall into his evil schemes, he plans to torture me instead." "He can't torture us. The contract wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. And I'm telling you that the contract has a loophole, and he is taking advantage of it." Superbia blinked in confusion as she looked at her friend who was gnashing her teeth in anger. Nvidia was someone who carried the sin of envy. Because of this, she couldn't help but feel envious of anything and everything around her. Back then, although it was tragic, she felt envious of their sister's sacrifice to protect William from Felix's and Ahriman's clutches. She was even the one that tried to convince her that they should jump ship to William's side. However, right now, Nvidia was telling her to leave the Silvermoon continent and get as far away from William as possible. "Tell me what happened," Superbia urged. "Don't worry, I promise that I will help you and talk to William about it." Well, you should really talk to him," Nvidia replied. "He took advantage of that pleasurable feeling too." Once the dam was opened, Nvidia wasn't able to hold herself back from venting her frustration about the half-elf who had treated her like his personal milk bottle. "Every time I took Ella's form, he would demand that I breastfeed him," Nvidia said with a face that was as red as a tomato. "You should have rejected him," Superbia answered. "He can't force you if you don't like it. But that is the thing. He doesn't ask and just simply does it without my permission," Nvidia stated. "He does it after he drinks my blood, which makes it hard for me to resist him. Also, as he drinks my milk, I feel myself feeling weaker. It was as if he was drinking the power of my divinity, but after I carefully inspected my strength, I found out that my strength hadn't decreased, but rather increased instead. Also, I feel less envious of my surroundings afterward. For the past 3 days, I haven't felt envious even once. Could it be that he is preventing your divinity from breaking out?" Superbia rubbed his chin with great interest. "You know, we suffer from those divinity outbreaks from time to time. They are quite painful and, at times, we lose our senses. We just wake up after the urge recedes, only to find that we have destroyed a settlement or two." Nvidia didn't have a comeback for her friend's explanation. Indeed, the 7 deadly sins were prone to their powers going out of control. Unlike the virtues who didn't have this problem, the ladies bearing sins found living much harder compared to regular people. Just as Nvidia was about to change the subject, they heard a loud cracking sound come from the sky. It was not only them that had heard it, but those that were located at the central lands of the elves as well, and they saw the distortion that appeared in the heavens. A red portal appeared from the crack in the sky, and from it they sensed a power that made their hearts tremble. "So, this is the next target for the army of destruction." A middle-aged man looked at his surroundings with a sneer. "Well, I guess it's better than the last one we destroyed." "Oh, interesting. This world also has a world tree. Not bad." The man was sitting on the shoulder of a giant, who was eyeing the giant tree with a critical gaze. Although it was smaller than the world tree, Yggdrasil, these were the targets that the army of destruction liked to destroy because once it was destroyed, the lands around it would wither at a faster rate. The giant slowly descended from the sky, but he wasn't alone. Soon, more giants appeared, as they too slowly made their descent into the new world that they were about to destroy. Superbia and Nvidia felt their hearts shudder because the being that was seated on the giant had the strength of a pseudo-god. However, it was not an ordinary pseudo-god, but a peak pseudo-god that was only a step away from godhood. The giant he was sitting on was also a pseudo-god, which made the two girls think that they were looking at a nightmare that was about to become a reality. Over 1,000 giants descended upon the elven lands, and their combined might alarmed everyone that sensed their presences. 2 pseudo-gods, 30 demigods, and hundreds of myriad-ranked giants. This was just a small scouting force from the army of destruction that was capable of destroying a world that was similar to Earth. Seeing that a world tree was in front of them, the giants roared and a few of them charged towards the giant tree to cut it down with their blazing axes. The ground shook and several fists made of rock and earth slammed into the myriad-ranked giants and sent them flying. Drowum, one of the guardians of the Silvermoon continent, materialized as a giant golem and stood between them and the world tree. Soon, the ancient Ent King, Myrandor, appeared beside Drowum and clenched his fist in fury. The other guardians of the Silvermoon continent also appeared as they faced the army of destruction, who outnumbered them in strength as well as numbers. The destruction of the world wouldn't be complete without its defenders. The middle-aged man chuckled as he gazed at the guardians who had come to protect the world tree. I've always enjoyed watching the last struggle of the living. It makes destroying worlds so much fun. The leader of the giants nodded his head in agreement. This scene was very common to come across in every world they visited. Of course, no one liked for their world to be destroyed, so their strongest champions would always appear to fight for them. However, their strength wasn't on par with theirs, so they only served as entertainment before all of them fell into despair as they watched everything they held sacred be burned to the ground by the flames of destruction. No matter what happens, we need to protect the world tree, Myrandor declared. Even if it kills you, do not let them pass. The middle-aged man clapped his hands in amusement as he nodded his head in satisfaction. Well then, shall we begin the prelude of this world's destruction? The middle-aged man asked. Everyone, please enjoy to your heart's content. A sudden cracking sound appeared right above the world tree, and a black-haired teenager, wearing a golden headband, armbands, and bangles appeared with a golden staff in his hands. What's this? A party is about to start and we were not invited. William's and Sung Wukong's voices asked with an amused expression on the half-elf's face. This is good. I just finished my warm-up in Atlantis, and was wondering if I could find other things to smash. You boys came at the perfect time. The middle-aged man's happy expression disappeared and was replaced with a face that was filled with hatred as he pointed at the half-elf that had foiled his plans in the past. Well, look who's here. William chuckled when he saw the familiar face of an enemy he hadn't seen for a while. It's been a while, Morax. William's smile widened as several portals appeared around him. Astrape, Bronte, Titania, Sepeharon, the nymphs, Triton, as well as Leviathan walked out of the portals and stood beside the half-elf who was smiling like crazy. Well then, are you mofos ready to rumble? Chapter 1204, The Peak of Shamelessness Part 1. Earlier, Morax was in a good mood because he believed that no one in the world of Hestia would be able to challenge the forces under his command. After he escaped from the Deadlands and became part of the army of destruction, he had gone to several worlds and put them into ruin. Morax was even hoping that one of the worlds on the list given to him would be William's world, so he could get his revenge on the half-elf that had foiled his plans in the Deadlands. He believed that the next time he met the half-elf, he would be able to torture him until he begged for forgiveness. His wish had indeed been granted. The world he was in right now was William's homeworld. But the scenario he had in mind was very different from the scenario that he found himself in at the moment. That person is dangerous, the giant where Morax was seated said with a serious expression on his face. He is probably as strong as you, Your Excellency. Not probably, he is as strong as me, Morax replied in annoyance. But that is the least of our worries. Those people around him are bad news. You already know what to do, right? The giant nodded and raised his hand. There were times when the scouting teams of the Army of Destruction would encounter strong resistance that required backup from the main army, and that was what he planned to do right now. Morax chuckled internally. Although he didn't expect William to reach a height that was equal to him, it didn't change the outcome of the battle. As long as their reinforcements were to arrive in the world, even if there were 10 more Williams, it would not be enough to save the world from destruction. A giant that was at the center of their group saw their leader's signal and hastily took a gem out of his pocket. This was the artifact that would notify the main army that they had arrived in a world where the scouting army was unable to defeat those living on it on their own. The giant tossed the crystal towards the sky, where it glowed bright red. However, just as it was about to enter the red portal where they came from, a silver light descended upon it and shattered it into pieces. Sorry boys, a teasing voice sounded from the red portal. Not on my watch. A moment later, an 8-legged white horse, carrying the old bandit of Lant appeared in the sky. With a wave of his hand, the silver spear, Gingnur, flew back towards him. None of you will be leaving this place, James said as he pointed his spear towards the red portal. You'll all be going on a one-way trip to hell. Gingnur shot a silver light towards the heavens and forcefully closed the red portal in the sky. He gazed down at the giants with a smile, but his eyes didn't contain any shred of mercy. Gramps, about time you make your appearance, William commented as he looked at his grandpa with a smile. Also, I give your entrance 6 out of 10 points. It was not that impressive. Boy, you don't understand, James replied as he raised his chin in arrogance. It's not about the entrance. It is about who is making the entrance. Since I am awesome, I get a perfect score by default. The corner of Astrope's, Bronte's, and Titania's lips twitched as they looked at the old man who was talking casually with their master. William had called him Gramps, so they were assuming that the old man was a family member. Even so, they were quite surprised because they couldn't gauge the old man's strength, which was impossible since they were the apex beings of the world. Which one is yours? James asked. The ugly one, William replied. Well, all of them are ugly in my eyes, but I guess you are referring to that dickwad over there that is sitting on that giant's shoulder. Yep, that's him. Okay, he's yours, James replied as the robe he was wearing changed into a golden armor. The horned golden helmet on his head reflected the sunlight, making his body glow a divine radiance. William blinked as he looked at his grandpa who was wearing the same armor as the All-Father in his memories. However, he immediately tossed this idea aside in his head. How could the immensely wise, dignified, proud, and almighty All-Father, who ruled the Essirs, become his grandpa, who was a miser and liked to scam people? Clearly, that was impossible. Odin would never stoop so low and do such shameless things. I must still be tired, William thought as he shifted his attention towards Morax. Gramps might have just stolen that armor from some wealthy antique shop in the past. The half-elf was convinced that his Gramps was just fooling around, so he decided to focus his attention on Morax, whom he had a grudge with. The moment the giants saw James, all of them felt as if their hearts were being squeezed by a hand. No one among the giants didn't know who the All-Father was, for he was the god of war and death that had reigned over the 9 realms during his peak. Master, your orders, Astrape asked. I don't really care if they are alive or dead, Willem replied. But, I plan to do some experiments later. Spare those that surrender, and kill the stubborn ones. Also, don't get in my way. That bastard is mine. William casually pointed the golden staff towards Morax, who had taken this time to stand up and start to hover in the air. Let's clap his cheeks. Wukong, who was inside William's sea of consciousness, shouted. The black-haired teenager smirked because that was what exactly he had in mind. I am Zodor, the giant Zodor shouted, one of the captains of the army of destruction. State your name, mortal. Instead of an answer, a black lightning bolt streaked towards the giant, which the latter blocked by raising the axe in his hand. Even so, he still took 2 steps back due to the impact of the attack that came from the lady that was standing beside William. You have no qualifications to ask for my master's name, Astrape shouted. I'll personally deal with you for your insolence. Bronte, Titania, and the nymphs glanced at Astrape with a knowing gaze. Since Astrape attacked Zodor, it could only mean one thing: she had the confidence to defeat him by herself. Tiana, you don't have to protect me this time around, William said. Help the others clean up these giants instead. Understood, Master, Titania replied. It had been a while since William called her by her first name, and it made her smile. Leviathan stared at the giant army and crossed his arms over his chest. His duty was to protect Atlantis, so he had no obligation to help William deal with the giants. However, since the giants were foreigners who had invaded his homeworld, he felt that he could also offer his assistance, if there was a need for it. I'll just watch for now, Leviathan thought. Although the giants are many, they are outclassed in quality. William's forces along with the Guardians of the Silvermoon continent should be enough to handle these invaders. Without another word, William charged at the army of giants with his weapon raised high. The golden staff extended and grew in size as William smashed it towards Morax, who was glaring hatefully at him. Chapter 1205, The Peak of Shamelessness Part 2. A resounding clap was heard in the battlefield as Morax blocked William's attack using his axe, which was a divine weapon that he always carried with him. The impact between the 2 weapons was so strong that almost everyone in the immediate vicinity was pushed back, with the exception of James and Leviathan, who held their ground. The battlefield became chaotic after that as William and Morax clashed repeatedly in the sky and on the ground. The Dreadlord was feeling pressured because the weapon that William was wielding was something that could injure even gods. Not only that, each strike was so heavy that even as a pseudo-god, who was only a step away from godhood, he was finding it hard to face his blows head-on. I need to change my strategy, Morax thought. I'll deal with the World Tree first. After clashing with William, the Dreadlord momentarily phased out of reality, and hid himself in the immaterial plane. This plane was located between the boundaries of life and death, and very few beings, with the exception of the gods of death, could traverse here freely. Morax was one of the gods that presided over hell and had studied the cycle of death and rebirth in the Deadlands for many years. Because of this, he was able to temporarily travel through the immaterial plane, for a full minute, before returning to the real world. "Fool, you might be strong, but you can't catch me," Morax sneered as he headed towards the giant tree in the distance. However, just as he was about to move past the half-elf, a silver spear appeared in front of him and headed straight towards his chest. Morax hurriedly raised his axe to block the silver spear that had caught him by surprise. He never expected that something would cross the immaterial plane and attack him while he was phasing between the two worlds. Damn, Morax cursed out loud when the spear managed to push him back. He thought that he could easily block it, but the force behind the attack was even stronger than William's attack, which he was already having a hard time dealing with. A moment later, Morax was pushed out of the immaterial plane, and returned to reality. Before he could even adapt to the sudden shift in reality, a golden staff smashed into the center of his face, sending him crashing towards the ground with a pained scream. "Nice assist," William said before charging towards Morax, whom he had no intention of letting go. "Jolly cooperation," James replied as he raised his hand to retrieve the silver spear that had also materialized in reality. "We can't let Will hog all the spotlight. Let's go, Sleipnir, let's show these giants who the real boss is." The eight-legged horse neighed as it ran towards the giant army, who was currently being attacked by lightning bolts, sound waves, divine arrows, water dragons, as well as giant vines. Drowam and Myrandor glanced at each other before joining the fray. Although they weren't William's subordinates, it was their duty to defend the Silvermoon continent from the invaders that threatened to destroy their homeland. Morax shouted in anger, but his anger wasn't enough to save him from a one-sided beating. After Rui Jingu Bang smashed his face, William didn't allow the pseudo-god to recover his bearings and stepped into the offensive, going full throttle. Mountains were destroyed, forests were devastated, and the land split apart as William unleashed his pent-up grudges towards the person that had dared to hurt the people that were important to him in the Deadlands. "This isn't supposed to be happening," Morax screamed internally. "Why am I being pushed back by this mortal?" As a former god, he felt that it was a disgrace for him to be reduced to his sorry state by the black-haired teenager whose powers almost reached his rank. William was not as strong as Morax, but while wielding Sun Wukong's divine weapon, all of his attacks were magnified to unimaginable levels, making it extremely difficult for the Dreadlord to mount a counterattack. Also, the damage he received when he was kicked out of the immaterial plane dealt a significant blow to his pride. "I'll make you pay," Morax roared as he gathered all of his divinity in a full-powered strike to annihilate the pesky half-elf that was trampling on his dignity. However, just as he was about to execute his attack, he heard the whistling sound of the wind from behind him. A moment later, a surprised "ah" escaped Morax's lips as Gingnir stabbed his butt, making the divinity he'd gathered disperse completely. "Backstabbing bastard." Leviathan's lips twitched as he looked at the shameless grandpa and grandson pair who gave each other a thumbs up. What part of this is a one-on-one match? He had never seen such a shameless duo, and wondered if the two of them knew what the meaning of a one-on-one battle was. "Jolly cooperation," William said with a smirk as he once again smashed Morax's face with his own full-powered strike that sent him crashing towards the ground for the second time, creating a mile-long crater. William pointed the golden staff towards the fallen Dreadlord and unleashed the coup de grace. Quickshot War Art Fusion Attack. The tip of the golden staff glowed as William channeled the power of his and Sun Wukong's divinity to launch an attack that would deal significant damage, even to a god. King's Railgun. A deafening blast that drowned the sound of everything for miles on end shook the entire Silvermoon continent. When everyone regained their sight and vision, they saw a black-haired teenager hovering in the sky, with a red ribbon-like cape fluttering behind his back. They saw him looking down at the ground like a king of war that had just vanquished his foe. When they followed his gaze, all they saw was a gigantic pit that seemed bottomless. James, who was riding on top of Sleipnir, rubbed his chin with a smile on his face. "Not bad," James said in a voice that was heard by everyone on the battlefield. "But, not as awesome as me when I was his age. Back then, I had to take great care because I was afraid that I might accidentally destroy the world if I had farted in the wrong place." The tip of William's ears twitched, while everyone looked at the old man with contempt. All of them, even Leviathan, had the strong urge to spit at the old fart for talking nonsense. James, who had become the center of everyone's attention, only chuckled as he gazed at the giant hole made by his grandson before shifting his gaze at the surviving giants that had thrown all of their weapons on the ground and raised their hands in surrender. After seeing William's might, and James' butt-stabbing shamelessness, they lost their courage and decided to just surrender in order to save their lives. What they didn't know was that the half-elf didn't plan to spare any of them. In William's eyes, all of them were the perfect cannon fodder to use in the inevitable battle against Ahriman's and Felix's forces that would be happening very soon. Chapter 1206, My Daughter LS Off Limits. Why you will not get away with this, Morax said as he struggled to stand up after William had fished him out of the near-bottomless pit that he had created. That's what all second-rate villains say, William replied. Now, I wonder how I shall deal with you. Why don't you let me deal with him in your stead? A familiar voice sounded above William, which made the half-elf look upwards. There, he found 4 people floating dozens of meters above his head, and the one at the center was none other than the god, Ammon, who was also Astrid's twin. It had been a while since William saw him, and his appearance made everyone in the battlefield pause whatever they were doing. To those who don't remember Astrid, she is Est's, Ashes, and Isaac's patron goddess. Ammon, Morax stuttered in fear. Belith, Person, and Asmodeus, you're also here. We've come to ensure that you won't be able to escape this time around, Morax, Belith said. You have a lot to answer to. That's right, Person agreed. Don't think you will be able to escape this time. Take him, Asmodeus stated. We can't stay here for long. The 2 gods nodded and made a gesture. Immediately, Morax's body was bound by several chains, sealing his fate. Hey, aren't you going to ask about my opinion? William glanced at the gods who were forcefully taking his prey. No, Asmodeus replied, this is something between the lords of hell, but since we have inconvenienced you, we will make sure to compensate you at a later time. Our favor doesn't come cheap, half-elf. But, we will make an exception this time around, and help you deal with. No need to continue, Ammon interjected. The time is not right. Asmodeus smiled and nodded his head in agreement. Even beings as powerful as gods were bound by certain rules, and right now, they are able to descend on Hestia due to Morax's capture. We'll be going first, Belith commented. You handle the rest, Ammon. Ammon gave his comrade a brief nod. He then watched as the lords of hell dragged the screaming Morax, who would suffer a fate worse than death. After the 4 gods disappeared, Ammon looked at William with a complicated gaze. Let's have a private talk, Ammon said. William frowned, but he still nodded his head. Right now, he was dealing with a god. Even though he had merged with Sun Wukong, fighting against a bona fide god was still out of their reach. With a snap of his finger, time stood still. Everyone, aside from the 2 of them, were frozen in time, and were unable to listen to their discussion. First, let me thank you for defeating Morax, Ammon replied. We have long been searching for his traces, and now that we finally captured him, we will be able to make him pay for everything that he has done. Second, I would like to apologize because we basically took him from you without caring for your opinion. Morax is a criminal within the temple of the gods, and we cannot allow him to remain in the mortal realm. William listened with his arms crossed over his chest. Although he wanted to interrogate Morax and ask him a few questions, that was now impossible to do because the gods had already called dibs on him. Lastly, thank you for taking care of my daughter, Ammon stated. Daughter? William asked in confusion. Who's your daughter? Ammon smiled. He knew that the half-elf wasn't aware of who his daughter was, so he took this opportunity to tell the black-haired teenager who she was. Shannon, Ammon answered. She is my daughter. If you harm her in any way I will kill you. Oh, William blinked. Now that you mention it, the 2 of you have similar hair colors, but she doesn't look like you. She takes after her mother. Good for her. The Grand Marquis of Hell's smile stiffened because he had the impression that William said, good for her, because he meant that if Shannon took after him, she would not look good. Ammon and Shannon both had silver white hair. However, Shannon's eyes were purple, and Ammon's eyes were blue. Also, her face was more delicate, compared to Ammon's sharp features, which, despite making him quite handsome, gave him a more devilish vibe. William, just remember, my daughter is off limits, Ammon replied. Do I look like someone who had the time to chase the skirts of fox girls? I'm just giving you a reminder. Her mother is a bit conservative, so she would prefer her daughter to be wed first before, why am I explaining this to you? Amon glared at William, who just shrugged his shoulders. The half-elf had the "it's not my business" expression on his face, which made the god have the strong urge to slap him. Well, that is all that I want to say, Amon said as he glanced at James, who quickly averted his gaze and pretended that he was frozen as well. The corner of the handsome god's lips twitched, but he no longer pursued the matter. He just disappeared completely to return to hell and deal with the traitorous Morax once and for all. The flow of time returned, and everyone blinked in confusion because the people that had arrived earlier disappeared without a trace. James rubbed his chin as he appraised Astrape, Bronte, Titania, the nymphs. A moment later, the old man nodded his head in satisfaction and gave William 2 thumbs up in his heart. "Gramps, don't go anywhere yet," William said as he walked towards his grandpa. "There's an important matter that I need to tell you in regards to our family." "Oh," James arched an eyebrow. Judging by the expression on William's face, he had a feeling that it was something serious. "Let me first deal with these giants," William stated. "We'll talk after I'm done." James nodded. "Okay, I need to have a chat with your other grandfather, and also visit your father while I am here, so I'll wait for you in the sacred grove." James guided Sleipnir towards the sacred grove to see his daughter-in-law, as well as check on the condition of his son, who had merged with the world tree. It had been several years since the old coot saw his in-laws in the Silvermoon continent, and thought that this was a perfect opportunity to catch up. William glanced at James's retreating back before flying towards the sky. Hundreds of giants had died in the battle earlier, while several had surrendered. The pseudo-god, Zoter, also died in battle as he led his subordinates to charge at the world tree, while the half-elf was busy dealing with Morax. "It's a shame, but it can't be helped," William muttered as he raised his hand. A moment later, the dead pseudo-god rose from the dead, with its eyes burning with a bluish hue. After Zoter had been raised from the dead, his rank dropped to the peak of the demigod rank. The other giants that had died were also raised from the dead. Fortunately, their ranks didn't regress. 22 demigods had died in the battle, and William turned them all into revenants, retaining their strength. The remaining 8 demigods cowered, as the black-haired teenager gave them all a sidelong glance. His eyes were void with mercy, and they knew that if they resisted him, all of them would still serve him after their deaths. A moment later, William instantly teleported in front of one of the giants and placed his hand over its forehead. A moment later, the giant body shuddered and a mark appeared on its forehead. The giant's hair color changed to black, and their eyes also became as black as coals. William had used the power of darkness to corrupt it, and make it one of his loyal subjects. The half-elf repeated the same thing to the other giants, who had no choice but to accept his mark of darkness. They knew that even in death, they would not escape their fate, so they decided to submit and live for the time being. Several hours passed, as William gazed at his new army that were all kneeling in front of him. One peaked demigod, more than half of them were revenants, but it didn't matter to him. The force under his command right now surpassed all the factions in the world of Hestia. William waved his hand and sent all the giants inside his 1,000-beast domain. He had no intention of letting Felix's faction, the Alliances, and the Holy Order of Light know anything about the forces under his command. The guardians of the Silvermoon continent looked at this scene with complicated looks on their faces. They knew that if William truly wanted to make them submit, all he had to do was to corrupt, or kill them all to be raised as part of his undead legion. William returned to the sacred grove without even sparing the guardians a glance. It was not because he wasn't interested in adding them to his army. He just didn't want to make his mother sad, so he allowed them to remain free to protect the elven lands and the sacred grove from harm. "I think it is time for all of us to make a decision," Myrandor said as he glanced at his comrades. Drowam and the rest of the guardians nodded their heads in understanding. Now that the world was embroiled in war, they no longer had the leisure to sit on the fence and remain as spectators. Chapter 1207, William's Future Plans. James's killing intent oozed out of his body after William finished telling him what happened to Eve. A few seconds later, the bandit of Lant closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, the anger and killing intent he released earlier disappeared, making those around him breathe a sigh of relief. "I plan to leave Hestia and return to the Void after this short visit, but I've changed my mind," James said. "Tell me what your future plans are." "I will stay here in the Silvermoon continent for 2 months," William answered. "After that, I will head to war." James remained silent for a minute before nodding his head. Eve might be in the enemy's camp, but she is safe for now. I have a feeling that it will remain that way, unless something unforeseen happens. William nodded his head because these were also his thoughts. 2 months. Very well. James looked to the west where the central continent was located. There are a few people I need to find and talk to. I will join you when the time comes for your army to step on the central continent. Understood, William replied. Be careful, Gramps. James smiled before patting William's shoulder. He already had a long talk with Arwen and found out why his grandson's hair had turned black and his eyes turned golden. He also went to visit the Spring of Life, where his daughters-in-laws were currently soaking in its restorative waters. James sighed when he looked at William's wives, especially Chiffon, whose daughters he had met not too long ago. His heart ached at the thought of losing his beloved great-granddaughters, Maple and Cinnamon, whom he had spoiled a lot when they were together. After bidding his goodbye, James once again took off towards the sky as Sleipnir turned into a streak of light, and ran towards the central continent. William didn't know who the people James wanted to find and talk to were. Even so, he believed that his grandpa wouldn't do useless things. Let's meet again in the central continent, Gramps, William said in his heart. 2 months from now, I will have my vengeance. The black-haired teenager's eyes glowed with killing intent as he gazed at the west, where James had gone. He had waited for this moment, and he believed that he had made ample preparations. The reason why he said that he would fight in 2 months' time was due to the cooldown on his heroic avatar. He didn't know why it was extended to 2 months, but he assumed that it was due to the Monkey King regaining his full powers. William needed Sun Wukong's powers in order to fight head-on with Ahriman. Although he was confident that he could beat Felix, he still had reservations when fighting against a primordial god, even though most of Ahriman's powers had been sealed. The other reason was due to his soul. Although Aila had helped him stabilize it, his battle with Morax made him realize that the additional stress on his soul and sea of consciousness that came while he battled with powerful beings made it unstable. In order to ensure that nothing problematic happened during the crucial battle, he intended to let Aila, and to a certain extent, Nvidia, help nourish his body and soul, in order to accept Sun Wukong's full power. Thinking of the sin of envy, William summoned his personal maid to ask her if she had seen the green-haired lady, who seemed to be keen on hiding from him. Charmaine, have you seen Nvidia? William asked. Charmaine blinked innocently before answering her master's question. The last time I saw her, she was headed to the Spring of Life. This happened an hour ago. Maybe she's still there. Thank you, William nodded. Please tell Mother that I won't be having dinner with her later. You and Chloe should join her instead. Can I really have dinner with Mother? William clearly heard Charmaine call Arwen Mother, but he didn't think much about it. The pretty elf was now one of his concubines, so it was not a problem if she called Arwen Mother, because he planned to have Charmaine give birth to one of his children in the future. Hearing William's reply, the pretty elf smiled sweetly as a warm feeling spread inside her chest. Master, somehow, you seem to be regaining your former self, Charmaine said as she approached William and gave him a light hug. I hope that after the fight with Felix and Ahriman, you will recover what you have lost, and return to your warm and caring self. William pressed his lips against Charmaine's forehead to give her a kiss. Although his kiss was still a bit cold, it warmed the pretty elf's heart completely. He had also noticed the changes in his body after Isla's and Nvidia's regular sessions, and although he believed that he wouldn't fully revert to how he used to be in the past, it was still a wonderful change to the people who loved him. After giving Charmaine a short kiss on the lips, William headed towards the Spring of Life. Although Acedia was guarding the bodies of his wives, and he didn't believe that Nvidia would harm the bodies of her sisters, he still felt that he needed to go and check on them just in case. When he arrived at his destination, he saw 2 Acedias fighting against each other, and using their hair to strike their opponent. What's wrong? Is this all you got? One of the Acedias said with a sneer. Just surrender them to me, and you won't get hurt. The other Acedia just looked at her opponent with a drowsy look on her face. Clearly, she was too lazy to even give a reply and just changed her hair to a fist, and smacked her enemy head-on. Naturally, the other Acedia turned her own hair into a fist and countered the attack directed at her. William sighed as he looked at this scene before making a move. He snuck behind the noisy Acedia, and wrapped his arms around her waist, preventing her from moving. Who told you to come here? William asked in a cold and merciless tone that made Nvidia's body shudder. I was just playing around, Nvidia answered. I swear I didn't come here to take your wives hostage so that you wouldn't drag me into your room. I don't want to be sucked again. But part of our contract is that you supply me with blood. Hello, it's not only my blood that you drink. You are taking advantage of my dazed state to have your way with me. William then whispered something in Nvidia's ear, making the latter's body shudder uncontrollably. A few seconds later, she reverted to her original form and turned around to look at the half-elf with teary eyes. I'm sorry, Nvidia said. I will behave, I promise. I'll believe you just once, William replied. Now, come with me. The half-elf was about to take the sin of envy away from the springs of life when Acedia's long, blonde hair wrapped around his waist. William glanced at the drowsy-looking girl who was floating above the water's surface before releasing Nvidia from his grip. Go and join my mother to have dinner first, William replied. I will deal with you later. Okay. Nvidia hurriedly left the spring as if her life depended on it. William had threatened her that if she didn't obey, he would do something to her, which would make her wish that he was torturing her instead. Acedia pulled William to her, and the half-elf didn't resist. When he was only a meter away from her, the blonde beauty reached out to hold William in her arms, and kissed him on the lips before taking him under the water's surface with her. Chapter 1208. This time, let's do this right. An hour after Acedia took William under the water's surface, the half-elf finally returned to the Thousand-Beast domain in order to handle the aftermath of fighting against Morax and the giants that belonged to the Army of Destruction. The timing of Morax's appearance was simply too perfect. William had just finished conquering the Dungeon of Atlantis, and he was still under the fusion form with Sun Wukong. Because of this, he was able to fight against Morax, despite the fact that the latter was still stronger than him. In the end, it was Rui Jingu Bang that tipped the scale to his favor. Sun Wukong's weapon was truly amazing, and its ability to pound beings below the realm of godhood was truly outstanding. Of course, things would have ended differently if Morax had regained his divinity when he arrived in Hestia. Fortunately, the injuries he received still hadn't healed and they prevented him from stepping into that realm, allowing William and Sun Wukong to deal with him with their combined might. How are the giants? William asked Chloe, whom he had assigned to look after the giant army that he had forcefully placed under his control. They're behaving properly, Chloe replied with a smile. More than half of them were turned into undead, and the rest was corrupted by the power of darkness. They wouldn't be able to defy your orders even if they tried. William nodded his head in agreement. It was impossible for the giants to rebel against him, now that he had turned them into his minions. In 2 months, the heir of darkness will be in for a nasty surprise. Chloe sneered as she gazed at the giants in the distance. I can't wait to see his face when his army is trampled under the giants' feet. William smirked because he shared the same opinion as Chloe. Unless the heir of darkness, the Alliance, and the Holy Order of Light joined hands to fight against him, there was simply no army in the world of Hestia that could rival his. Has Celeste contacted you lately? William inquired. Chloe nodded. She often asks me if I'm doing well, and subtly inquires about you from time to time. But, aside from that, she hasn't mentioned anything of importance. I see, William rubbed his chin. I guess we can't get any information from her about the current situation of the Central Continent. No, Chloe replied, but she is not the only one that you can ask for information, right? I'm sure that Lyra and Ephemera will gladly give you the information you need. Ephemera is good, Lyra is troublesome, so there's no need to mention her. So you say, but the reason why you are avoiding her is because you care about her. I don't think you should avoid her completely, Will. Sometimes, neglect can force people to do reckless things in order to gain the attention of the people they wish to notice them. William hugged Chloe from behind as he rested his chin on her shoulder. Are you talking from experience? Will asked. Yes, Chloe answered. Back then, I held myself back. So, when the thought that I could be useful to you came to my mind, I decided to do reckless things. I don't want Lyra to get to that point. Why are you apologizing? It's all in the past. Chloe had also noticed that the coldness of William's heart had started to thaw a bit. Just like all the ladies who loved the half-elf, she welcomed these changes because it made the man they loved feel more human. Understood, William said after a few minutes of silence. I will contact both of them and ask them to meet me in secret. Chloe smiled as she used her right hand to caress the side of William's face. That's good, Chloe commented. It will be best if you hide the giants in the Dungeon of Atlantis first. Although they are our allies, there are things that we still have to keep a secret from them. This way, if the Pope becomes suspicious of their actions and tries to probe their memories, they won't see anything of importance. William nodded his head in agreement to Chloe's words. The giants and the pseudo-gods under his command were his trump cards. Their identities must be kept hidden for as long as possible in order to retain the element of surprise, which he would unleash when he stepped foot on the central continent to wage war against Felix. "I'll return to the sacred grove for a bit," William said before kissing Chloe's cheek. "I need to capture a naughty sin who dared to sneak into the spring of life while I was not paying attention." Chloe giggled because although she didn't know who William was talking about, she had a hunch that it would be none other than the sin of envy, for she was the only sin that William had started to bully as of late. "Take things slowly," Chloe commented. "She's an asset to our cause. The sins may be a rowdy bunch, but once they set their hearts on a person, they become loyal for life." "I know," William smiled. Selene, Sidonie, Chiffon, and Lilith. They were William's wives and lovers, whom he cherished very much. In the past he had his fair share of trouble with them. But, after getting past their quirks, the half-elf had grown fond of them, and loved them with all of his heart. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had become an expert in dealing with the members of the 7 deadly sins. Right now, Invidia and Superbia were his allies. He wouldn't do something extreme to chase these two ladies, whose abilities could change the outcome of the war that was happening at this very moment. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Silvermoon continent, Invidia was dragging Superbia away from the elven capital to escape alongside her. She had seen how William dealt with Morax and the giant army, and she knew that if the half-elf was serious in making her stay, he would have no trouble using force to do it. However, Invidia, just like all the sins, with the exception of Chiffon, had a rebellious heart. They didn't like it when others forced them to do something they didn't like, and would fight back through direct and subtle ways if need be. Unfortunately, there was simply no fighting back against the half-elf, whose power and army exceeded those of the heir of darkness and the combined might of the alliance. "Why don't you just apologize?" Superbia asked as she allowed herself to be dragged away by her friend, who had an anxious look on her face. "I'm sure that William doesn't think much of what you did earlier." "I don't care what he thinks," Invidia replied. "That guy is bad news. The sooner we get away from him, the better we will be." "Okay, let's say that we manage to escape the Silvermoon continent. Where do you plan to go?" "Let's go to the Gunner Federation. I know it's a long journey, but that is the safest place in the world right now." Superbia frowned, but she could understand why Invidia thought that way. The Gunner Federation was located in the western continent of the world. In the past, a great war took place that shattered the peace of the western continent, and almost brought it to the point of no return. Finally, in an attempt to stop the countless deaths and woes of the people, all the kingdoms and various states decided to form one giant federation, where everyone had a say. Their system was similar to the Elven Council, but this time, every state was represented by one person. All major issues were decided by a voting system, and since then, the Gunner Federation prospered. Ephemera, the virtue of justice, hailed from the kingdom of Edelweiss, which was a member of the Gunner Federation. "That is going to be a very long journey," Superbia commented. "First we need to reach the central continent. After that, we'll need to journey west until we find a ship that will take us to the Gunner Federation. According to my estimate, it would at least take us 4 months, up to a year, in order to reach our destination. If we get lucky, we might be able to reach our destination without being found. If we are unlucky, then we will either fall into the hands of the Alliance, or Felix's faction." Invidia completed Superbia's words for her. "You're forgetting about the Holy Order of Light," Superbia commented. "We're not exactly on good terms with them either. Let's not talk about those bitches. Just hearing their organization's name makes me want to puke." Superbia looked at her anxious-looking friend with an amused expression on her face. Even if they ran away right now, it would be impossible for them to escape. It was because they had a contract with William. In that contract, the two of them would provide support to him in exchange for his protection. Also, Invidia would regularly supply William with her blood, as an added condition. If any of them broke the rules, the repercussions would be devastating on the side that broke the contract first. "Do you hate William that much?" Superbia asked out of curiosity. She knew that the reason why Invidia was trying to get away from the half-elf was because she was afraid of him. "Yes," Invidia replied, "I'm sure that if you experienced it yourself, you would be doing the same thing I am doing." "Running away," Then what must he do to stop you from running away? Well, first, he must stop treating me like a tool that he can use whenever he wants. No one wants to be treated like a tool, Nvidia replied. I don't mind having my blood drunk, and using the faces of his wives, or lovers, to keep his loneliness at bay, but he mustn't do things without my permission. Trust and respect are needed to make our current alliance with him work. I see, very well. From now on, I will refrain from doing something that you don't like. That way, you won't have to run away again. Nvidia's body stiffened after hearing the familiar voice behind her back. She slowly turned around, only to see the black-haired teenager, looking at him with a smile on his devilishly handsome face. Let's go back, Nvidia, William said as he extended his hands towards the green-haired beauty who currently hated his guts. This time, let's do this right. The half-elf didn't want the two ladies to treat him as their enemy, so he decided to compromise. He knew that Nvidia and Superbia really had no place to go. Even if they were to run off to the Gunner Federation, the chances of them escaping Felix's, the Alliances, as well as the Holy Order's sights when they returned to the Central Continent was nearly zero. So, for the sake of his wives, who were Nvidia's and Superbia's sisters in sin, he decided to treat them as equals, especially Nvidia, and no longer treat her as a tool to further the goals he had in mind. Chapter 1209. Taking the two sinful ladies inside the Thousand Beast domain. After William convinced Nvidia that he would no longer do anything untoward her, with the exception of drinking her blood on a regular basis, the green-haired beauty finally relented and returned to the sacred grove. Superbia, who thought that her friend's escape managed to convince William to treat her better, smiled by her side and changed her opinion about the Prince of Darkness. Initially, she thought that the half-elf would not compromise, but this sudden change of heart allowed her to understand him a little better. Truthfully, Superbia was prepared to suffer a little in order to gain the black-haired teenager's protection. She even thought that Nvidia's actions of defiance would only lead her to get punished more. Of course, Superbia wouldn't want her friend to suffer, and was planning to talk to William about it. Fortunately, it didn't arrive at that situation and the problem had been addressed. Although Nvidia was still half doubtful whether William was sincere in his attempt to win her over, she decided to give him one last chance, with the condition that she would no longer go to the springs of life and attempt to take his wives hostage. From now on, you two will be traveling with me at all times, William said to the two sinful ladies after they arrived at the sacred grove. I am planning to meet some people in order to get a better understanding of what is happening in the Central Continent. But, before that, I intend to safely escort a few refugees from the city of Alabaster to ensure that they reach the shores of the Silvermoon continent. Nvidia and Superbia nodded their heads in understanding. They were the ones that shared the news of Felix's plan to William, and the latter warned the people of the city to evacuate as soon as they could. If not for the fact that he was too busy with other things, he would have stayed with them, and personally escorted them back to the Silvermoon continent. I've always been curious about your personal domain, Superbia commented. That is where your army lives right now, right? Yes, William answered, and that is also the place where you will be staying now. William waved his hand and a golden portal appeared in front of him. Please, enter. William made a gesture for the two ladies to enter his domain. He had already hidden the giants inside the dungeon of Atlantis, so there was no problem even if he brought Nvidia and Superbia inside it. In fact, she was curious to know how the two would react after they saw the city that was currently being rebuilt by all the demon clans that had sworn their allegiance to him. Nvidia and Superbia were both demons, and he hoped that the two of them could help manage the demon clans whenever he was too busy. When the two sins saw the city that was mostly populated by demons, both of their eyes widened in shock. What kind of place is this? Nvidia stuttered as she looked at the majestic city that had appeared in front of her eyes. This place is called K-City, William replied. It's a city that is very different from the ones that you see in the Demon Continent as well as the Central Continent. In fact, there is no city like it in this world. What do you think? I think I need to take a better look at this city of yours, Nvidia answered. William nodded his head with a smile before calling out to a certain little girl, who was being accompanied by a floating mace and a golden piglet. Medusa, come, I have something to ask of you, William said. Master. Medusa immediately perked up after seeing William, who she hadn't seen for a long time. She immediately ran in his direction and buried her little head into his chest out of happiness. Master, where have you been? Medusa asked. The theme park is fully repaired. All the rides, including the roller coaster, are working perfectly. Sorry, William replied as he patted the little girl's head who had been working side by side with the demon clans to repair the city in order to forget her sadness of losing her first friend, playmate, and master, Chiffon. Medusa hugged William tighter with a big smile on her face. If she was a cat, she would be purring non-stop by now. Medusa, these two ladies are Invidia and Superbia. William introduced the two ladies by his side. They are the sins of envy and pride. In a way, they are your master's sisters, so treat them well. Medusa perked up the moment her master was mentioned and looked at the two demons with curiosity. My name is Medusa. Medusa bowed her head. It's a pleasure to meet you, Invidia, Superbia. Nice to meet you too. Pleasure to meet you, Medusa. William then rested his hand on Medusa's shoulder and decided to leave the two sins under Medusa's care for the time being. Although William was the one that brought K-City inside the Thousand Beast domain, he had a feeling that Medusa was more knowledgeable in the ins and outs of the city because the latter had spent most of her time helping the demon clans to rebuild it. Medusa, take the two of them to the theme park first and let them unwind, William ordered. After that give them a tour of the city. Also, tell the patriarchs of the demon clans that from now on, the two of them will become their supervisors. If there are any issues that need to be addressed, they should all report to Invidia and Superbia, and they in turn will report to me. Medusa nodded her head as she grabbed hold of Invidia's and Superbia's hand. Let's go, Master Sisters. Medusa said happily. Let's all ride the roller coaster. It's my most favorite ride, and I'm sure that it will be your favorite as well. Roller coaster, ride, sounds fun. I'm looking forward to it. Medusa giggled as her eyes glinted with mischief. She didn't lie when she said that the roller coaster was her favorite ride, but most of the demons didn't share her opinion. The majority of them would throw up after riding it once, and she was quite curious to know how the two sinful ladies would react after they had ridden it for the first time. William watched them go with an amused expression on his face. He hoped that Invidia and Superbia would get along with Medusa, as well as the denizens of the Thousand Beast domain. He believed that in the not-so-distant future, the two ladies, and the demon clans under his rule, would join him in battle against the Heir of Darkness, who was currently the supreme overlord of the entire demon realm. Chapter 12:10, Saving the Best for Last. 3 days after, William had defeated Morax and the giant army. Lyra shouted before running towards William. A moment later, she held the Prince of Darkness in a tight and loving embrace, which made Ephemera helplessly shake her head. We were supposed to meet a few weeks ago, but you cancelled at the last minute, Ephemera said in a disapproving tone. I sure hope that you still remember your promise. William nodded his head. Things happened, so I was not able to meet you. As for the promise, of course I am going to keep it. Lyra, who was currently at cloud 9 from having hugged her beloved prince, suddenly broke out of her daze. She then looked at Ephemera and William with suspicion as if she was a wife that had caught her husband cheating on her. The two of you planned to meet and I wasn't invited? Lyra asked with a dumbfounded look on her face. Why am I excluded? Ephemera smiled as she pointed at the black-haired teenager, who was still being hugged by the virtuous Lady of Temperance. Don't ask me, ask him. Lyra then shifted her attention to William and gave him a look filled with injustice. Why? Lyra asked as tears started to form at the corner of her eyes. Am I not good enough for you to trust me? William shook his head as he wrapped his hands around Lyra before kissing her forehead. The reason why I didn't include you in my meeting with Ephemera is not because I didn't trust you, William replied before wiping the tears in Lyra's eyes. It is because you have fallen in love with me. William's words rang out inside Lyra's heart, and although she wanted to deny it, she couldn't do it because she would only be lying to herself. Is that a bad thing? Lyra asked. She could feel an ache in her chest as she looked at William's eyes, which was reflecting her image back at her. Is it wrong to love you? I am your enemy, remember? William replied as he lightly pinched Lyra's face as if telling her something very obvious. Don't tell me you have forgotten. Lyra pulled back and held William's hand. She then pressed it over her chest, where her heart was located, and looked at him straight in the eye. You already know that I no longer think of you as my enemy, Lyra said softly. You already know how I feel about you. You have taken everything from me, including my true name, and yet, you still turn me away. Why? Please, tell me the real reason. William sighed as he pulled Lyra to his chest and held her tight. It's because I don't want to corrupt you, William replied. Do you know how hard it is for me to hold back? Knowing that you are devoted to me. Then what about Ephemera? You turn me away, but you ask her to meet with you. Ah, that's because Ephemera isn't as important as you. I don't have any thoughts of corrupting her. She's just a side character, unlike you. Oi, what a rude thing to say. Ephemera, who was just listening to the side, pounded William's shoulder with her fist. What side character are you talking about? I am obviously part of the main cast. Lyra chuckled as tears streamed down from her eyes. She felt as if a great burden had been released from her shoulders as she rested her head on William's neck, while the latter held her in a warm embrace. Ephemera snorted as she crossed her arms over her chest. A part of her felt envious of William's care for Lyra, whom he had conquered not long ago. The virtuous Lady of Justice wouldn't admit that she also had started to fall in love with the Prince of Darkness, to whom she had offered her maidenhood, as well as her loyalty, of her own free will. Come here, William said as she reached out his hand towards the pouting Ephemera. It's good to know you still have some sense in you, Ephemera grumbled as she joined Lyra in embracing the black-haired teenager, who had made them his women, and marked them as his own. 15 minutes later, William and the two virtues reached the floor inside the Dungeon of Atlantis where the seaside villa was located. William had been pleased to know that once he had taken control of the dungeon, all the destroyed floors were returned to their original appearance. As for why he brought Lyra and Ephemera inside the Dungeon of Atlantis, it was due to the fact that time moved slower there. A day outside the dungeon was equivalent to 2 days inside the Dungeon of Atlantis. This allowed William to spend more time with the two virtuous ladies who hungered for his touch. Disclaimer. Scenes past this point are R18. You already know the drill. The moment they entered the seaside villa, Lyra immediately dragged William to the bathroom so she could personally clean his body. Naturally, Ephemera followed behind. For her, the bathroom was a special place because this was where she had given her first time to William. A few minutes later, William's lips were busy suckling on Lyra's right breast, while the latter held onto his neck for support. Ephemera, on the other hand, busied herself in licking William's throbbing member, which awakened the burning desire inside her body that had been sleeping since the half-elf had last embraced her. William pulled back his mouth and stared at the aching, pink tip that had turned firm under his care, and gave it a light pinch, making Lyra gasp. Her near-perfect body that was free from any blemish was smooth, and the pink tips that were at the center of her white breasts had risen fully, begging him to put them inside his lips, and play with them with his tongue. Have they grown a bit bigger? William asked as he kneaded both of Lyra's breasts, making the latter sigh in pleasure. I don't know, Lyra replied after catching her breath. I don't really pay attention to them. If they have become bigger, then the fault lies in you. So, you better take responsibility. How cruel. William smirked before opening his mouth to sink his fangs on Lyra's right breast, drawing blood. After drinking the blood of many women, he knew that some of them had richer blood compared to the others. The members of the deadly sins, and the virtues contained powerful divinities inside their bodies. William was very fond of drinking his wife's blood because their taste was exquisite, and he couldn't get enough of them. As William drank his fill, he suddenly felt the water of the tub start to decrease before something warm wrapped around his manhood. The purple-haired beauty had unplugged the stopper in the bathtub, to allow the water to drain. Clearly, she was unable to hold back her desire and decided to take William's manhood inside her. Although Lyra's breasts were blocking his view, he knew what Ephemera had done. He didn't reject her advances, and simply enjoyed the warm folds that were wrapping around his member, making him feel good. Lyra, who was immersed in the euphoric feeling, didn't even bother to turn her head to look at her friend who had decided to take him before her. Now that she finally knew that William cared for her as well, she didn't mind going last. After all, she believed that the best should be saved for last. Chapter 12:11. Do you want me to love you? Disclaimer. Still R18. A few minutes later, William gently kissed Lyra's breast, healing the injury that he had caused. Care for her, Lyra whispered in William's ears before kissing him passionately in the lips. When the kiss ended, she stood up from the bathtub with a mischievous smile. I will wait for you in the bedroom. Lyra gave her friend a sidelong glance before leaving the bathroom. She wanted William to focus only on Ephemera for now, so that she could get his undivided attention later. The half-elf held onto Ephemera's waist and stopped her from moving her hips. The virtuous Lady of Justice looked at him with a debauched expression on her face, which was far from the dignified lady that stood in front of the army of the Holy Order of Light. You have grown quite impatient, Ephemera, William said as he pulled the beauty close to him. Did you miss me that much? Ephemera averted her gaze and refused to answer the half-elf's question. However, William gently held her chin and slowly turned her head to face him. Fine, you don't need to answer, William commented. I'll just interrogate both your upper and lower lips until they become honest. Without another word, William kissed Ephemera's lips. He then inserted his tongue inside her mouth, which caught her by surprise. She had tried to pull her tongue away, but the half-elf didn't allow her to do that. His tongue followed her own, and lightly prodded on it until it was helplessly captured and tortured lovingly by William's tongue. When the half-elf pulled his mouth back, Ephemera's tongue followed and licked the side of his lips, until William sucked on it, drawing her tongue inside his own mouth. 3 minutes later, Ephemera panted for breath after pulling away from William. She never thought that there were so many types of kissing, and the one she shared with the half-elf was something that she had only experienced today. Of course, this was only natural because William was Ephemera's first man, and she had never kissed a man before in her life. Move your hips, William whispered seductively in her ears. Show me how much you want me. Instead of answering, Ephemera started to move her hips as she was told. Her movement was still clumsy, showing her inexperience, but for William, the virtuous lady's attempt only made his desire burn brighter. As her first man, he knew more than anyone else that Ephemera now longed for his body, after discovering the pleasures of the flesh. She was like a student who was curious to learn new things, and William was her teacher who held the knowledge she desperately sought for. Not bad, William said softly. Let me take over. Yes, Ephemera replied as she leaned her entire body on William's strong and lean body. Her voluptuous breasts were pressed over his chest, and her hands, wrapped around his neck, waiting desperately for the promise of relief that would sat the burning ache that had now taken complete control of her body. William, slowly but surely, moved his hips so that he could push his member deep inside Ephemera's forbidden fruit. With each thrust, she could feel her womb aching for release, but William wasn't in a hurry to give her that relief, making her frustrated. Stop bullying me, Ephemera said. You're a strong lady, William replied. How can I possibly bully you? You are bullying me right now. That's just your imagination. Before Ephemera could say anything else, William placed his hand at the back of her head and pulled him close for a deep and passionate kiss. The kiss immediately silenced Ephemera, as her upper and lower mouths received William's soft and gentle attacks, making her feel as if her brain was turning to mush. Did you miss me? William asked as he pulled away from the passionate kiss. Yes, Ephemera replied. She could no longer deny that she had missed William since the last time that they were together. Are you happy now? I am, William answered. Now, time to give you your reward. After saying those words, William moved his hips faster, which made the beautiful lady pant for breath. Although he didn't know if Ephemera liked rough sex, he decided to test the waters, in order to better understand the purple-haired lady who had already submitted to him. He didn't lie earlier. Unlike Lyra, who had made her love known to him, Ephemera hadn't made any declaration that she would devote herself to him. Although the virtuous lady of justice had offered herself willingly to him, that didn't mean that she felt the same way as Lyra. Truth be told, Ephemera didn't know if the feelings she had for William were indeed love. She thought that since William was her first man, it was only natural for her to feel a strong attraction to him. Only when the two of them were far apart from each other did she realize that not only had he marked her as his woman, he had also made her feel more conscious of him. Even in her dreams, she would think of him. When she asked her patron goddess about the budding feelings in her heart, the goddess of justice only told her that if she wished for it, she would descend to Hestia and tie William up for her, so that she could keep him close to her at all times. Naturally, Ephemera knew that her patron goddess was only joking. Even so, she wanted to confirm her feelings for William. This was why she decided to meet him again, and see whether the feelings she had for him were love, or something else. Hey, do you love me? Ephemera whispered in William's ears when she felt that the half-elf was about to reach his limit. Do you want me to love you? William replied as he continued to push deep inside her, sending her closer to ecstasy. Okay, I'll consider it, thank you, she whispered, missing the second part of what he said. With one final thrust, the tip of William's member kissed the entrance of Ephemera's womb before releasing his seed inside her. The purple-haired beauty's body shuddered as the hot essence filled her up completely, making her feel as if her womb was on fire. A minute later, she collapsed on William's body, panting for breath. Now that she had made her feelings known to him, She had hope in her heart that the black-haired teenager would also treat her like Lyra, who was slowly, but surely, inching towards William's closed-off heart. Chapter 12:12. Don't lntend to leave any witnesses behind. Disclaimer. Very minor R18 scenes. You can read this part without problems. Just as you foretold, the heir of darkness did send his army to the city of Alabaster, Lyra said with a smirk. Unfortunately, what waited for him was an empty city, and the full might of the Holy Order of Light and Hestia Academy. We placed traps inside the houses, and when Felix's army appeared, the destruction crystals were detonated. If not for the protection of the two pseudo-gods in their army, we would have wiped out more than half of their forces. Hey! Are you listening? Lyra lightly pulled on William's ears, which made the latter pull his fangs out of Ephemera's right breast. A bit of blood streamed down from the wound and made its way down to Ephemera's belly button. I'm listening, William replied before licking the blood from Ephemera's chest, and kissed the wound to heal it. Such a waste. The half-elf licked the trail of blood, making Ephemera's body shudder. Once all traces of blood had been dealt with, he pulled Ephemera's head to his chest, allowing her to rest. So, what happened next? William asked. Since the Holy Order was there, it meant that the pseudo-gods under the Pope's command also made their move, right? Of course, Lyra replied with a smug expression on her face. It was 3 versus 2, so we naturally won the battle. Hestia Academy also has one pseudo-god in their ranks. If not for Ahriman's intervention, we would have definitely crippled the demon army. His avatar was enough to fend off all of our combined attacks, and give Felix and his minions time to return to the portal they opened and escape. Interesting, William commented as he stroked Ephemera's head, making the latter close her eyes in contentment. So, Hestia Academy also had their own pseudo-god. In total, Felix has 4 pseudo-gods, the Holy Order has 4, and Hestia Academy has 1. But, you said Ahriman's avatar appeared, right? How strong is it? Ephemera, who had her eyes closed, lightly caressed William's chest with her right hand before answering his question. Very strong, Ephemera answered. I thought that having one more pseudo-god would make a difference, but Ahriman's avatar single-handedly blocked our pseudo-god's attacks. If his avatar can do that much, I don't know what the real body can do once he regains his powers. Lyra nodded her head in agreement. That incident also came as a shock to her. Despite their preparations, they only managed to wipe out a quarter of the demonic army, and allow the heir of darkness to slip through the net they had prepared for his capture. The Pope didn't expect Ahriman to have this kind of trump card, Lyra stated. Although we had very little casualties, the fact still remained that we didn't manage to gain the upper hand in that face-off. William frowned. He knew that gods could use avatars to descend, but it carried a lot of restrictions. The Supreme Pontifex of Deus was an avatar of her goddess, and even she couldn't descend into that avatar and unleash her full powers. The primordial goddess said that the highest power she could unleash in the world of Hestia was only at the peak of the demigod rank. More than that and she would receive a backlash, which was something she didn't want to happen. I'm sure that Ahriman can't use that avatar very often, William replied. I'm sure he has paid a hefty price for it. If my hunch is correct, the demon army will pause their plans of expansion until Ahriman has recovered his strength. However, you can be sure that the moment they made their move, it means that the god of darkness and chaos has gathered enough divinity to use his avatar again. Ephemera and Lyra nodded in agreement. Their pope also said the same thing, so right now, the alliance was having a high-level meeting. Their agenda was whether or not to attack the demon army in the kingdom of Zabia, even though they had to pay countless lives to wipe Felix's army from the central continent. Lyra laid down beside William, and rested her head on his shoulder. She then placed her hand over the obsidian gem on William's chest, and lightly tapped on its surface with her fingers. What are your plans? Lyra inquired. Don't tell me you plan to wait until Felix's army, the Alliance, as well as the Holy Order of Light, cause mutual destruction against each other before making your move. William didn't answer right away, instead he just simply held the 2 ladies by his side, whose naked bodies were pressed against his own. I will wait for a month or 2 before making my move, William answered. He decided that it would be best to let Lyra and Ephemera know that he didn't plan on setting foot on the central continent for the time being. To his surprise, both girls didn't question why he planned to wait for a month or 2 before taking action. They just simply held unto him, seeking the warmth that was emanating from his body. Lyra, Ephemera, no matter what happens, don't let Felix catch you, William said as he pulled the two virtuous ladies closer to him. I won't let him touch me. I only belong to you. Don't worry, I'd rather die than let myself be captured by him. William pinched Ephemera's backside, which made the latter gasp in pain because he didn't approve of what she had in mind. Don't say the words die, or dying so casually, William said with a serious expression on his face. You and Lyra still need to help me achieve my goals. Both of you are not allowed to die. Oh okay, Ephemera replied after being chastised by the half-elves whose naughty hand had started to squeeze her backside. I'm sorry. Hey, even Ephemera knows when to back down, Lyra said in a teasing manner. This is the first time I've seen you compromise. Shut up. Hey, William continued to ask the two girls about the demon army, in addition to the general trend of the central continent. He also asked about the status of the alliance, and their plans to counter Felix's ability to send his army anywhere in the continent. Their talks lasted for an hour, and after that, the two ladies asked William for their reward, which resulted in the three of them spending a whole day inside the seaside villa. The next day, William returned to the real world, and bid goodbye to a reluctant Lyra and a subdued Ephemera. Don't try to contact me, William replied. I will be the one to initiate the contact, and we will use the safest method to do it. Lyra and Ephemera nodded their heads as they placed their hands over their lower abdomen, where William's crest resided on their bodies. He had marked both of them as his women when he took their chastity, and was using this means to communicate with them. Just as William was about to leave, he glanced at a certain direction and frowned. Come out, William ordered. Or do you want me to force you to come out? I knew it. A little girl with long silver hair and blue eyes materialized out of thin air and pointed at Lyra and Ephemera in an accusing manner. You are colluding with this fiend. Cherry, Lyra asked with a frown. What are you doing here? Hemp. The two of you have been acting suspicious, so I decided to follow the two of you when you left the Palace of Light, Cherry replied. I'll tell the Pope about this. William glanced at Ephemera, who had a worried look on her face before asking his question. Who is this little girl? William asked. Ephemera sighed before answering William's question. She is Cherry, the youngest of all of the virtues, and she holds the virtue of charity. If I remember correctly, she just turned 11 this year. Oh, William shifted his attention back on the little girl whose body had started to disappear from their sights. She's a bit stupid, isn't she? A bit, Lyra replied with a complicated look on her face. Please, don't hurt her. She's still a child. William nodded as he waved his hand. Okay. A minute later, a yelp of pain was heard in the surroundings before the virtuous lady of charity appeared after she was hit in the head by William's air bullet. Why, you fiend, how dare you hurt me? Cherry shouted with tears in her eyes. I'll tell the Pope about you. Woo 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 woo. Lyra and Ephemera covered both of their faces with their hands because Cherry was too pitiful to look at. All the virtues treated the little girl as their little sister, and she had been spoiled by them to the point that she was always protected from getting hurt. Perhaps, William's attack was the only time she felt true pain in her life, which made the little girl cry like the little girl that she was. Should we just silence her? William asked as dark energy radiated from his body. I don't intend to leave any witnesses behind. Cherry immediately backed away in fear, while Lyra and Ephemera held onto William, trying to convince him that they should leave the handling of their little sister to them. They were afraid that if they left the little girl in the half-elf's hands, she would become a broken doll, deprived of everything she once had in her life. Chapter 12:13. LL don't taste good. I'm all bones. L don't have much meat lane me. Cherry found herself sitting on a couch with Lyra and Ephemera on her left and right side. William had taken the virtue of charity to the seaside villa, while thinking of how he could prevent the little girl from telling the Pope about his and her sister's collaboration. Will, don't worry, I will look after Cherry and make sure that she doesn't say anything, Lyra pleaded. Isn't that right, Cherry? You will not tell anyone about what you saw and heard, right? I will not tell anyone, Cherry replied. I promise. William smirked after hearing the little girl's answer. In fact, he had already thought of a good way on how to make Cherry shut up, and this method was many times more effective than threatening her. Be big bad brother, I don't like the way you look at me, Cherry stuttered. I don't taste good. I'm all bones. I don't have much meat in me. Will, don't tell me you're planning to. Ephemera saw the devilish smile on William's lips and felt her scalp tingle. See, Cherry is still too young for this. If you do this to her, she will break. Don't worry, William replied. I will not break your precious sister. I'm not a bad person, right Cherry? Why yes, you're not a bad person, big bad brother. Lyra and Ephemera had a very strong urge to tie Cherry up, and cover her lips to prevent her from talking. Although they had spoiled her rotten, they didn't think that doing that would also turn her brain rotten. Will, this is our mistake, Ephemera said with a serious expression on her face. We were too careless. William nodded. If this little girl became suspicious of your actions, then it is safe to say that your other sisters, and perhaps even the Pope, also have their suspicions. Both of you need to be careful the next time you leave the Palace of Light. Lyra and Ephemera hung their heads in shame. They had no rebuttal for William's words, which made them wonder what would happen if the little girl beside them spilled the beans of their meeting with William. A moment later, the door of the seaside villa opened, and the angelic beauty, Princess Aila, appeared in front of everyone. Will, you called for me? Princess Aila inquired before glancing at the ladies that were seated opposite William's. Who are they? Aila, I'd like you to keep everything you see in this room a secret, William replied. These three ladies are the virtue ladies of temperance, charity, and justice. Lyra, Cherry, and Ephemera. Hello. Hi, big sister. Nice to meet you. Princess Aila returned their greeting before sitting beside William. She then appraised the three ladies in front of her and immediately noticed that two of them had William's mark on their bodies, with the exception of the little girl between them. Lyra, and Ephemera, were also appraising the angelic beauty beside William. Since the princess dared to sit beside William, it meant that their relationship was close enough to warrant her action. Both ladies knew that the black-haired teenager had many women in his entourage, and they both agreed that Princess Aila was indeed worthy of him. Aila, you can erase specific memories, right? William asked. Yes, Princess Aila replied. If the memory is recent, then I could erase it easily. Lyra's and Ephemera's faces immediately brightened, while Cherry's expression darkened. And no, I don't want my memory to be erased. Cherry shouted. I won't let you. The little girl was about to activate her divinity when she felt a sudden pain at the back of her head. Ephemera had given her a karate chop, which made Cherry's eyes roll up into their sockets as she collapsed, unconscious, on the couch. Thank you, Ephemera, William replied before facing Princess Aila. This little girl witnessed my meeting with Lyra and Ephemera. I want you to erase that memory, as well as all memories related to me. Can you do that? I can, Princess Aila replied. But, what excuse will the two of them make when she wakes up? How about, we found her taking a nap under a tree? Lyra asked. Ephemera shook her head. That is too far-fetched. It might backfire on us later. Don't worry, Princess Aila interjected. If it's only taking a nap under a tree, I can tweak her memory to a certain extent. All you need to do is just match your story with hers. Well then, shall I start? Princess Aila glanced at William to wait for his permission. The half-elf nodded to give her the go signal. The sooner this troublesome girl forgets, the sooner this problem will be solved. Princess Aila no longer hesitated and kissed Cherry's lips, to access her memories. She planned to eat her memory, just like she did with William's memories about Belle. A minute later, the angelic princess pulled back with a smile. I've taken everything and didn't leave a trace. Even if someone were to forcefully read her memories, they won't be able to extract any information about you. That's good, William replied. Thank you, Aila. You're welcome. Princess Aila smiled. She wanted to be useful to William, so she was quite happy to use her expertise for his sake. After seeing that their little sister was unhurt, Lyra and Ephemera were finally able to breathe with relief, and thanked William for his mercy. If the half-elf really tried to do something to Cherry, the two of them would feel guilty about it for life. Don't thank me yet, William replied. I'm going to do an experiment. The black-haired teenager lightly tapped Cherry's forehead. A moment later, a dark mark appeared on its surface. This mark was very different from the mark that William had placed on Lyra's and Ephemera's bodies. Lyra and Ephemera looked at the mark that was similar to those Egyptian hieroglyphics that resembled an eye. To their surprise, the mark disappeared from Cherry's forehead, leaving nothing behind. Good, it worked, William smiled. With this, I will be able to spy on the movements of the Holy Order from time to time. Perhaps, her appearance was a blessing in disguise. If not for her, I would not be able to have an eye inside the elusive Palace of Light. Lyra and Ephemera glanced at each other with a complicated gaze. They didn't know how effective William's spying ability would be inside the Palace of Light, but with how Cherry usually acted inside it, they were sure that, instead of information about the movements of the Holy Order, all the half-elf would gather was gossip. "Well then, the two of you should return to the Palace of Light," William said before standing up. "Remember my warning. Don't let Felix catch either of you. I won't let myself be captured. I'll do my best." After saying their goodbyes, William sent the three virtuous ladies out of his domain. This time, he didn't come with them because he didn't want to take any chances. If someone aside from Cherry had followed them, then there was no telling what would happen once word of it came into light. Lyra, Ephemera, and the unconscious Cherry appeared on a desolate mountain range, after William had sent them out of his thousand-beast domain. Lyra immediately summoned a flying ship, and helped Ephemera carry the unconscious girl inside it. After letting Cherry lie down in a comfortable position, the ship sailed northwest where the Palace of Light was located. Because the two were busy taking care of Cherry, they didn't notice that hiding behind a boulder was a little familiar who had followed Cherry outside of the Palace of Light because Celeste was worried about her safety. Lyra and Ephemera made contact with William. Claire muttered, "I need to report this to Celeste." The little fairy glanced in the direction the three ladies had appeared from, before flying northwards. Although she was tempted to meet her twin sister, Chloe, Claire decided that now was not the time to do so. "Chloe, be safe," Claire thought as she flew towards her master who was waiting for her return. "For Celeste's sake, and my sake as well." Now that the war between the Heir of Darkness, the Alliance, and the Holy Order of Light had reached a turning point, it was only a matter of time before the frail balance of power would be shattered once again. Chapter 12-14, Merit Points LN Side William's Domain. A month had passed since Lyra, Ephemera, and to a certain extent, Cherry, had met up with William. Many things had happened since then, and among them was the victorious news of the Alliance having won against the demon army in liberating the Zotera Empire, which was the first empire to have fallen into Felix's hands. The Pope of the Holy Order of Light wasn't stupid. She knew that Ahriman could not interfere as he had with the port city of Alabaster for a short period of time, so she immediately mobilized the army of the Holy Order, alongside the Alliance, and fought a grueling month-long battle with Felix's army. During this battle, a third of the demonic army was wiped out. All of the soldiers of the Zotera Empire had died in this battle because they had been forced to fight regardless of will. Ahriman had corrupted all of them, so they fought like berserk warriors, which had dealt a devastating blow to the armies of the Alliance. With this defeat, the demon army was forced to retreat to the three kingdoms that were still under their control. The leaders of the Alliance and the Pope all agreed that they couldn't pursue the demon army for the time being due to the number of casualties they had from their last battle. Now that the Empire of Zotera had been freed from the demon's control, the next problem was who would manage it. Felix had killed all the male heirs of the royal family and the princesses were still in his grasp. Having no leader to take the throne, the Holy Order of Light volunteered to let one of their inquisitors temporarily manage the affairs of the empire. Although the Alliance didn't like this outcome, they were left with no choice but to agree. After all, the Holy Order of Light had 4 pseudo-gods under its command. It was simply impossible for them to go against their will. Now that they had finally secured a victory against the Heir of Darkness, the morale of their army was at an all-time high. Meanwhile, in the Silvermoon continent, William watched as the grim world spider, which was the final boss of the Emerald Dungeon, turned into ashes in front of him. After killing the boss, the black-haired teenager entered the Dungeon Core room and placed his hand over the Dungeon Core. A minute later, the Dungeon Core turned into particles of light and entered the obsidian gem on William's chest. With this, I had claimed 20 dungeons here in the Silvermoon continent, William thought. Optimus, please handle the rest. Understood. Changing the settings of the dungeon to optimal mode. The moment William returned to his Thousand Beast domain, the Emerald Dungeon reappeared in one of the areas inside it. All the dungeons that William had conquered were automatically brought inside his domain. Aside from K-City, which had become the capital city of the Thousand Beast domain, the city of Atlantis could be seen floating in the distance. None of the demons, monsters, and ladies in William's entourage could enter it without William's permission. The guardian of the lost city, Leviathan, would not allow anyone to enter, unless the half-elf was with them. Because of this, the citizens could only admire the crystal-like city in the distance that faintly shone under the sunlight. The black-haired teenager went to K-City to have a change of pace and wandered randomly along the streets of the city. All the demons who saw him bowed their heads and greeted him respectfully, which he returned with a brief nod, and told them to continue whatever they were doing. William had already gotten used to being venerated by the demonic clans that he had taken under his wing. For them, the Thousand Beast domain was like paradise. They didn't have to constantly be on their toes, fearing that they would be attacked by the other demon clans for whatever reason strike their fancy. They also didn't lack food, because the Thousand Beast domain provided them with plenty of things to eat. Although they couldn't attack the beasts living inside it, they could hunt fish, plant crops, forage for fruits, and participate in the construction of K-City, allowing them to earn merit points that they could exchange for things that they've never had before, like a box of chocolates, coffee beans, and even modern clothing. When he visited the theme park, he saw many demon children riding the different attractions with big smiles on their faces. This was another method of using the merit point system. Unlike the ladies that served the black-haired teenagers, the demons had to use merit points to purchase tickets before they could access the rides. This was one of Optimus' ideas to allow the demons to enjoy a different type of entertainment, aside from the constant wars that they had fought in the past. Ah, Invidia gasped when she saw William. Instead of running away, the green-haired approached him while snacking on some cotton candy she bought just a few minutes ago. "Are you looking for me?" Invidia asked. "Do you need my blood?" "No," William replied, "just taking a stroll." "I see." Invidia had a look of disappointment on her face after hearing William's answer. Originally, she had been afraid whenever the half-elf would call for her whenever he wanted to drink her blood. She had been a victim of how pleasurable the feeling was, and William used that to take advantage of her and drink her milk when she had taken Ella's form. However, ever since the two of them had talked things out, they came to an agreement that the half-elf couldn't force her to change her appearance, while she fed him her blood. In return of Invidia's services, the black-haired teenager generously awarded her with merit points. At first, the green-haired beauty didn't know what she would do with them, but after hanging out in K-City with Medusa, she realized how important this currency was. She was able to buy snacks, play games inside the theme park, dine inside cafes, as well as buy fashionable clothes, which had become the trend within the demonic ladies inside the Thousand Beast domain. "Do you want some milk then?" Invidia asked with a hint of embarrassment on her face. "Only for the affordable price of 10,000 merit points." "Okay. Let's do it tonight after dinner." "Great, I will finally be able to buy those clothes from Vicky's Secret." William smirked after hearing Invidia's words. The tomboyish lady who had conflicts with him in the past was now gone. Instead, a lady who had become addicted to the modern comforts of K-City now volunteered to supply him with the drink that allowed himself to regain the feelings he had lost in the past. "So, you're here, Invidia." Superbia appeared while holding 2 sticks of jumbo hot dogs in her hands. Just like her friend, she had become fond of the things that could be found in K-City, and would often help do a few tasks that allowed her to earn merit points as well. She was quite envious of Invidia because the latter could easily gather merit points in the thousands just by letting William drink her blood, and changing her appearance to go out on pretend dates with him, while impersonating Ella. Of course, Superbia had become one of the ladies that supplied William with blood on a regular basis as well. Her reason for doing so was the same reason as everyone inside the Thousand Beast domain, and that was by accumulating enough merit points to purchase whatever she wanted. She had also been a big help in clearing some of the dungeons that William had conquered. This allowed her to rack up points, which had gone down the drain after playing in the arcade, and buying stuffed toys, which greatly surprised everyone, including her best friend Invidia. "Will, have you finished conquering the Emerald Dungeon?" Superbia asked. William nodded. "Just finished it half an hour ago. Just call me if you need help clearing the dungeons. I am free at the moment." "Noted, I'll keep that in mind." After having some small talk with the 2 sinful ladies that had already adapted inside his domain, the half-elf returned to his villa to rest. He was quite happy to see the progress that was happening inside his domain, and looked forward to what it would become once his battle with Felix was over. Chapter 12:15. Turning the tables on Felix, as well as the Holy Order of Light. "Welcome back, Master," Charmaine said with a smile. "Do you want some refreshments?" "I'd love that," William replied. "Thank you, Charmaine." Charmaine smiled sweetly as she went to the kitchen to prepare some refreshments for the half-elf who had spent a day capturing a dungeon by himself. William laid on the couch and covered his eyes with his hand. He knew that he already had the strongest faction in the world, but he didn't like to take chances. This was why he decided to use his 2-month break to continuously capture the dungeons in the Silvermoon continent. He didn't care if the dungeon was a low-ranked one or a high-ranked one, as long as it was a dungeon. There was one more forbidden ground in the Silvermoon continent, but William had reached the maximum limit of pseudo-gods that he could contract with the strength of his soul. He knew that biting off more than he could chew would ruin everything he had built, so he didn't plan to add more pseudo-gods to his lineup. Just as the half-elf was about to doze off, he felt something soft snuggle up to him, but it was not alone. William subconsciously patted the head of the little gorgon, Medusa, who would often snuggle up to him during his afternoon naps. He, Medusa giggled a bit before making herself comfortable. Soon, she dozed off just like a little girl who had been playing outside too much. Naturally, the golden piglet, Gullinbursti, and the noisy mace, Sharur, always accompanied her. These three creatures all leaned on his body, like spoiled kids who wanted his attention. The half-elf knew that this was their coping mechanism for the loss of his wife, Chiffon. The three of them would always accompany the pink-haired girl everywhere. Without her, the three just spent their days doing things to distract themselves from the pain of losing their master. When Charmaine returned, the corner of her twitched after seeing that the little gorgon, the golden piglet, as well as the talking mace, had destroyed her. Chance to talk to William in private. In the end, she could only sigh before placing the tray of food in her hands on the table. The next thing that the pretty elf did was carry the glass of fruit juice and place the straw near William's lips. After the half-elf drank his fill, Charmaine spoon-fed William with the cake that she had personally baked for him. After learning the joys of using an electric oven, the pretty elf studied all the recipes that were available in K-City and baked to her heart's content. "This is delicious," William said with a smile. "You have outdone yourself, Charmaine." "Well done, thank you, master," Charmaine replied. "I still have more in the kitchen, so eat as much as you like." The half-elf nodded his head as he allowed himself to be spoon-fed by the pretty elf that had devoted herself to his well-being. 2 hours later, the three troublemakers woke up and were lured away by the smell of Charmaine's cakes, leaving William alone. Looking at the three figures disappearing from his vision, the half-elf could only shake his head helplessly before closing his eyes. He then activated the mark that he had placed on Cherry's forehead, which allowed him to see what she was seeing. This magic was quite special because it was a hybrid spell that he had made with the help of Optimus. The system could place a tracker on anyone and allow the two of them to monitor their surroundings. This allowed William to see, hear, and to a certain extent, feel what they were feeling. The other stats like body temperature, heart rate, brain waves, and similar high-end data was being monitored by Optimus, allowing him to constantly monitor the little girl, who represented the virtue of charity. As soon as William had opened his connection with Cherry, he found himself standing inside the conference room inside the Palace of Light. This was not the first time he had seen this place because he had been looking through the little girl's vision for the past month. After discussing with the rulers of the various kingdoms and empires, the plan to attack one of the kingdoms under Felix's control is going to start in about a week, the Pope said with a serious expression on her face. "As usual, you girls will be at the center of the formation, and ensure that any tricks from the demon army will be thwarted at a moment's notice. 2 of the pseudo-gods will always be by your side for added protection, while the remaining 2 will be on the front lines. The heir of darkness is now like a cornered rat, but if we push him too far, he will certainly bite back. Because of this, we didn't plan a complete eradication of his army. We will just annex the Slevel kingdom, and make him understand his place." Audrey, the virtue of fortitude, whom William had allowed to escape months ago, raised her hand to voice out her opinion. "Speak, Audrey." The Pope nodded her head to acknowledge her concern. "I think this is a risky move," Audrey stated. "But I also understand that we shouldn't just sit idly while the morale of the army is high. However, we must take necessary precautions just in case the heir of darkness had other tricks up his sleeve." The Pope smiled because she also agreed with Audrey's concern. During the battle at the city of Alabaster, she had thought that they would finally be able to put an end to Felix's terror. However, just before they could capture the demon prince, Ahriman's avatar appeared on the battlefield and thwarted their attempt. "Don't worry, we will use the celestial raiments in this operation," the Pope replied. "However, you are only allowed to use it when your lives are in danger. It doesn't matter how many soldiers the Alliance loses. Their lives can't be compared to the lives of the 7 of you. The moment something unusual happens, you have the permission to activate the celestial raiments, and allow your patron gods to descend and temporarily possess your bodies." William, who was listening to the discussion, frowned. This was the first time he heard about the celestial raiments, which allowed the gods of the 7 virtues to descend on Hestia and possess their chosen ones. If Lyra, Ephemera, and Audrey had this celestial raiment back then, the possibility of me being captured by them is high, William thought. Since they didn't use it, there must be some kind of restriction for it. Do the 7 deadly sins have the same ability as well? I better ask Lilith, Invidia, and Superbia later. For William, a god appearing in Hestia, even if it was only temporary, could have a great impact on the outcome of the battle. Fortunately, he was now aware that such an artifact existed. A part of him was quite tempted to steal the celestial raiment and give it to one of the sins, to allow them to call for their patron goddesses to support them in battle. Placing the mark on Cherry was definitely a good idea, William mused. The next time Ephemera and Lyra have the chance to visit me, I'll make sure to place the same mark on their bodies. That way, I will have more options when it comes to spying in the inner workings of the Holy Order of Light. William knew that, sooner or later, he, the Alliance, and the Holy Order of Light, were bound to face each other on the battlefield. What he was doing right now was learning as much as he could about his enemy before that time came. That way, he would be able to counter the trump cards they had prepared for him, like the celestial raiment. As expected, defeating an organization that has existed in Hestia for thousands of years will not be easy, William thought with a smile. Even so, as long as I play my cards right, it will not be impossible to turn the tables on them and steal the treasures they have in their possessions. As the meeting progressed, William decided to play a more active role in the battle that was about to start in a week's time. This way, he could strike a blow not only to Felix, but to the Holy Order of Light, whose plan for dominion was plain for everyone to see. Chapter 12:16. Fast and Furious sets the pace. On the borders of the Slevel Kingdom, the armies of the Alliance and the Holy Order of Light gathered. If Ahriman doesn't show up, this battle is as good as ours, the headmaster of Hestia Academy, Byron, said with a solemn look on his face. Well, I don't really mind if he shows up, the Pope commented. If he does, then we will just retreat. He can't conjure an avatar whenever he wants because it will weaken him, and further delay his freedom. You really treat the army of the Alliance as cannon fodder, don't you? Of course not. We exist for the greater good. That has been our purpose since the Holy Order of Light was founded thousands of years ago. Byron gave the Pope a sidelong glance before sighing internally. Although the Pope didn't want to admit it, everyone could tell what she was planning. Even so, the leaders of the Alliance chose to turn a blind eye to it. Right now, the Pope and her Holy Order was the lesser evil. It was nothing compared to the threat of the demon army, and the god of darkness and chaos, who had already trespassed into their backyard. I just hope nothing unexpected happens, Byron thought. Many will die if Ahriman makes his appearance today. As Byron was thinking of the worst-case scenario, the horns of battle reverberated in the surroundings. The flying ships of the Holy Order of Light advanced, while the armies of the Alliance marched on the ground. They knew that the soldiers of the Slevel Kingdom had already been corrupted, so they had no choice but to fight whether they liked it or not. Their previous battle in the Zotera Empire had made them realize that the human soldiers that had been corrupted would fight to the bitter end, and take as many members of the Alliance with them before they drew their last breath. Armies hated this kind of opponents because they didn't care whether they lived or died. Facing them left a bitter aftertaste in everyone's mouth, but this was how this war was fought, and the only thing they could do was adapt to the strategy of their enemy. They're here, Byron said as soon as he noticed 2 figures appearing on the battlefield. Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan. About time, the Pope replied. Your Excellencies, please, keep them company. 3 pseudo-gods that belonged to the Order of Light flew towards the 2 strongest members of Felix's army and engaged them in battle. The 7 virtues who were located at the center of the battle formation looked at this scene with calm expressions on their faces. Each of the virtuous ladies were riding on a different flying ship, and the flag that represented their virtues fluttered in the breeze. Their presence was giving the soldiers significant boosts in their strength because of the buffs that were coming from the 7 ladies, allowing them to be more proficient when fighting against opponents that were below the rank of myriad beasts. As the battle reached a critical stage, Byron noticed that the movements of the Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan looked suspicious. It was as if they are luring the 3 pseudo-gods away from the main battlefield, Byron muttered. Then it suddenly hit him. Even the Pope who was standing by the side realized that the headmaster of Hestia Academy was right. However, before she could order the 3 pseudo-gods to return, a scream was heard at the center of the battle formation. You guys were too careless, the 6-eared macaque, who usually stayed beside Eve to protect her, said as he held two unconscious ladies in his arms. "I'll be taking these two with me." Without another word, the six-eared macaque who had taken Sun Wukong's appearance, somersaulted in the air, before making a beeline towards the Slevel fortress. In his arms were the virtuous ladies of Prudence Shayna and of Faith Melody. Ahriman told Felix that, in order to weaken the Holy Order of Light, he must capture at least 2 members of the 7 virtues. By doing so, it will give a devastating blow to the Alliance once these virtuous ladies had been corrupted by the power of darkness, increasing Felix's strength. "No," the Pope shouted, "save them." The 3 pseudo-gods that were fighting against the Bull Demon King, and Princess Ironfan immediately turned to pursue the 6-eared macaque. However, the slippery monkey was very hard to catch. The monkey that always imitated Sun Wukong specialized in running away, and even the Monkey King himself found it quite hard to catch him. Seeing that they were unable to catch their target in a short period of time, the 3 pseudo-gods became furious and annihilated the demonic army in their path. They didn't dare use long-range attacks to attack the 6-eared macaque because they might hit the 2 ladies that were both being used as shields, in addition to being held hostage by the mischievous monkey who only took action when there was a high chance of success. "Fast and Furious sets the pace," the 6-eared macaque said in a teasing tone. "Even if the 3 of you work together, I will still win this race." As if proving his point, his speed increased once again, allowing him to leave the 3 pseudo-gods in the dust, until he disappeared from their sights. Seeing that their 2 targets had been secured, the Bull Demon King, as well as Princess Ironfan unleashed powerful attacks that would annihilate as many members of the Alliance as possible. However, their plan was stopped when the pseudo-god that belonged to Hestia Academy stepped in to block their attacks. While this was happening, the 6-eared macaque was feeling giddy as he glanced behind him. "Ha, bunch of wimps, can't even catch me," the 6-eared macaque chuckled as he continued to run. "Still, I pity these 2 ladies. Once I deliver them to Felix, they will suffer a fate worse than death. I almost feel sorry for them, well, almost. Ha ha ha." The 6-eared macaque knew that there were only 2 outcomes to the war. Either their side becomes victorious, or their side becomes the losers. He didn't want to become a loser, because he had been a loser almost his entire life. Now that there was a chance to change his fate, he decided to grab the opportunity to ingratiate himself with the primordial god of darkness and chaos, and become one of his retainers. "Nothing ventured, nothing gained," the 6-eared macaque said. "If you girls have someone to blame, you can only blame yourselves for not paying attention to your surroundings." Before the war started, Ahriman ordered the 6-eared macaque to disguise himself as a rock at the border of the Slevel kingdom. He waited patiently until the armies marched past him, because the mission that was given to him was to capture at least 2 of the ladies that represented the 7 virtues. He could have captured more, but doing so would have been difficult. After all, he could only carry 2 of them at the same time, and there were 2 pseudo-gods guarding the rear of the army. If he stayed longer, they would have caught up to him, which was something he wanted to avoid at all cost. His destination was the one-way portal that would take him directly to the Zabia kingdom where Felix was waiting for his arrival. They had long decided to ditch the Slevel kingdom, and simply use it as an opportunity to deal as much damage as they could to the Alliance and the Holy Order of Light, who had become too cocky as of late. "Just a little more and I'll be in time to have dinner with Eve," the 6-eared macaque muttered. "That girl is the only ray of sunshine in these dark times. She is too good to become Ahriman's high priestess, but I guess being a priestess is better than being dead. Let's see, the portal should be around here." After making a sharp turn, the 6-eared macaque froze completely upon seeing 2 beauties in front of him. Lightning crackled on Astrope's right hand, and the rumbling of thunder boomed on Bronte's left hand. The 2 ladies smiled at the monkey in front of them, which made the latter feel as if he had taken a wrong turn. Chapter 12:17, Have a Taste of D's Nuts. "Well, hello there, 2 beautiful ladies," the 6-eared macaque said with a smile. "Nice weather we are having, eh?" The sky above his head had already darkened, preventing the light of the sun from passing through. Lightning streaked in the sky and thunder boomed like the roaring of hundreds of lions. "Yes, this is indeed a very nice weather we're having," Astrape replied. "Now, will you kindly hand those 2 ladies over to us? Or must we take them by force?" "Either way is fine with us," Bronte commented with a smirk. "You pride yourself with your speed, right? I wonder who is faster, you or us?" The 6-eared macaque snorted before giving his reply. "Are you challenging me, darling?" The six-eared macaque asked. Even with these two ladies in my hands, I dare say that only a handful of beings can catch me in this world. With a sudden somersault, the mischievous monkey used the air to propel itself in the other direction, leaving the two ladies behind. Sorry ladies, but I already have a date, the six-eared macaque laughed. Next time, book a reservatio. The monkey, who was still using Sun Wukong's appearance, stopped running when he saw the two ladies he had left behind were now standing in front of him once again. Well, that was quick, Astrape smirked. I thought you said that there are only a handful of beings in this world that can catch you. I guess we're part of those select few, right? Instead of answering, the six-eared macaque lowered his body and took a sprinting stance. A second later, a dust cloud appeared, as he sped up like a railgun moving faster than the speed of sound. He had already placed a barrier on the two ladies in his arms to prevent them from getting hurt with his sudden acceleration. This was the trump card that allowed him to escape even the pursuit of the Monkey King, who was known for his overwhelming strength. However, just as he was feeling cocky about finally escaping the two beauties, who had the same rank as him, he suddenly stopped running, and skidded across the ground, leaving a blazing trail behind him. Well, you are indeed fast, Astrape commented. But, not fast enough, Bronte stated. Now, give us those two ladies before you get hurt. The six-eared macaque suddenly chuckled as if he heard something amusing. I guess I am being underestimated. The six-eared macaque sighed as he placed the two ladies on the ground between his feet. He then took a smoking pipe out of his ear, and twirled it around his fingers. In times long forgotten, there were 4 celestial monkeys who went by the name the 4 Monkeys of Havoc, the six-eared macaque said as he held the smoking pipe in his hand firmly. The first is the stone monkey of numinous wisdom, who knows transformations, recognizes the seasons, discerns the advantages of Earth, and is able to alter the course of the planets and stars. The six-eared macaque lit the smoking pipe and started to puff, blowing circles of smoke from his mouth before continuing his speech. The second is the red-buttocked horse monkey, who has knowledge of yin and yang, understands human affairs, is adept in its daily life, and able to avoid death and lengthen its life. The six-eared macaque then casually scratched his right ear, as if talking made them feel itchy. The third is the Tongbi gibbon, who can seize the sun and the moon, shorten 1,000 mountains, distinguish the auspicious from the inauspicious, and manipulate the planets and stars. Finally, the six-eared macaque emptied his smoking pipe and gave it a light tap. A moment later, it extended until it became as tall as him. The fourth is the six-eared macaque who has a sensitive ear, discernment of fundamental principles, knowledge of past and future, and comprehension of all things. The six-eared macaque then rested his weapon on his shoulder before pointing his thumb to his chest. I am the six-eared macaque, the six-eared macaque said as he undid his transformation, showing his true appearance. One of the 4 celestial monkeys of old. I have seen countless gazes of pity, not only from the two of you, but from everyone that I had met along the way, and I hate that gaze more than I hate running away. The six-eared macaque took a fighting stance as his eyes glowed a golden color, making the power of his divinity burn brightly in his body. Come, little girls, the six-eared macaque said in a challenging tone. I'll let the two of you have a taste of these nuts. Astrape and Bronte exchanged a glance before shifting their attention back to the monkey whose hair now stood on end. The next second, the six-eared macaque jumped into the air, and the two ladies followed suit. High above the sky, powerful rumbling sounds were heard as the two deities fought together against the six-eared macaque that had decided to fight. To their surprise, the majority of their attacks were either blocked or dodged. The attacks that had managed to land on the monkey's body didn't seem to have any effect on him because his expression didn't change in the slightest. Sweep away all adversaries, the six-eared macaque shouted as he swung the smoking pipe towards the two ladies that were blasting his body with lightning bolts. Lingyun stick. The smoking pipe extended and grew to an enormous size, swatting the two ladies who were midair, and sending them crashing towards the ground. The monkey who was looked down upon by everyone in the celestial realm, with the exception of Sun Wukong, who truly knew his strength, stood tall on his floating cloud like a sovereign. Well, how do you like these nuts of mine? The six-eared macaque asked with a sneer. As one of the 4 celestial monkeys that were not bound by the laws of the world, he wasn't a doormat that anyone could step on. He had chosen to take on that persona because it was easier if everyone looked down on him. Only on rare occasions would he let others see his strength, and when he did, he would not stop until he gave his enemies a good pounding. Chapter 12:18. Just where else that confidence of yours coming from? The six-eared macaque scratched his right ear as he gazed down on the two ladies that had crashed several hundred meters away from him. How long do you plan to watch? The six-eared macaque asked as he turned his head to the left, looking at the top of the cliff in the distance. Do you find this interesting, Your Royal Highness, the Prince of Darkness? A clapping sound reached the six-eared macaque's ears as a portal appeared on top of the cliff. As expected of one of the celestial monkeys that defies the laws of the world, William said with a smile on his face. Not bad. The six-eared macaque sneered before he vanished from his spot and instantly appeared in front of the half-elf. That was careless of you, Your Highness, the six-eared macaque stated as he rested his weapon on William's neck. Do you look down on me so much that you thought I'd just stand idly as you presented yourself in front of me? You must be out of your mind. I wasn't being careless, William replied as he gazed back at the pseudo-god in front of him with a devilish smile on his face. I know that you can't possibly hurt me. Ha, what kind of nonsense are you babbling about? If this is your poor attempt to buy time for those girls to come to your rescue, you're just waiting your breath. Although they are fast, I'm sure that I can smash your head before they can even blink. Oh, do you dare to smash my head? The six-eared macaque frowned as he gazed at the black-haired teenager who was looking at him with a fearless gaze. He thought that he would get the upper hand once he had taken the Dark Prince as his hostage, but for some reason, the person in front of him wasn't even feeling afraid of him. As someone that could see through lies, the six-eared macaque knew that the person in front of him was real and not a clone. Also, the moment he had rested his weapon on William's neck, the two ladies that had attacked him earlier didn't make any sudden movements. Astrape and Bronte only glared at the six-eared macaque and clenched their fists in frustration. They didn't expect William to come out of the thousand-beast domain and allow their enemy to get close to him, threatening his life. What kind of games are you playing, Your Highness? The six-eared macaque asked. Do you really think I will not kill you? You won't, William replied. Because you can't. Like I said earlier, do you dare to kill me? The frown on the six-eared macaque's face deepened after hearing William's fearless reply. He wasn't expecting this kind of reaction from his enemy, which made him look at the half-elf in a different light. Just where is that confidence of yours coming from? The six-eared macaque asked in an annoyed tone. You're testing my patience, Prince. William chuckled as he looked at the six-eared macaque's annoyed expression. The reason why he came out of the thousand-beast domain in order to take a gamble was because Sun Wukong had told him everything about his opponents. The Bull Demon King, Princess Iron Fan, Da Peng, and finally, the six-eared macaque, who was one of the four celestial monkeys like Sun Wukong. Among the four pseudo-gods under Felix's command, the six-eared macaque had a very peculiar ability. You remind me of Soglav, William said. Do you know of him? The six-eared macaque snorted. Are you talking about that demonic mutt? The one who was afraid of dying? Yeah, you remind me of him. You're starting to annoy me. As if to make a point, the six-eared macaque grabbed hold of William's robes and raised him up in the air. Don't push me, the six-eared macaque growled. His tone was as cold as ice. I guess I'll just have to bring you back and let Felix and Ahriman deal with you. William chuckled after hearing the six-eared macaque's words. He had already confirmed his suspicions earlier, so he already knew what to do next. Back then, I believe you said that you only stand with the winning side, right? William asked in a teasing tone. Tell me, after everything that happened, do you still believe that you are standing at the winning side? Are you talking about our losses against the Alliance and the Holy Order? The six-eared macaque replied. You already know that we are free to go anywhere we want with Ahriman's power. Even if we lose all the territories we have right now, we can just conquer more. Also, as long as I bring you, and those two girls with me, we have already won this war. Right, William nodded his head in agreement. But, that is only true if you bring me and those two virtuous ladies back, right? The six-eared macaque pulled the half-elf towards him until their faces were only a few centimeters apart. And, who can stop me from doing so? Them, William replied as he used his thumb to point behind him. The six-eared macaque shifted his gaze towards the half-elf's back and saw a lineup that made his heart tremble in his chest. Sephirin, Titania, Triton, the three nymphs, and Leviathan, who was simply standing in place and looking somewhere else, appeared in his vision. 9 demigods, including Astrape and Bronte, surrounded the six-eared macaque. It was a force that would make the Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan flee in fear due to how outnumbered and outclassed they were. Ha, I knew you were amazing since the first time I saw you, the six-eared macaque said with a flattering smile as he placed William down and fixed the robe that he had crumpled a mere moment ago. He even licked his thumb and used it to straighten the creases on William's clothes, making it look brand new. Compared to you, that Felix fellow looked like a turd, the six-eared macaque stated. I don't really like to serve that weakling, but since Eve is a good girl, I decided to stay and protect her from his clutches. You know, your cousin is such a nice person, I feel like I was born to be her protector. In fact, we are so close that he calls me Big Brother Monkey from time to time. William smiled and nodded his head in understanding. Eve is indeed a good girl. How is she? She's fine. I always make sure that she eats and sleeps on time, the six-eared macaque replied. I have become her nanny. Even now, I want to go back to her side to ensure that she's not being mistreated while I am away. He was doing his best to ingratiate himself with William so the latter would let him off the hook so he could return to the little priestess that made him feel safe. Six-eared macaque, do you know why I appeared in front of you? The six-eared macaque really didn't know why William had appeared in front of him. Even now, he could kill the half-elf in less than a second, and he was certain that none of the pseudo-gods under his command could save him. Even so, instead of retreating to safety, the half-elf remained standing in place, giving him many opportunities to end his life. It is because I am certain that you will not kill me, William replied. You asked me earlier where my confidence is coming from, and my confidence comes from Sun Wukong's trust in you. Trust in me? The six-eared macaque tilted his head in confusion. He trusts me, yes, he trusts in your nature. William then created a soundproofing barrier to prevent other people, including his subordinates, from hearing the words he was about to say. You are someone who doesn't like to antagonize beings more powerful than you, William said in a teasing manner. Since you know that Eve is my cousin, you also know that I have a connection with David. Not only that, there are also my two patron gods backing me as well. One is the god of all trades, the other is a primordial goddess. This is why you didn't attempt to kill me earlier. You know that the moment you do that, you are going to spend your life running away from them. This is why you said that you would bring me back to let Felix and Ahriman so the two of them could deal with me. You are afraid of making a choice that will put you between a rock and a hard place. The six-eared macaque scratched his head because what William said was exactly what he was thinking. After getting pounded nearly to death by the god of shepherds, he really didn't want to experience such a beating again. It was fine if he fought against pseudo-gods. He was confident that he could either run away, or defend himself from their pursuit. But against gods, the celestial monkey would revert to his former flattering demeanor in order to save himself from the trouble of getting beaten up. Fine, you won, the six-eared macaque said with a sigh. What do you want from me? I want you to return to Felix's army, and stay by Eve's side, William said before pressing his finger on the monkey's forehead. You don't have to do anything. Just act like you normally do. The six-eared macaque then glanced at the two virtuous ladies that were still unconscious on the ground. What about them? The six-eared macaque asked. William glanced at the two ladies before shifting his gaze back at the monkey in front of him. I'll deal with them. Okay, then, I should be going now. Wait, don't go just yet. Before the six-eared macaque could even ask why William stopped him, he saw black flames, black lightning bolts, water dragons, as well as holy arrows, flying in his direction. That was the last word that the six-eared macaque was able to say, before all of the pseudo-gods' attacks landed on his body. Chapter 12:19. Let the game begin. Oi, wake up you stupid monkey. The ear-piercing shout made the six-eared macaque jump up from fright as he looked around him with a wary gaze. What happened to you? The bull demon king asked as he looked at the monkey's disheveled appearance. No, who did this to you? The six-eared macaque scratched his ears before saying, it's a long story, which made Princess Iron Fan look at him with disdain. Judging by the destroyed teleportation gate and your very sorry look, you must have been ambushed by someone, Princess Iron Fan stated. Who did it? Was it the Alliance? The Holy Order? It was the Holy Order, the six-eared macaque replied with a grieved expression. They hid their true strength. Aside from the pseudo-gods that we know, they had two more lying in wait. The bull demon king frowned after hearing this piece of news. He didn't doubt the six-eared macaque's words because he had indeed sensed the presence of two pseudo-gods when he and Princess Iron Fan arrived at the scene. What about the war? The six-eared macaque asked in order to change the topic. Princess Iron Fan snorted as she unfurled her fan and fanned herself. What did you expect? The two of us were completely outnumbered, so we just did our best to kill as many people as we could before making our escape. We thought that we had managed to secure a win after capturing those two girls, but it seems that you failed to meet our expectations as always. The six-eared macaque averted his gaze in embarrassment. He looked so pitiful that Princess Iron Fan had the strong urge to kick him due to how useless he was. Let's go back, the Bull Demon King said with a sigh. We need to rethink our strategy. We underestimated the Holy Order of Light. It seems that they were just biding their time to use their trump cards. Without another word, the Bull Demon King flew towards the kingdom of Zabia. Now that the teleportation gate was destroyed, they had no choice but to make their way there the hard way. Princess Iron Fan kicked the six-eared macaque's leg before flying away in a foul mood. Clearly, she was very unhappy with how things turned out. The celestial monkey watched the two go and shook his head helplessly. That hurt, the six-eared macaque muttered as he lightly rubbed his face. Couldn't you have done it in a gentler way? After heaving a depressed sigh, the six-eared macaque changed into Sun Wukong's appearance and somersaulted in the sky. He then landed on top of a floating cloud, and urged it to follow his two comrades, who were leaving him behind. My head. Shayna, who represented the virtue of prudence, held her aching head with her right hand, while using her left to prop herself up from the cold floor that she was lying on. After scanning her surroundings, she immediately saw her friend, Melody, who represented the virtue of faith. Melody, are you all right? Shayna lightly shook her friend who was still unconscious. After her persistent attempt to wake one of her sisters, Melody groaned before opening her eyes. Shayna. Melody held the back of her head, which had been hit by the six-eared macaque to render her unconscious. What happened? Where are we? We have been captured by the enemy, Shayna replied. We were careless and didn't prepare enough to prevent a sneak attack from behind. Melody winced as Shayna used a healing spell to relieve the pain that she was feeling. After a minute, the pain completely disappeared as the healing magic healed her injury completely. Thank you, Shayna, Melody said before looking at their surroundings. I've heard many foul things about the Heir of Darkness. If those stories are true, then both of us are in grave danger. Shayna nodded her head in agreement. The Pope had warned them of the things that Felix would do to them once they were captured. Although they didn't know if it was possible, the Pope insisted that the Heir of Darkness might have found a way to absorb their divinities and take their power away from them. The two were surrounded by a thick black mist that prevented them from seeing past a dozen meters. Both of them raised their awareness to the highest level, as they unleashed the power of their divinities, in order to deal with whatever foul plans the Heir of Darkness had in store for them. It's good to see that both of you are awake. The two virtuous ladies turned their heads in the direction where the voice was coming from. As if waiting for that moment, the black mist slowly parted, revealing a devilishly handsome half-elf that was seated on a black throne, and looking at them with a calm expression on his face. Are you Felix? Shayna asked. What do you plan to do with us? You are making a big misunderstanding with your statement there, William replied. I am not Felix. I am the one that saved the two of you from the six-eared macaque who kidnapped you on the battlefield. Melody, who was just observing the black-haired teenager, stood in front of Shayna as if to shield her from harm. You are the Dark Prince, Melody stated. William Von Ainsworth, correct? William nodded. Yes, since you know my name, I think it is only proper that the two of you introduce yourselves. After all, I did save your lives. Melody glanced at Shayna, who nodded her head. I am Melody. Shayna. William waited for a while to see if the two ladies would say anything else, but looking at their faces, he knew that the two didn't plan on saying anything else. Okay, Melody, Shayna, like I said earlier, I am the one that saved you, William said in a tone that was similar to an adult trying to teach a child on how to speak. Aren't you going to thank me? Melody frowned and didn't reply to William's question. It was Shayna who took the initiative to reply to William's words. Thank you, Shayna replied. Can you let us go now? I believe we have signed a non-aggression pact between our two factions. Both sides cannot do anything to harm each other's interest. William nodded his head. That is true. We have signed an agreement. This is why I am waiting for the two of you to fulfill your part of the agreement. What do you mean? Shayna asked. Simply put, I had no obligation to save the two of you, William answered in a calm tone. Yet, I did. This means that the two of you owe me for saving your lives. I didn't violate our agreement. In fact, I even helped the two of you. This is a fact. If Felix was the one that had captured the two of you, I'm sure that both of you would have been stripped naked by now, and forcefully pinned down on the bed. Don't you agree? Melody shook her head in defiance. That won't happen. The reason is simple, we have a means to make him wish he never kidnapped the two of us in the first place. Oh, how curious. William smiled. Well, it doesn't matter. I don't care what you think. The fact still remains that you will not be able to leave this place until you properly repay me for saving the two of you. If you don't agree, you can use whatever trump card you have to leave this place or harm me. But, take note, if you do that, you will be breaking our contract. Shayna clenched her fist in anger. Although she didn't believe that forcefully escaping from wherever they were would break the contract, she couldn't take that chance. After all, if she broke the contract, William would have the right to treat them, and order them around, as he wished, make them his own personal slaves as it were. What do you want from us? Melody asked in a calm manner. As long as it is within our power, and doesn't go past our bottom line, we are willing to accommodate your request. Does that apply to your friend as well? William asked back. Yes. Shayna nodded. Just spit it out already. William smiled because he was waiting for this moment. He knew that he couldn't really break the contract because if he did, he would become Celeste's slave for a year. He just used the condition that he saved the two virtues to make them feel that they were indebted to him, allowing him to gain a little advantage over them in their negotiation. You have two choices, William replied. The first is to let me drink your blood for 1 week. You already know that I am part vampire, so if you allow me to drink your blood for a week, I will let you go. The war is still ongoing, so I'm sure that the Alliance and the Holy Order will continue to fight until they have completely occupied the Slovel Kingdom. If you don't return soon, things might get a little difficult for your sisters. What is the next option? Melody asked. If possible, she didn't want to have her blood drunk by the Dark Prince, whose power was still unknown to them. Simple. You just need to beat these three in a game of Dance Evolution, William answered as he pointed at Medusa, Gullinbursti, and Sharur, who appeared beside him. If you beat these three, then the two of you can go back. Very well, Shannon stated. I will choose to fight these three in this game called Dance Evolution. Shayna held the virtue of prudence, while Melody held the virtue of faith. With their powers, they believed that they wouldn't have a hard time dealing with a little girl, a golden piglet, and a floating mace, in whatever game that the Dark Prince had in store for them. Great, William said while chuckling internally. Let the game begin. Although Medusa, Gullibursti, and Sharur looked harmless on the outside, these three freeloaders had conquered every game inside the arcades in the city, making them the three big bosses that no one inside the Thousand Beast domain was able to defeat. Chapter 1220. Evil and childish at the same time. Where are we? This place is called an arcade. William had assigned Medusa to babysit the two virtuous ladies and take them to the arcade where they would have their match against her, Gullinbursti, and Sharur. What is that thing? Shayna asked. Are those toys inside it? That, you call that a crane game, Medusa replied. You can win a toy if you manage to grab one using a crane. The arcade was generally noisy at this time because several demons, mostly children, were inside the arcade playing games. When the two virtuous ladies saw the demons, their initial thoughts were that they were their enemies, but since they were inside William's domain, they didn't make a move to attack the children. Instead, they peppered the purple-haired girl with a lot of questions about all the brightly colored and glowing artifacts that they were seeing for the first time. Well, here we are, Medusa said as she faced the two ladies and spread her arms wide. This is the Dance Evolution. We will have our match here. Good, Shayna replied. I can't wait to get away from this place. Medusa chuckled as she eyed the virtuous lady of prudence that had shoulder-length blue hair and eyes filled with ridicule. The little Gorgon and her friends were the undisputed queen and kings of the arcade world. Clearly, she felt disdain for the two noobs who had just entered her territory, and thought that they could beat her that easily. Well then, I will teach you how this artifact works, Medusa said. First, please stand over there. The purple-haired little girl pointed at one of the dance pads in front of her. What's this? Melody asked. She had been quietly observing her surroundings, but she found this big artifact that was placed at the center of the arcade quite interesting. It's a dance pad, Medusa replied. Dance pad, Melody blinked. This is where we are going to dance. Medusa nodded and gave the virtuous lady of faith with reddish-brown hair the, isn't that obvious? Stare, which made the latter frown. Well, what are you waiting for? Medusa asked. I can't teach you if you just stand there all day. If you are planning to waste my time, I'm going to leave. Wait, Shayna walked toward the dance pad and stepped on top of it. Okay, now what? Look at the screen in front of you. You will be given some options to choose a song as well as its difficulty level. Let's start with something simple. Choose Boom Boom Collar, and choose the normal difficulty. You can use your feet to tap on the arrows to navigate the settings. Like this, Shayna lightly tapped on the dance pad using her foot, and the song list that was displayed on the big screen in front of her started to move. As she tapped on the list of songs, they would briefly play the song that she had selected. Finally, after finding the song that Medusa had told her to try, Medusa then told her to tap the green button with her foot to confirm that this was the song that she selected. After choosing the difficulty level of the song, the screen lit up and Medusa also stepped on the dance pad right beside her. Do you see the 4 arrows at the very top? Medusa asked. Once the moving arrow moves to that location, you tap it at the same time with your feet. Like so, the moment a moving arrow reached the left arrow, Medusa tapped the left arrow of the dance pad and the word, perfect, appeared on it. The mechanics of the game are simple, Medusa explained. You just tap on the arrow as the song plays. If you fail to tap on the right arrow with your foot, that gauge decreases. The moment the gauge becomes 0, the game will end. Now you try it. At first, Shayna kept on missing the arrows that were going upwards as the song played. However, she was a warrior, so after trying a few more times, she got the hang of it. A bit later, Melody also joined her and the 2 virtuous ladies practiced stepping on the dance pad as the song played. This is kind of fun, Shayna thought as she started to enjoy tapping on the arrows on the dance pad in time with the song. Melody was also having fun, and although both girls tried their best to hide it, their hips were starting to sway as they tapped in rhythm with the song. Today will just be a practice day, Medusa stated. You can challenge me tomorrow when you get the hang of it. Remember, this is just the normal difficulty. There are still the novice, expert, professional, genuine, hero, and paranoia mode. The 2 ladies nodded their heads in understanding. They knew that they wouldn't be able to beat Medusa in their current state, so they doggedly practiced until they were able to attain the good and great points as they tapped on the dance pad. William, who was monitoring the 2 ladies' progress from within his villa, smirked. He knew that the virtues were proud ladies. He had signed a non-aggression pact with the Holy Order of Light, so it was impossible for him to break it. The only thing he could do was use a loophole that he could exploit in order to make the 2 virtues understand that he was not their enemy, at least for now. Also, he had other reasons for letting them see the situation of the Thousand Beast domain. The virtues had been gathered by the Holy Order of Light and taught a few things. One of them was that demons were evil. In the past, William would have agreed with this teaching. But, after going to the demon continent himself, he understood that not all demons were the same. Just like humans, there were good and bad demons. Some demon clans, like the ones William had taken under their wing, only wanted to live peaceful lives. If possible, they didn't want to participate in wars, and he wanted to teach the 2 virtues that most of the teaching from the church weren't correct. Right now, he wanted to increase the contact the 2 ladies had with the demon tribes, which was why he decided to present 2 options to the virtues after saving them. He knew that both of them would reject the option of having their blood drunk by him, so he decided to use the playing a game as an excuse to allow them to mingle with the demons. And make sure to send the children to play with the virtues in 2 days, William ordered. Yes, Lord William, a one-horned young lady with light brown hair and green eyes replied. Anne was the granddaughter of the patriarch of the one-horned tribe who had sworn his loyalty to the half-elf from the very beginning. She would also go to the villa to offer her blood to the black-haired teenager, even if the latter didn't ask for her to come. In the end, William completely gave up and just allowed the brown-haired beauty to do as she wished. As one of William's loyal subjects, she had complete faith and trust to the Dark Prince, who had only shown care and kindness, not only to her tribe, but to the other demon tribes as well. The patriarchs of the demon tribes would always praise William due to how wonderful the Thousand Beast domain was. For them, this was simply paradise, and they would not leave, even if they were offered the opportunity to live in the capital city of the demon realm. Lord William, will the 2 virtues manage to defeat Medusa? Anne asked. Impossible, William smiled. How can they win against her? She's been playing that game since she came to this place. Anne chuckled before nodding her head in understanding. Although she didn't know what her master had planned for the two virtues, one thing was clear. They won't be going anywhere anytime soon, Anne thought with a smile. How could Lord William be so evil, and childish at the same time? Still, I don't dislike this side of him. The brown-haired beauty continued to sit beside the half-elf, and watched the two dancing virtues with an amused expression on her face. Chapter 12:21. Elle won't lose to a pig. After a few hours of dancing, Medusa took the virtues to eat at one of the cafes inside the theme park that was being operated by the demons. The currency inside the Thousand Beast domains is called merit points. Everyone wore a bracelet on their wrist, where their merit points were stored. They could earn merit points by doing jobs like selling food, making and selling crafts, participating in construction, exploring the dungeon, in addition to taking care of William. Among William's subordinates, Medusa was part of the upper class in the Thousand Beast domain because William treated her like a pet. The half-elf would give her a good number of merit points as part of her monthly allowance. However, the little Gorgon wasn't satisfied with her pocket money. Because of this, she would take on construction jobs, sell stuff, and be a blood donor to William. William's blood donors got thousands of merit points in one session, so this job was highly sought after by almost everyone in the Thousand Beast domain. Even Invidia and Superbia, who had settled inside William's domain, learned the importance of merit points, and took the initiative to offer him her blood for these points that allowed them to buy the things they liked. Invidia's earning for the past month had even surpassed Charmaine's, who was William's personal maid. However, her earnings would disappear the next day because she had become addicted to fashion. She always purchased the latest clothes from Vicky's Secret, which fetched a price of tens of thousands of merit points, making her become William's most frequent customer. This is so good," Melody exclaimed after eating the cheesecake that was served to her. "I've never tasted something this good before." "Sister, you ain't seen nothing yet," Medusa replied with a smug expression on her face. "Just eat whatever you want. Today will be my treat." Shayna, who was eating a slice of triple-layered chocolate cake, was at a loss for words due to how delicious it was. Teenage ladies were quite weak to dessert, so William especially told Medusa to bring the two ladies to one of the cafes in the theme park and have them try the desserts. The half-elf had generously given Medusa some merit points so that she could treat the two virtues to get them addicted to the food inside the Thousand Beast domain. William was confident that the moment the two girls left his domain, every dessert and snack that they would eat afterwards would taste like dirt. Sometimes, conquering your opponents doesn't necessarily mean to defeat them in battle. Usually, you just need to feed them something good before they beg for more. The black-haired teenager, who was watching this scene from his villa, chuckled. He then ordered Medusa using telepathy to order a few more cakes of different flavors, so that he would know what the two virtues liked the most. "Are you sure that you are now ready to face me?" Medusa asked with her arms crossed over her chest. She was like the final boss that excluded smugness, which made the competitive Shayna snort. "Do not underestimate his virtues," Shayna replied. "We have practiced dancing this boom boom collar song in normal difficulty until dawn." PFF'd. Medusa covered her lips as she snickered. "You feel so proud after finishing normal difficulty. Very well, I will teach you the difference in our strength. After today, you will know true despair. Let's go, Gulliversti, Sharuer, Oink, HMPH, noobs who don't know their place." The golden piglet, as well as the floating mace, positioned themselves on one of the arrows on the dance pad. Medusa then placed her 2 feet on the 2 remaining arrows and looked at Shayna with a teasing gaze. "Are you ready?" Medusa asked. "Ha, even if the 3 of you work together, you won't be able to beat me." Shayna replied, "Consider this as a handicap from me." Medusa didn't reply and just chose the song Boom Boom Collar. She then glanced at the confident Shayna before tapping her right foot to increase the difficulty level, setting it to the highest level of paranoia. As soon as the song started, several rows of arrows that formed combinations that required stepping on 2 arrows at the same time flashed on the screen. Shayna had already seen this happen before, so she understood the mechanics. However, she almost got dizzy after seeing the inhumanely weird patterns that appeared on the screen in front of her. What in God's name? Shayna's mouth opened wide as she stared helplessly at impossible combinations in front of her. Even Melody, who was just watching from the side, had the same expression as her sister. Both of their eyes opened wide as they stared at the diabolical difficulty level that was impossible to clear. At least, that was what they thought. Medusa danced as she crisscrossed her hands with peace signs over her face. Gullinbursti and Sharur were hitting the dance keys perfectly, synchronizing with her, allowing her to reach 200+ combo points in just a short period of time. Shayna desperately tapped the keys with her feet like a crazy woman, but it was to no avail. The patterns were very different to the ones that she had memorized, and it completely took her by surprise. Soon, the gauge on her side of the screen emptied and a "you lose" text appeared in front of her. Medusa finished the song and got a SSS ranking score, which had set a new record, surpassing her personal best. Oh yeah, Medusa raised her hand in a peace sign as she, Gullinbursti, and Sharur exchanged high fives, high paws, and high mace. Quote. This is cheating, Shayna said with eyes similar to that of a deadfish. This is not fair. Ha, you're still not satisfied with your loss? Medusa asked. Fine, I will make you understand that even if we fought you one by one, you're still 100 years too early to defeat the 3 Mascotiers. Gullinbursti, I choose you. Medusa and Sharur left the dance pad and allowed Gullinbursti to choose the difficulty setting of the song. Shayna, who had regained her fighting spirit, looked down on the little piglet with a determined gaze. I won't lose to a pig, Shayna stated. If I lose, I'll imitate a pig for half a day. Great, Medusa clapped her hands. That is a promise then. Master told me that virtues keep their promises, so I look forward to you acting as a pig for half a day. Bring it on, I'll make sure I light some incense for you tonight. The golden piglet ignored the bickering of the two girls as it religiously tapped the keypads in order to unlock the secret difficulty setting. After tapping the right key combinations, Gullinbursti chose the Super, Mega, Ultra, Extremely Easy mode. As soon as the song started, a single arrow moved very slowly upwards. Shayna, who saw this, blinked her eyes in confusion. Gullinbursti simply stared at the screen and waited patiently until the arrow hit the mark. 5 seconds passed, 10 seconds passed, 15 seconds passed, 20 seconds passed. Finally, in the 23rd second, Sharur stepped on the left arrow, scoring a perfect score. Meanwhile, Shayna had stepped a second late, missing the chance to score a point. Several more arrows appeared, but Shayna wasn't even able to hit it properly because she would either be half a second late, or half a second early. This frustrated the virtuous Lady of Prudence, making her miss the other opportunities she had to score a point. Gullinbursti was not aware of its opponent's suffering as it calmly, and religiously, stepped on the arrow keys with perfect timing. When the song ended, only 13 arrows had been released by the machine, and Gullinbursti scored them all perfectly. Shayna looked at her zero score with shame and embarrassment before running away from the arcade with all of her might. Medusa watched her go with a devilish smile on her face before shifting her gaze to Melody, who stood rooted in place. How about you? Medusa asked. Are you now ready to challenge us? Melody felt her heart shudder after looking at Medusa's smug-filled eyes. Quote. Today, I will just practice first, Melody replied. I still have many things to learn. You do that, Medusa replied with a smile. I'll just pick up Ms. Piggy first and make her fulfill her promise. We can't have her running away after she promised to imitate a pig for half a day, right? Medusa chuckled before leaving a helpless Melody behind. She hadn't had this much fun since Chiffon had died, so having the two virtues around made her happy. Meanwhile, William smirked as he watched the running Shayna take refuge in one of the cafes outside the theme park. The half-elf knew that after today, the two virtuous ladies would realize how impossible it was to beat Medusa in a short period of time. This would force them to reconsider his offer of having their blood drunk by him, which would make them fall into his hands. Shayna and Melody had nowhere to run, or hide, because everything inside the domain was under his control. Even if they were to turn themselves invisible, or change their form into a bug, William would still be able to know where they were. Will, you seem like you are having fun, Haleth said as she sat beside William. Did something good happen? To those who forgot who Haleth is, she is the vice commander of the army in the port city of Alabaster. She was the half-elf who had a one-sided crush on William. Yes, William replied as he pulled Haleth towards him. I might be eating a piglet tonight. A piglet? Haleth blinked in confusion. Wait, are you planning to eat Gullinbursti? You can't do that, Will. The black-haired teenager smirked before planting a kiss on the pretty half-elf's cheeks, making the latter blush. Don't worry, I'm not going to eat Gullinbursti, William replied. I plan to sink my fangs into a different piglet. One that doesn't understand that she's a pig at the moment. I don't really know what you're planning to eat, but do it in moderation, okay? Haleth said as she gave William a hug. I don't want you to get an upset stomach. William hugged the half-elf, whom he had accepted as his concubine, back. The two shared a passionate kiss and ignored the piglet, who was hiding somewhere in the thousand-beast domain. The black-haired teenager knew that sooner or later, that piglet would be served to him on a silver platter. All that he needed to do was wait patiently until it had been cooked to perfection. Chapter 12:22. You might regret this in the future, you know. You useless monkey. A resounding slap spread inside the throne room as an infuriated Felix glared at the six-eared macaque who had lowered his head in shame. You only have one job and you couldn't even do it right. Felix roared in anger. You incompetent fool. The heir of darkness was very angry because he had lost the chance to not only have his way with two virtuous ladies and pluck their cherries, but also lost the opportunity to steal their divinities to make them his own. He didn't really care whether the Slovel kingdom fell or not. What he truly cared about was the power of the two girls, whom he considered to be two of the 14 best women in the world, including the members of the 7 deadly sins. Truthfully, he felt that it had been a wasteful act to kill William's wives back then. If Ahriman had only captured them, he might have gained the power of wrath, lust, and gluttony, but the primordial god was more interested in absorbing their souls, and taking their divinities for himself so he could unlock the seals that bound his body at a faster rate. Useless bastard. Felix kicked, and punched, the body of the kneeling six-eared macaque repeatedly to vent out his anger. What's the use of keeping a useless monkey like you in my army when you can't even do one thing right? The repeated blows made blood seep out of the corner of the six-eared macaque's lips, but he didn't do anything and simply endured Felix's blows. Finally, after several minutes had passed, Felix kicked him one last time in the face, sending him flying towards the exit of the throne room. Get out of my sight and don't show your face to me again for a week. Felix ordered. Just stay with that red-headed bitch and make yourself useful. The Bull Demon King, Princess Iron Fan, and Da Feng just looked at this scene with calm expressions on their faces. They were also very disappointed with the six-eared macaque, so they didn't speak out for him when Felix was giving him a one-sided beating. When the doors of the throne room closed, the six-eared macaque propped himself up from the floor and wiped the blood on his lips. He stared at the closed door for a few seconds before turning around to go to where Eve was. Who'd want to serve an idiot like you anyway? The six-eared macaque thought as he jumped out of a window and flew towards the temple of the high priestess. When he reached the temple, he saw Eve drinking some tea in the courtyard. As if sensing his gaze, Eve waved to him and called him to join her for some tea. The six-eared macaque felt that it wasn't a bad idea, so he agreed, and a minute later, he landed beside the red-headed girl who was treated as a VIP by the demon race. You're hurt, Eve frowned as soon as she saw the pseudo-god that acted as her guardian. Were you hurt during the battle? Yes, the six-eared macaque replied. But, this scratch is nothing. I'm strong, you know. The six-eared macaque didn't dare to say that his injuries were caused by Felix because he knew that the green-haired prince had planted some spies to always watch over Eve's every movement. Naturally, these spies watched him as well, preventing him from complaining about the unjust treatment he received just now. Come, let me heal you, Eve said as she stood up and inspected the injuries on the six-eared macaque's body. You should take better care of yourself. Although these injuries don't endanger your life, they are quite serious. The celestial monkey was kneeling on the ground as he allowed Eve to use her holy powers to heal his injuries. If only Eve was the true leader of this army, I wouldn't mind doing my best for her sake, the six-eared macaque mused. She's such a good girl. A few minutes later, Eve had finished healing the injuries of the six-eared macaque, making the latter feel extremely grateful to her. In truth, if he wished for it, Felix's blows wouldn't have been able to do much damage to him because of the difference in their rank. However, since he understood that if the latter didn't get the opportunity to vent out his frustration and see him suffering, his punishment would have continued needlessly. Because of this, he lowered his defenses to allow the heir of darkness to beat him up to make the prince feel better for the failure that he had caused him. Six-eared macaque, would you like to become one of my guardians? Eve asked. But, I am already one of your guardians, aren't I not? The six-eared macaque pointed at his face. The red-headed girl shook her head before smiling at the celestial monkey who was treated like a failure by Felix as well as his entourage. What I meant is to become my guardian through a pledge, Eve stated. In short, from now on, you will become my heroic spirit. Your heroic spirit? The six-eared macaque's eyes widened in shock. As one of the celestial warriors in the heavens, it was very possible for him to become the heroic spirit of a person, just like Sun Wukong was to William. However, he never felt the strong urge to look for a contractor because he thought that it was just a troublesome thing to do. Also, he didn't like fighting much, so looking for a warrior to become his partner had never crossed his mind. But Eve was different. The little girl was very kind, smart, and to a certain extent very brave. The six-eared macaque wouldn't mind becoming her heroic spirit one bit because this was something that he truly felt in his heart. "Can I be your heroic spirit?" the six-eared macaque asked. "I'm not really good at fighting, you know." "That's fine," Eve answered. "I'm pretty useless too." "That's okay. I'm lazy. Sometimes, being lazy is good too. I have fleas." "Don't worry, just make sure to take a bath every day and the problem is solved." The six-eared macaque chuckled. He could tell that Eve genuinely wanted him to become her contracted guardian, regardless if he was good or not. Because of this, he did something that he didn't usually do, and that was to place his rough right hand on Eve's head and lightly pat it. "You might regret this in the future, you know," the six-eared macaque said softly. "I'm not really a good person." Eve smiled and allowed the monkey to pat her head. "My grandpa and cousin are also not good people. But I'm sure that both of them would go to war for my sake. How about you? If something happens to me, would you also charge into a sea of flames, and a mountain filled with deadly blades?" The six-eared macaque stared at the red-headed girl, who was looking back at him with eyes as blue as the clear sky. "If it's for you, I don't mind doing those things and more." The six-eared macaque's voice was no longer playful, but had taken a serious tone. "For your sake, I don't care if I'm facing pseudo-gods, or gods. I will fight them even if I have no chances of winning." Eve reached out to cup the six-eared macaque's face and pressed her forehead over his. "I, Eve Von Ainsworth, hereby pledge to honor you as my heroic spirit," Eve said softly. "Regardless of what happens in the future, I hope that you stand by my side, and watch over me as I live my life to the fullest." After saying her vow, Eve pulled back and offered her hand to the six-eared macaque, which the latter held as if it was the most precious thing in the world. "I, the great sage informing wind, one of the 4 celestial monkeys, hereby pledge to honor and protect Eve Von Ainsworth to the best of my abilities," the six-eared macaque said. "Regardless of what happens in the future, whether you are facing a storm, or fighting the greatest battle of your life, I will be there by your side. Even if you are to fight the world, I will stand as your vanguard, and not allow anyone to harm you, until I have breathed my last breath. This, I swear upon the heavens, and the heavens above the heavens. As it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, worlds without end." After making his pledge, the six-eared macaque kissed Eve's hand. A moment later, an emblem of a monkey with 6 ears appeared on Eve's right hand. This was the proof that the six-eared macaque was now her heroic spirit, just as Sun Wukong was to her cousin, William. High above the temple of the 10,000 gods, where the celestial warriors stayed, Sun Wukong poured wine in his cup and held it in his hands, staring into space. "Cheers to you, fellow sage," Sun Wukong said as he held the wine cup, while watching over the six-eared macaque's vow from the heavens. "May the path you chose lead you to the glory that you've coveted for the past thousands of years." The Monkey King poured the wine out in front of him as an offering. A moment later, in the world of Hestia, a light drizzle fell upon the temple where the red-headed girl and the six-eared macaque made their vows to help pave the way for a better and brighter tomorrow. Chapter 12:23, The Carrot and Sweets Method. It took the Alliance 3 days to liberate the Slovel Kingdom from Felix's forces. Just as expected, the corrupted soldiers fought till their last breath. In order to prevent casualties from happening in the Alliance, the demigods and pseudo-gods of the Holy Order of Light were the ones that dealt with these soldiers, leaving the entire kingdom defenseless. However, even after acquiring a new territory, the Holy Order of Light wasn't in the mood to celebrate. 2 of the 7 virtues were kidnapped. This not only lessened their fighting power, but lowered their morale as well. The Pope even considered immediately negotiating with Felix for their return, but she knew that if she did that, the alliance would break apart, and everything would be all for naught. Fortunately, before the Pope did anything reckless, Celeste received a message from Chloe telling her that Shayna and Melody had been saved by William, and were currently being treated as guests in the Thousand Beast domain. However, when the Pope asked for their return, William's reply made her almost choke on the spot. "They will be staying with me for a few weeks. If you don't like it, then deal with it." That was the reply that the Pope received from William, making her gnash her teeth in frustration. Even so, she felt a bit relieved because if the virtues fell into the half-elf's hands, he wouldn't hurt them because they had signed a non-aggression pact, using the god of contracts as a medium. It was impossible for either side to harm each other because the one who did so first would instantly become the other's underling. In the end, the Pope had no choice but to let the two ladies stay with William for the time being, while the alliance handled the aftermath of the battle. Lyra and Ephemera, who heard the news, glanced at each other. The two of them were thinking the same thing. Did he sink his fangs into them too? The two virtues felt rather complicated about this possibility. They knew that William wasn't entirely evil, but he had a way of dealing with women, especially proud ones, and making them submit to him of their own accord. Lyra and Ephemera knew that even if William only drank their blood once, both of their sisters might fall into his hands. I think it is best if we send a delegation in order to meet with the Prince of Darkness, Ephemera said after Celeste finished her report about Shayna's and Melody's whereabouts. That's right, Lyra said. Although the Prince of Darkness is our temporary ally, we can't be too complacent. We must ensure that our sisters are truly safe from harm. Celeste and Claire glanced at the two ladies, but didn't say anything. They already suspected that Lyra and Ephemera might have a close relationship with William, despite the fact that the two virtues would always badmouth the half-elf whenever an opportunity presented itself. Your worries are on point, the Pope replied. However, who will we send to check on their conditions? I'll go. Lyra raised her hand. I will definitely ensure that Shayna and Melody are in good hands. No, Ephemera stood up. I'll go. I believe that I have a good grasp of the Prince of Darkness character. It will be best if I go. Lyra and Ephemera glanced at each other, and sparks flew from their eyes. Bitch, you just wanted to see Will. Between the two of us, you are more of a bitch. You even went as far as to gather his seed inside your womb and make yourself look pregnant. The two argued using telepathy, while smiling at each other. The Pope and their sisters didn't know that the two virtuous ladies were calling each other a bitch, and throwing mud at each other. I don't think it's a good idea to send either of you to meet with the Prince of Darkness, Celeste said. The one who should go must be me. Lyra and Ephemera stopped gazing at each other and glanced in Celeste's direction. Is this virgin bitch in heat? She doesn't want to be chased anymore. Celeste, who was being stared at by the two ladies, just looked at them with a calm expression before continuing her explanation. As you all know, I am the Prince of Darkness, prophesied bride, Celeste stated. However, I can tell you with certainty that William doesn't want me. The one he loves is my sister, Celine. Celeste didn't mention that Celine was pregnant with William's child. Although it was fleeting, she had felt the pulse of life. Inside her sister's womb, when she saw her during the battle in the northern regions of the demon realm. Damn right, bitch, Lyra thought as the smile in her face widened. I asked him this question before I left, and he said that he doesn't really have any interest in you. Ephemera frowned, but didn't comment. She was there when Lyra asked the question during their pillow talk with William, and the black-haired teenager assured them that the one he loved was Celeste's sister, Celine. For him, Celeste was more than an acquaintance, but less than a friend. He was her student, and she was his teacher. That was the relationship that the two of them had. No, you can't go, the Pope stated. Although what you say might be true, among the virtues, your divinity has a very strict requirement. The moment you lose your chastity, is the moment you lose your divinity. This is why you must stay here in the Palace of Light. We can't afford to have any accidents right now. The Pope then glanced at the remaining virtues who were present in the conference room and frowned. Lyra and Ephemera had been captured by William in the past, so their temper towards the Prince of Darkness was at an all-time high. The Pope didn't want to send either of them because they might antagonize the Prince of Darkness, which was something she didn't want to do until they had dealt with Felix and Ahriman. Cherry, on the other hand, was just 11 years old. She could be quite gullible at times, so it was impossible to nominate this task to her. Audrey, the virtue of fortitude, was present when Lyra and Ephemera were captured by William. So was level-headed, and was the most ideal candidate to send for an inspection. Audrey, you will go and see to it that your sisters are not being mistreated by the Dark Prince, the Pope stated. I will send 10 inquisitors with you to ensure your safety. No matter what happens, you must convince William Von Ainsworth to release your sisters at the soonest time possible. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Audrey answered in a firm voice. I will bring the two of them with me as soon as I can. The Pope nodded her head in satisfaction. You will leave in 2 days. Make the necessary preparations on your end. You can handpick the inquisitors that will join you on your journey. Celeste, make sure to inform the Dark Prince that Audrey will come to meet with him. Understood, Celeste replied. Although the Lady of Chastity was disappointed about not being able to properly talk to William, she also understood that the Pope was right. The moment she lost her chastity, her divinity would disappear, making her an ordinary woman. Of course, the term ordinary was just a term that the Holy Order of Light would choose. Even if Celeste lost her divinity, she was still a strong family-omancer in her own right, even though she only had Claire left on her side. Lyra and Ephemera sighed internally because they lost the chance to meet the half-elf whose tender kisses and caresses still lingered on their bodies, leaving them to feel hot and bothered during the night. The Pope and the other virtues were unaware that the longer they delayed their visit to William, the closer Shayna and Melody would be to falling into the palm of his hands. Meanwhile in the Thousand Beast domain, I know what you're doing, Shayna said as she glared at William. You are playing the carrot and stick method. I am not a fool. You won't get what you want. Is that so? William asked. By the way, these are the limited edition special macarons that you tried to buy yesterday, but were unable to because you don't have merit points. I bought them for you free of charge, no need to thank me. Shayna didn't hesitate to pick up one of the macarons and take a bite. The sweet and nutty flavor hit her taste buds, making her eat the rest of the macaron with her face painted in pure bliss. Here, have some more. HMPH. We are taught not to waste food. Don't think that you will be able to trick me with food. Although she was saying these words in a grumpy manner, her hand continued to take the macarons offered to her without holding back. William smiled as he watched the proud virtue of prudence, who should have a cautious nature, eat one macaron after the other. Shayna didn't know that after tasting the comfort and sweetness that William had brought in her life, she would start to feel that the ones she had enjoyed before meeting the half-elf were plain and boring. The blue-haired beauty didn't know that even if William didn't make a move to sink his fangs into her tender neck, she would gladly volunteer to let him do it, after spending a few more days in the domain that she had come to think of as a second Garden of Eden. Chapter 1224, Seducing Two Virtuous Ladies, Part 1. It's no use, this is impossible, Melody sighed as she looked at the score in front of her. She had tried to fight Gullinbursti in Dance Dance Evolution, and out of the 12 matches they had, she wasn't able to win once. The unnerving very slow arrow that seemed impossible to hit perfectly had become hers, and Shayna's nightmare. Shayna had no words to say as she stared at the little golden piglet that was now eating bacon strips in front of her. Just like Melody, she hadn't beaten the piglet even once. The closest to winning they ever got to Sharuer was when both of them had 12 perfect scores in Boom Boom Collar. However, on the 13th and last arrow, Shayna had only gotten a great, while Gullinbursti had a perfect score, allowing the golden piglet to win the match. Shayna had been so frustrated that she no longer fought afterwards, leaving Melody to take one for the team. Unfortunately, even the virtuous Lady of Faith had lost faith in herself after the golden piglet shattered all of her hopes to pieces. Well, you should just give up and let Will drink your blood for a week, Medusa said with a smile. You will be able to leave her faster if you do that rather than trying to beat us in Dance Dance Evolution. The two virtuous ladies had already been in the Thousand Beast domain for 3 days and, truth be told, they already understood that it was impossible for them to defeat the 3 mascotiers in a short period of time. Although it was humiliating for them, they had also already considered letting William drink their blood. The other thing that was pushing the two virtuous ladies to choose this option was merit points. Everything in the Thousand Beast domain, whether it be food, clothes, or any other kinds of services, used merit points. The two ladies felt embarrassed whenever Medusa treated them to eat in the cafes or restaurants that served delicious food that they had never seen or eaten before. Melody's had just fallen in love with custard tarts and tiramisu, while Shayna was more interested in the fashionable clothes that were being sold in the stores. As virtuous ladies of the Holy Order of Light, they just wore robes most of the time. Even though it was well designed, a robe was still a robe, and couldn't compare to the dresses that were being sold in the different shops in the Thousand Beast domain. There was even a time when the two virtuous ladies met Invidia and Superbia while strolling around town. The sin of envy, Invidia, had become a fashionista and always wore the latest trends from Vicky's Secret. Deep inside, Shayna also wanted to wear such clothes because she found wearing robes to be plain and dull. As a lady, she wanted to dress up and eat desserts. Yesterday, Medusa had taken them to watch a movie, while eating popcorn, and the two ladies liked it very much. In just 3 days of spending inside the Thousand Beast domain, they were finding it hard to believe that such a paradise existed. "I'll do it," Shayna said through gritted teeth. Shayna, Melody looked at her sister with a surprised look on her face. "Are you serious?" "Yes. You already know that this is going nowhere. We just need to let him drink our blood for 7 days, and we can return to the Palace of Light. Wasting our time trying to beat them will only prolong our suffering." I guess you do have a point. Melody sighed internally because she understood that if they chose the option of trying to beat Medusa, Bellenbursti, and Sharur, it might take them more than a week, perhaps even months, which was something that neither of them wanted. "Fine, I will go with you," Melody stated after making up her mind. Shayna nodded. "Let's go." A few minutes later, the two virtuous ladies arrived at the villa where William was currently having an afternoon snack with Nvidia and Superbia. "Oh, you're back, Shayna, Melody." William greeted the two with a smile. "Join us for some snacks. The two of you must be tired." "We didn't come here to have snacks, Sir William," Melody replied. "We came here to choose the first option that you have given us 3 days ago." "I hope that you cool. We have tiramisu," William commented. "On second thought, please let us join you." Melody smiled so sweetly that Shayna wanted to cover her face due to embarrassment. "We can continue our talks after we finish eating." "Let's go, Shayna." Melody dragged her friend and sat in the chairs right in front of William. As soon as the two girls sat, the elven maids placed a cup of fruit juice in front of them, and 2 slices of tiramisu. Melody didn't hesitate and started eating with a very pleased expression on her face. Shayna, on the other hand, sighed internally as she drank the fruit juice in front of her, while eyeing Nvidia, who was wearing a black cocktail dress that highlighted her green hair and eyes. The blue-haired beauty thought that if she was the one wearing that dress, she would look more stunning than the Sin of Envy, who was busy scrolling the tablet in her hand, looking for new clothes to buy. Since Nvidia's divinity was envy, it was very easy for her to feel the feelings of envy of other people. After sensing that the virtue of prudence was envying her, she felt as if she was superior to her and credited it to her amazing taste in picking fashionable clothes, which had become her hobby. "Melody, are you still not finished eating?" Shayna forcefully tore her gaze from the dress Nvidia was wearing and glanced at her friend, who was now eating her second serving of tiramisu. "If you keep eating that, you will get fat, you know." "How rude," Melody replied. "Don't you know, ladies always have room for dessert. At least, that was what the food magazine I read a while ago stated." William, who heard Melody's words, smiled because it was something that his wife, Chiffon, would say whenever she ate a lot of sweet things. "Sir Dark Prince, can I ask you something?" Shayna asked, since she believed that her friend had no intention of leaving anytime soon. The half-elf arched an eyebrow as he made a gesture for the blue-haired lady to continue her words. "I've heard that those who give you their blood get merit points," Shayna stated. "Will you also give us merit points if we let you drink our blood?" William nodded. "Of course you will receive merit points for it." "How much?" 10,000 merit points per drinking session. 10,000, Shayna stuttered. Most of the desserts that she had eaten cost around 100 to 300 merit points. Also, with 10,000 merit points, she would be able to buy a set of clothes from Vicky's Secret, which made her feel that letting the handsome half-elf drink her blood wasn't such a bad trade-off. Even Melody, who was still eating, looked at William in disbelief. With so many merit points in her possession, she could practically eat the desserts she liked for an entire week. William calmly drank his coffee as if Shayna's question wasn't a big deal for him. In fact, he could have raised it higher, but he didn't dare do that for one simple reason. Nvidia and Superbia also got 10,000 merit points every time he drank their blood. Of course, Nvidia got an additional 5,000 merit points whenever she allowed him to drink some milk during their private session. Although it sounded silly, every time William was nourished by Isla's and Nvidia's divinities, he felt that his soul had not only stabilized, but was also feeling lighter. The strong impulse to corrupt others, especially the two virtuous ladies, had also lessened drastically, allowing the black-haired teenager to get a better hold of his emotions. Nvidia and Superbia, who heard William's reply, didn't say anything because they thought that this was the standard fare for letting William drink their blood. If the 4 ladies, who were currently having a snack with him, knew that Medusa could easily get 100,000 merit points just by simply asking William for it, they would definitely strangle the little gorgon and burn her at the stake. A quarter of an hour later, Nvidia and Superbia left to watch a movie together in K-City, while Shayna and Melody followed William into his room. The two ladies were feeling quite nervous because this was the first time that someone was going to drink their blood. Out of curiosity, they asked Medusa if William had drank her blood, but the little Gorgon said that William didn't want to drink her blood, making her pout. Even so, according to the purple-haired girl, everyone that had their blood taken from them said that the experience felt so good, that they wished it could have lasted longer. Although the two ladies had taken Medusa's words with a grain of salt, they felt a little better knowing that the process of having their blood taken from them wasn't a painful experience. "Don't feel nervous and make yourselves comfortable," William said as he sat on top of the bed. "Now, who wants to go first?" "I will go first," Shayna said as she approached William. "Take my blood first." "Okay." William nodded as he motioned for her to sit on the bed beside him. "Sit here." Shayna obeyed and looked fearlessly at William as if challenging him to do his worst. The black-haired teenager chuckled internally as he looked at the blue-haired beauty that represented the virtue of prudence. He was going to make sure that he enjoyed this blood-drinking session, and push the young lady in front of him to the peak of pleasure, until she could no longer tell what was left and right. Chapter 1225, Seducing Two Virtuous Ladies, Part 2. Disclaimer. Sorry to disappoint you guys. No R18 scenes for you this time. I spoiled you guys too much. Cheeky smiley face. What should I do? Shayna asked as she stared at William. Well, I can drink your blood while you face me, or I can drink your blood while you face away from me, William replied. Which one would you like? I'm not afraid of you. You can drink my blood while we face each other. If that is your wish, then let's do that. William held the side of Shayna's shoulders, which made the latter's body stiffen immediately. Seeing her reaction, the half-elf chuckled, making the blue-haired lady blush in embarrassment. We need to loosen your clothes a bit, William said. The blood might stain your clothes if you wear them like that. Shayna frowned, but she also understood what William was saying. Because of this, she loosened her robe, showing her delicate shoulders, while she used her right hand to hold it in place, covering her chest. This is fine, right? Or are you going to ask me to take my robes off completely? Shayna asked in a challenging tone. That's already good, William answered. Are you now ready? Shayna nodded. Melody, if he tries to do something funny, make sure to stop him, okay? Understood, Melody replied. Sir William, we are putting our trust in you. Please, don't betray our trust. William glanced in her direction and gave her a brief nod. Don't worry, I will not force the two of you to do anything you didn't want to do. I promise. That's good then. William then shifted his attention to Shayna's smooth and delicate neck. He could already smell and taste the rich blood that was flowing in her body, making him wonder what her blood would taste like. You will feel a prickling pain at first, but after that, the pain will disappear completely, William said. I'll ask you one last time. Are you sure about this? See, can you increase the merit points? Shayna asked with embarrassment. Can you? Well, I am willing to give you an additional 200 points if you let me kiss your lips, William replied. Are you interested in my offer? No thanks. Just drink my blood, okay? Just tell me if you change your mind, William said as he moved closer to Shayna's neck. A moment later, a gasp escaped Shayna's lips the moment the black-haired teenager's fangs sank into her neck. Melody's body stiffened as she looked at this scene from the side. She could clearly see the blood starting to seep from the wound of Shayna's neck, making her subconsciously hold her own neck. A moment later, another gasp escaped Shayna's lips, before her face reddened due to the unexpected feeling that she had never felt before. Melody watched as Shayna's expression changed from a pained one, to a face that looked as if she was feeling good. As if to prove her hunch, a sweet sigh escaped the blue-haired beauty's lips as the hand holding the robe on her chest fell to her side. Although the robe didn't expose her chest, her other shoulder, which no one had seen, except her sisters, was laid bare in front of William. The black-haired teenager drank, slowly, and enjoyed every second of it. Shayna's rich and powerful blood flowed inside his body, making him feel energized and rejuvenated. A minute later, Shayna's arms wrapped around William's body. She even held the back of the half-elf's head, pushing his head closer to her neck. It was as if she wanted the black-haired teenager's fangs to sink deeper inside her, just to make herself feel even better. Melody had subtly activated the power of her divinity to check whether William was using a charm spell on her friend, but the results proved that this was not the case. Could it be that it really feels that good? Melody thought as she looked at her friend's euphoric expression, making her very curious about what she was feeling at the moment. Several minutes later, William pulled back and used his tongue to clean the blood stains that had flowed down from Shayna's neck. He had purposely done this, so that he could prolong the ecstasy that washed over the blue-haired beauty's body, making her understand that going against him was futile. The blood had only reached up to her collarbone, but as he licked that part, Shayna's body shuddered, as if she had reached the peak of pleasure. After cleaning up the remains of the blood on her body, William licked the wound and kissed it gently. He kissed it a few more times before the wound healed, leaving the virtuous lady of prudence, panting for breath. "Do you want more merit points by kissing me?" William asked. His voice was like that of a devil, tempting Shayna to say yes to him. Even though Shayna was still in a daze, she fully understood William's words. "Will that feel good too?" Shayna asked. "Do you want to find out?" William asked back. "Just one kiss, okay. Okay." William gently cupped her face and gave her a long and passionate kiss. He didn't use his tongue to pry her lips often, and entangle her tongue. The half-elf knew that Shayna was an innocent lady, and something like tongue-kissing might scare her. When the kiss ended, Shayna gazed at William with a beet-red face, unable to form any coherent words. "You're so cute, Shayna," William said as he planted a kiss on her forehead before letting her lie on the bed. "Rest for now. It is Melody's turn." Shayna felt so comfortable right now, so she only nodded her head and closed her eyes to rest. Soon, the sound of sleeper breaths spread inside the room, which surprised Melody. "Don't worry, I will not do anything to her while she sleeps," William said as he made a gesture to Melody to come to him. "You already know that I can't hurt either of you, remember? Also, I promise that I won't force you to do anything you didn't want to do." Melody reluctantly nodded her head. She had seen how William had gently treated her sister during the blood-drinking session, and didn't see him do anything untowards to her. Also, he asked Shayna if she wanted to kiss him, and she knew that the blue-haired lady wasn't under any kind of charm spell that could cloud her thoughts. "Please drink my blood from behind," Melody said as she sat beside William. "Okay," William replied. "Please, loosen your robe a bit." Since Melody had already seen how the blood had seeped from Shayna's neck, she understood that her clothes would be stained by her blood if she didn't do as she was told. Soon, her tempting neck appeared in front of William. "Are you ready?" "Yes. Please, be gentle with me." As soon as William's fangs sank on Melody's neck, the lady with long, reddish-brown hair felt her heart tremble. "I see," Melody thought. "So this is how Shayna felt. It's no good, we can't win against this." Her breathing became somewhat ragged as William drank her blood. Soon her hand fell to her side as she felt the unbelievable feeling of pleasure wash over her body. A moment later, she felt William's hand hold her hand, and gave it a light squeeze, as if assuring her that he would not harm her. As someone who had never been held, nor touched by any man in the past, William's rough hands, which were bigger than hers, gave her a feeling of warmth and security. Soon, Melody intertwined her hand with William's, with their palms pressed against each other. For a brief period, she had completely forgotten that she was a lady that carried a heavy responsibility on her shoulders. Right now, she was just a young lady, who was holding hands with a young man for the first time in her life, and it made her heart skip a beat. As the minutes passed by, she felt the pleasure building up inside her body rise to new heights. It didn't take long before she subconsciously shuddered as the pleasure she felt reached the peak, making her mind turn completely blank for a few seconds. She only broke out of her daze when she felt William's soft and gentle kisses on her neck, which made her feel somewhat sad that he had finished drinking her blood. She was sad that the feeling of warmth, security and, to a certain extent, happiness, had ended. Just as William was about to tell her that he had finished drinking her blood, he felt a soft and delicate hand touch the side of his face. Soon, William found himself facing the beautiful lady with long, reddish-brown hair that was looking at him with longing. With her own initiative, Melody pressed her lips over William's and kissed him. Since she was inexperienced, the only kisses she managed to do were soft and simple pecks, which made her heart feel as if it was overflowing with happiness. "Are you sure?" William asked as she cupped Melody's face, temporarily stopping her from continuing to kiss him. The beautiful lady nodded before resuming to kiss the dark prince, who had made her feel things that she had never felt before. For a while, only the sound of two people kissing could be heard inside the room, as the virtuous lady of faith tasted a different kind of sweetness that she had been missing in her life. Chapter 1226. The True Darkness That Plagued the Central Continent. What have I done? Melody hugged the pillow in her hands as she remembered the things she did with William just an hour ago. Right now, she was lying on William's bed, with a sleeping Xianxia at her side. The black-haired teenager said that both of them could rest in his room, while he handles some important matters. That was my first kiss, Melody thought as she traced her lips with her finger. And yet, the one who gave it away was me. The virtuous lady of faith turned around to look at her sister, who was sleeping peacefully beside her. It was also Xianxia's first kiss, and yet, he easily took it from her. Melody looked at the blue-haired beauty in front of her who was sleeping without a care in the world. Fortunately, she didn't see it. Melody hugged the pillow in her hands tighter. It would have been too embarrassing otherwise. The lady with long, reddish-brown hair looked at the bracelet on her wrist that William had given her a while ago. This bracelet was quite different from the one in Medusa's wrist, as well as the bracelets on the demons that she had seen in the Thousand Beast domain. The bracelet that William gave her was made from mithril, and had a very artistic design. At the center of the bracelet was a carved name that read, Melody, which made her heart beat wildly inside her chest. It was the first time that a man had given her something. Although she understood that the bracelet was just a means to store merit points, she still felt that the half-elf had prepared it meticulously just for her, making her look at it in a different light. Melody then glanced at the bracelet that was also placed on Xianxia's wrist. It was also a bracelet made from mithril, and Xianxia's name was written on it. The only difference was the design, which made the virtuous lady of faith feel that her bracelet was unique and special. If he didn't stop me, I might still be kissing him even now, Melody thought as her face turned beet red. Am I an easy woman? If he had evil intentions, he might have already taken my. Xianxia's body shuddered when she thought of that possibility. What made her feel more embarrassed was that she thought that doing it with William wouldn't be so bad. The realization that she would allow such a thing to happen when she was thinking properly made her feel anxious. We need to get out of here and fast, Melody closed her eyes as she hugged the pillow tighter. If we stay here longer, I might fall for him. Melody had a very keen sense of smell. Right now, she was lying on William's bed, and hugging William's pillow. Naturally she could smell his scent on them, which reminded her once again of the things she did earlier, which made her breathing a little ragged. No good, Melody thought. I need to get out of here. After making her decision, she stood up from the bed, and picked up the sleeping Xianxia. After that, she retreated to the room that was assigned to her as fast as she could. She was afraid that if she stayed in William's room for a second longer, she would not be able to control the budding feelings in her heart. Feelings that she was desperately trying to erase before they started to take root. Inside the seaside villa of the Dungeon of Atlantis, Princess Isla's body shuddered as she felt something hot seep deep inside her. A moment later, she panted as she leaned weakly on William's chest, who had just released his seed inside of her womb. Charmaine and Chloe laid on the bed beside them. Beads of sweat could be seen on their beautiful bodies as they immersed in the afterglow of making love with William. Their love juices stained the white sheets, but they didn't care. Both of them had satisfied looks on their faces after their beloved half-elf had poured his love inside of them. That was more intense than usual, Princess Aila said after she had regained her breath. Did something happen? Now that William had recognized her as one of his concubines, the angelic beauty truly felt happy from the bottom of her heart. She even looked forward to the times when she would help stabilize the black-haired teenager's soul, because it meant that he would embrace her, and make her feel loved. Yes, William replied. Earlier, I almost lost control of my senses when I was with Xianxia and Melody. I see. Princess Aila hugged William's body and kissed his cheek to tell him that she understood. You did well in holding back. Yes, it was a very close one. I didn't expect Melody to start kissing me on her own. She must have felt really good. You know, very few women will be able to resist that feeling of pleasure when you drink their blood. It's like we are being injected with an aphrodisiac that makes our bodies feel hot and bothered. William kissed her forehead before lightly patting her head. Both of them were still connected, which made Princess Aila feel warm, as the half-elf's manhood was firmly buried inside her like a sword in its sheath. Only, William was the sword, and she was his sheath. Suddenly, a chuckle escaped William's lips, which surprised the princess who was lying on top of his body. What's wrong? Princess Aila asked as she looked at the half-elf who was smiling back at her. I just saw a funny scene, William replied. It's okay. You can rest. I'll wake you up when it's time for dinner. Okay. Princess Aila nodded as she closed her eyes to rest. Although she was curious about what made the black-haired teenager laugh, she was too tired to think about it. Soon, Princess Aila fell asleep, while wrapped in William's loving embrace. The half-elf had no plans to pull out of her depths, because he felt so comfortable right now. Shayna's and Melody's blood was quite potent, making him feel as if he could go for 1,000 rounds non-stop. However, since his ladies wouldn't be able to handle that kind of punishment, he just decided to let them rest, as he basked in the warmth of their bodies. The next time I drink their blood, I must have Chloe and the others on standby, William thought. That really was a close call earlier. I thought I had gotten a better grasp of my emotions, but the strong urge to corrupt the two virtues almost took over me. The half-elf wasn't sure if the stronger urge to corrupt the two ladies was due to the divinities inside their bodies or not. Right, she told me that I needed to gather people with divinities by my side, William mused. Perhaps she was referring to the sins and virtues. Does she want me to gain their powers? William glanced at his status page and looked at his familia members. Ashes, Chiffon's, Princess Sidoni's, and Celine's names were grayed out, meaning that he was unable to call out the powers that they had bestowed upon him. Aside from his wives and lovers, Lilith's, Chloe's, Charmaine's, Princess Isla's, and Haleth's names were in green, meaning that he would be able to fuse with them at any time, allowing him to use their powers at will. Who is this? William thought as he looked at the bottom of the list where a name was supposed to be placed. Several question marks, which William believed to be a name, was there at the list of his familia members. This unknown person's name was also grayed out, and William had no idea whether this was just a glitch by the system, or the person actually existed. It might be some kind of glitch. William eyed the question marks for a few more seconds before tossing it to the back of his mind. He was aware of all the women whom he treated as his familia members, and he couldn't think of anyone else aside from the ones that were currently by his side. Since that was the case, the only explanation was that a bug had appeared in the system, which was a very common occurrence. At least, that was what William thought at that time. Well then, I wonder what will happen tomorrow. William smiled as he thought of the two virtuous ladies who had now tasted the sin of pleasure. He knew that the virtues were quite innocent, because they had mostly lived under the guidance of the Holy Order of Light. Such a strong stimulation of pleasure was something that they had never experienced in their lifetime, and it was bound to cause ripples within their chaste hearts. William's goal was not to make Shayna and Melody fall completely like Lyra and Ephemera had. His goal was to teach the two ladies that not everything was black and white. He wanted them to know that not all demons were bad, and he, as the Dark Prince, was not their enemy. At least, not for the time being. Even so, it's not bad to have some kind of insurance against the Pope. William smiled. If the virtues that represented the power of the Church didn't want to fight him, then the Pope would have no choice but to fight him without the power of the seven virtues. The black-haired teenager also wanted to unmask the Pope for what she truly was, and make the virtuous lady realize that what they thought was righteous was actually the true darkness that plagued the central continent. Chapter 1227, A Business Transaction. Melody, what looks better on me? Shayna asked as she held two dresses in her hands. This blue one, or this black one? What do you think? Either one looks good on you, Melody replied as she looked at her friend who had dragged her to buy dresses the moment she woke up the next day. You're right, Shayna nodded. Anything will look good on me, but I can only buy one, which is quite frustrating. Shayna's total merit points were 10,200, but the two dresses she was holding were worth 10,000 merit points each. She got 10,000 points from letting William drink her blood, and the extra 200 points was due to the kiss that she shared with the black-haired teenager. Clearly, her points were not enough to buy the two items of clothing that she wanted. Well, if you like both of them, I can loan you 10,000 merit points. Really, Melody, I love you. Don't worry, after this, I'll treat you to that buy one and take one cake shop. I just have enough points to get their discounted offers today. I don't need your cheap love. Melody tried to pry away the hands of the blue-haired beauty that was hugging her due to happiness. Compared to Shayna, Melody's points were higher. 20,400 merit points. These were the merit points that Melody had gained after repeatedly kissing William half a day ago. The moment she realized how many points she had after receiving the bracelet, the virtuous Lady of Faith's face became as red as a tomato because anything above their original 10,000 points was due to her urge to kiss the handsome dark prince, who made her heart skip a beat. Melody sighed as she looked at the blue-haired beauty who was smiling ear to ear after she paid for the 2 dresses she liked. A moment later, she was dragged by a happy xianxia to the nearby cafe in order to treat her. Still, having merit points is so convenient, xianxia said after eating half of her chocolate cake. There are still things I want to buy, so I guess I'll have William drink my blood later. The virtuous Lady of Prudence had thrown caution to the wind as she glanced in the direction of the half-elf's villa in the 1000 best domain. But, 10,000 merit points is not enough, xianxia muttered. I guess I'll just kiss him many times later in order to get more points. Melody, who was drinking her coffee, choked after hearing xianxia's casual words. She coughed repeatedly in order to clear her airways, while her worried sister immediately took out a handkerchief to give it to her. Do you want him to kiss you just for merit points? Melody asked after she regained her composure. Are your kisses that cheap? xianxia shrugged. I mean, I already kissed him once. It was my first kiss, but it didn't feel that bad. In fact, I'm a little intrigued about kissing. Think about it. William is the Dark Prince, and was supposed to be our future enemy, and I kissed him. Don't you think it's similar to those novels where the children of 2 opposing families secretly fall in love with each other? Melody pinched the bridge of her nose because she had completely forgotten that despite how she looked, xianxia was someone who liked to read love stories. She had devoured all the fairy tales in the library about heroes saving the princesses from the villains who had forcefully kidnapped them from their kingdom. Did you forget that the story you are talking about has a tragic ending? Melody countered as she gave her friend a disapproving look. True, xianxia replied as she traced the tip of her coffee cup with her finger. Even so, I realized something after I kissed William. Melody gazed at the blue-haired beauty with a serious expression on her face as she waited for her next words. My divinity allows me to gauge the amount of risk that I will face in regards to making choices, xianxia said with a smile. Before William drank my blood, my divinity told me that although he had hidden agendas, he didn't have any intention of harming any of us. If there was even the slightest of evil in his heart, I would have detected it, and therefore dragged you away from the room, leaving him behind. After saying those words, the blue-haired beauty casually placed a piece of her chocolate cake inside her mouth and chewed happily. Melody tried to digest her sister's words, which sounded quite convincing coming from her. One more thing, xianxia looked at Melody with a smile. I guess his true aim is to get the 2 of us to fall in love with him, hence he said that if we kissed him, we would get extra merit points. As long as we treat the act of kissing him as a business transaction, then everything will be fine, right? A business transaction? Yes, it's just pure business. I need to buy as many clothes as possible before we leave this place, so I don't mind kissing him. Or did you forget, after we let him drink our blood 7 times, he will give us our freedom. This is the price we have to pay for having been saved by him, which I don't think is a bad deal. Truthfully, I dare not think of the consequences we would have faced if we woke up and the one we saw sitting in front of us was Felix. Perhaps, we might have even woken up in chains, with no way to protect ourselves from whatever vile deeds he planned to do to us. Compared to Felix, William is infinitely better, right? Melody blinked once then twice before reluctantly nodding her head. The words that xianxia said to her were very convincing, and she couldn't find any fault when looking at their circumstances using this perspective. You're right, if you put it that way, then William is indeed many times better than Felix. Melody nodded her head in agreement. See, xianxia said with a smile. So, I don't mind kissing him. For me, this is just a business transaction, and our freedom is assured. My divinity is also telling me that William will keep his word and free the 2 of us once we meet his conditions. Melody looked down on the bracelet on her wrist with her name written on it. Although she still had misgivings, she believed that her sister was telling her the truth. In fact, after thinking things through, this was a good way to not feel guilty about kissing William. That's right, Melody thought. I just need to do this 6 more times, and I will be free. The virtuous Lady of Faith clenched her fist as she thought of the black-haired teenager, whose soft and cold lips made her innocent heart shudder. Now that she knew that his goal was to make them fall in love with him, she would guard her heart the next time that he sank his fangs into her tender body, and brought her to the peak of pleasure, which she had never felt before. Chapter 12:28, Time for you to get a good beating. Southern Continent, Corinter Mountains. A young lady stood at the center of a formation with her eyes closed. She had long blonde hair, and was wearing a plain white robe, as if to fend off the cold around her. A moment later, the magic circle surrounding her shone brightly, making her hair flutter behind her. Suddenly, a pair of white angelic wings spread behind her back. The young lady sighed softly before slowly opening her eyes. Her red eyes glowed faintly for a few moments before reverting to their original color, which was sky blue. Finally, the young lady muttered before raising her arms to do some light stretches. Her wings flapped slightly before returning inside her body, dispersing the soft, radiant light that surrounded her body. "Congratulations," Tockham said as he looked at the blonde-haired beauty that had claimed the position as William's first wife. "Have you fully awakened your powers, Wendy?" "Yes, Your Excellency," Wendy answered with a smile. "Thank you for allowing me to use the power of your divine artifact." "You're welcome. With this, you can finally meet him." Tockham nodded. "I have already informed Estelle that your training has finished. I quite admire that girl. She really waited for you to finish your training, and didn't go to the central continent on her own." Wendy smiled as she thought of the silver-haired lady who was not only William's lover, but his best friend as well. "I made her wait for a long time," Wendy said as she glanced in the direction of the Helen Kingdom. "But this was necessary." "Indeed." Tockham also glanced in the direction Wendy was looking in. "The people and beings that you girls are going to face far exceed the power of demigods. Without proper preparation, none of you will be able to help William. In fact, all of you will just drag him down instead." Wendy gave a brief nod to agree with the demigod's words. She had appeared during the battle inside K-City, and she had seen firsthand the power of the foes that William was facing at that time. The blonde-haired beauty knew that some steps had to be taken in order to stand by her husband's side, as he fought against beings that had taken the lives of the people important to him. When Estelle came to find her and told her that they should go to the central continent to find William, Wendy gave her a firm refusal. The blonde-haired beauty told Estelle that in order for them to be able to help their lover, the two of them must first have the strength to defend themselves, so that William wouldn't worry about them. To her surprise, Estelle nodded her head in agreement. "I will prepare the necessary supplies for our journey," Estelle had said to her back then. "However, I will also train under the tutelage of Lady Astrid. I don't want to become a mere decoration by his side. I also want to have the strength to protect him." It had been more than a month since then, and Wendy had gone to the Carinthar Mountains to seek Tockham's help to undergo the trial she and William had back then. During the trial, William unexpectedly returned to Earth to meet Belle. Wendy, on the other hand, returned to the battlefield of Asgard when the army of destruction had appeared and razed the land. She had seen how strong she was in her previous life, and decided to take a chance. With the help of Tockham's divine artifact, she once again went back through time and relived her training, when she was just starting as one of Freya's Valkyries. After spending several years inside the divine artifact, Wendy had not only regained her previous strength and abilities, she had even surpassed them. Time worked differently in the place where she trained compared to the real world. Now, although she still looked the same on the outside, she had become a battle-hardened warrior, who had participated in the last battle of a dying world, on the inside. Tockham waved his hand and a portal appeared in front of the blonde-haired beauty who had just finished her trial. "Send my regards to William," Tockham said. "Also, make sure to tell him that I will come when the army of destruction, along with its god, descends upon the land." Wendy nodded before walking towards the portal in front of her. She didn't need to ask what Tockham was talking about, because she already understood what he was hinting at. Before passing through the portal, Wendy glanced at the demigod who had helped her and William during their early teenage years. "It will be an honor to fight alongside Your Excellency in the battle that will decide the fate of this world," Wendy said. "I pray that this time around, we will be victorious." After saying what she wanted to say, Wendy stepped into the portal, leaving the ruler of the Carinthar Mountains behind. "Victory," Tockham muttered as he glanced in the direction of the central continent where a great war between the forces of good and evil were being waged. "All I see is the world being covered in flames. I can't see anything past that. As for victory, I, and perhaps even the gods that favor this world, think that it is just a fleeting dream." Wendy walked towards the throne room of the palace of the Helen Kingdom. Everyone who saw her moved to the side and bowed their heads in respect. Everyone in the kingdom knew who she was, and who her husband was. Wendy made sure to use the connections of her family to let the entire southern continent know that she was William's first wife after the half-elf had left, which made Estelle complain to her numerous times, due to how sneakily Wendy had achieved it. However, during that time, Estelle was still cursed. Even though she wanted to marry William, just like Wendy and Ash, her insecurities about being trapped in a boy's body prevented her from doing so. Now that the curse was broken, Estelle was more eager than ever to exchange vows with William, and take her place as his wife. The doors of the throne room opened, but there was no one sitting on the throne. The place was very quiet, and no ministers, advisors, or high-ranking nobles were present inside it. However, on the steps leading to the throne, a beautiful silver-haired beauty stood holding a sword with both of her hands. If the old William was there, he would have definitely fallen into a daze due to how fairy-like the young lady was, as she wore white armor, with gold plating on its sides, making her look like a seasoned warrior that was ready to fight a large-scale battle. "Have you finished your training?" Estelle's steady and confident voice asked. "Yes," Wendy replied. "Have you finished yours?" Estelle nodded. "Care to spar?" "Actually, I was about to ask the same thing." Estelle smiled and raised the sword in her hand. Immediately, the throne room vanished and the two of them appeared in a wide-open plain, devoid of anything except the two ladies who were looking at each other with challenging gazes. Wendy stepped forward and her body was covered in a silver light. A second later, she was wearing her Valkyrie gear, which she had also worn during the battle against the Army of Destruction. Half a minute passed as the two ladies sized each other up. Suddenly, both of them disappeared from where they stood. A metallic sound reverberated inside Estelle's domain as her holy sword and Wendy's sword clashed against each other. "Time for you to get a good beating for stealing a march against me," Estelle said. "I should have been William's first wife and not you." "Hey, very funny," Wendy replied. "Last time I checked, I was also William's first wife during our past life." The two clashed once again as they fought each other using their full powers. This battle between them was a long time coming, and both girls laid their feelings bare as they exchanged blows that would have turned ordinary soldiers into meat paste. William, who was currently staying inside the Thousand Beast domain, suddenly felt a chill. For a brief moment, he felt as if someone was cursing his name, and saying something that wasn't very nice. Chapter 1229, Elm only half serious. A sigh escaped Shayna's lips after William finished drinking blood from her neck. This was the second time that William had drank her blood, and the virtuous lady of Prudence's face was dyed in pleasure as she cupped the half-elf's face to give him a kiss. The kiss didn't last long before Shayna pulled back and gazed at William with a look of longing. "Hey, can you teach me how to kiss?" Shayna asked. "I'm sure you're very good at it, right?" "I don't know if I'm good or not," William replied as he wrapped his hands around Shayna's waist. "But I know a thing or two." Shayna looked at William's golden eyes, and saw her reflection on its surface. Even though the two of them weren't alone in the room since Melody was there, the half-elf was only looking at her, and only her, which made her feel special. "You see, I want to practice how to kiss. I might get a lover in the future, and it will be troubling if I don't know how to kiss him, right?" So, you want me to be your practice partner?" Shayna nodded. "Yes." William smiled. "Okay. For now, you are already good at giving simple kisses. Let's start something more advanced." "Okay," Shayna replied. "What should I do?" "When I kiss you, part your lips a bit," William stated. "I will use my tongue, so don't bite on it, okay?" "What will you do with your tongue?" "I will poke your tongue with my tongue." Melody, who was also seated on the bed, looked at the two with a complicated gaze. If one were to look closely, a blush was already creeping on her face as she listened to Shayna's and William's conversation. Clearly, the two weren't paying attention to her, and were lost in their own world. Even so, Melody was quite curious about the other types of kissing. Currently, she focused on the two people in front of her, so that she would be able to see how this new method of kissing works. "This is just a business transaction," Melody said inside her heart. "His goal is to make us fall in love with him. I must not fall in love with him. This is just a business transaction. This is just a business transaction." Melody chanted these words inside her head as if it was some kind of mantra that would protect her heart from corruption. She watched as William pressed his lips over her sister's lips, and saw his tongue enter her mouth. A moment later, Shayna's eyes opened for a brief moment before they slowly closed again. The blue-haired beauty was surprised when William's tongue intertwined with her own, but after the initial shock had passed, she allowed the half-elf to do whatever he wanted with her tongue. So this is what kissing is like, Shayna thought as William's tongue gently licked, flicked, and twirled her tongue inside her mouth. At first, the sensation felt weird, but soon, a tingling sensation washed over her body as the half-elf patiently taught her another kind of kissing. A minute later, William pulled back his tongue from Shayna's mouth. To his surprise, Shayna's tongue followed, and this time, it was her who attacked William's lips and used her tongue to entangle his own. Melody, who was watching from the side, could only watch in amazement as Shayna slowly took the initiative to slowly push William onto the bed, as she ravaged his lips and tongue with her own. A minute later, Shayna pulled back as she panted for breath. That was the most intense kissing that she had done, and she finally understood the meaning of kissing until it took your breath away. How was it? William asked as he lightly patted the head of the blue-haired beauty that was lying on top of him. Do you like this kind of kissing? I don't know, Shayna replied. But I don't dislike it. Do you want to kiss again? This time, the kiss they shared was slow, and so gentle that even Melody, who was watching it, gulped because of how sensual it looked in her eyes. The two kissed, and kissed until they ran out of breath. This continued for half an hour more before Shayna finally had her fill of kissing. I'm going back to my room to rest, Shayna said as she kissed William's cheek one last time. Please be gentle with Melody, okay? She's not as sturdy as me, so don't tire her out too much. The blue-haired beauty then glanced at her sister, giving her a playful wink before leaving the room with a satisfied smile. In truth, the reason why Shayna wanted to return to her room was in order to take a cold shower. She was starting to feel hot and bothered, and her divinity had told her that it would be dangerous if she stayed with William in her current state. This was why she decided to make a strategic retreat while she still could, in order to keep herself from losing control of her senses. When the door closed, William glanced at the virtuous lady of faith, whose face had turned a deep shade of red. She was like a red cherry that was begging to be bitten by the black-haired teenager, whose smile made her heart tremble inside her chest. This is just a business transaction. Melody kept repeating these words inside her head as William pulled her into his arms. Do you want to kiss first, or do you want me to drink your blood first? William asked. Melody, you look so cute right now that I am very tempted to kiss your whole body, and leave my mark on it. This is just a business transaction, Melody stuttered. And nothing. William chuckled because he couldn't help but feel a bit ticklish whenever he looked at the virtuous lady of faith whose thoughts and emotions were clearly written on her face. So, what do you want to experience first? Me kissing your entire body, or drinking your blood? Kiss my entire body? William nodded. Only if you want to. But, if you don't, let's just do it on the lips. The black-haired teenager felt that if he said something along the lines of, since I've already kissed your lips, kissing your body wouldn't make any difference, right? He felt that Melody would nod her head to go with the flow. But that was not what he wanted. When he almost corrupted Lyra, he learned a few things about the virtues, and that they were really innocent ladies, who had been raised in a sheltered and protective environment. They were unlike the deadly sins, who had to fend others off themselves on their own, due to the sins they carried. The virtues were ladies who hadn't experienced any suffering, so they were easily influenced by the things around them. Although William wouldn't go as far as to call them gullible, with the right suggestions and environment, he could basically manipulate their thought patterns. The black-haired teenager didn't want to do that. Perhaps, due to Nvidia's help of using Ella's face to pacify the darkness in his heart, he didn't want to repeat what he had done to Lyra. Back then, he had made the proud and virtuous lady of temperance fall for him in a way that he wasn't proud of. Back then, his emotions to seek revenge on his enemies were at an all-time high, so he had vented these chaotic feelings in his heart on the virtuous lady who had wished to harm him when they fought for the first time. Shayna's and Melody's cases were different. They weren't like Lyra and Ephemera, who had personally led the operation to capture him and, to a certain extent, harm him. This was why he didn't want to go all out in manipulating the virtuous lady's feelings, who had never known what love was. Kiss, Melody said. Kiss me first. Okay, William replied before kissing Melody's forehead. After that he kissed both of her cheeks before pressing his lips over hers. He didn't use his tongue to pry her lips open like what he did to Shayna. The half-elf gave her a soft and gentle kiss that lasted for a little more than 5 seconds before pulling back. Melody, who had just been kissed, sighed in relief and regret at the same time. Relief because William's kiss was gentle, and regret because she was curious about what it would feel like to be kissed like Shayna. Have you calmed down a bit? William asked as he gave Melody's hand a light squeeze. Take deep breaths first. We can resume after you have regained your calm. Melody did as she was told and took deep and steady breaths in order to clear her mind. After a few minutes, she shifted her gaze to the half-elf who was still holding her hand and looking at her with a devilish smile that made her heart beat wildly inside her chest. Were you serious earlier when you said that you wanted to kiss me all over? Melody asked. I'm only half serious, William replied. I think it's still too soon for me to do that. I see. Melody lowered her head. A feel of relief and disappointment washed over her after hearing William's reply. Half a minute later, she pulled the hair blocking her neck aside and loosened her robes. You can drink my blood now, Melody said in a tired voice. Let's get this over with. William could hear the tinge of regret and disappointment in Melody's voice, but he decided that it was still too soon for her to truly experience worldly pleasures. Also, for some reason, the black-haired teenager found it hard to hold back his urge to corrupt her whenever he was with the beautiful lady who represented the virtue of faith. Yes, let's get this over with, William replied as he sank his fangs on Melody's white, delicate neck to drink her blood that was full of life. For your sake, and mine as well. Chapter 1230. He doesn't try to go below the belt. The 10 of you will guard Audrey as well as carry out the mission that I have given to each and every one of you, the Pope said in a calm manner. No matter what happens, one of you must succeed. The artifacts that you carry will allow us to pinpoint the location of the Dark Prince. This is an important step, so do not fail me. Yes, Your Excellency. The 10 inquisitors bowed their heads respectfully as they acknowledged the Pope's orders. Now that a perfect opportunity to gain access to William's domain had presented itself, the Holy Order of Light had to take action at once. Once I have placed the artifact in his domain, no matter where he goes, we will be able to track him down, the Pope mused. With this, he will not be able to catch us by surprise anymore. Foolish child, you are still too green. The Pope had racked her brains for days trying to find a way to capitalize on having 2 of the heavenly virtues captured by the Prince of Darkness. After careful consideration, she deemed that it was best to place an artifact somewhere in the Thousand Beast domain in order to notify them of William's location at any given time. Not only that, the artifact could also transmit images and sounds. If they were to be placed in important places, then the Holy Order of Light would be able to obtain something good out of this incident. Don't think that you can play with us, boy, the Pope sneered in her heart. I'll make you understand that you are messing with the wrong organization soon. Are you sure letting the Holy Order's envoys enter the Thousand Beast domain is a good idea? Chloe asked as she glanced at the half-elf that was standing beside her. I'm sure that they are going to do something fishy while they are here. I know that as well, but in this regard, you don't have to worry so much, William replied. Besides, I need more eyes, and putting trackers on those 10 inquisitors will allow me to gather important information at the subordinates level. Although being able to get news directly from the virtues is good, they are not aware of the movements of their own army, so keeping an eye on the grunts is also a good thing. Chloe smiled after hearing William's reply. Clearly, the half-elf understood the dangers, and was even planning to use this to his advantage. You do have a point, but don't underestimate the Holy Order too much, Chloe advised. The Pope is an old schemer and she is not someone that you can take lightly. I understand, I will be careful. William glanced at the Tower of Babylon in the distance and made a gesture with his hand. A moment later, a bridge descended from the sky and landed a meter away from his feet. Let's go, William ordered as he stepped on the Bifrost bridge that would lead him to the floor of Asgard. Chloe nodded as she walked on the shining bridge alongside William. It had been a while since the half-elf had left the floor of Asgard and he was wondering how the people of Lond were faring while he had been away. Too bad Lilith isn't here, William sighed as he thought of the Amazon princess who had returned to her kingdom to assist her mother in preparation for the war that was about to come. William had told her about his plans, and Lilith proposed that she return home in order to let the Amazon Empire assist her fiancé in his endeavor. Seeing that his fiancé had made up her mind, William agreed to her proposal, and allowed her to leave the floor of Asgard to return home. Ho, you have good taste. Invidia looked at Shayna from head to foot and circled around her body, inspecting the clothes that she had bought from Vicky's Secret. I thought that heavenly virtues are stuck-up ladies who only knew how to wear robes. At least, it's good to know that one of you girls has some fashion sense. Ha, you underestimate us too much, Shayna replied as she raised her chin in pride. Well, I do agree that after being here, I found ordinary robes plain and boring. Even so, I wouldn't have discovered this way of living if not for you. So, allow me to thank you for showing me what it's like to wear fashionable clothes. Good, I like you. Feel free to pick out 2 more outfits, I'll pay for them for you. Wow, you're loaded. Nvidia smiled as she took out a black VIP card from her storage and handed it to the sales clerk. My merit points are around 6 digits, so I can spare you a few points, Nvidia replied. Treat me as someone meeting a fashion comrade. Damn, so many points. Shayna wasn't able to believe it at first, but after seeing Nvidia's smile, she had no choice but to believe that she had merit points that numbered in the 6 digits. Just how did you get so many points? Shayna asked. Tell me your secret, sister. Sister. Well, although I am one of the sins, and you are one of the virtues, I will make an exception just for you. Nvidia smiled after she felt how envious Shayna was, so she decided to be more generous. However, this is no place to talk. Pick 2 more outfits, and let's head to Starbucks. I'll treat you to some Java chip frappuccino. Ah, your name is Melody, right? Pick 2 outfits as well. My treat. It's okay, I don't need them, Melody answered. I'm fine with wearing robes. Well, if you say so, but since you are letting William drink your blood, it will be best to buy some nightwear, so that your clothes wouldn't be stained when he drinks your blood, Nvidia advised. Last time I checked, William is strongly attracted to lace nightgowns. Also, they are very comfortable to wear. You should get one as well, Shayna. Okay, Shayna replied. Come, Melody, I'll pick a cute one for you. I don't really need one, Melody tried to argue, but Shayna had already dragged her to the nightwear section where the most seductive nightgowns were being sold. Although she tried to resist, Shayna's and Nvidia's encouragement got the best of her. In the end, she bought a silky black nightwear that she never dreamed of wearing in her lifetime. 30 minutes later. So, you want to know how to earn more merit points, right? Nvidia asked after taking a sip from her frappuccino. Where does William usually drink your blood? From our necks, Melody replied. Nvidia nodded her head in understanding. I started with there as well, but in the end, I realized that William had a very peculiar habit, which is a surprise even for someone like me. A habit? Shayna asked. What kind of habit? We'll get to that later, Nvidia smirked. So, how many merit points do you get when you let him drink your blood from your neck? 10,000 merit points, Shayna answered. Ah, so it was the same as mine, Nvidia commented. Okay, I'll tell you how those points will be doubled. There is also one more way you can get hundreds of thousands of merit points in one session, but I haven't tried that yet, so I can't confirm. What? 100,000 merit points? Shayna almost spat the frappuccino out of her mouth after hearing Nvidia's unbelievable comment. If she could get 100,000 merit points in one session, she would be able to buy 10 fashionable outfits at once. Like I said, that one isn't confirmed yet. It will be best if you ask Charmaine or Chloe about it later, Nvidia stated. For now, I will teach you how to increase your 10,000 merit points to 30,000 points. The Sin of Envy smirked as she placed her hand over her neck. So, if you want to increase your points, you need to tell William to drink your blood to a different place, which is here, Nvidia said as she moved her hand over her chest. If you let William drink your blood from here, you will get 30,000 points easily. What? Melody, who had remained quiet until now, exclaimed as she looked at the place where Nvidia's hand was resting. Why you let him drink your blood in that place? Nvidia shrugged as if it wasn't a big deal. The reason why she wasn't too averse to the idea was due to the fact that she had already gotten used to it. Also, the half-elf's hobby of drinking her milk had already become part of her weekly routine, so it no longer fazed her. Even Shayna, who was so determined to get many merit points, stiffened after understanding what Nvidia was trying to tell her. If you girls can't even handle this, then you should not ask what the other method is, Nvidia chuckled. Like I said, I haven't done that yet. William is surprisingly a gentleman in that regard. Even in the face of my beautiful body, he doesn't try to go below the belt. Well, I guess this is also because he didn't need to do such a thing. The guy is already surrounded by beautiful women. Don't worry, he won't force you to do anything like that. So, do that only if you are desperate for merit points. If not, you can just settle for the normal blood drinking session and just save up the merit points until you can buy what you want. After saying the things she needed to say, Nvidia continued to drink her frappuccino and allow the two virtuous ladies to digest the information that she had just told them. Whether they did it or not was none of her business. However, Deep inside she was wondering if either of the two beautiful ladies in front of her were willing to take that leap of fate, and let the half-elf teach them a thing or two about a different kind of pleasure. Chapter 1231, Felix's Unexpected Move. A day after the Pope had ordered Audrey and the 10 inquisitors to go to the meeting place that William had decided on, an unexpected incident happened in the central continent. Felix, who was thought to be biding his time in the Zabia kingdom, made an unexpected move that threw the alliances as well as the Holy Order's plan into disarray. The demon army had suddenly appeared in the territory of the Ellen Empire, which was located between the territories of the Crater Empire and the Ares Empire that belonged to the Amazons. Due to how sudden these events were, and due to the location, it would be impossible for the forces of the Alliance or the Holy Order of Light, who were in the southwestern regions of the central continent, to come to their aid in a short period of time. All the kingdoms and empires had sent a fifth of their total army to participate in the alliance and crusade against Felix, so their lands were not completely defenseless. Even so, there were very few things that they could do if their opponents were demigods and pseudo-gods. After a fierce battle, a quarter of the Ellen Empire was taken over by the demon army in less than a day. If not for the fact that the empire itself was standing on a ley line, and was using it to invoke a protective barrier on the cities near its capital, the demon army might have taken more land. For now, the pseudo-gods and demigods of the Holy Order went to reinforce their ally because no one else would be of any help to the Ellen Empire, which was currently holding back the demonic invasion through gritted teeth. After hearing the news, the Pope decided to prevent any of the virtues from going into battle. Now that Melody, Shayna, and Audrey were not in the Palace of Light, they would be unable to use the special formations that could deal a sufficient threat to Felix and the pseudo-gods under his command. What we must do right now is endure, the Pope said to the remaining members of the 7 virtues in the conference room. We can't allow any of you to be kidnapped again. The enemy is too cunning and the 6-eared macaque can transform into almost anything. It will be best to let the pseudo-gods deal with them first. Lyra and Ephemera nodded their heads in agreement. Although the virtues were strong, they were not a match against pseudo-gods who had broken the balance of their world. Should we not recall Audrey? Cherry asked. Isn't it dangerous for her to meet with that dark prince? What if he captures her, too? You don't have to worry about that, the Pope answered. The dark prince cannot break the contract and vice versa. Audrey will be safe. We just need to know Melody's and Shayna's condition and make sure that they are fine. I bet they are being tortured right now, Cherry said with an aggrieved look on her face. That dark prince is scum. Lyra's lips were twitching because she was fighting the strong urge to pinch the little girl's cheeks for bad-mouthing her beloved William. If not for the fact that Ephemera's hand had pressed down on her leg from under the conference table, the virtuous Lady of Temperance might have already stood from her seat and pulled the little girl's cheeks out of irritation. Celeste and Claire were paying close attention to Lyra's and Ephemera's expressions. With a single glance, they could see the irritation on Lyra's face, while Ephemera remained calm. Their suspicion that the two ladies had an agreement with William rose, which made them exchange a glance at each other. All of you will stay here in the Palace of Light, the Pope stated before standing up from her seat. I will give you more details once our forces have engaged with the demons. For now, stay put. Especially you, Cherry. You like to sneak away due to your divinity. I'm telling you now that you are not allowed to do it. Fine, Cherry answered with a pout. She had already planned to follow Audrey and check for herself that Shayna and Melody were fine. Her power allowed her to turn invisible, and very few people could detect her in this state. If not for William's system, he might have not been able to see Cherry spying in his talks with Melody and Shayna back then. Floor of Asgard, Ellen Empire, William muttered. Should I make a move as well? The Crater Empire was Princess Sidoni's second home. It was also where she and William got married, so the half-elf didn't want his wife's second home to fall into ruin. Also, just like the Crater Empire, the Ares Empire, which was the home of the Amazons, was also Ellen Empire's neighbor. It was only natural for the two empires to support their ally, and reinforce them during the demon army's invasion. If I was Felix, I will definitely target the Ares Empire next, William said softly as he looked at the map of the central continent. He was well aware of what Felix was doing with the women of the territories that he had conquered. Also, the demon race was always looking for talented women to bring to the demon realm to sire strong demons for them. If one were to think about it, the empire that the demon army would surely decide to conquer next would be none other than the Amazon Empire, where the strongest women of the central continent could be found. Astrape, Bronte, Titania, Triton, and the nymphs, come. William ordered, and the 7 pseudo-gods appeared in front of him. They looked at the black-haired teenager's serious expression and realized that something big must have happened for the half-elf to have that kind of look on his face. Astrape, Bronte, and Titania, go to the Ares Empire to reinforce them if they get attacked by the demon army, William stated. The nymphs and Triton will go to the Crater Empire to act as support. Make sure to hide your identities, and make the enemies think that you are the hidden trump cards of the 2 empires. No matter what happens, you can't let them know that you are connected to me. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Master. William was tempted to send Sephirin with them, but the Black Phoenix would easily be recognized by his enemies. If that were to happen, Felix might become suspicious about how William suddenly got strong beings to be his subordinates. This was a secret that William wanted to keep for as long as he could. That way, when he and Felix clashed, the green-haired demon, who was also known as the Heir of Darkness, wouldn't be able to react to his trump cards. Now that the situation in the central continent had changed once again, the tension between the different factions would rise once again. Did he attack under Ahriman's orders? William thought. If yes, then I need to speed up my preparations as well. The image of Melody and Shayna appeared in the black-haired teenager's mind for a brief moment. The 2 girls had somewhat gotten closer to him in their own way, which started with a simple kiss. I guess I need to put the finishing touches on those 2 as well, William thought. Although I plan to keep them for a month, the Holy Order needs them right now. I guess I'll just let them stay for a few more days, then have Audrey escort them back to the Palace of Light. The half-elf believed that the 2 virtuous lady had somewhat accepted the fact that not all demons were bad. Also, their relationships with Invidia and Superbia were surprisingly decent as well. The black-haired teenager wasn't dense, so he could feel the budding feelings that were taking root in Melody's heart. However, right now, he couldn't afford to take chances and corrupt her, making her similar to Chloe, who had embraced the darkness and had transformed into a succubus. Although he was curious about what would happen if a virtuous lady was corrupted by darkness, he still thought that doing this was something that he didn't want to do. As for what would happen in the future, even the Prince of Darkness couldn't see past through the black veil that hung before him. Chapter 1232, Those that had taken a spot in the Dark Prince's heart. After returning to the floor of Asgard, and talking to his uncle, Morgan, William found out that the majority of the people in Lant had successfully migrated to the floor of Asgard with the help of the Bifrost Bridge. Jekyll was the only one that remained in Lant to look after the residents who were still in the process of preparing for their relocation. After the war in the southern continent, James had taken the orphans of the Helen Kingdom back to Lant in order to give them a safe place to stay. After William had conquered the floor of Asgard, the original inhabitants of Lant migrated at James's recommendation. Others stayed to look after the orphans who had just started to adapt to the countryside's way of living. However, since the threat of a grand-scale war, that could potentially impact the entirety of the world, was about to take place, James had returned to the floor of Asgard to make the migration to the floor of Asgard a compulsory one. After overseeing the first half of the migration, James left the work to Morgan and Jekyll before leaving the Tower of Babylon to look for Vlad, who was currently somewhere in the central continent. The old Coot also planned to visit the Misty Sect and have the sect migrate to the floor of Asgard as well, becoming one of its armed forces, in preparation for the upcoming war with the Heir of Darkness. William just returned to the Thousand Beast domain from his meeting with his uncle Morgan. After receiving Chloe's confirmation that the envoy of the Holy Order of Light was already on its way, he decided to tell the virtuous ladies, Melody and Shayna, that Audrey would be coming to meet them. The moment the 2 heard this news, they immediately started to beam with happiness. However, this happiness disappeared just as fast as it came. They had already adapted to life in the Thousand Beast domain after staying there for almost a week and, truth be told, a part of them didn't want to leave due to how comfortable it was to live there. Suddenly, Shayna asked William if he was free to drink her blood at that very moment. Thinking that the blue-haired beauty wanted to go home faster, William agreed to her request and brought the 2 ladies inside his room. However, the moment the 2 sat on his bed, an awkward silence fell inside the room, making William look at them in confusion. "What's wrong?" William asked the 2 beautiful ladies who were seated on his bed and were looking at him with beet-red faces. "Are the 2 of you not feeling well?" "William, I have a question for you," Shayna said. "Invidia said that we would gain more merit points if we allowed you to drink our blood in a different place. Is this true?" William blinked in confusion. What different place? Nvidia said that you give her double the amount of merit points when you drink her blood from her. Shayna wasn't able to continue her words because her face couldn't go any redder from embarrassment. Melody remained quiet the whole time, but she was sneaking side glances at the half-elf who was looking at the two of them in confusion. Shayna wasn't able to take it any longer and decided to whisper the things she wanted to say to William, making the latter understand why the two virtuous ladies were blushing so hard. Well, is it true? Shayna asked with a determined look on her face. Yes, William replied, but I knew that the two of you were not ready for something like that, so I didn't tell it to you on purpose. Also, both of you only need to give me your blood for 3 more days. After that, you will be free. There's no need for you to do something like this. The half-elf had already achieved the goal he had in mind when he brought the two virtuous ladies to the Thousand Beast domain. The first one was to allow them to live alongside demons and understand that they weren't as bad as the Pope portrayed them to be, and the second one was to make the virtues not afraid of him. His main goal was to make Melody and Shayna understand that he wasn't their enemy. By doing so, any actions that the Pope would take against William would be met by resistance within the members of the 7 virtues. Not only would this prevent the Pope from one-sidedly dictating that this was the correct path to take, it would also allow the virtues to gain the courage to defy her orders, which was William's true goal from the very beginning. The 7 deadly sins, and the 7 virtues, were the pillars that governed the world. If he was able to make these two sides work together, then the Holy Order of Light would be unable to push the agenda of their crusade against him. This, I also understand, Shayna stuttered. But, since we will finish our duties of supplying you with our blood in 3 days, I need to find a way to gain more merit points in a short period of time. I see. William nodded in understanding. There are still some matters that I need to finish, so how about this? I can meet the two of you tonight. You can choose to do it in my room, or yours. Let's do it in our room, Shayna replied. I also want to show you something tonight. Oh, what is it? Just wait for tonight. Anyway, we will go now. Shayna held Melody's hand and whisked her away from William's room, leaving the half-elf behind. A few minutes later, Nvidia entered the room with a mischievous smile on her face. Did Melody and Shayna talk to you about the new method of gaining merit points? Nvidia asked. You're quite evil, William commented. You really want to make those two girls fall for me. Nvidia shrugged as she transformed into the beautiful elf, Celine, and cupped William's face. Can you tell me with all honesty that you didn't intend for this to happen when you asked them to donate their blood to you? Nvidia asked. I know you are, surprisingly, a gentleman, but I also know that you are a schemer. Since you didn't push Melody and Shayna to the brink, my opinion of you became better. Or, did you just not find the two of them attractive enough for you? Instead of answering, William pressed his lips over Nvidia's lips to shut her up. The kiss lasted for half a minute before the half-elf pulled back. Nvidia smiled as she removed the one-piece dress she was wearing, and pulled William's head to her chest. Celine's fragrance, which the half-elf had missed, washed over his senses, and the warmth of her body slowly thawed the coldness that William was feeling at the moment. Both of them are very attractive, so beauty is not the problem, William replied as he buried his face in Celine's bountiful chest, which he loved very much. I'm just afraid of corrupting them, that's all. HMPH. And you are not afraid of corrupting me. You can't corrupt what is already corrupted. Hey, that's mean. Nvidia lightly pounded William's head with her closed fists in anger. I'm still a chaste maiden, okay? You might have already marked my upper half as yours, but the bottom part is still off limits. This is the condition we agreed on. Don't worry, I'm not interested in your chastity, William replied as he cupped the 2 soft mounds that overflowed from his hands. This is the only thing I need from you, nothing else. After all I've done for you. Nvidia shook her head before wrapping her hands around William's neck. Fine, have it your way, but give me additional merit points for my effort to make those two ladies give you what you want. Fine, William replied as he kneaded Nvidia's chest, who had taken Celine's appearance, in a sensuous manner. Although it is not my intention to do this to them, I might as well accept if they offer it willingly. I look forward to seeing how their faces will look when morning comes. You're really evil. Not as evil as you, Nvidia said as she guided William's lips to the center of her breast, where a small cherry was waiting to be eaten. Just as William was about to claim Nvidia's offering, the latter whispered something in his ear, which made him pause for a short moment. I envy your wives, Nvidia said softly. To have someone like you as their husband is both a blessing and a curse. William digested Invidia's words before sinking his fangs into her sensuous body. Since Invidia had taken Celine's appearance, the shape of her breast, as well as the taste of her blood, was exactly the same. As the half-elf drank the blood of the woman that was carrying his child in her womb, he wondered what would have happened if he hadn't gone to the demonic continent to look for her. Would the ending have been different? Perhaps it would have been different. Perhaps his wives would still be alive, too. However, something else would have had to pay the price for their safety, and that would have been Celine, who had been marked as the bride of the heir of darkness. If William hadn't gone to the demon realm to find Celine, then perhaps she would have had no other choice but to bear Felix's child, which was something he would never wish to happen to her. In the end, he tossed these mundane thoughts aside as he continued to drink the warm and delicious blood on his lips. What has already happened, William thought as he allowed himself to be held by the young lady who had taken the form of his beloved. The only thing I can do is move forward. I don't care where this road takes me, so long as I find them waiting for me at the end of this journey, then I don't care if I go to hell. Perhaps, because she could feel the sudden change in William's mood, Invidia lightly patted his head and hummed a lullaby. Although their relationship was purely a business transaction, the sin of envy truly felt envious of the people who had taken their spot in the Dark Prince's heart. Chapter 1233, My Faith L.S. Lay in Your Hands Part 1. That night, William entered Melody's and Shayna's room. Originally, he wanted to give them separate rooms, but the two virtuous ladies rejected this idea. Since they were in enemy territory, being separated was the last thing they wanted to have happen. Because of this, William gave them one of the spacious guest rooms in his villa that wasn't being used. The moment William entered the room, he paused because what he saw made him wonder if he entered the wrong room by accident. However, after looking at the two beautiful ladies who were looking back at him, he recognized them as the two virtues who had asked him to meet them later tonight. Those night dresses look good on both of you, William complimented the two girls who were both wearing a set of silky nightwear that highlighted the curves of their bodies. Melody was wearing a black, one-piece nightdress. Although it had a semi-conservative design, it was vastly different from the plain robes that the virtuous lady of faith wore on a daily basis, making the contrast between her usual attire quite striking. Shayna, on the other hand, was a bit more adventurous. As someone who pursued fashion, even her nightwear was enough to make any fashion aficionado give her a thumbs up for her choice of clothes. As if trying to match her sister, Shayna wore a lace waistband nightgown. The ends of her white, lacy skirt reached only halfway between her thigh and her knees. The entire nightgown was only being held up by a strap that hung around her neck, completely leaving her back bare for anyone to see. If the Lady of Lust, Eros, saw Shayna right now, she would definitely give the young lady her stamp of approval for being bold enough to wear such clothing. Melody, who heard William's praise, lowered her head in embarrassment, while a blush appeared on Shayna's face. Even for the blue-haired beauty, the nightwear she was wearing felt so breezy, that she had the thought that she wasn't wearing anything at all. Shayna was certain that if the Pope of the Holy Order of Life saw her right now, the old woman would either collapse due to heart attack, or suffer from a stroke. The blue-haired beauty knew that it would be impossible for her to wear this kind of clothing when she returned to the Palace of Light, so she decided to see what William's reaction would be to her nightdress, while she was still in the Thousand Beast domain. Fortunately, her choice was good and she received a compliment that made her feel happy inside. William walked towards the two ladies to take a closer look. Melody lowered her head as she used her hands to cover her chest, to prevent the black-haired teenager from looking at it. Shayna, on the other hand, placed her hands on her waist, and puffed up her chest, as if telling the half-elf to look as much as he wanted. "They look really great on both of you," William commented. "Make sure to not let your sisters or the Pope see the two of you in this attire." "And why should we?" Shayna asked. Although she had no plans to show this nightdress to any of her sisters, she was quite curious about what the black-haired teenager was going to say next. Even Melody perked up her ears and waited with bated breath for William's answer. "It's because I want to be the only one to see you girls like this," William said. Although he tried to hide it, there was a trace of possessiveness in it that didn't escape Melody's and Shayna's ears, making their hearts beat wildly inside their chests. William reached out to hold Melody's and Shayna's hands before gently pulling them off the bed and close to his body. The two girls didn't resist and, soon, the two of them found themselves staring into William's golden eyes which glowed faintly in the dim room. I won't force the two of you to do anything you don't like, William said. So, feel free to tell me if you girls want me to stop, okay? William didn't wait for their replies and lowered his head to plant a kiss on both of their foreheads. Since the two girls were shorter than him by a head, it was fairly easy for him to do that. After getting kissed, Xianxia raised her head and closed her eyes. A second later, she felt William's soft and warm lips pressing against hers, which caught her by surprise. She was already used to the cold sensation of William's body after spending several nights with him. Because of this, she also knew that his body would eventually warm up after he had drunk some blood. Although Xianxia was tempted to ask William whose blood he had drunk before he came into their room, his soft and gentle kisses made her forget the question that had appeared in her head. Half a minute later, William pulled back and looked at Melody, who was also looking back at him. The half-elf lowered his head in her direction, and the latter didn't back away. The moment their lips touched, Melody's body shuddered for a bit before she closed her eyes to accept William's kiss. The last time, William didn't use his tongue to kiss her. However, this time, his tongue parted her lips and gently poked her tongue. Melody had seen how William had kissed Xianxia, so she had an understanding of what she should do right now. Soon, her tongue clumsily poked William's tongue back. A moment later, the two were like fencers trying to outdo each other, leaving Melody almost out of breath. William pulled back at the right moment, giving her time for a breather. Melody took this opportunity to lift up on her tiptoes to initiate a kiss with William, using her tongue to pry his lips open. Soon, the virtuous Lady of Faith sucked, licked, and kissed William's tongue, who remained motionless, allowing her to do whatever she wanted with it. The moment their lips parted, a silvery string remained, connecting the two of them together before it broke away. Melody, stick out your tongue, William said softly. Although it was said in a gentle manner, it was clearly an order, which made Melody's heart skip a beat. A moment later, she stuck her tongue out between her sensuous lips, and allowed William to have his way with them, just like what Xianxia had done to him a while ago. Melody was almost out of breath when the half-elf turned his attention back to Xianxia, to give her another passionate kiss. Several minutes later, only the sound of kissing could be heard inside the room, as three people held each other in a warm embrace, sharing passionate kisses with each other. It was Xianxia who broke away first, and pulled the half-elf to the bed. William had just taken a seat on the bed when the blue-haired beauty untangled the lace behind her neck, causing the upper half of her nightwear to fall down from her young and delicate body. William stared at her chest, which was laid bare for him to see, before looking up at Xianxia, who was looking at him with anticipation. "This is just a business transaction," Xianxia tried to say with a straight face. "I only want more merit points, so please, don't get the wrong idea." The black-haired teenager nodded before wrapping his hands around her waist to pull her closer to him. "Yes," Xianxia answered. William moved his lips closer and kissed Xianxia's. The blue-haired beauty wasn't expecting this kind of treatment from William, but she didn't make any move to stop him. William kissed, licked, sucked, and lightly nibbled the shapely breast that was right in front of him. Although Xianxia tried to endure it, she was still swept away by William's soft and gentle attacks, which she was experiencing for the first time. Melody, who was watching from the side, was blushing fervently due to the handsome half-elf's actions. 2 minutes later, William opened his lips and extended his fangs. He had done his best to endure, but he finally reached his limit and gave in to his desire. Just when Xianxia's body had become more sensitive due to his sensuous attacks, he finally bit down, and sank his fangs on her delicate and tender breast, sending a shiver running down Xianxia's spine, momentarily making her mind go blank with a pleasure that painted her world white. Chapter 1234, My Faith Ls Lane Your Hands Part 2. Disclaimer. Minor R18 scenes. Nothing too ahem. The sound of licking, kissing, and suckling spread inside the room as William's tongue and lips wandered all over Xianxia's right breast, raising her sensitivity, and making her feel so good, that her knees had already turned to jelly. Fortunately, the half-elf was supporting her waist, so the moment she lost her strength to stand, he laid her down gently on the bed before continuing to savor the proud peeks that she had offered to him. William's left hand had already moved to her left breast and gently kneaded it, while playing with the pink tip that had started to become firm with his fingers. Whenever the half-elf bit and pinched the pink nipples of the blue-haired beauty under him, a sweet sigh of pleasure would escape Xianxia's lips, making Melody, who was watching from the side, feel something hot start to spread inside her body. At first, The virtuous Lady of Faith only felt a burning sensation on her cheeks due to embarrassment, but as time went on, she felt a tingling sensation start to spread in her chest, then down into her lower abdomen, which was something that she hadn't felt before. What is this feeling? Melody thought as she tried to endure the ache, which was starting to spread inside her body like wildfire. While the beauty, with long reddish-brown hair, stood in confusion about the unfamiliar sensations that she was feeling inside her body, William continued to savor Shayna's blood, as well as the sweet sighs that came from her seductive lips. A quarter of an hour later, William licked and kissed the wounds that were located just an inch above Shayna's right nipple in order to heal them completely. After doing so, he looked at the blue-haired beauty who was still panting for breath. He kissed her forehead, then her cheeks, before giving her one swift kiss on the lips before whispering something in her ear. "Thank you," William whispered before pulling back to caress the side of her face. "Did you feel good?" "Yes," Shayna replied before cupping William's face. "You better give me a bonus later. Fondling my chest wasn't part of the deal." William chuckled before nodding his head. "Sorry, I got carried away." "Understood. I will give you bonus points later. As long as you understand." Shayna gave William's cheeks a light pinch before letting her hands fall to her sides. She closed her eyes to immerse herself from the lingering pleasure that had seeped inside her body, and was almost tempted to tell the handsome half-elf to finish what he started. However, she didn't do that. According to her divinity, if she really did give William permission to do that, the chances of the black-haired teenager doing as she wished, and having her maidenhood taken from her, was very high. Although she was half tempted to do that, she was still thinking properly, so she made sure to not say, or do anything, that might seduce the half-elf and push him into turning her into a woman. William then shifted his attention to Melody, and the moment their eyes met, the virtuous Lady of Faith gave an involuntary shudder because she felt the half-elf's strong desire to possess her. This discovery made her feel anxious and happy at the same time. However, as the minutes passed, William just looked at her, and didn't make any move to reach out to her. It was as if he was fighting an internal battle, and doing his best to keep the voices that were whispering in his ears to corrupt Melody at bay. 5 minutes later, the half-elf took a deep breath after finally regaining his composure. He then cupped Melody's face and kissed her softly, and gently, not using his tongue to pry her lips open and conquer it one-sidedly. In truth, Melody preferred this kind of kiss because it wasn't forceful, and it made her feel good. After a minute, William placed his hand on the strings that held her nightwear in place and gave them a tug. Immediately, the silky, black, nightwear fell down to Melody's waist, exposing her pale white body, that was a shade lighter than Shayna. William eyed her moderately sized breasts and saw that the pink tips on them were already standing firm. Clearly, the virtuous Lady of Faith was aroused, and her body was aching for William's touch. Not wanting to make her wait any further, William kissed her lips once more as he gently laid her down on the bed. He then kissed her right cheek, her right ear, and nibbled on it, making Melody squirm due to the ticklish feeling. After teasing her for a bit, William kissed her neck before going down to kiss her collarbone. He continued to kiss her downwards until his lips pressed over the bulge of her chest. William kissed it gently in a circular motion, completely ignoring the pink tip that was standing firm, and waiting for his attention. After kissing her right breast, William moved toward her left, making sure to kiss her cleavage before repeating the same pattern he had made on her left breast. "Why are you bullying me?" Melody asked as the aching sensation she was feeling intensified. It was as if she was suffering from an itch, and someone was scratching around it, making her feel frustrated. A moment later, a gasp of surprise escaped Melody's lips when William's lips started to move downwards until they arrived at her belly button. The half-elf then did something unthinkable and started to lick that place, making the virtuous lady's body squirm due to the unexpected sensation that swept through her body. When William stopped messing with her belly button, his lips traveled once more and moved downwards, making Melody feel alarmed. That place is," Melody stuttered as William lowered her nightwear until it reached her lower abdomen. The nightwear was only 2 inches away from her important place, and if William were to pull it down he would be able to see her. However, as if purposely wanting to tease her, William no longer pulled the nightwear that covered the most important place that had not been seen by any man. William then kissed, licked, and lightly bit her lower abdomen, which was located right above her womb. In truth, the half-elf was doing this to douse the flame of desire that was starting to surge inside his chest. By sating his desire by marking Melody's abdomen with his kisses, the flames in his chest and loins subsided back to tolerable levels. Shayna, who had finally regained her composure, looked at this scene with great curiosity. Her eyes glowed faintly as she used the power of her divinity to check whether William was going to harm her friend or not. The possibility that appeared in front of her astounded her. He wanted to corrupt her this badly, Shayna thought as she looked at the black-haired teenager who was currently making her sister frantically grip the bed sheets, as she endured William's unexpected move on her young and delicate body. Fortunately, he is still able to hold back his desire. Shayna's gaze didn't leave the half-elf and wondered how it would feel if William did the same thing to her. Several minutes later, William finally raised his head to look at the panting Melody, who had already become teary-eyed due to his unexpected action. "I'm sorry," William said as he raised Melody's nightwear up to her waist. "I thought I had managed to rein in my desires, but after kissing you reignited it once again." William laid beside Melody and gave her a hug. He no longer made any move to tease her, and simply hugged her, calming his tainted heart that was aching to conquer the virtuous lady of faith, who had buried her head in his chest. The black-haired teenager patted Melody's head, while the latter wrapped her arms around his back and held him tight. Shayna watched this scene and felt conflicted. A moment later, she sighed internally before whispering something in William's ear. "The third wheel is going away now," Shayna whispered. "Please, don't corrupt her. She's more fragile than she looks. I'll sleep in your room tonight." After saying those words, the blue-haired beauty fixed her nightdress and took a bathrobe from the closet. She then moved towards the door in order to leave William and her sister alone. After using her divinity, she understood that this was the best course of action. By leaving the two of them alone, they would be able to tell each other what they really wanted to say, without worrying about anyone else sharing their secret. Shayna gave the two people who were hugging each other on the bed one last glance before leaving the room. She knew that after this night was over, her sister would finally be able to understand her true feelings towards the man whom Shayna believed was doing his best to prevent the two of them from falling into the darkness with him. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.